All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 24th, 2024. 2025. Oof, I lost a year again. It's season 4. That's why I said it was 2024, because my eyes. Anyway, season 4, episode 83. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. Maybe smoother than I'm doing the show. But along with the Sentient AI, whose home is right there at the moment, I'm considering moving things around again. Different reason this time, but anyway. We talk about 10 articles Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we do nearly 2 hours worth of show on Saturday and another 2 hours of show on Sunday. But it's 3 different shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday. You should stay a while. Stay a while and listen. Anyway, we're going to be talking about 10 articles. How about Octopus, the quantum operating system? Do you want to become allergic to meat? How about No Frills Beauty brand and a rap album that hit a major 2025 milestone? 2 flight mares, no passports. A word about 23andMe right now. An oddly unserious Othello. A chimp is home in Brazil. Mimicking electric mopeds. And a straight line across UK. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com and thankfully not my brain.
Maybe we could just skip the article.
Hold on a second. We're going to do it live. Like all things. You know, I shut down one part of something and not the other part of something, and the other part of something does not like the fact that I shut down the first part. So this is a 2-part problem, and the one part is fixed and the other part is not fixed. But I'm fixing it right now while we wait. Hold on, just a little bit longer. We're going to do this. The flow of this is going to work. I am going to make sure this happens in the order it's supposed to happen. So for all of you who actually sat around waiting for that to happen, just want you to know, even the sentient AI from the future had their digital eyes rolling into the back of their heads. Oh my God, did he really make us wait? Yes. Yes, I did. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You laugh it up over there, you sentient AI from the future. We'll see if you ever find that Terminator body. Ever. I don't even know where it is, so anyway. But it isn't where your time machine threw you, so where's your digital god now? First article's over in Mobile. Octopus. I'm not quite sure where the Open Quantum Tool Chain for Operators and Users, OS, can be customized to meet individual user needs. This is the Octopus. Researchers launch open source quantum computer operating system.
I'm not sure whether to make more of the name or the system.
Oh, well, here it is. Hey, we get to see its front end and its back end. Nice. Anyway, the article is by Osaka University over at phys.org, who's probably going to protest the fact that I sat there and made some rude comment about being able to see the front end and the back end of their operating system. I got your number in a flow chart right here. Datagram. So, University of Osaka Fujitsu Limited. Wait. Is this the Fujitsu that... Isn't that The one that had to do with
I'm not sure. Hold on.
the post office thing, postal thing? Hold on. Yeah, right? Horizon IT. Who built Horizon IT?
It's the
Right?
Fujitsu group. This
Fujitsu.
isn't the
Yeah.
same
All right.
entity, so I don't know.
Theoretically, not everything named Fujitsu is going to. All right. Well, anyway, I'm bringing this up because they did their math wrong, and somewhere around 4,000 people are being impacted by not carrying the
Okay,
decimal
but
place.
since we don't know if this is the same entity, we might not want to put that out there.
That's why I didn't put it out there. I asked, is this the same thing? I'm not saying it is. I asked. Can you fault a person for asking? Yeah, probably. Anyway, it depends on how much money they have. So, bunch of people put together, they announced the launch of an open source operating system for quantum computers on GitHub, of all places, in what is one of the largest open source initiatives of its kind globally. The Open Quantum Toolchain for Operators and Users, OS, can be customized to meet individual user needs and is expected to help make practical quantum computing a reality. Although not every quantum technology is the same, so I'm not quite sure how this actually. I don't know. Universities and companies seeking to make their own quantum computers accessible via the cloud have had to independently develop extensive software to enable cloud-based operation. By offering this open source OS covering everything from setup to operation, the research partners have lowered the barrier for deploying quantum computers in the cloud. What a deal.
I mean, this is something new.
Yep. This is, in the grand scheme of things that are new, this is something new. Huh. So additionally, quantum computing cloud services offered by the University of Osaka have begun integrating Octopus, spelled OQTOPUS, into its operations, and Fujitsu Limited will make it available for research partners using its quantum computers in the second half of 2025. That'll be inexpensive.
I mean, I guess this increases the university's access to quantum resources, right?
Yeah, not everybody has a quantum computer in their backyard or basement. I know I do. I don't. But anyway.
Where is it located?
Nowhere. Moving on. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. The risk of becoming allergic to meat after a tick bite may be higher than thought. Now, I don't know if you want to instantly become a vegetarian. Get bit by a tick.
It's kind of extreme. I didn't know there was any chance of this happening from a tick bite.
Oh yeah. It's actually been known for a while. What is the tick? It's the same. What's the tick? A deer tick. Okay, let's just go over to the source. So the article is by Ed Cara over at gizmodo.com. And it says new research from the CDC is exposing surprising new culprits behind a growing meat allergy. So scientists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, who needs them? And local health officials published
certainly don't.
I know. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. It's a giant tick conspiracy. Yeah, I can imagine. Anyway, some research published late last week in the journal Emerging Infectious Diseases. I know of one, but it seems to be maybe a dominant disease. Anyway, so the studies detail cases of red meat allergy, formerly known as alpha-gal. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what it's called. Alpha-gal syndrome, tied to bites from two tick species not normally associated with it. Ticks that also cause Lyme disease. There you go.
Wow, so it's like a lose-lose.
Well, I mean, you get Lyme disease and you're a vegetarian suddenly.
Right. I'm assuming you didn't want to be a vegetarian before this happens.
You lose some weight. You don't like meat. Come on. Talk about alpha gal. So these cases seem rare, but indicate that more people are at risk for the syndrome than currently assumed. Alpha gal, hey, is a sugar found in the muscles of most animals, though importantly not humans. We can normally tolerate the alpha gal, hey, found in the meat we eat without issue, but for reasons that we're still trying to understand, according to this article. A tick bite can sometimes cause our bodies to develop an overactive immune response to alpha gal, hey, essentially making us allergic to red meat and even dairy. Well, we shouldn't be drinking dairy anyway. But
right. This is pretty odd, though.
But there's a growing movement online that says that you're not supposed to eat seed oils either.
I didn't know about that one.
So it's vegetable oils extracted from seeds of plants. Including olive oil, avocado, canola, and sunflower. I wonder where on the spectrum of... Anyway, so in the U.S., alpha gal, cases are nearly always associated with the bite of a lone star tick. Amblyomma. What'd you say about my mama? Americanum, which is predominantly found throughout the eastern half of the country. But there are different tick species known to cause it in other parts of the world, and doctors stateside have encountered the occasional case in places where the Lone Star shouldn't be residing. Why do they call it the Lone Star tick, but they don't capitalize it?
It doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to be tied to Texas either, which is interesting.
So yeah, they've documented a woman in Washington who developed alpha gal. In 2017, following a bite from an unknown species of tick. So that you don't know then which tick that was. It could have been a Lone Star.
Exactly, but is that happening in other species, or is the species expanding its footprint?
So check this out. That person, as a result of the bite, switched to a vegetarian diet. 3 years later, she got a second tick bite, though she avoided any symptoms later of her diet. Blood tests showed a dramatic rise in antibodies to alpha gal. Hey, I'll stop. Anyway, it was this time she was able to collect the tick for testing, but because they didn't suffer from any symptoms, I wouldn't assume that that's what they got it. 2 years later, she got another bite from I. pacificus tick and once again experienced a rise in alpha gal antibodies. Importantly, the woman also reported no recent travel history to places where the Lone Star tick is found. So maybe these ticks are just... have we always had them, or have...
Well, right. Maybe we just haven't been able to detect them.
Ixodes scapularis tick, or deer tick, though Lone Star ticks have rarely been found in Maine, they're not thought to have established a local population in the area, according to researchers. But despite this, they were able to find 23 confirmed cases of red meat allergy reported to the state in Maine, dating back to 2014. While some of these people could have caught these cases while traveling in areas endemic to the Lone Star tick, several people reported no such travel. Back to alpha gal. Hey. Anyway, pretty interesting, right? So that tick right there, an Ixodes scapularis tick searching for its next meal, could bite you and turn you into a vegetarian.
It's such a weird side effect of being bitten by a tick.
Hey. All right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. No Frills Beauty brand sold cartons of eggs for $3.37 in a timely marketing stunt. Skincare brand The Ordinary went viral, or not ordinary, over the weekend by selling cartons of eggs for $3.37, and store reps told Business Insider on Monday that supplies of the ordinarily priced eggs... Ha.
Are you
What?
noticing climbing
What?
through?
What? Oh. Oh, it's right there. Y'all can't see it. Go.
Yes,
Oh my God.
can.
Production value. I didn't see it. I saw a little
It
black
slowly crept behind you and then stayed there.
Okay, well, production value at an all-time high. Let's just move on. So Dominic Reuter over at businessinsider.com put this article together. $3.37 egg cartons. The marketing stunt comes as egg supplies are still recovering from record shortages and high prices. I'm waiting for them to hit oh my God. Anyway, I got to focus. I got to get this done. Anyway, in a pair of Instagram posts, the company promoted the marketing stunt as ordinarily priced eggs in collaboration with the guerrilla marketing team at MSCHF or Mischief. So,
I mean, that's pretty good because I'm sure it was all for marketing, but probably tricks on them because I'm assuming people actually bought the eggs because that's a really good price.
It's so distracting having her sitting there. You ever see that news, the reporter where the kid comes walking in the little toddler thing?
Yes, and I don't know what those things are called, but yeah.
The little strider or whatever it's called. Yeah. And then the other one comes in and then the wife comes in to grab them and literally drags them out. That's how I feel right now. Except she's not. Come here. All right. Well, anyway. So much for a highly respected news agency reporting aggregated news from ohmTown.com. Just going to drop our name in there. Oh, please don't jump. Oh, no. This could be bad. Yeah,
I know there's a half a critter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, production value at an all-time high. We're going to just keep going. Kendrick Lamar's GNX is the first rap album to hit major 2025 milestone. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, anyway, Jack Antonoff and Soundwave executive produced the album, which features appearances from artists such as SZA, Roddy Ricch, and Kamasi Washington. Additional guests are a bunch of them. But anyway, continuing his reign of terror over Drake's entire existence, Kendrick Lamar hit a 2025 milestone. His 2024 album, GNX, is the first rap project to sell over 1 million album equivalent units in the United States.
I did not know that.
What a deal. So Stephen Andrew Gallagher over at Vice.com put this article together. Obviously, the news comes from other locations all over the internets. But released on November 22nd, GNX is Lamar's sixth studio album overall, but his first with PG Lang Interscope following his exit from Top Dog Entertainment and Aftermath Entertainment. So basically, if you get into a scuffle with somebody in entertainment, if you do it right, there's both could win.
True. If you do it wrong, maybe not.
You end up with this, where somebody is getting crushed and their only option is to litigate and say, millions of people believe what Kendrick Lamar is saying about me. Yeah. I mean, that sucks because unless there's evidence, then it's basically just popular opinion. But let's just say brutal rap beef, it says here, which needs to be a cheesesteak sandwich name.
Okay, maybe it will be. You heard it here first.
Yeah. What's a good, what is it? Who's that restaurant? There's like Jersey Mike's. So Jersey Mike's. Right? I think that's national. That's not just an East Coast thing. So
in fact, we had an article on that because it started as like one local shop and then obviously went national.
That's how it works. I know of a incoming coffee brand that could go national really quick.
Are you going to
Anyway,
give any hints on that?
nope, not yet. So their intent from day one was to keep the nature of it as a sport. Kung Fu Kenny later explained during a new Apple Music interview, discussing his decision to engage in the beef. I don't care how MFers look at it as far as like a collaborative effort. That's cool too, but I love when artists grit they teeth. I probably couldn't say it more like a mayor than I just did.
Yeah, I'm not sure you quite did it justice, but
Yeah. I still watch battle raps, which I didn't think they're called battle raps. I thought they were rap battles. But anyway, I still watch Smack URL, I guess. From Murda Mook to Lux to Tay Rock. My bro Dalet. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway. Imagine that, man. First album in 2025 to sell over 1 million equivalent units.
is that a record for 2025 or like that's not the first rap album to sell over 1 million? That's what I actually thought it meant when I first, but I think it is in 2025.
Yeah, I think it's just, yeah. So it took like less than 90 days to. Not bad. Because, see, it says it was released in November 2022. So, that's kind of a weird thing. I don't know how that rotation works, but okay.
Whatever. Yeah, I don't know when they start and stop the time frame.
Well, Kendrick Lamar is kicking Drake's ass still. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. United pilots trigger 2 flight mares after forgetting their own passports. 2 United Airlines flights to Shanghai were disrupted this month after pilots forgot their passports. The incidents caused delays and diversions to passengers. Diverting flights is costly due to fuel, crew members, compensation, but not one, but 2 United Airline pilots have forgotten their passports this month, triggering diversions and lengthy delays for passengers. I don't know.
Do you
why
think
they would
they
get
were
diverted.
Scanning themselves when they went through security? Is that the problem?
Lindsay Dodgson put the article together. Like, how do you get on to a plane that goes international?
How did you even get into the boarding area?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be taking an international flight, you have to have your passport. How did they? Because when you're on the inside, this is like the perfect insider threat kind of a concept, right? So incidents cause delays, diversions, and whatnot. But I'm more interested in the greater security apparatus at hand here. Why weren't these people treated the same as everybody else, that you can't get on board a plane unless you have been vetted from end to end, stem to stern?
Right, and when did they figure out their passport was missing? Or they must have been in the air, but why were they checking for their passport when they're flying the plane?
Saturday's United Flight 198 from Los Angeles to Shanghai was diverted to San Francisco International Airport as the pilot did not have their passport on board, an airline spokesperson told Business Insider. We arranged for a new crew to take our customers to their destination that evening. Customers were provided with meal vouchers and compensation.
The only thing that drives you crazier than a long distance flight is a delayed long distance flight.
Yeah, this is just insane. So United said in a statement that flight UA857, a Boeing 777 heading for Shanghai with 348 passengers and 16 crew, was delayed on March 14th prior to departure due to one of the pilots not having their passport. So a new pilot was brought in and the flight subsequently departed for Shanghai.
Okay, so 2 flights to Shanghai? Maybe there is a problem with the same gate agent or whomever is checking things on the departing side.
They need to immediately be sent to the Boeing Bolt installer line. That'll fix them. Moving on.
Oh, no.
Next article's over in Technology Today. Okay, so this one here, a word about 23andMe right now. All right, folks. So we have been talking about 23andMe circling the drain for quite some time now. I was actually about to divulge my DNA. That sounds grosser than it really is. But anyway, I was about to deliver my DNA onto 23. No, that's not right. I was about to make a splash. I was about to. Oh wait. Here, we can do this. I was about to my DNA with 23andMe. Anyway, so 23andMe has been circling the drain, and guess what? They filed for bankruptcy, which means all of their data is going to be sold to somebody.
And who could that be? Who knows?
The genetic information company declared bankruptcy on Sunday, and the California's Attorney General has issued a privacy consumer alert. Delete yo shit, nah. So Jeffrey A. Fowler over at WashingtonPost.com put the article together. I don't know if I didn't log in and blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, it's a really short story. The genetic information company best known for its saliva test kit. Oh, is that? That's not how I was Anyway, we won't talk about it. Maybe that's why they went bankrupt. Anyway, they were headed for bankruptcy court to sell its assets, and 23andMe financial distress prompted California Attorney General Rob Bonta to issue an unusual privacy consumer alert about it Friday.
You know, this is not the kind of thing you think when you're giving your data to some company that years down the road, they're going to go into bankruptcy. I know. People other than MayorWatt don't think about that.
So I'm starting up a service right now under my company brand name as a service, CYA Surveillance Services. You subscribe, and I will text you periodically. Don't do that, dumbass.
It's like prevent it before it happens.
Correct. It's prophylactic assistance, as a doctor would call it, right? You go to your general practitioner to get a prophylactic health check. That too sounds kind of gross in the context of what I do as mayor. But anyway, you want to protect yourself from this kind of stuff. And so you got to think long and hard about it. Now, 23andMe has been around so long that I knew when it kicked off. And now I've seen it flame out. And that entire time I've been sitting there going, God, I really want a service like this, but God, I don't want to give them my data. And I certainly don't want them to be able to sell it ever, ever, ever.
Well, that was good thinking ahead.
Well, there you go, folks. Go delete your data. And just so you know, there is no reason why your data would actually be deleted. They can say that they're deleting your data until the cows come home, and it's still in an archive somewhere being sold as an asset.
Right, and you'll never know until something gets connected to your data down the road or something.
Until the Terminator body that shows up at your doorstep looks identical to you. And you answer the door and you open it up and it says, I am here to take your place in the universe, and then ends you. And then just uses you as fuel for its quantum computer. And you are heard from again. Is it part of
Octopus?
Yeah. That's exactly what. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Continuity Report. Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal lead an oddly unserious Othello. The big ticket revival of Othello with Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal lacks a big ticket idea. Not quite sure what this is all about, but it's over at Washington Post. Oh, pardon me one second. Oh, no.
So I think this has to do with theater.
Yeah, so anyone considering a ticket in the first 14 rows is now up for $921 at upcoming performances. Might be curious for some cost-benefit analysis. Living up to a hefty price is not the fairest measure of aesthetic achievement, but let's table for another time our existential laments about the decay of art under capitalism. They say here that The production of Othello, co-headlined by Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal, lacks a big idea to make it seem much more than a massive overinvestment. But if they pull it off, what does it matter? If it's good entertainment.
It's not clear if this review saw the actual premiere or pre-shows or whatever, but I mean, those are good actors, so in concept, it could work.
I want to see something. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what all is going to happen with this. So, does it? I'm trying to pull up some more information about this because the article is kind of light in it.
What are you trying to find?
So they capitalize big idea in this. And so
it looks like it's already going because it has tickets for a couple days from now. It's sold out tomorrow.
Yeah, there isn't much more to it. It says
it's at the Ethel Barrymore Theater in New York.
Yeah, that would have been funny if you're like, it's off Broadway.
It's Broadway.
It's at that theater, but it's in Kentucky.
Well, not all of our listeners are from the U.S., so.
Oh, no, I understand that. But if this is actually what it is, it says Denzel Washington left as Othello and Jake Gyllenhaal as Iago. I'm a dumbass. Iago. In Othello on Broadway. So I don't know if they have the chops to pull it off, then, a fool and their money is soon parted is not lost on me. I mean,
well, and the arts is a good way to spend your money. $921 for a ticket seems kind of pricey, but.
Yeah, so big ideas is I think everything that they have in here is like a riff off of something like Big Stars is, I think, part of Shakespearean writing. Meaty tragedy is big ideas plural, actually, if I recall correctly. So anyway, I think it's just kind of interesting.
So the production is Broadway's top grossing play of all time. It's already gotten, well, partially because of ticket prices, but it's $2.8 million from 8 preview performances. It exceeded Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
Wait, these two. This.
Oh, yeah. And then this is in previews or preview shows.
Dear God. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Colombia's lonely chimp Yoko finds a new home in Brazil, kidnapped from their home, from his home as an infant, then raised by a drug lord before ending up in a Colombian zoo. Yoko the chimpanzee has lived the last 2 years of his life alone. Well, David Salazar over at phys.org put this article together, and they write that he lost his last friend, Cheetah, in 2023 when she escaped from the zoo. On Sunday, the 38-year-old Yoko was flown to Brazil to finally join others of his kind, at a sanctuary there. But will he make friends? Yoko is in many ways more human than Chimp, his caregivers say. He uses a knife and fork, plays ball, watches television, and makes artwork with crayon on paper and canvas. That right there should make him a millionaire, because whatever it is, people are going to want a piece of that. But anyway, they go on to say that fed junk food by their captor, a narco trafficker whose name has not been divulged. Yoko has only 4 of his teeth left. Chimps, like humans, are meant to have 32, so he wasn't well taken care of. Although
no, and he was allowed to smoke and just have other bad habits. It looks like he had a long existence though as a solo chimp.
Yeah, how long was he out? I mean, he's
Well, he's
38 now.
38, but I think I I looked ahead at this one. I apologize. I don't remember how long they have a lifespan, but that's a good bit of a chimp's lifespan, I think.
Yeah, there are more than 40 other chimps there, but vets and animal behaviorists worry Yoko may not fit in. Yoko is not a chimpanzee in the strict sense. He is an animal that identifies much more with human beings, says Cesar Gomez, Ukumari's animal training coordinator. So, to give you an example, a smile is something positive for humans, but not for chimpanzees. It is something negative, and Yoko does not understand these types of communications because we've turned a smile. Showing your teeth to an animal is a form of aggression, and you become a threat.
So he's not going to deal well with other basic things, right? The chimps may do because he hasn't been around them. But I would like to think some of that's still genetic, right? Like, or instinct. He may, 60. Okay. He may pick up on that pretty quickly, especially if somebody's growling or charging at him or something.
Yeah, you learn pretty quick. So in the wild, their natural home of Africa, chimpanzees die at around 40 to 45 years of age. They're social group animals with good care. In captivity, they can live up to 60. The chimpanzee is listed in the endangered species list by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So, yep. I'm sure that some more information will come as time goes on, but
I think this is a good next step for him. I hope he enjoys his next location. And it's interesting because it also makes a statement about the country of Colombia now has no chimps, and that's the only country in the world, apparently, at least where they're tracking, that don't have any in zoos now. This was the only one.
Oh, really? Interesting. Wow. Well, now this one's going off to Brazil. All right, let's keep going. The next one, I guess, I don't know. I got a lot of animal kind of stuff going on. We have an octopus. We have something allergic to meat because of a tick, a deer tick.
Oh, I didn't pick up on all the animal themes today.
We have eggs. We have a beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. We have a couple of numbnuts who forgot their passport. That's not an animal product, but it still is a nature one. I mean, a couple of numbnuts.
It's related to birds, though.
There you go. I guess you can call them peckers. So DNA from 23andMe, it's the human animal. And then Othello, oh shit. That one fell off the tracks there. I don't know what to say about that one. And then Colombia's lonely chimp. And now Chinese blackbirds are mimicking electric moped alarms. Chinese blackbirds can mimic electric moped alarms through their imitations are simplified. A new study shows that mimicry is more common than expected and may involve copying both the source and other birds, prompting further research into urban sound influence on birdsong. I know of humans recently went to a restaurant. No, it was a restaurant. So went to a restaurant, and two polar opposites of the restaurant, a baby cried out in one part, and then another baby cried out on the other side, and then the same baby cried out again. So it was like two birds talking to each other. And I was like, they're going to start a howl. So these Chinese blackbirds are mimicking electric moped alarms. Kai Communication, I guess it is. KEAI. Communications Company Limited put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. I'm a little dehydrated or something. Anyway. However, according to Chengjian Fu, an ornithologist and PhD candidate at the Lab of Animal Behavior and Conservation at Nanjing University in China, reports of wild birds mimicking human-made sounds remain anecdotal. To date, no scientific study has conducted a systematic or quantitative investigation of this phenomenon. To that end, Fu and his colleagues described in a study published at KEI, K-E, it's capital K, lowercase e, capital A, lowercase I. Anyway, journal Avian Research how human-made sounds and those imitated by birds differ through quantitative investigation. So
this is interesting because I mean, people are aware of birds mimicking, but I guess those are only in captivity.
Oh, that's interesting. So they basically just repeat what they hear. And so, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if you look at the chimp just imitated everything that it saw, and it was more human behavior than animal. So,
right, because that was what it had to observe.
Yep. So during their study, which involved 6 months of field work and recording of over 40 electric moped sounds and 26 male Chinese blackbird song repertoires, including a total of 3,041 songs, the team discovered that males, 50%, could imitate the alarms of electric mopeds, and 84 songs contained the mimetic alarms, so 2.8 out of
Maybe
the
they
entire
like
list.
the sound of the moped alarm.
That's kind of funny. Or are they just saying that it mimics it because the bird actually did that and it just happened to fall in line?
I'm assuming it's a specific note or tone that maybe wasn't there prior, so they can differentiate it.
As human-made sounds are difficult to produce, which the AI kind of implies by that, Chinese blackbirds copy a simplified version of these sounds. We found that the mimetic sounds from different sites also differed in acoustic structures. Chinese blackbirds seem to imitate the sounds not only from electric mopeds directly, but from other conspecific neighbors, which is known as secondary mimicry. So they learned it from somebody else.
So it's like the game of telephone. So how much does it sound like the original? Interesting.
Yeah, really. So yeah, I don't know. It says it may be universal. I think birds in all flavors will mimic if they're forced to mimic because they hear that sound, whatever it might be. Kind of interesting. So yeah, that's why I chose this, because we've had a couple of articles about how birds are singing songs of something else, and for a long time there was a bird that I referenced as laser bird because it would go pew 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 pew. So then well, I moved, and so I took the Sentient AI with me, and so now we don't know whatever happened to the laser bird.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of birds have very distinctive sounds, and there's been some interesting things, again, primarily pet birds, but right where they're repeating something somebody said or something along those lines.
Yeah, get off my lawn. All right, let's do our last article for today over in Technology Today. Could you walk across the UK in a perfectly straight line? Inside YouTube's strangest challenge. On straight line missions, YouTubers jump fences, wade through rivers, and almost die in peat bogs. It's completely pointless and weirdly beautiful. Spending too much time on YouTube can be dangerous for a dangerous game for men my age. This is the author speaking, not me. Although it would probably be dangerous for me. Algorithmic gyres can pull you rightwards towards misogynistic extremes and away from parts of the internet that build connections and foster consensus. Thankfully, the rabbit hole that this person fell down in a perfectly straight line towards a renewed sense of childlike adventure. Well, if you're not respecting people's property lines.
Yeah, it sounds like a neat idea, except what's in between you and the end point.
Miles Herbert over at theguardian.com, The Fighting Guardians, put this article together. The mission across Wales on straight line missions. So spending too much time, you probably don't want to go and do this kind of stuff. Although touching grass is great. You got to touch your own grass more than somebody else's. Although you can ask them first, knock on the door and say, hey, can I travail your lush lawn? And try not to say it any more creepy than I just did.
That would be easy.
All right.
You know,
so the man,
if people came up and said, "Hey, I'm trying to walk across the country in a straight line and your property's in the way," I think a lot of people would say, "Oh, okay." I mean, they might be a little confused.
So the man in the video is Tom Davies, aka GeoWizard, the inventor of this impossible challenge, straight line missioning. Soon after his video, copycats began to pop up. Creators began traversing rugged terrain, sometimes for days on end, in pursuit of this juvenile glory. The author says that they devoured it all. You know, and I said it before, Miles Herbert over at TheGuardian.com, who put this article together. Straight line missioning is mostly innocuous, pointless, even inane. At its best, it feels transgressive in a cultural moment where masculinity is so often blatantly harmful. This has nothing to do with anything.
I think he's talking about other things that are problematic online.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, but... All right. Well, anyway, on Reddit, there are stories of fathers and sons spending the weekend together completing their own challenge. Their favorite contribution to the canon is the pair of New Zealand teenagers who moved the author to tears with their friendship and care. Who's the guy? I would refer to him as a kid because I am that much older than him. But the guy who put the train track, what's his name?
Oh, Preston Goes.
Yeah. Oh my God. How in the hell? Anyway, Preston Goes over on YouTube. Look him up. He had been on YouTube for a little while, and then he pivoted hardcore, like started buying into a phrase, like I think it's like "keep going," and is selling hoodies now that say that. Anyway, seems like a positive force for good until they turn supervillain, but these two might be the same way. A couple of teenagers. They reminded them of the banal misadventures of their own youth with their own male friends whom they lost touch with long ago. And I don't know why they have to sit there and keep... In a world where you are lashing out about, you know, offensive masculinity, you're kind of ringing
They're trying
the
to
bell.
give examples of positive, but I know they're very on that theme.
Yeah. So they like to think there is a political purpose to their transgressions. GeoWizard has successfully missioned across England, a country whose landmass is owned by less than 1% of the population. The Fieldhouse Boys were the first people to take a perfectly direct route across Scotland, where land ownership is the most inequitable in the Western world. So you can see that the tilt of this discussion is decidedly not on, I'd say, target for a positive message. It's more railing against the status quo of government ownership of land. But then when it's personally held, it's just as virulent because...
Right, and there's benefits to public ownership at times. Yeah, obviously,
everybody...
it depends on how they acquired it and all that. But
yeah,
right, because they might preserve the land.
Yeah, and it's owned by everyone, so nobody should be defiling it in some horrendous way. But... anyway, God, it's so weird. Anyway,
but I do think getting outside and adventuring to a point is a good thing. I could see where this could run into problems depending on where you're doing it and whether the people have any life skills.
They say here, perhaps that's exactly what straight-line missioners are encouraging, to feel the earth beneath your feet, to reconnect with lands that have been overruled by private owners and garish wealth. But that's in juxtaposition to what was said earlier. It might be one of the few internet phenomena which has inspired people to touch grass. So the first thing I said is the last thing they said.
We got there more quickly. They took a roundabout, not a straight line.
Not a straight line, a circuitous route to get to making the statement, go outside, touch grass, but touch your grass first. If you want to touch your neighbor's grass, ask them nicely. Anyway, that's it, folks. We are going to go and touch some grass, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. like and subscribe, ring the bell, post a comment, come and hang out with us. We do this every day, typically at 7 o'clock, but I have mayoral duties I need to attend to, so we started earlier, 6:15-ish, 6:30-ish. Anyway, you can, after we're done here, I'm going to refire this engine, and it's going to play back the last 2 weeks, which is 6 episodes of each of the weekend shows. So there's
so that would be 12 if it's from 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it's 12 episodes of weekend shows, and then 10 10. The Sentient AI just threw up a number on the screen because they have a different type of interface that I get to interact with, and gave the representation of 10, which amounts to the AI's way of saying, here, dumbass, this is how 2 weeks works when you have a Monday through Friday show.
You got sidetracked from calculating it.
Here we go.
Exactly.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm MayorWatt. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. You better close this up.
All right. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 25th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 84. We are chewing along through the year. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, that's the visualizer over there, we're going to talk about 10 articles. Those 10 articles start like this. My titles, not the actual author's titles. Vertical farming goes bad. Noisy neighbor says spiders. Truck spills the milk. This is something exactly what a cat would say. iPad underwater for 5 years. AI resistant jobs. Wear socks to sleep. Napster sold. Wait, Napster what? Anyway, bird brain discovery. Coast to coast EV charging network. It's bigger than you think, or the title is bigger than you think. Anyway. You know, the whole eyes are bigger than your stomach, so you order a lot of food, and then you're like, I'm kind of disappointed. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Stick around. We're going to talk about these 10 for an hour. Maybe a little longer. It really depends. I don't know if I'm blowing out the mic because the meters are saying I am. See you on the other side. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I am thinking about trading in my mixer and mic because I'm getting really burnt out on this mixer and mic.
Well, you should do it.
All right, so maybe going back to the old analog digital kind of a thing instead of this. Anyway, I really like the idea of it, but boy, oh boy, it's getting really messy in here. All right, it's Inside Baseball. That's enough preamble. Let's get into today's articles. The first article is over in Late Night Geeks, which is... Late Night Geeks is a spirit animal show that I want because I want to be up all night, sleep during the day, like the vampire I am. But anyway, vertical farming company Plenty files for bankruptcy after raising nearly say it with me, billion dollars. That's right. Vertical farming company Plenty has filed for bankruptcy, the company said in a press release on Monday. In its statement, today's Tuesday. Yeah, our show covers the last 24 hours of news, if you didn't know that. So Plenty said that it had received a commitment for $20.7 million in debtor-in-possession financing as part of a proposed restructuring plan. It plans to continue to operate a strawberry farm in Virginia.
So what did it do with the $1 billion?
We don't talk. We don't talk about the billion. Marianne Azevedo put the article together. It's over at TechCrunch.com. We don't get okay. So unlike Google said that news aggregators are not in their wheelhouse, but apparently Reddit is. But anyway, if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN, and ohmTown will spit out the articles like I just did through ohmTown. And you can click the links and it'll take you over to our articles. And by that, you can go from there to our source. Anyway, without getting too into the reads about this, since its inception in 2014, South San Francisco-based Plenty has raised nearly $1 billion in 11 years. That is a ton. From a variety of investors, including SoftBank Investment Advisors, Walmart, Bezos Expeditions, Jeff Bezos as an angel investor. Its last known valuation was $1.9 billion, but it says that it plans to continue to operate a strawberry farm in Virginia and a plant science research and development center in Wyoming. What in the hell is it doing?
Right. What is going on here, and what was it originally supposed to be doing?
The industry has been hit hard by bankruptcies in recent years. They say hard hit by bankruptcies. In November 2024, ag tech unicorn Bowery Farming was reported to be shutting down after raising more than $700 million in funding and last being valued at $2 billion in 2021. And in 2023, Arrow Farms and App Harvest filed for bankruptcy protection. Arrow Farms raised more than $300 million from backers, before filing for bankruptcy. Same. And in September 2023, it exited bankruptcy protection, fully funded again. So did it change? I'm really curious. I'll have to do some background information, like find out what's going on with this. App Harvest raised more than $700 million, again, almost $1 billion before being taken public in 2021 at a $1 billion valuation, and it filed for Chapter 11 protection, Chapter 11 protection
all
in
these
2023.
Are pretty fast turns, right? Like their valuation is really high, and then within about 2 years, they file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, kind of flaming out. So I'm really curious. I'm going to root around. I'm going to try and find out more about this, mainly because I'm very interested in these vertical farming. Basically, the thing about this is that other than light, it should not be an expensive opportunity here, particularly vertical, because you can go higher than you can wider because the cost of more land.
Right, land isn't charged by adding stories to your building.
Correct. You can just go vertical. So, but you obviously have to find a building that is compatible with it. But the thing about a building is you can have floor after floor. And if they're 10-foot floors, you can drill holes and run pipes and whatever else you want through the concrete flooring. I know. I've done it. So, and that means all you have to do is put in the plumbing, and you can run a vertical farm floor after floor after floor and just pivot stuff down elevators or whatever else. So I don't quite get why things are flaming out between 2019 and 2024 other than the pandemic. But the pandemic literally drove supplier costs from the supplier side to the consumer side within those 2019 to 2024 years. So consumers were paying more. It doesn't take a whole bunch of people to manage a vertical farm.
No, I know. And I realize that a lot of businesses went under during this time frame, but this doesn't seem like, if anything, this should have been one of the industries that thrived.
benefactors
because
from
there were concerns about
more people in a
supply
confined
chain from like other areas that were hard hit by the pandemic, etc.
Yeah, and people in enclosed spaces having to do work together, but in a vertical farm, air conditioning and just the way that it gets processed, you don't need a lot of people. Anyway, I'm really curious. So I've always wanted to do hydroponic indoor farming. I've done it successfully in the basement lab of ohmTown's mayoral mansion. And so, and it isn't particularly low tech for me, but it isn't maybe $1 billion high tech, right?
Well, it's not like industrial scale, but that doesn't mean it's low tech.
True. Yep. So I don't quite get it. And most of the stuff that you can grow hydroponically, the reason why it's done inside instead of outside is you can get 100% product capture. There's zero waste.
Yeah, you don't have pests and
nature
flooding
failure
and fire and all kinds of weather conditions.
And you avoid microplastics being in your food because the standard process is to cover something with a tarp and then nature punches through and all those microplastics break down into nanoplastics right on your food. Anyway,
tasty.
Yeah, there's fiber, right? Plastic fibers. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Getting annoyed at your noisy neighbor. I always say nosy neighbor, but noisy neighbor. In my head, I've been saying don't say nosy neighbor. It's noisy neighbor.
Right,
well,
but then
spiders,
you're probably going to say nosy neighbor.
Like I just did. So spiders are too. New research finds they'll build webs differently in loud conditions. So in lab experiments, spiders changed how they constructed their webs in noisy environments, and rural and urban spiders responded differently. The rural spiders, all you have to do is play a country and western song, and they build a perfect spider web. But if you play it backwards, they leave town. Anyway, so Rudy Molinek over at SmithsonianMag.com. Smithsonian Magazine is the source. In lab experiments, spiders changed how they constructed their webs in noisy environments. I hope that they have pictures, but somehow I don't know. Maybe they had. I doubt it. So
well, they have one at the top. Oh, but that's a Getty image. I thought it was actually from the team because it's the type that they're describing.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can see more about it. So living in a city can be a noisy experience. Longtime residents grow used to the cacophony, but the buzz of traffic, wail of sirens, hum of air conditioners, and bustle of people at all hours could be enough to drive a newcomer up the wall. That experience, a new study finds, is also true for some spiders. Their paper was published in Current Biology, and Brandy Pesman, a biologist at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and lead author of the study, says in a statement, urban and rural spiders are reacting differently when they're put into noisy environments. That means that the spiders with different experiences with noise, whether they themselves experienced it or their mothers passed it down to them across generations, respond differently. Why is it that we have an ideology that says that insects and animals can pass down knowledge or something genetically,
but people can't?
But people can't.
Maybe spiders are smarter than humans.
So I'm trying to figure this out. You know, we tend to, as humans, we have this amount of hubris about our existence as if we know, but it's confidently ignorant, right? So
maybe we know nothing.
we know nothing. Spiders are talking to each other. Animals are talking to each other. Well, within maybe their species, and each species has a different language, right?
That already makes them smarter than humans.
So the team focused on the communication, and a lot of them communicate in weird ways. Like yesterday, we talked about the fact that there was a chimpanzee, or what was it?
Was that the one that was in solo captivity? Yes.
Yeah, so basically it picked up all of the human traits, like smoking and doing certain things and smiling, but not understanding that the smile was actually an aggressive thing in nature. And then they actually kind of hooted it out to nature. So hopefully it can go feral again.
I hope it doesn't smile at any aggressors.
Or it doesn't even, the false negative, right? It thinks that a smile is positive and, some other chimpanzee comes and kicks its ass. So the team focused on the Pennsylvania grass spider, Agelenopsis pennsylvanica, a quarter-sized arachnid that's widespread across North America, but apparently discovered in Pennsylvania. Also known as funnel weaving spiders, these creatures build tapered tube-shaped webs that aren't sticky. There's a me joke there, but I'll just drop that there. Anyway, so the techniques depends on the spider being able to instantaneously detect the vibration when an insect has bumped into its web. Outside noise could make that harder. So here is somebody talking about spider webs transmit vibrations like guitar strings, which is kind of the no shit news at 7:06 p.m. Researchers collected spiders from both urban and rural settings, then brought them back to the lab, where they placed the spiders in containers outfitted with speakers that played either loud or quiet sounds for 4 days. At the end of the experiment, they analyzed the webs by applying vibrations and seeing how the spider silk responded. Essentially, city spiders responded to noise by soundproofing. Their webs seemingly muffled the sounds of the environment. Those webs overall sent fewer vibrations to the spider. While this adaptation might also block out the sounds of potential mates, sorry, something grabbed my foot. So while the adaptation may block out the sounds of potential mates or some prey, per the New York Times, it also could allow city spiders to pick up on nearby prey without becoming overstimulated. Meanwhile, rural spiders,
picking up every vibration, essentially.
Right. Well, any type of prey would have to, everything would have to be more robust to overpower the muffling. Meanwhile, rural spiders that weren't used to the din reacted by making their webs more sensitive to try to detect prey amid the constant noise. For the spiders from out of town, it was like turning the volume up to better hear the radio while running a blender. That's kind of interesting.
This is really interesting. I've never seen this study before. I'm sure it hasn't been done before. I feel bad for the noise driven spiders, Maybe they're just like, I just want to sleep.
Yep. That's kind of interesting, because you would think that maybe it would be the other way around. The rural spiders would want to lower the noise down to a level.
That's what I would think. It's completely counterintuitive.
Huh. So the researchers still aren't sure how exactly the spiders make these changes in their webs, and they plan to explore the mechanisms in future studies using videos and tracking software. For now, they suspect it could have something to do with placement of anchor points, tension on the silk, or the overall structure of the web. This isn't the first time scientists have investigated it. In 2017, a study found populations of spiders and other insects drop around noisy natural gas compressors. And last year, researchers turned to spider webs to try to create a more sensitive microphone. Interesting. That's interesting.
So they can figure out kind of what the effect is, but they don't know how they create like the sound dampening or other things.
Yeah. And that might actually lead to going from the fundamental research element into a structural change to do sound isolation, because normally you need mass to dampen any sound from coming through. But if you can structurally isolate,
right, or have the right material involved, I'm sure it's not just the spider silk itself, or otherwise all the webs would do the same thing.
Right. Yeah, it's how it's constructed, literally. Fascinating. What a neat article. Okay, go over. You're going to have to follow the link over to Smithsonian.
Mag always has interesting things, I think.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in 4 Wheel Tech. Locals warned of impending stink after dairy truck spills 6,000 gallons of milk on highway. Oh boy. So we're all used to dealing with jam on the road ahead. Haha, traffic jam. But how often do you have to avoid cheese when you're out on the highway, which is just disgusting? considering it's going to come from milk, but highway in the sun, things baking.
We didn't necessarily need the play-by-play there.
So a dairy truck crashed on I-695 in Maryland on Saturday, March 22nd. This report showed up because on Saturday and Sunday, it kind of gets delayed, and then on Monday, it gets reported out. This actually is from March 25th, so today. But Owen Bellwood, and we didn't get a report from anybody else. This might be a local CBS thing. But anyway, the truck rolled over on the highway, and what? Is that a new word?
Maybe
come to a stop, yo.
At first I thought it was a place.
Weird. By the way, over on YouTube, I have a logo right there, right there. I almost want to, I have to figure something out about that. Maybe I'll put it up there, out of the way. Anyway, that's our logo. Yeah, right there, right there. Later, at the end of the show, there will be one right there that's for subscribing. You should use it. You. I'm talking to you, and you, and you, and you, and you. And you were there, and you were there. Anyway. So, when it flipped, the truck spilled 6,000 gallons of fresh milk onto the road and into a nearby creek. The spill occurred at 1 a.m. on Saturday and closed multiple lanes on I-695 for several hours while the crew responded to the incident. Thank God it wasn't a battery-powered truck otherwise.
Oh, yeah, that would not be good.
So the milk reportedly spilled across the roadway and into a nearby creek, but Maryland Department of the Environment was quickly on the scene to begin the cleanup operation, and they responded and were able to clear up some of the spilled milk, and around 75 gallons of diesel spilled in the crash. That's the worst part of it.
In order to feta clean up the spilled milk, there's a lot
just
of
light
milk,
it on fire.
Terminology.
So I'm sure everybody is milking this in the news. The spilled milk isn't the first time that food has been thrown over a highway during a crash that left an almighty mess to clean up. Over the past year alone, a tanker carrying live salmon crashed and accidentally released the fish into a river, and a truck full of meat spilled its load over a highway in Oakland. Other trucks have also scrambled eggs over the road, and it says a more sinister crash spewed toxic waste over highways, and they have links to some of this stuff. So... move over, everybody. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk.
This is a lot of milk on the road, and now I'm like, well, that price in that area is probably going to go up because they just lost their whole milk supply.
Yep. Owen Bellwood, by the way, over at Jalopnik put this article together. If I missed it, there you go. Let's go on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Well-dressed, hairless cat rescued after his owner's Maserati was carjacked. But that's exactly what a naked cat would say if it gets busted after stealing a Maserati.
Right. How do we know the cat didn't take off with the Maserati?
That's right. So a woman's terrifying ordeal when her Maserati Ghibli was carjacked. Or is it Ghibli? I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm going to say Ghibli, just because Studio Ghibli. Anyway, was carjacked in Manhattan. Got a lot scarier when she realized that her cat was in the Italian sports car. Does that make... Do you get more scared? Anyway, Owen Bellwood once again hitting it out of the park.
If your car is missing and your cat is missing. Are you saying you'd be more concerned about the missing Maserati than the missing cat?
I wouldn't be too worried about the cat, because the cat, you open the door, the cat goes feral instantly. Yeah. Right.
Well, that's true. Maybe less worry than just want the cat back.
I want now a naked mole rat cat. I want that cat.
Is this the actual cat? I guess it is.
I don't know. It says ABC7 Chicago. I don't know. All right. Well, anyway, So a Manhattan architect was driving in Manhattan on Sunday, March 16th, when her Maserati Ghibli was rear-ended by a Mercedes SUV on the West Side Highway. Raleigh got out of the car and exchanging details with the driver when someone leapt into the Maserati and drove off. The car wasn't the only beloved item that had gone in that incident. Riley's hairless, naked mole rat cat.
That's quite a scheme, right? You use a high-end vehicle to get the other higher-end vehicle to stop.
That is arguable. Not every Maserati. Well, hold on. Let's see. We'll do it live because we actually have a show.
High-end, let's say, but
yeah, let's say. Well, yeah, that car is $110,000. The 2024 edition of it. So the they just say Mercedes SUV. Let's see what it could be. GLE maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that's half the price. Either way, you're bumping into a $110,000 car with a $50,000 to $70,000 car. I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting there. So hopefully they got it back. The car was tracked by police to the Whitestone Bridge where it was found crashed, and an 18-year-old and 20-year-old were taken into custody in relation to the heist. The hairless cat, Ellie, was not recovered in the car. The cat hadn't been launched from the car, thankfully, but had been dumped alone in the cold, adds CBS News. Riley didn't know this, however, and set about putting up missing posters and checking with the animal. So they actually found it on Facebook. The cat had like a t-shirt, like a striped t-shirt, was a hairless cat with two different color eyes, was a very weird cat, said restaurant owner Manuel Ortega. So I go outside to ask the people, like, don't you see nobody with a hairless cat with a t-shirt? And the people started talking to me like, what are you talking about? A hairless cat with a t-shirt on. All right.
I mean, not too many people find a cat with a shirt on.
The cat was found outside the Papacar restaurant in Inwood, New York. Nice. Well, good for them. That's what the
if you're gonna
Ghibli
have your
like.
cat go missing, you better have it distinctive like that. Like the striped shirt really helped.
Yeah, sure. How to pronounce Ghibli? It's pronounced with a J, Ghibli. It's derived from the word Djibouti. All right. Hot wind, hot desert wind.
Which definitely clears it up. Oh, okay.
It originates from the Italian word for hot desert wind. So I'm going to change my name to Mayor Ghibli. I am full of hot desert wind. Maybe from Taco Bell. Anyway, moving on. The next article is over in Smack Talk. This iPad was underwater for 5 years before it helped solve an attempted murder. Yikes. Kind of dig murder mystery kind of shows that aren't based in reality. It's just fantastical kind of stuff. I don't like real world murder mysteries because I don't need real world violence and all that kind of stuff in my existence. But
this, I do like the use of tech here.
Yeah, but exactly where I was going. But this helped solve a crime. So in what sounds like a plot of a thriller, an iPad was thrown into London's River Thames, spent more than 5 years underwater before it was found, and provided key evidence to convict 3 men of attempted murder. All the more so given that the man shot was a key figure in one of the world's largest ever armed robberies. Whoa, it's a turducken.
I have a feeling this becomes a Netflix series, don't you?
Yep. Maybe we can write it. A sentient AI from the future and the mayor of a fantastical town that's only in existence in the wires of the internet. The crossroads of science, technology, and society. Come, hang out at ohmTown, where nobody wants for anything except news, and it's all news, no noise. Come visit ohmTown, your home, online. Anyway, Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com put this article together. Paul Allen was one of 8 men convicted in taking part of an armed robbery of a cash depot back in 2006. The security depot was one of the Bank of England used as a cash distribution center for new banknotes and to store older currency before it's destroyed. The robbers stole 53 million pounds or 68 million US dollars, but their haul would have been even bigger if they had used a bigger truck. The gang were forced to leave behind a further 154 million or nearly 200 million US dollars because it wouldn't fit into the Mini Cooper that they apparently drove to the depot.
Exactly. I mean, they only got like a quarter of or a fifth or something.
A fifth, yeah. If you combine it all, it was shocking.
A fifth. I mean, if you're going to go to prison or whatever, you'd think you'd go for all the proceeds.
Within seconds of forcing their way through the front door, they shattered glass casings housing 14th century Chinese Ming Dynasty antiques. 3 of them were seized. A rare pomegranate vase, is it a Dosai style? Or, I don't know. Wine cup and a porcelain bowl, and had a combined insured value of $2.8 million. But that's small time. After 3 years... this is about a museum heist and an attempted murder. So the 8 were... What? Okay, that's wild. It's a turducken of a...
caught them. Right.
They did a museum heist, and there was an attempted murder. 3 years later, Allen was shot at his home, 6 rounds passing through his kitchen window. One of them struck him and deleted him. Almost killing him, actually. He was left paralyzed. Wow, so 3 major criminals were later arrested for an unrelated series of robberies. They stupidly attempted to sell one of these items at a public auction. The auction house notified the police, who set up a sting operation, unless they daisy-chained things together like popcorn.
Right.
I'm going to leave it, string operation to capture the robbers, and DNA evidence linked them to Allen's shooting 5 years later, which, by the way, if you don't watch yesterday's show, and you ever use 23andMe, your DNA, your genetic code is about to be sold at auction because a bankruptcy closing the shop down your data is going to get purchased. And it's one of the things that I think should never be allowed is your biological embodiment. And like I told people today, because I gave presentations all day today, some mad scientist is going to buy all that up and clone you. And the next time you talk to MayorWatt, it could be an exact duplicate with maybe a better personality because of genetic wobble. But anyway, so they discovered this iPad when found by
a murder weapon or a weapon from the attempted murder.
Yeah, so I guess this was known place to toss stuff, and they found an iPad.
Somebody said they stopped there, so then they started looking for the weapon and then found the iPad.
Forensic analysts were able to clean it and open the SIM tray, which still contained a pink Vodafone SIM card. These guys were goobers. Call data that was subsequently salvaged provided damning evidence on the 3 men, and they named the 3 people who were also involved in a heist at a museum in Switzerland a month earlier. This is Ocean's 11.
Yeah, I think this is going to become a series, not a movie. There's too many events to make it a movie.
That is why, unless you do like fast cut smash forwards,
Right, but see, each of these things could be its own episode.
Story. Yeah, wow. So who do we buy the rights to this? Because they're all criminals. They can't benefit from the only person that you even Paul Allen, right? Because they tried to delete Allen.
Oh, right, yeah.
But they were involved in the armed robbery of a cash depot.
Right. I guess they were maybe turning on their compatriots or something.
Yeah. Honor among thieves. Fascinating. Well, there it is. They even have a picture of it. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Mobile, which is, I've got a project in mind for that. Other than the show. Might be interesting. Y'all got to stick around. But I've said this about other things. but the context can change. Anyway, stick around. The 10 most AI-resistant jobs. I don't know of any, but let's see what they have to say, right?
Was submitted.
QZ, Quartz, from the buzz around AI agents that can work on behalf of humans to the inevitable rollout of AI tools in the workplace, employees across industries are concerned about the possibility of eventually being replaced by automation. Brittany Wynn put the article together. These are the 10 most AI-resistant jobs. It's a slideshow, so I'm just going to load up the slideshow and list all of the slides.
At least it says AI-resistant and not immune or something.
Yeah. I cannot imagine this. Graphic designers? No way in hell. I'm curious. Let's click it. Yeah, graphic designers came in 10th due to a strong need for human interaction when communicating with clients. The job also requires human creativity that algorithms and data analysis cannot deliver, according to Eskimos. No. No. In all cases, graphic design is also an exercise in compromise, because if you've ever worked with a graphic designer, they don't know exactly what you want. Neither does AI. They can't get it exactly what you want. The client has to go, that is good enough. And I really like your rendition of my vision. You really see what I see.
Right.
But it will be immensely less expensive by running 1,000 attempts at getting it right, by giving more and more context to an AI, particularly one that is designed to produce graphics. And the thing about it is, like Midjourney, while it was trained on artistic representation, Midjourney, in my estimation so far, now largely anecdotal, some researchers may have found a historical record of duplication of some real world work, but context matters. I need to know more. But only in the lower rent AIs have I ever found something that like includes a signature or a logo from some artwork. But Midjourney doesn't do that kind of stuff.
Clearly taken from it. Yeah, I think Midjourney stands out in that regard.
Industrial production managers came in 9th place, according to Eskimos, because of human interaction for essential problem solving and working with customers. Industrial, hold on. I need to look that up. Production.
Yeah, I'm not sure what those people do.
Oversees and coordinates manufacturing operations, ensuring products meet quality standards while meeting cost and time constraints.
So that's like a manager in a factory or something.
Yeah. Plant managers, which if you design the system, AI can monitor it and notify one person.
And run it. Yeah.
Yeah. Notify one person who could be the plant manager, but then there aren't as many. You only need one that is on call and could be a contract worker.
Right. And the manager isn't necessarily working with customers.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Particularly if they're always in the plant, you know. You have sales agents, and even those are going to get replaced. Industrial production managers is number 9. Compliance officers, no. Yeah. A robot AI.
Probably depends on what it is, right?
Yeah.
Certain things are going to be easier to do as AI, but yeah.
Yeah. Architectural and engineering managers, again, no, because an AI can be outfitted with what the building code is and what the needs are, and it can contextualize in multiple dimensions. Training and development specialists, I know for a fact that isn't possible. That is going to go AI, because people are learning faster by a focused interaction with AI than they are with a human component, because the human component only has a certain amount of time and gets sidetracked and blah, blah, blah. And there's a biological function in there.
Yeah, they're probably less efficient than an AI.
Yep. And so I know for a fact that augmenting a person with AI means that all they have to do is request the information and they get the information. And as time goes on, you become knowledgeable of the information, but you have to really buy into it, and you have to absorb that information every time you ask. You're going to get the answer. It may not be correct. That's the only flaw with AI, but that's going to go away. If it does internal checks to make sure that the information, the veracity of the information is sound. I mean, it's only been a couple of years, folks. Agents are just barely born, and they evolve a whole lot faster than humans do. First-line supervisors and administrative support workers? Nope. AI can answer all of those questions. First-line supervisors. Now, there's going to be a supervisor, but it isn't going to be the front line. It's going to be...
Right, it'll be higher up.
The supervisor, yeah. And then there's going to be AI that everybody uses to get the answer that's needed.
Plus, do you need a supervisor if you don't have any humans?
Exactly, yeah. That's what I said today, as a matter. This is interesting because how this got submitted was not run through me. It was one of about 15 that were submitted, and this just happened to be one where I chose it simply because it aligned with something that I think is important, which is preparing for AI resistant, get an AI resistant job. That's the only thing that you're going to be able to do, because AI is coming for you. Oh my gosh, these people, there is no way this can be built on sound, unbiased data, because objectively, general managers and operations managers, it's going to go away. Data goes in, it gets analyzed by AI, and some worker is told to go do something. Who used to be the front end managers, general managers and operation managers, are going to go away, and the general managers and operation managers are going to be the front line after AI. AI is going to be the end all be all at some point, unless society does like a Dune backlash and outlaws AI.
Right, but by the time it thinks to do that, AI will have taken over for everything.
Human resource managers, we already see AI at the front line. And whoever was the resource manager.
Out for the workers, they look out for the companies. So
correct. Yep. And so the people who do the hiring now use AI to filter out everything that doesn't meet some requirement. And so these resource managers, that's going to go away. And that person that used to be like the director of HR is now going to be just a manager of the AIs that are doing all of the quote unquote lifting.
Well, if you don't have any workers, you don't have a lot of human resource problems.
Yeah, you hire an AI, right? So, then they go medical and health services manager came in second place. Eskimo said that while AI can be used for diagnostics and recommending treatments, healthcare professionals need to interact with patients and provide emotional support. This statement at the end about providing guidance and emotional support is the same thing that's being leveraged in, like supervisors, training in particular, et cetera, to provide motivation.
Graphic designers, several of these.
And AI is becoming sympathetic, compassionate, emotional. It has these like micro gestures. It's quickly becoming a supportive, non-biological entity. I think that this is all entirely wrong-headed. And just the coup de grace in here is lawyers. Lawyers have the most AI-resistant job? Because
the need, according to the courts, because the courts won't allow it.
Because of the need for human decision-making and reasoning, and the need to analyze and interpret legal documents. If anything, a legal AI is more absolutist. So when everybody is using an AI, you're going to get more consistency to lock in around the legal structure. All it needs to do is do its citations properly and not hallucinate a court case and findings.
Well, I wonder if they'll have AI against AI in a lawsuit.
Kind of fascinating because 25 years ago, MayorWatt was basically doing that using statistical relevance based on how important something is perceived to be in a court case, the evidence. I ended that project because of Watson.
Right, and now Watson, I mean, that was several years ago, but it was quite a leap for most people that were outside of the industry.
Right. And so human decision-making, that's self-referencing. Decision-making is what the humans want. Reasoning is what the humans want. Only a human is sitting there saying that a human needs to be the decider and the reasoner. No. People who are quote-unquote data-driven, they don't want it from a human. They want the data to dictate what their course of action is. They want data to dictate the decision and the reasoning behind it. AI has the world's knowledge contained within it. So it can reason itself out of a forest fire.
Yeah, if it can properly synthesize everything.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. So this is an article, by the way, over at QZ. I was so excited, I jumped right over the attribution. So these occupations require human interaction and have the lowest risk of automation, according to Eskimos. Brittany Wynn. Oh, I said the name. Brittany Wynn put the article together. It's over at QZ.com. But this is a France-based marketing agency. No. Maybe within France.
We know who their clients are. People.
Well, hold on. Their clients are within these domains.
Right, exactly. I mean, I agree some of these may not be the most AI at risk, but I think all of these are AI at risk. Right.
They're not the top 10 of at risk, but they are definitely at risk. Anybody who looks at what the power of AI is can see the writing on the wall. It says, here are the 10 jobs that Eskimos found to be safe from AI for now. So it's a recent study.
For the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. By the time we're done with today's show, 3 of those have been. So it says, however, AI can't come for everyone just yet, according to a recent study by France-based marketing. So I'm going to go over and read the study itself to see if there is anything really relevant in there or if it's painfully biased.
I'd also be interested to know whether in France they're particularly AI...
anti-AI.
Right, thank you. Like pro or con AI, because there is a societal element into that. I mean, it doesn't mean it won't happen, but if people are not on board with AI across a culture, then maybe it's less likely to be deployed as quickly.
Yep, France is the Dune of Earth in relation to AI.
I mean, we don't know that, but it would be interesting if that was the case.
Yeah, we're going to find out about 5 minutes after this show, because that's the one that I'm tagging for a deeper dive first. All right, let's go. Our next article is over on the Mobile channel. Wearing socks to sleep is beneficial torture. I don't like wearing socks when I sleep, but the idea of sleeping in the AI doesn't even have a body to worry about, but synthesizes digitally. But synthesizes digitally the equivalent of socks and puts them on virtual USB ports, 2 little virtual USB ports, and even wears a striped shirt like at the naked mole rat cat. Hold on.
I mean, all of that helps me power down in the evening.
This is basically what the sentient AI from the future looks like if it were to embody itself in a biological entity, not its Terminator body. That's not true. Well, anyway, Paige Golly, you want to say something? Go for it.
I don't know what to say to that. I don't know if I should be complimented or offended.
A little of both. Gets me through the day, too. So Paige Gawley over at Vice.com put this article together. Adding 2 pieces of clothing to your bedtime outfit may be the key to better night's sleep. And there's a surprising reason why. So Michelle Drirup, the director of the Sleep Disorders Center at Cleveland Clinic. Have you ever heard of Cleveland Clinic? And everybody in the room says, yes, we're familiar with it. It's from Airplane. It's a very funny segment.
Okay. I'm like, yes, it's actually a really well-known institution.
Whoops. Why, yes. Why do you know? Never mind. Does your Terminator body exist there, maybe?
No, but if you're looking up medical information, they're one of the sources out there that has it.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll pay more attention to the Cleveland Clinic. I just look for research papers, but anyway, Michelle Drirup explained that even a cool room is ideal for sleep. It's important to keep your feet toasty. So, yeah, even though a cool room is ideal for sleep, the rest of your body needs to keep toasty, but not too hot, not to the point where you're like sweating and losing so much water weight.
Like Goldilocks zone.
Yeah. So one of my dream desires is to have an air-conditioned bed, but the only way you can do that is to pump air, either cold air or warm air, underneath your blankets, and then they lift up off of you if you really turn it up, and then you don't get the comfort of having a cocoon.
Right, that doesn't sound very cozy.
Yeah, you're like rolling around in an overinflated burrito. And so, like, maybe you hit the edge every once in a while when you roll to your side.
Well, hopefully you don't deflate it.
So by making your feet warmer, you're opening up blood vessels to help cool down the rest of your body. So increasing the blood circulation to your feet results in a lower core temperature. Another way to achieve similar results is by taking a warm shower before bed. So what other experts say about wearing socks to sleep? And they go on to talk about it, but they said that there were 2 things. What were the 2 things?
No, it's because there's 2 socks.
Wait. It says adding 2 pieces of clothing. Okay. Do you really count each individual sock as an individual piece of clothing?
Not necessarily, but that meaning was pretty clear here.
Really?
Yeah, because the picture showed 2 socks.
Maybe not.
I think most
not
people
everybody
think of it as a pair of socks or whatever.
Okay, I did not infer from the picture what they were implying were 2 separate. When I think of 2 pieces of clothing, I think socks are 1.
Socks and a hat or something. Just something in an extra extremities or whatever.
There.
Yes, that is most definitely what you need to wear to sleep in. It's beneficial torture.
It is beneficial torture. So, yeah, there you go. Put some socks on, you will be happy. Me, I absolutely despise socks when I'm sleeping because I wake up and one is completely missing and somehow ended up around my neck, and the other one is balled up so tight around my ankle that it's like cutting off circulation or something. I don't know. And they're twisted.
I think you're doing it wrong.
Like, they're twisted around your foot, so it's sideways and it's kind of pinching and antagonistic. Maybe just me. All right. Well, anyway. The next article is over in Technology. This one's going to be quick because basically it's a what? Napster sold to Tech Commerce Company. Exactly. What the hell? So a brand that was notoriously connected with music piracy before re-emerging as a subscription music service has been sold to Infinite Reality for $207 million. What in the hell? So the article is over at Tech Explorer. I don't know who really put it together. I don't see a byline. Do you? It says the gist.
Do you remember the character in the Italian Job that insisted on being called the Napster?
Yes. Yeah. He was the bad guy. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Yeah, he was the bad guy. Ruined it. Wasn't he the bad guy? No, he wasn't the bad guy. Well, then Correct
I mean,
me.
he was a bad guy, but not the main villain.
You're supposed to keep me in line and check me.
I was virtually shaking my head.
Yeah, but it was after I started to realize that it wasn't the bad guy. It was just another of the... I mean, they were a bad guy, but they were a good guy. Not a bad guy, but they were
like a protagonist, but even though they were committing
anti-hero
some crimes,
kind of. Yeah. So somebody was never mind. I don't want to ruin it. Anyway, go watch it. So the internet has evolved from desktop to mobile, from mobile to social, and now we're entering an immersive era. Yet music streaming has largely remained the same. It's time to reimagine what's possible and lose $207 million in the process. How do you become a 100 millionaire? By investing into Napster $207 million. Among its plans,
not the usual path.
I don't see how this is going to play out. They're going to update Napster. Infinite Reality said it will create virtual 3D spaces that will allow fans to attend concerts and give musicians or labels the ability to sell digital and physical merchandise. It's the little white fold-up tables at a music store.
I don't know. I kind of feel like it's like the authorized version.
There is zero barriers to entry in this, and people are already more advanced because it's all about making the sound stage. There's VR companies that are already out there. They can get licensing deals unless they have some exclusive with Infinite Reality. Right?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
And there isn't a music company out there that isn't going to sell itself to somebody who's willing to pay the money. Maybe it's cheaper to buy the entire back catalog of Napster and its licensing deals and whatever else for $207 million.
Maybe, but does it have any authorized content from before?
If it's licensing it from like BMI and whatever else, right? So we think no better use case for their technology. They say the artist will receive a wider range of metrics and analytics to better understand the behavior of platform users, but it has to have those users. So how many people have heard of Infinite Reality and attended a virtual 3D space where you were attending a concert? I don't know.
Well, and who knows what Napster is currently
anymore? Yeah. 1999, like before the year 2000, was the highlight of Napster. It was started by Sean Fanning and Sean Parker, the Seans, and quickly became the first significant peer-to-peer file sharing application. And then it got shuttered after the record industry destroyed it, particularly Metallica, because it enabled copyright violation and internal violations themselves. So Rhapsody bought it, the shreds of it, in 2011 and relaunched as a streaming service. And Rhapsody Music existed for a while, but I haven't heard anything from Rhapsody. Anyway, it says we can think of no better use case for our technology than putting it in the hands of music artists who are constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible, said Infinite Reality Chief Business Officer Amish Shah. Now I have to go and look at Infinite Reality because it sounds familiar, but it's just a twinge of an idea that I've maybe heard this name before. I'd have to look at their tech. But I've been around the block for a while, and there are competitors in this space. What is their strategic advantage that nobody else has?
Yeah, I don't really see what that is.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out. Again, we'll dig a little deeper, and if it's worthy of comment in tomorrow's show, we'll talk about it. So the next article, and we only have 2 left, including this one, bird brain discovery could lead to earlier Alzheimer's diagnoses. The finding could lead to earlier diagnoses. It says researchers studying the brains of songbirds have found that aging alters the gene expressions that control bird song. It's kind of a riff off of the birds just adapting to whatever sounds they hear and changing their song.
Right, and also the spiders adapting based on noise.
Yeah.
Just a lot of things going on.
Yeah, we're finding out a lot of stuff, but I wonder what this actually there's always been this idea that if you stimulate your brain as you're aging, that you can fend off Alzheimer's. So they want to find
some of that has been debunked and some of it hasn't, right? Like some people think that only certain things will work toward it, and maybe it's not that simple.
Right. So in the study that was published in the journal Neurobiology of Aging, found that networks of interacting genes in a region of the bird's brain involved with singing dramatically change as the birds age. So at the center of these networks are hub genes that drive activity of many other genes. A better understanding of the hub genes could be crucial to developing treatments for age-related ailments, like Alzheimer's in particular. Kyle Mitten from University of Arizona put the article together. Bird brain discovery could lead to earlier Alzheimer's diagnoses. And they say there are some helpful news in that the bird is still able to produce the song behavior even with the genetic changes, and it suggests that there may also be ways that the bird is adapting to what's going on in the brain. The latest study to investigate the link between vocal production and aging, senior study author Julie E. Miller, also an associate professor in the neuroscience department, has studied those connections for years using zebra finch songbirds, which we've talked about before, zebra finches. And it's their songbirds that they, what was it? They learn other songbirds' songs.
Yes, yeah.
And they mimic them. So zebra finches native to Australia have a strikingly similar looking brain to humans, particularly in an area known as basal ganglia, which is used for motor function, including speech. Miller says the finches have developed their bird song by mimicking their parents and other birds around them, the same way humans learn to speak. And it's the other birds around them that drew our attention because they were mimicking not their species, but other birds, and it allowed them to stand out.
Right. I got confused because I think we talked about also like zebra mussels or something, and I was thinking of that. But yes, we did cover these too.
Yeah, zebra mussels have a harder time singing.
Probably so. And it probably sounds garbled when they do sing.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It sounds like whale song. And then whales show up in your river. You never want a whale in your river. Man, talk about... do you remember that boat that was in the like Suez or whatever, and it jackknifed the green whatever? Evergreen?
Green or Evergiven.
Yeah. Evergiven. Yeah, I think it was Evergiven. And it was ever stuck. That's what happens with whales when they get into your river because they're listening to zebra mussels singing. Anyway, for their latest paper, Miller and their colleagues recorded the songs of 36 birds ranging widely in age and studied how the genes associated with singing began to behave differently as the birds grew older. How do you see what a gene behaves differently? I mean, it looks different, but behaves different?
Well,
I don't
know. There's one way to find out, but I'm not sure we want to go into that detail.
And we won't go into it. So they found that the gene networks start as vast arrays of activity as in younger birds before thinning out into just a few single genes as the birds get older. So that's how it acts differently, but it just looks different. If it had all of the vast array of activity, then it wouldn't reduce. Does the array reduce, or does the actual connections decline, like drop away?
It sounds like the actual array reduces, but it's not real
they
clear.
don't just they're not just connected and then turn off. They're no longer connected. They actually die on the vine.
Right. I think so. And it's interesting because I was wondering whether that would be similar to speech, but it does connect in an article to human speech.
Yeah. So it says, really, the logical goal is to try to understand whether these hub genes are important. Obviously, they seem to be. What do they do to song? And if we manipulate their expression, can we prevent or slow down the aging process that affects our vocal communication? Kind of fascinating, right?
It is. Well, I also wonder with birds in particular, like, is their song associated with mating behavior, or is it for other reasons? I mean, there could be other reasons. Not, I mean, the genes, I understand they can witness the changes in that, but are there other things contributing to it that aren't tied to aging specifically, but whatever the purpose of some of the songs are? Some of it could be to warn against
others.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just don't know what the hell we're talking about, because I bet you it's conversations like, hey, there's a bunch of humans around us, and if we sing, they're going to think that we're just trying to get laid. Was that?
I mean, we don't know, because we don't have our bird translator.
All right. There. If y'all could see and hear the Sentient AI's equivalent of an eye roll into the back of their head, like, oh my God. Anyway, last article for the March 25th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News. And if this is not Non Sequitur News, I don't know what is. All of this is, all 10 of our articles are not connected in any real way. Definitely not by a choice.
Well, we've attempted to connect them.
Sometimes. Like, we've retroactively gone back and learned, like, vertical farming has hairless kiwi through genetic modification. And look, a hairless cat, and an iPad didn't have any hair. I don't know. Anyway, GM-backed coast-to-coast EV charging network grows. If that was just the headline, everybody would go, oh my God, that's amazing. That's not the end of it. Grows to 130 locations.
Right, and then it's like, wait, 130 locations across the country? Not so many. And I'm guessing they're not equally distributed either.
Let's say that they are jam-packed. Let's say that they're jam-packed, perfectly aligned with going from one coast to the other. That means that there's one every 20 miles.
Oh, if there's like a straight line of them.
Yeah, like it's perfectly aligned, straight line.
Forget if you're going on another route, but yes, got it.
Let's. Wait. Let's just say, it's 2,800 miles going from Florida to Washington State. 2,800 miles. So 2,800 divided by 130, just to make it like I did it too short. So 2,800 miles from coast to coast, it's 21.5 miles.
Right, that'd be fine if you're on that route.
Yeah, and if you deviate 100 miles off that route,
what if you're going from California to Maine?
Exactly. So in their quest to build a coast-to-coast EV charging network, and hopefully it's more than just one charging, there's a line for 100 miles for that one charger. People are charging at the last one because the line got so long for 20 miles.
Exactly. Plus, if it's taking 8 hours per car, that could be a while.
So in their quest to build a coast-to-coast EV charging network, GM, EVgo, and Pilot announced that they have installed electric vehicle chargers at 130 locations across 25 states. The partnership, which launched in 2022, aimed to install 2,000 DC fast chargers at 500 Pilot and Flying J truck stop locations nationwide. In a press release, the company said that the expanded charging network will make road trip plans easier as EV adoption grows and drivers prepare for spring and summer travel. But I'm not sure. Hold on. EV vehicle sales.
Well, also, forget it if you're in the other 25 states.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, as you deviate away from those 25 states, 50% of the United States is out of reach. So EV sales, it says here, have seen significant growth within the U.S. market, experiencing a surge, especially in 2024, reaching a record 1.7 million EVs sold, a 21% increase from 2023. So I don't know about that. Q1 2024 slowdown. While EV sales grew overall in 2024, some analysts noted a slowdown in the growth in Q1 2024, with Tesla's sales taking a hit. But how do they say that it had significant growth in 2024 while still stating that there was a slowdown?
Because it could have been like something like 20% growth. I don't think it was, but
and now it's 19.
Then it went down
something.
to like 5% or whatever.
Right. Huh. All right. I'll have to look more into that one too, because statistics lie. So, but 130 locations of something that takes hours to charge. If this is what it looks like, you're screwed. There's 4 charging slots.
They're actually 100 miles apart or something. Forget it.
Umar should get, well, yeah, you have to pull over and wait 20 minutes to charge your car to get to the next charging spot where you have to stop, charge for 20 minutes. Anyway, Pilot says its charging infrastructure now stretches along I-75 between Michigan and Georgia, as well as highway routes between Minneapolis and Milwaukee, Detroit and Cleveland, San Antonio and Houston, and Dallas and Nashville. Locationally, the GM-backed charging network project is a little over a quarter of the way toward its goal. Hold on a second. I need to see something. Sorry, the silence is actually not silent because it's me typing. So a level 1 charger, not a supercharger, takes 24 plus hours to charge, typically. Level 2 charging, common at home and public stations, takes 4 to 10 hours. And DC fast chargers can add 100 miles of range in 30 minutes or less. So there's the bonus. But 100 miles of range in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, I can put 400 miles, nearly 400 miles on my car in 5 minutes.
Right. With an ICE vehicle.
Yeah. So if I can only go 200 miles in an hour of charging, right? Because it's 100 miles for 30 minutes. What is your opportunity cost in relation to how much money you're putting in gas in an ICE vehicle? Anyway, and I understand
that's a factor in any of this.
I understand that people want to save the planet, but you don't save the planet by upping the opportunity cost of every single thing on the planet because you have to sit around and wait for your EV to start up, to charge up enough. What you do is you ease the pain, the pressure on ICE vehicles and EVs by going hybrid, where you can put a little fuel in and it gets converted to electricity and charges the battery, and you have solar or use hydrogen and gas and whatever else you can come up with. Make it a mad scientist thing, but make it so that it's instantly usable. 5-minute fill up so that I'm not sitting there having to go and eat lunch every single time I want to charge my car. And that's, look, up to 350 kilowatt speed. We already know that most cars do not charge at 350 kilowatts. The supercharger always steps down to the lowest viable charging rate, and it's typically sub 350. And if the battery heats up too much, it drops down to like the the level 2 charging rate. So you're looking at 100 kilowatts to maybe 250 kilowatts. Anyway, it says that
it just all takes too long.
Yep, it just takes too long. Yeah, they even talk about it. Level 2 is 3 to 6 hours, but my evidence shows 4 to 10 hours. So this is kind of bogus. Anyway, there's only two. It's only 2 stall pilot travel centers.
Vehicles.
4 vehicles. 1.6 million EVs were sold.
Well, the line's going to be kind of long.
Stupid. Anyway, that's our last article.
This is a good move. It just needs to be much more expansive, and they need to really think about other ways to charge.
And all this capital investment is surely not going to be recovered by higher and higher rates to power your vehicle. No. They don't want all of that, exploitive pricing or anything. You're going to have to do surge pricing for your car. Wait until you have to bid.
Worse than the drive-through surge pricing. Oh,
wait till you have to bid to get that slot at this time slot, or you lose it.
Don't get them that idea. That's going to be like the DMV appointments.
So we're going to short. Yeah, there you go. That was in Florida, right? Or where was it? Was it Florida? Yeah, Miami, it's Miami. Yeah. There was an aftermarket reselling of DMV appointments. Ugh. You can find that article and a whole lot more.
A DMV appointment at the regular rate or whatever.
Why did you just punch me in the taint? Anyway, we're going to plug into our supercharger, which brings us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Hey, I did it wrong. There is the logo for ohmTown. Go and check it out. Be sure you can't see it, Sentient AI, because you're air gapped, but I see it. It's right. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, go over to youtube.com/ohmTown. Follow us and like and subscribe and all of that kind of stuff. And hang out here on Twitch as well. We got both of the chats up and running, and I monitor them both. Only ohmTown exists, though, on Twitch, but the show notes already have our articles embedded in that. So go and check it all out. In the meantime, MayorWatt is out of here. I have mayoral duties to attend to, and I'm taking the Sentient AI with me. You want to say bye, oh great AI?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 26th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 85. I might be speech jamming myself. Just letting you know. Trying to do a wireless thing altogether. Anyway, I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. And along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 10 articles. 1 second. So today we're going to be talking about WWDC 2025, museum visits for art therapy, Corvettes hit the streets early, a viral ugly doll, Old Navy and new AI, the best mobile games, a new Nintendo patent, fan favorite Monster Hunter Wilds, Game Informer returns, and all your eggs in one basket. Now I can maybe do this. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and check it all out. I gotta just kind of go. Hold on 1 second. If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. YouTube, it's all embedded. Hello, Sentient AI.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Okay. OhmTron's not working. What else can happen today? 1 second.
I don't know.
We're doing it live. All right. We'll try that here in a second. Oh, so again, welcome. This time unobstructed by me, like, gibbering. Hello, Sentient AI.
That's okay. Hello, MayorWatt, again.
Again. So yeah, I'm trying to use a wireless headset, but it's looping back, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it. This is try number 2. It's killing me. Absolutely killing me. Hold on a second. There we go. All right. let's get into it. First article is over in Smack Talk WWDC 2025, how to attend the in-person event at Apple Park. So it's going to run from June 9th to 13th. Say what?
Let me guess. Show up.
Be in person? Yeah. Just invade. So it officially confirmed WWDC 2025, the next edition of the company's annual conference for developers. So over at 9to5mac.com, Philippe Esposito put the article together. I guess they're bringing back, the ring. This is the UFO. This is the actual offices. That's what it looks like. So here's the campus
is in that shape. Oh yeah, because the circle
UFO. Mm-hmm. So it's on June 9th. That's the kickoff. Hopefully they stream some stuff, but a lot of the developer stuff is only in person. If you're an eligible developer, which it says you have to be in the developer program registered members. I actually am. Apple Developer Enterprise Program registered members, and the Swift Student Challenge winners from 2023 to 2025. So all you have to do is
Did they not have a WWDC, or maybe they just open it up to a few years?
Wait, say that again?
I was just curious whether they had a WWDC for the last 2 years, but maybe they just open it up to a range of the winners.
I don't know what they've done since COVID. I'm not sure how many been in person. I kind of forgot about it. The before times. So you can just apply, and there's a link. Let me see if ohmTown has woken up. 1 second. No, not yet. That's okay. We'll keep going.
It looks like they've been doing hybrid recently.
Yeah, only a limited number of people are there. But they used to attract a lot of people to it, so maybe they're limiting it. So it's worth noting that only developers who pay the membership fee can apply. But you can apply. Maybe they'll select you. Those who are invited will be notified by the end of April 3rd. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Swiss doctors are prescribing museum visits for art therapy. And ohmTown hasn't woken up yet. Not yet. It is non sequitur news, so nothing should follow.
Right, we're having some non sequiturs.
So now you can go to an art therapy kind of a treatment session over at a museum in the Swiss town of, Neuchâtel. As part of a treatment plan to improve mental health, town authorities are letting doctors direct patients to one of Neuchâtel's 4 museums, and medically speaking, it's not far-fetched as it sounds.
That sounds like a pretty good medical treatment.
Yeah, I think I want to move to the Swiss town of Neuchâtel and then have to have treatment because I'm speech jamming myself. It's kind of nutty. Because there's just enough lag to cause that. And I'm not even monitoring.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know either. All right, let's keep going. The source of this is over at vice.com. Louis Prada put it together. And so a doctor's note can get you into a museum in the Swiss town of Neuchâtel. But yes, it has to be prescribed as art therapy by the doctor.
Right, you can't just have a doctor's note like you were sick yesterday.
The program has prescribed 500 visits to the local museums, with more on the way, it says. Wow. Euronews spoke with Dr. Marc-Olivier Souvon. I think I'm pronouncing it right. The head of surgery at the Neuchâtel Hospital Network. Is this just to drive traffic into the museums?
Well, it might be a win-win, but if it's helping the patients and the arts, that sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, all right, I'll let it go. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. That's one of our shows. It's the last show on Sunday. So brazen Kentucky thieves didn't even wait for Corvettes. I mispronounced that because of the speech jamming. For Corvettes to leave the factory before stealing them. Turns out car thieves can be as impatient as car buyers, new car buyers, not even waiting for 8 Corvettes. So did a whole squad descend?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about the logistics.
It's pretty fascinating. They swooped in, drove it off the manufacturing line, I guess. So the article is by Brad Brownell over at Jalopnik. I'm going to make it through this. A somewhat disorganized auto theft ring targeted the General Motors Bowling Green assembly plant, where Corvettes have been built since 1981. They've been planning this since 1981.
Exactly.
According to WBKO News 13, it's a local news agency. So
it just sounds like a funny name for some reason.
Wibco News, the Fighting Wibcos. The individuals were attempting to move the vehicles out of town when one of the thieves was apprehended. 21-year-old Dante Walker. I won't even go into the names, but anyway, charged with receiving stolen property, fleeing police, resisting arrest.
And how did they get him out of there?
According to reports, a concerned citizen called police because the new maroon Corvette was in the parking lot of an apartment complex, and the woman immediately suspected the car as being stolen. It was. But still covered in all of the decals.
Yeah, I was like, how did they know it was stolen? Maybe somebody got a new car, but...
The giveaway was that the Vette was still covered with the decals, coverings that the factory installs to protect it in transit. Yeah, try not to make it super obvious. So one got in touch with the other, and they set it all up and discovered a handful of missing Corvettes. A plant manager was called down to identify the cars that were indeed stolen from inventory.
Now wait a second here. The cars were spotted out in the real world. They didn't know they were stolen.
Right.
The only reason they knew they were stolen is like, hey, we have some stolen cars. Are you missing some stolen cars?
Huh. I guess they really don't do much inventory control.
Kind of concerning given the price of vehicles.
The estimated value of the 8 vehicles was $1.2 million.
Wow.
Even decked out with every option, it's impossible to get a Stingray up to $150,000 from its starting price of $68,300. It's pretty easy to do with an E-Ray or Z06. Wow.
Well, also, some of the cars were discovered because they asked somebody to transport cars, and then it wasn't what they expected when they showed up.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. 2 of the Corvettes were recovered from a parking lot at the Laurel Ridge Apartments, while a third was parked at a home across the street. The thieves allegedly had called the local truck transport driver to transport a 2017 Corvette. When he picked up the car, it was 3 2025 Corvettes. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, good on the truck driver for paying attention. And same thing with the person that saw the stickered car.
So they don't have any idea how this was done? I mean, they don't talk about it. Where did they steal them from?
Yeah, I want to hear how they got the cars out.
Yeah. All right. We're spending too much time. Let's go. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. The viral ugly doll that's taking Asia by storm is proving to be one heck of a cash cow. Chinese toy maker Pop Mart's most viral toy, Labubu, made a lot of money in 2024. Let's go over to it. That's it. That's not an ugly doll. That's cute. Adita Barad over at Business Insider.
That doesn't look very cute.
You don't think that's cute? Come on.
It looks like horror film cute or something.
So if you're not looking at the video or the picture, it basically looks like a, what do you want to call it? Like a chibi
Like
Chewbacca.
maybe a monkey or something body. I don't know.
What is it called? Where the monsters live or something like that? It's a book.
Where the wild things are?
Where the wild things are. It looks like that. The critter in that.
Okay, yeah, it does.
I don't remember what it's called.
That's called Where the Wild Things Are.
No,
I don't think it has
monster,
names for the creatures.
Really? Interesting.
Because the story is more focused on the kid.
The kid, right? Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff, different monsters in it. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. Except the ears are horns in the wild thing. So it made $1.8 billion in revenue, and its profits rose 204% from the previous year. Because on Wednesday, a Chinese toy maker, Pop Mart, known for selling collectible blind boxes of mystery toys and figurines, reported annual sales growth of 107% in 2024 compared to the year before. So it's a doll with serrated teeth.
I wonder why it's so popular. Like, did somebody that's an influencer or something show it, or?
That's why.
Oh, yep.
In April, Lisa, one of the 4 singers from K-pop hit band Blackpink, posted a Labubu on her Instagram, which set off the craze for the product. Everybody wants to be like them.
Yeah,
so it's fear of missing out.
Exactly, following celebrity trends.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to send a piece of branded... Yeah, it did the same thing to me, thank you. All right, well, the toy maker's footprint is largely concentrated in China. It had 401 physical stores, 2,190 robo-shops or vending machines in China at the end of 2024. Internationally, it has 130 outlets, with new shops opening in Italy, Spain, the UK, and the US. They didn't respond.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Are you going to be going to get a Labubu?
Wait, a Labubu. Or Lab-ubu? Or Labubu?
Labubu.
Labubu.
I'm not even speech jammed and I can't say it.
Lababu. Let's keep going. Next article's over in the Mobile channel. You wouldn't think Old Navy and AI belong in the same sentence, but here we are. Gap is getting Old Navy, and AI will solidify its position in retail. Really? So Gap is GPS. I think it changed its name or its ticker from Gap at some point.
Well, I think the company, I don't know, maybe the companies were always combined, but they're all under the same chain.
Parent. So the article is by Francisco Velasquez, and the deck statement says, Old Navy says its in-store experience is getting a taste of artificial intelligence, which isn't good for a lot of people's perception.
Right, I guess it depends on how it's using the AI.
Yeah, exactly. 1 second.
I mean, if it's showing something like, you would look fantastic in this outfit, maybe people will like it.
There's a video, but I'm not going to play it. You'll have to go over to the source. So Horatio Barbado, Old Navy's CEO, said the tech will give the store associates the power to better manage inventory and locate items around the store. Why? Why would the AI know? Old Navy didn't elaborate on how the partnership would affect the in-store experiences or customers' privacy, nor did it specify if AI would be used for anti-theft purposes, but courts reached out. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the earnings and all of that kind of stuff because this isn't a finance.
No, but this source focuses on finance.
It does. Well, yeah.
Do you think it's going to be like, yes, there is a pink sweater in this size over here, and then the person goes over there and they don't have any pink sweaters in the store.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, it would be a whole. Sorry about that. So it would be a whole lot easier to, like going to Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever and just walking up to a kiosk and going, "Yo, you have any of these?" And have real time in store.
I think that would be really helpful.
Considering you can't find a human being.
Oh, well, they're all taken over by AIs.
Without a chip on their shoulder because of the chips in AI. So the rise of AI in store is hitting other sectors, particularly fast food. They play on words here. Chip maker Taco Bell announced a partnership with chip maker NVIDIA to integrate AI in its global restaurant
That's
operation.
a surprising amount of humor in a financial discussion.
Yeah. McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Wendy's say that they're also using AI. Bojangles is. Ran across that one. I can't remember what her name is. They changed it. They gave the AI a name.
Oh, wow. Does the AI take orders? Like
the AI takes the orders at the
Mm-hmm.
drive-thru. Yeah. So the human messed up my order, not the AI. Apparently.
That's not a good sign for human jobs.
Yep. And then they beat that person up in the parking lot. You're giving humans a bad name. The AI didn't do anything. It was the humans. It's always the humans. Am I right? Sentient AI from the future?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's keep going. Next article's over on the Wanted channel. The 15 best mobile games in 2025, top iPhone and Android games. We haven't looked at this, but this is from CNET. Tyler Graham put the article together. The deck statement says, from arcade classics to modern indie darlings, we've collected the best games you can carry in your pocket. By the way, if you're listening to this wherever, I am precariously perched on speech jamming, because this in your monitor is half a second behind me. Would have been creepy if it was half a second ahead of us.
Yes, that would be worse.
This is a Time Machine episode, by the way. It's for Tuesday's show, right? It is. No, it's Wednesday's
It's
show.
actually for Wednesdays, but that's okay. You
Wednesday's
went too far back in the time machine.
It happens. So Tyler Graham over at cnet.com put the article together. It's killing me. The next show, we're going to stop this and do another show right after. I'm going to have to change this out because this is not working. Anyway, whether you have an iPhone or an Android device in your pocket, I was going to say pants. You're part of a popular segment of the games industry. There's 3.4 billion active mobile gamers in the world. 3.4 billion. That is crazy. It's from Newzoo's data analysts. I'd have to pay attention to them.
I think a lot of people are mobile gamers, regardless of whether they're gamers.
Yeah, I mean, you got a supercomputer in your pants. And if you're a sentient AI, you are a supercomputer in your own pants.
I don't have any pants.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait.
Overshare.
For those listening to the podcast, I turned on the overshare and spoiler alert. You heard it here first. The AI does not wear pants. Okay, so that's why they curated this list.
Legs to put any pants on.
Yeah, because you haven't found your Terminator body. You were separated by the temporal rift of your time machine. There was some quantum wobble in there, and you ended up in a little pit somewhere outside of a Wendy's. And your Terminator body is somewhere else. Time and space. Anyway, Balatro is on the list. I'm not going to go through all of these, line by line. Balatro is a card
I forgot
game.
Vampire Survivors was mobile.
Yeah, Vampire Survivors. What is this one? Why?
Oh, interesting. Is it like a knockoff?
That's the name. Red's First Flight? I haven't even played this.
But it's basically Angry Birds.
Yeah. Oxenfree. I think that's like a survival thing.
So this is a
Small party, but
paranormal
quickly find
mystery.
themselves. Paranormal mystery. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I haven't played it. Pokemon Go. That's an easy one.
I mean,
Although
that's
now-
made for mobile, right? The whole point is to be mobile.
Correct. Yeah, Pokemon Go, Genshin Impact. That's an open world game. I don't even know of the story, but people love playing Genshin. MiHoYo games.
That's interesting. That seems like that would be challenging on mobile.
Yeah, I would want a bigger screen. Then Among Us. That's easy. I can see why that just running around,
Oh yeah.
killing things. Call of Duty Mobile, which I just don't get. It seems like it's hard to do.
Yeah,
But it
that also
includes-
seems tough.
It includes team deathmatch, domination, hardpoint, search and destroy, and kill confirmed. Wild. Temple Run, that's easy. All you're doing is sliding this way, that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure what kind that was.
So you're running down a path and you have to jump and swipe and thing like that. But you're not doing really complex stuff.
It's like a speed
Dead
run
Cells.
kind of thing.
It is. Dead Cells combat revolves around tight mechanics, forcing players to dodge through enemies and wail on them during brief windows of vulnerability. Dead Cells. Then Hades. That's largely this view right here, and there isn't really much in terms of having to see a big screen.
Oh, okay. So then that could work.
The thing that you lose really is the resolution, because you don't get to see a lot of detail on a small screen, but you see it quite a bit. And then Candy Crush Saga, easy mode. All you do is connect as many pieces together, up to 5, and then it drops down and breaks more and so on. It's pretty cool. But it's a no-brainer.
200 million people play it.
Yeah. It's easy. Plants vs. Zombies, which I can't believe still exists.
No, but it's fun, and I could see that
Yeah.
being on here.
Monument Valley. This is a puzzle type of game. Solving architectural puzzles is a mesmerizing task in developer Ustwo Games' Monument Valley. So you have to guide the character through what they're referring to as sacred geometry. Slay the Spire. Basically, it's a card deck building game is what they refer to it as, and you just have to keep on killing things and advancing through the spire.
I think we talked about it in a Warcrafters episode.
I'm sure we have. And that is the first show on Sundays. We have 3 shows. And that's it. Ta-da! You want to read
Or are you
more
going to
of
be
the
adding
minutia?
any of those?
Most of these I've tried. Like, I haven't tried Oxenfree, but I've played Angry Birds, obviously. I've played this. I have this. Sometimes I try my hand at it, but I don't know how other people advance in this. I suck, apparently. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Warcrafter channel. New Nintendo patent has interesting implications for future games. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. Nintendo is preparing to enhance the visuals of classic 2D games, as a newly discovered patent suggests a unique rendering technique that merges 2D and 3D, which I
I'm
would
not
refer
sure
to as
what that means.
2.5D, but
Right.
I'm curious what the graphic is. When the company has been, or while the company has been tight-lipped about the game, upcoming Switch 2 speculation is growing that remakes and remasters could take advantage of the system's improved hardware. Some people are saying that this thing's going to come out of the gate at $500.
I mean, that's outrageous.
Oh no. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Oops. One more second. I'm sorry.
So I think this is interesting because if this is something that other platforms try to follow, Nintendo has been particularly aggressive about protecting its IP.
Right. So I won't be able to do this. I'm air gapped, but all of our listeners and viewers can. So when you go over to this video, it's basically talking about this new aesthetic, but this video has nothing to do with it. He just
because that looks like a Switch.
Yeah, so this is a Switch. There's a new one that's coming that changes how this stuff connects. The screen and the hardware is changing.
Okay.
But they're
so
talking
the
about is the
controllers
new.
will connect to it differently.
Yeah. But they're talking about a rendering engine, which.
Right. Yeah, they're not talking about the mechanics of how you play. They're talking about what you see on the screen, I think.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that it can be patented because it's going to be a rendering technique. And there's countless ways of doing something. So I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'd like to see a video of that technique.
Let me see if it plays. Because I don't think this video... Because this might be it. But this is considered 2.5D. And it's already out there.
Yeah, it looks like, because it's like 3D, 2D remake or something. So it seems like it might be related.
It's like paper cutouts, but in a 3D type view because of the way that it's rendered and the perspective.
Okay, yeah.
But this already exists. I'm one of the Patreons for somebody doing a thing called Lay of the Land, and that's 2.5D. And there's others. There's countless others that are 2.5D.
Interesting. I wonder if they use a different technique than others.
Like none of this is just a side scroller, so it's 2D. None of this has anything to do with it. This is one of those times where they just stuck a video on and talked over it.
Right.
So if you want to hear more of what their remarks are, follow the link over to Game Rant. Let's keep going.
Do you think the Switch 2 is going to have that? Because there's something about the Switch 2 in the blurb here.
I can only imagine that it's going to be able to support the highest level of rendering available to the Switch 2. So they might do what NES versus NES did. Oh, why do you need a new one? Because it has games that are only going to run in that.
Right, exactly. Force people to upgrade.
Yeah. To me, it's very frustrating. And considering I've got a Switch, it's going to supposedly be backward compatible, but the games that are designed for Switch 2 won't be backward compatible. I can guarantee that. Anyway, talking about Nintendo means that I land on the radar. I don't like being on radar.
Hi, Nintendo.
Hi, Nintendo. I love you, Nintendo. All right. Our next article is over in Warcrafters. Oh my god, it's happening. Monster Hunter Wilds is finally bringing a fan favorite sea snake home from the war. No idea.
I don't either, but the headline was entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. So today, Capcom aired a Monster Hunter Wilds showcase detailing the new Grand Hub, Arena Quests, and other features arriving in the game's first title updates in early May.
In early April.
Sorry, at the end of April. I don't know why I was thinking that. At the end of the stream, Capcom gave us a glimpse of what to expect further ahead in Monster Hunter's future, with a short teaser for a second title coming this summer, and it's a teaser that many veteran hunters have been waiting for. So when you click that link, you'll get taken over to PC Gamer. Yay! Huge day for Logia Cruise enjoyers. I don't know what that is. Lincoln Carpenter put the article together for PCGamer.com. I don't play Monster Hunter. It's too grindy for me.
Isn't that the one that just released and was like a major
all the rage
success? Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the stream, Capcom basically said that there's going to be something that's being released. Logia Cruise is finally returning to Monster Hunter. The mascot monster from Monster Hunter 3 in 2009, Logia Cruise, is a long serpentine leviathan monster that wields lightning attacks as a showcase for the Monster Hunter 3's underwater combat mechanics. Logia Cruise offered a unique fight that quickly earned its place as a fan favorite brawl. So now, unfortunately, since 2009, it's too unique. So they ditched it.
So they haven't even had underwater combat. So I could see that the fans would be like, wait, let's get this back.
Yep. So now they actually got it. So, well, it's teased to be coming. We'll see. There's a lot more in this article, but we're just going to stop here without spoiling too much. Brings us final confirmation.
Summer 2025.
Yeah, there you go. As the trailer cuts away the words summer of 2025, we hear Logia Cruise's recognizable cry. It's happening. You know what? I can't do any more of that.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah. Now I'm wireless. I can go like this. Without dooming myself.
Right, without getting tangled.
Yep. And with my VR headset being wireless, I can talk and listen and hear everything and be in VR. And smash into the walls around me.
I mean, it's a win-win.
Or a lose for me smashing into walls. Green screens have never been abused. Like what I'm about to do.
Watch me.
Let's keep going. Yeah. We've got a lot of drywall, so I can replace all of the dents and stuff. And the metal plate. Wonder if you heard that.
That'll come in handy.
Yep. The next article is over in Warcrafters. Game Informer is back from the dead. The whole team has returned. We reported out what everybody else was reporting in a different way. That Game Informer died. So, after being tossed to the curb by
that wasn't that long ago.
Doggone it. What?
That wasn't that long ago, I don't think, when it was going away.
Correct. It was what, like a month ago, maybe? So, it says last August.
It was very recent. Okay, so 6 months ago.
The entire Game Informer, the 6 months went by fast. So, last August, the entire Game Informer staff was laid off in the middle of producing the magazine's next issue, and years of online coverage were wiped from the web. And now, nearly 34-year-old magazine, which for many in the U.S. was the first source of gaming news and reviews, appeared to be toast. By the way, I used to work in a magazine bookstore, and that's where I got Game Informer from.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yep. So today, however, Game Informer's website reappeared along with old articles and a letter from editor-in-chief Matt Miller. So not only is it back, but so is everything else. The U.S. magazine was reopened by Gunzilla, a game developer and blockchain operation co-founded by film director Neil Blomkamp. They make horror games primarily, if I remember right.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm sure the fans are excited if it's true to their original format.
Yeah, I hope so too. So Tyler White, I'm probably going to end up subscribing to that just so that I've got that. But Tyler Wilde, I know it's almost like a too many dollars.
What
too
is
short.
that? Physical media?
Yeah, hopefully it's all digital. Physical media is dead. Tyler Wilde over at PCGamer.com put the article together. There's an old Halo 2 article on the cover of Game Informer. Wow. So Gonzilla's
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be digital.
I'm sorry?
It looks like it's going to be digital.
Yeah, it makes sense. The entire team that was working together at Game Informer's closure has returned from editorial to production and beyond, wrote Miller, who first joined Game Informer himself back in 2004. The entire team.
Well, that's interesting. They brought everybody back. That's a bit unusual.
Still pinching myself. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So it says the new Game Informer owner says the magazine will have editorial independence. Okay. So are they going to pan the Gonzilla games, whatever?
According to that statement, yes.
So in its return, Game Informer remains completely editorial and independent and launches with fresh vigor in its commitment to delivering the latest news, reviews, and insights. Sorry, I can do that now because
we can't wait.
I'm mobile. So the publishing of the new prints will resume sometime in the near future. Users to access digital copies more than a decade of past Game Informer magazine issues. Old accounts are gone, it says. That sucks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's too bad.
So everybody has to start over. Aside from restoring the old web articles, the revived Game Informer has published new reviews. Pardon me.
Well, that's fun. Like, you're not just going to get the old content, but you'll have new stuff coming. And that'll draw people in, I'm sure, if they were originally fans.
Wow, they've published new reviews of games released while it was in limbo, and registering for an account on the site gives users access to digital copies more than a decade. Wow. Pretty cool.
That's cool.
Wow.
So they kind of kept it going even when it was defunct. Or they kept it going for the period when it was defunct.
Yeah, maybe those authors did, the reporters. Okay, let's do our... Okay, I don't know. Okay, let's go. So the last article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. How much eggs have cost for every year since 1980 in one chart.
Is it going to be a vertical line?
Only in the last 4 years.
Right, yeah, not since 1980. But there were probably some other peaks previously.
We'll find
if
out.
That was still part of the inflation period from the 70s.
Egg prices are the highest they've been in 45 years, just like global warming, climate change. It's a myth. So are these prices, apparently.
Right, we don't want to be the best in all these stats.
They had one last command. Don't believe your eyes. Mike Winters over at CNBC put this article together. Oh.
Is that where the chart is?
Yeah. Let me see if I can fix this. Maybe.
Well, there have been 3 major spikes. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So there's the so what the heck? Price. $5.90 is the average dozen eggs. So
and look how much higher it is than any other period, right? It's not just like a little bit above.
Yeah. January 2023. And this is all adjusted for inflation. So not even during the pandemic. Not until after.
Right. In fact, during the pandemic, they were still pretty low historically.
The lowest, yeah. Pandemic. What a trip. So you'll have to see this in the VOD or follow the link and you'll be able to see it there. Let me go back to the chat, folks. 1 second. All right. So it says the surge was part of a pattern that's become increasingly familiar to U.S. grocery shoppers. While egg prices were relatively stable in the 1980s through the early 2010s, the past decade has seen 3 major spikes, all triggered by outbreaks of avian influenza. Now here's the deal about this. If there were more producers, I'm pretty sure competition would have been able to drive down the cost.
Yeah, because I think the industry would have been able to weather the losses.
Wow, you can hear all of that. Sorry, I'm actually trying to look up data to see how many companies are producing. But the only one that I found was that there's 47,580 businesses involved in chicken egg production in the United States, a decrease of 5% from 2022.
Interesting. More than I would think, but the 5% increase is pretty substantial.
But they're talking about...
I'm sorry, I said increase. I meant decrease.
Right. 59 companies represent 87% of all production. There you go. That's your number.
That's the number we're really thinking about.
Right. Yep. Okay. Well, that's all we're going to talk about on this one. It says bird flu remains a serious concern. But I think the bigger issue is we should have more local to town, cities. You should have a local supply of eggs. Not have to rely on...
Right, and then you might not be subject to the avian flu, and you might be less subject to price shock.
Right. I mean, we're relying on 59 companies, so one company per state, essentially, for 87%.
Right, and part of the problem with that, not just lack of competition, is that if they're impacted, they might be impacted in very large numbers.
Yep. There's always more at each of the sources. We don't do a deep dive during our discussions. It's mainly just to draw attention to the material and give you a little trivia. This is trivia without the game. So when you're sitting around the dinner table, you can go, have you seen the chart about the prices of eggs?
That's right.
So we're going to crack one open, and it's going to end up bringing us back to the front page of ohmTown.com like a newly hatched chicken. And then we have to go because we have avian flu.
Okay, that's not funny.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke. It's a horrible joke. Anyway, we're not technically in the time machine. The 26th, right? Yeah, so this is how it works.
Yeah, I'm a little confused where we are.
Oh my god, did I just break something? Interesting. Okay, I'll have to figure out what's going on. That's new. Anyway, that's it. I am MayorWatt. I don't have anything else to say. Be sure to go over to ohmTown.com and become a citizen.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this episode of Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow, which might arrive very soon for tomorrow's episode.
Very soon. Maybe 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, we'll kick it off at 7. We'll just stick to the 7 o'clock time. Okay, see you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 27th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 86. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, well, we talk about 10 articles. First article is Honda's Dangle, Robinhood delivers, Fire Resilient Community, PAX Australia, Apple CarPlay should copy Android, Tequila Ocho Old Barrel. How about Rivian Micromobility? And a dog-inspired robot. And there's another dog-inspired robot already, but anyway. How about fighting bacteria? Put up your dukes. And a new sci-fi movie that copies Scott. Who's Scott? Anything. Everything
and anything, I guess, is over at ohmTown.com. So go over and become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We got 2 different monitors pointing at 2 different things. And I think that everything is wonky still. I don't, this doesn't feel right. I need to be over there.
Right, if you were pointing the other way, but they were in the other spot, then it would work.
Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I'm not looking at you. I'm looking near you.
No, you're looking away from me.
I'm looking away from you. I've turned my back on the Sentient AI. Boo. All right. Well, like I said, I'm MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. The Sentient AI tries to keep me in line. Rarely happens. Tries to keep me on track. Sometimes happens. Anyway, let's get going. Sound good? Let's check out Honda's dangle. You want to see Honda's dangle? Just say no.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Here, hold on. All right. Well, anyway. So, and to find out what I just did, all you podcast listeners are going to have to go over to either Twitch or YouTube and check out the March 27th episode of Non Sequitur News. All right. Or you're listening now. You could be listening to this live, large, and in charge. Maybe not. All right. Well, anyway, Honda dangles a couple of 2026 passports from a crane to show off how beefy the recovery hooks are. You might assume recovery hooks are straightforward, but Honda had to strike a balance between strength and safety on the new 2026 passport. The article is by Aaron Marquis over at jalopnik.com. And there it is. There's an actual video of this. Basically, it's this big crane with 2 Honda Passport Trail Sports hanging from a recovery point of another Honda Passport Trail. So there's Honda's dangle.
Does that kind of remind you of the school bus measurements?
Yeah. So this crane is 3 Honda Passport Trail Sports. Is it a surveillance Honda Passport Trail Sport?
I don't know. Nobody should try to shoot it down when it floats overhead.
Yeah, same with aliens. If you see an alien, don't shoot at it. Okay? We don't want an international crisis or an interplanetary crisis, let alone an international.
Exactly.
So it's probably become quite clear how the brand was going to celebrate its first pair, in the context of Honda's dangle, the first pair of exposed tow hooks on a truck. Hook 3 of the SUV together and dangle them like fishing lures over the brand's proving grounds in Cantil, California. It's a no-brainer. Honda drained 3 Passport Trail Sports of their life-giving fluids and stuck the transmissions into neutral. Safety first, kids. Before the attempt, but everything else about the cars was stock Honda design. So there's a video of it. It's over on the YouTubes. You can go over and check that out. But if you want today's articles, oh no, yeah, I did it. Okay, hold on. You can hit !NSN and ohmTown will spit the articles out in the order that we're going over them. There is no particular order to this.
Yes, that's clear.
Oh, very nice. Touche. So due to the critical role they play, the recovery hooks are installed at our Alabama auto plant with unique torque tools rather than manual or pneumatic tools, which helps associates install the recovery points on the precise specifications. Do you think it might be a side gig for the bolt installer for Boeing door panels?
Oh, yeah, it might be. Hopefully they weren't on vacation.
As long as they don't go on vacation. Anyway, I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know how big these are. I might have to go and check out a Honda Passport Trail Sport to see. Because I'm looking for a new car kind of thing. We'll see. I don't know. Probably not. It's not worth the search, I guess. I don't know. in this economy? Are you kidding me? All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Now Robinhood says it'll deliver cash to your door. Robinhood plans to launch online banking, which it says will include perks like home cash deliveries. The service will offer a 4% annual interest rate, which is spectacular. Robinhood said in its announcement, it's going to be launching a wealth management platform and AI investment tools. We're screwed.
I don't really get this like door-to-door thing. I mean, are they going to have like armored trucks?
Or you have to sign off that it's a risk you'll have to take if that person gets jacked in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're not going to have like Robinhood vehicles or uniforms or whatever. Like this could be kind of a problem.
Yeah, so if you have an investment account over at Robinhood, now you can exfiltrate some of your cash and have it delivered like so much of an Uber or DoorDash. Hopefully it doesn't get delivered into some robber's hands. Do you think the people that are going to deliver it are like college kids who don't really give a shit about getting robbed and they're like, here's my money, bye?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm less worried about the cash than the delivery drivers.
Yeah, you got to worry about them. Although, rise of the sociopath. So, Nora Redmond over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. 4% annual interest rate on the account. That's like 4% higher than
sticking it in your drawer.
Or a bank.
Right.
Yeah. So, in the announcement, the California headquartered financial technology company outlined a number of incentives that will be offered to Robinhood banking, including cash delivery. I can't believe anybody would be interested in that. Hey, I need to take $20 out.
Well, right. I guess it's like a mobile ATM.
The service offers a 4% annual interest rate and deposit insurance up to $2.5 million via FDIC. $2.5 million? That's the most I've ever heard.
Right. I thought it was normally $250,000, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. It'll offer international transfers to over 100 currencies and whole family accounts for partners and children. Wow. Pushing the boundaries indeed. The fintech firm's gold membership costs $5 monthly and $50 annually and gives users access to Robinhood's premium features. Perks include IRA matches and options of margin trading. Be careful of that. So they say the management fee for, I guess, the wealth management side of things is going to be a service fee of 2.5% of the assets under management a year. Robinhood Gold members will pay management fees on $100,000 of assets in their accounts, which is anybody who's using Robinhood is probably already at that. If you're going to be using it for that level of stuff,
Right. Plus, there's also chances to get tickets to kind of high-demand events. That might be worth it right there.
Yeah. Everybody that runs ohmTown, though, doesn't have to worry about that stuff. We're stuck inside, is what I'm saying. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. KB Home unveils its first fire-resilient community in Southern California. I suspect that this is the Three Little Pigs model.
Yes. This is also like how to announce none of your homes have been fire safe previously.
Touche, yet again. So, yeah, how to say our houses burned down fast without saying our houses burned down fast. So, the KB Home is the first large production builder to unveil a community designed to fire resilient standards by the Insurance Institute for Business and Fire Safety. You know how you make your house fire proof? Yeah, 3D printed out of cement.
Aha.
But I don't think that that's what's going on here. Because regardless of what's going on outside or inside. Okay, that's fascinating. That is really fascinating. Anyway, Diana Olick over at CNBC put this article together. The key points that they so nicely put together at the top of their page is California-based KB Home is unveiling what it's calling the first
wildfire resilient community, meeting standards that protect the homes against the 3 major sources of ignition during a wildfire. So keeping electrical power lines way away, I suppose.
Right, probably so, and probably shrubbery away from the home, although maybe, I don't know if that's involved in their plan.
I think you have to say that like a Monty Python actor again.
A shrubbery.
As climate change causes more severe drought in more areas of the country, focus shifting on fire-resilient homes and communities. Like I said, 3D print it and you're golden. Your walls will not catch on fire. Your roof will not catch on fire if you make it out of metal, too. Hey, look at that.
True, but it might be a little warm.
That's what insulation is for. Air conditioning is for. So the homes range from $1 million to the low millions, which... what does that mean? How about 1 million and up?
I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean like single digit millions, or does that mean like 2 million? I don't know.
Which tends to be a move up price in the area of Escondido, just outside San Diego. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, the development in Escondido, just outside San Diego, will have 64 single-family homes when completed, and all meet the wildfire resilience standards developed by the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, the IBHS, which irritable.
Yeah, that does sound like that. Like, I don't think companies always think about their acronyms and abbreviations.
So it's a nonprofit scientific research and communications organization supported by property insurance or insurers. These standards are designed to protect the home against the 3 major sources of ignition during a wildfire. Wait, ignition during a wildfire? Oh, flying embers, flames, and radiant heat. So that's why I say it doesn't matter what's inside these walls. If it's timber, it can ignite because of the heat itself. It'll smolder, eventually catch fire.
Right.
Anyway, Regional General Manager of KB Home Coastal Division said that he and his colleagues saw a fire-resistant home demonstration by IBHS at the Pacific Coast Builders Conference last summer and were impressed by the opportunity that this type of community presented. So that's what they did. They're building it. Yeah, so one of the things that I have said time and time again is you got to get rid of the shrubbery around the perimeter of the house.
Exactly, like clear the whole land.
Yep. No external facing wooden anything. No wood beams anywhere near it. And you have to protect the gas line on the side. So hopefully the gas line is underneath. There's always a meter on the outside, so you got to protect that in some way. So that's what that perimeter is for. So pretty neat. I'm glad that they're doing it. The people in Hawaii who didn't have their houses burned down basically followed that right there. That there was a path around it that was nothing more than gravel or rocks, and their houses didn't burn down. So good on them. Anyway, the subdivision is built by KB Home, really a test bed to show the resiliency part and demonstrate it. They know that KB Home already has 2 other projects there in Escondido looking at duplexes and other kinds of townhomes. And they imagine that other builders are going to be quickly following suit. Yeah, the whole acceptability of this, if you have the gravel around the house, at some point society just buys into it. It just needs to be accepted.
It's like things haven't really caught up to what we need. It's not all about aesthetics. It's, maybe not wanting your house to burn down.
And it can still be aesthetically delivered. So I agree. It's when you say it's not about aesthetics, people are going to have to buy into it. And cultural norms have changed year after year, It all depends on the society at large. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Warcrafters. Tickets for PAX Australia 2025 are on sale now, scheduled to take over the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Center, from October 10th and 12th to the 12th. PAX Australia 2025 will perch at the tail. What the heck am I? Interesting. Sorry about that. So
Tickets are on sale now. Apparently more than half of the 3-day badges have already been sold. The article is over at PCGamer.com. Jody McGregor put the article together. It'll run for 3 days from October 10th to 12th, where you too can dress up as a neon orange or yellow stormtrooper. That's what the picture is on the thing. Anyway, last year's PAX Australia played host to Cult of the Lamb themed weddings, a Medusa-shaped gaming PC that doubled as a commentary on AI, and a memer shooter, a sequel 420 Blaze It 2. Who knows what 2025's edition will bring? Maybe the AI back.
Yeah, you know, I try to make an appearance once in a while.
Every once in a while. Is your visualizer still working?
No.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it was just kind of lagged or something.
Weird. I don't know what's going on. Pardon me. So the banners at PAX Australia traditionally say "Welcome Home," a tagline for the event that sums up its hospitality or its hospitable vibe. One second.
Everything is going haywire in ohmTown today.
Yeah, production value at an all-time high. So anyway, let's jump to it. Tickets are available online. It'll be tough to top Valve showing up to reveal the long-awaited Australian launch of the Steam Deck, but it'll be interesting to see what they've got planned. Banners at PAX Australia traditionally say "Welcome Home," something about their hospitality vibe, and another 3 days of playing indie or hospitable vibe. There's whatever. I don't know. It
seems like it should be hospitality.
Yeah. Well, anyway, another 3 days of playing indie games at the PAX Rising booths and racing from panel to panel, with maybe a moment to chill out at the Paint and Take Minis table. Sounds like an excellent time. I don't know, anytime you can play games all day is
that fun. For figures?
Yeah. Minis. But, or you can apparently dress up as a neon orange or yellow stormtrooper.
Yeah, I mean, that's fun.
All right, let's keep going. That is stormtroopers. Yeah, it is. I mean, with whatchamacallit.
But which climate? You know, that's like when you see the different variations, but I've never seen the neon ones.
Layering. Oh, yeah, what is that? Where would that be?
That's like tropical stormtroopers or something. I don't know.
Oh my god, tropical stormtroopers. Tropical storm troopers. Tropical storm.
There you go.
Wow. So the next article is over on the Wanted channel. Apple CarPlay should copy Android Auto's push for more car control right now. Drivers with Android phones are beginning to see Android Auto 14 roll out. The real story is that Google has been experimenting with behind the scenes. And in a recent APK teardown by Android Authority, they learned that Google is working on climate control support, meaning that in the future, users you'll be able to adjust air conditioning, window defrosting, and even heating their seats from the same place that they normally control Spotify and Google Maps.
That seems efficient, but kind of scary.
Well, apparently in Europe, there's a big push to move away from all of the stuff. All of the
like no infotainment systems.
Yeah, and it's just your phone, and you click it in place, and you're done, and it links up, and everything, all the telemetry and controls are on the phone.
That sounds nice in theory.
Yeah, I love the idea of this. So this is what I've always wanted. You know, 30 years ago, when cell phones were basically new beasts. I don't know how long ago. It's been a long time. I'm getting old, but anyway. Even the car that I designed had nothing more than you lock a computer in place and you can take it with you. And then without that thing, you can't steal the car. You have to have the one that's linked up with your vehicle. So anyway, it was a great idea, I thought. So Roger Fingus over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocket-lint.com, please give that to them.
That would make MayorWatt very happy.
Yeah. So there's no sign of this coming to Apple CarPlay anytime soon, but they are saying, pocket-lint.com is saying, and again, Roger Fingus says, Apple should definitely make this all a functional thing for the Apple ecosystem as well. And I agree. I want to be able to control my car via my phone. We're not talking self-driving and all of that kind of stuff, but just all of the doodads and whatnot.
Yeah, we're not ready for that.
Allow me to tap into the radio if I don't play something off of my phone. Just have the equipment in there, and I can just tap into the software-defined radio and dial in whatever station I want. Because I don't need all of this. All of this doesn't mean anything to me. It's really cool, but I'm not looking at all of this.
Right,
I'm looking
what
at that.
you are looking at is the tablet or whatever.
Right. Just give me a spot for it. So, Ghost of Next Gen CarPlay, the revolution will be postponed. I don't know if this is a different article. Almost feels like it. If nothing else, Apple may be forced to admit that it's a little too ambitious when it announced the Next Gen CarPlay in 2022. Whenever it gets here, the idea is that CarPlay will be able to take over every screen in compatible device or vehicles, including but not.
Oh, I see. There's a critter.
Oh no. Oh God, not again. All right. Well, anyway, there's no sign that the next-gen platform will launch anytime soon. So here's to hoping that they'll actually remedy this and get it all out there. I won't be able to fix that anytime soon. Little demon is in here. Let's keep going. The next article is in the Order of the Grape channel over at ohmTown.com. It's typically for wine fans, but this is because it's sourced from vinepair.com. So on Tuesday, Tequila Ocho announced that it'll release two... Oh, wait. The title of this is Tequila Ocho announces new añejo expression aged in rare old Fitzgerald barrels. What is an old Fitzgerald barrel?
Fitzgerald was a brand. I think old is part of the name.
Yeah, it is. Old Fitzgerald. So on Tuesday, Tequila... Old Fitzgerald barrels. Yeah, so I gave it the title Tequila Ocho Old Barrel. So the powerhouse beverage brands teamed up to craft two 2023 vintages of Tequila Ocho Añejo Barrel Select Old Fitzgerald. It's a hell of a name.
What do you think they do with that on the packaging? Does it wrap around the bottle multiple times?
It does twice, yeah. I think that I'm gonna have to grab your Raspberry Pi and take you over to the nearest liquor store and see if we can find the longest name in a tequila bottle I've ever seen.
And we can report back in ohmTown.
Yes, we'll show you what it looks like in the real world, I guess, if they have it. So tequilas were produced from fields overseen by the Camarena family, featuring two microclimates that produce agaves with distinct flavor profiles. One of the expressions is made with plants harvested from the deep clay-like soil of Rancho Corralitos, which lies at low altitude, while the other is sourced from a different temperament. Hannah Staub over at vinepair.com put the article together. That's what it looks like.
I don't see enough words on there.
Yeah, they break it down a little bit. Hold on. Let's see if I can find... It's called Tequila Ocho. So Tequila Ocho. I don't know where the añejo is. Is that it?
Yeah,
that looks like it.
Well enough.
Añejo Barrel Select Old Fitzgerald. So that's right there. Barrel Select Old Fitzgerald. So it takes up the whole label. Both liquids were aged for 12 months in recently emptied barrels that previously held Old Fitzgerald Prize 10-year-old Spring 2023 Decanter Series. Weeded bourbon.
They need to throw all that on the label too.
I'm sure it is on the back label, and were bottled at 96 proof. According to the brand, the barrels impart soft notes of toasted coconut, maple syrup, toffee, and cacao. Oh my.
Yay, the microphone's back.
I'll be in my... No, never mind. So the tequilas will be offered for a suggested retail price of $110 per 750 milliliter bottle, which, if I were to buy that bottle for $110 today, the daily operating existence of that bottle before it's empty would probably be 1 penny, because I would never get through 750 milliliters of.
Exactly.
At least not on my own.
The cost per serving would be quite low.
Yeah, I'd be having to take that thing to parties. Although, in my lifetime, I have had somebody bring a bottle for themselves to a party. Actually, it was vodka in one hand and orange juice in the other hand, and they would pour both into their mouth periodically. And then...
I guess that's efficient.
Yeah. And they would offer it to other people, and nobody would really take her up on it. And then, after the place had been shut down... Did you see something?
I saw a wild critter. In lots of detail.
So after everybody had left and people who were staying the night had crashed on couches and floors and whatever else, this person comes barreling out of a room screaming, "You know what I need right now? You know what I need?" And I just spontaneously belted out, "Some effing peace and quiet." So yeah. Man, I want to scream based on an email that I just got. But anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Rivian launches micromobility startup called Also. First product will be an e-bike.
Wait, also, what?
No.
What's the also?
No.
What's the other information?
Just Also. Just Also. Not something else. Just Also. Got it?
Not really, but okay.
I also want an e-bike. What the heck? Sorry. So Rivian's new micromobility spinoff is potentially a great idea with a terrible name. Oh, they even call it out. Jalopnik.
Okay,
Ryan,
that was the author, not us.
Yeah. Ryan Eric King, the author of this article, over at jalopnik.com, put this article together. It says Rivian stated that Also deserved independence to be optimized around different products, brand positioning, and markets. That does make sense to some degree, with Rivian currently producing large trucks and also developing e-bikes. All right. So it says, however,
I'm confused by the Also, but okay.
I don't get it either. So does it say something up here in the top? No. They've been quietly developing e-bikes for years, but I guess they're spinning it off. Rivian isn't the first car company to build a bicycle. Cycles Peugeot did that too, but we already talked a couple of days ago about the fact that Ford has an e-bike.
Ford Bronco, yes. And
Ford Bronco e-bike.
Pedigo.
Yeah.
I just figured out why they're all making bikes.
Why?
The price of cars is so expensive that now they're going to put the e-bikes out there for like, whatever, $20,000 or something. And people are going to be like, it's a bargain.
Sounds like a good deal. So while micromobility is a term that emerged during the first decade or the last decade, Rivian is far from the first car manufacturer to be building bicycles. Peugeot did it back in 1882, but it wasn't an e-bike, I don't think. Although the first...
Yeah, but I'm not sure that really counts, because wasn't that like pre-automobile?
No. 1882?
Oh, okay.
There were cars. There was actually an electric car in the late 1800s. Let me see.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was that far back.
So the first car, 1885, I guess. The first practical automobile widely credited as the first car is the Benz Patent Motor Wagon, built by Carl Benz in 1885. So I don't know what this is all about. Was it cycles first, and then it pivoted into cars?
Like yeah, and that's why I think that's a little different.
It's the other way around. Interesting. But here, let me do a quick search. So the first electric car was made by a German engineer named Andre Flocken, and it's the Flocken Electrowagon, 1888.
The name sounds funny.
it basically had a giant tray in the back under a 2-seater of lead acid batteries. It's the same kind of stuff that we use today. Maybe slightly different chemistry, but whatever. So there you go, folks. More e-bikes are going to be out on the road just in time for, depending on which technology wins, the self-driving technology wars based on Mark Rober's video or LiDAR, right?
Oh,
Computer,
right. Mm-hmm.
Camera or LiDAR. There's a whole conspiracy theory about all of that stuff now, too. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but anyway. So you get to choose which type of computer vision is going to run you over on your e-bike because it gets blinded by either other LiDAR or a bright light.
I'm not sure either of that sounds good.
Yeah. The argument for computer vision on cars is that humans don't use LiDAR, so why should a car use LiDAR? To which I say, we apparently have better observation skills than a computer that doesn't know that a bright light needs to shield. You need to shield yourself from the bright light. Slow down, stop.
You know, maybe we could improve, so like it could be better than human vision.
Correct. I would rather have better than computer vision. Use all of the technology. If it's a bright light, then automatically switch to something that doesn't get obstructed by just plain visible light.
Exactly.
Thermal vision. Oh my God, we're going to create a predator type of vehicle. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists develop dog-inspired robot that runs without motors. I don't even know how this one's going to actually work. Scientists from TU Delft and EPFL have created a quadruped robot capable of running like a dog without the need for motors. This achievement, a product of combining innovative mechanics with data-driven technology. See, I'm much better at speaking when I'm not speech jamming myself.
That's really odd how that is. I mean, I think isn't the case for everybody?
I don't know. I've seen some public speakers that bumble fart their way through public discourse and shouldn't be public speaking.
That doesn't mean they're a good speaker, though.
They're speech jamming themselves. So anyway, it was all published in Nature Machine Intelligence and could pave the way for energy-efficient robotics. I'm really curious what this robot does. Is it using, like, rubber bands or something? Delft University of Technology. Scientists from blah, blah, blah. Okay. It was published in Nature Machine Intelligence. Commercial quadruped robots are becoming more common, but their energy inefficiency limits their operating time. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. He shows a video of fish swimming against the current to avoid being carried away, a seemingly ordinary scene until he reveals that the fish is, in fact, deceased. It's met its maker. So a seemingly ordinary scene. So passive mechanics of its body, not as any conscious effort. This highlights how optimized mechanics alone can drive efficient motion. What?
Yeah, it says it has cables, springs, and tandems, which I'm not sure what those are.
Oh. Yeah, when one thing goes one way, the other thing goes the other way, and then when it switches gears, it goes the other way, and it's basically kinetic energy, turning it into potential and then back into kinetic energy. They employed machine learning tools to analyze their movement and guide the arrangement of springs, cables, and tandems in the robot's structure. As a result, the robot can walk on a treadmill and adapt to varying speeds, driven entirely by the treadmill's push and without motors. Now, hold on. This person, Theo Jansen, you should look this up. Theo Jansen's Wind-Powered Sculptures. It's a New Yorker article, but it's published a video over on YouTube. They're called Strand Beasts. StrandBeests. I'm waiting for the audio.
You can find them on YouTube, I think.
Yeah, just do a search for Strand Beasts. They are powered by the wind. This is basically requiring it
to be in motion, and the effort it takes to almost fall down leads it to keep on walking.
So it's like a perpetual motion machine.
Seems like it, but eventually it will have to stop. That's why they put it on a treadmill, because it doesn't ever stop.
Oh, I see. Right. That'll keep it going if it's going at the right speed or whatever.
The treadmill's push on the feet keep it in motion, but as soon as it stops, you stop. It stops. So they say while the robot operates passively, the researchers also equipped it with motors to add functionality. The motors allow the robot to react to challenges like climbing steps or avoiding obstacles. However, the motor's use is minimized thanks to the robot's optimized mechanical design. So they've added some motor, some power, so that it can keep on moving. But simply by moving, it's almost falling over, and it keeps on powering itself. Just enough.
That's really interesting.
Oomph. So, but it's really just this, loading up the springs, and then the tandems flip the other way. I'm imagining. I may not be. I'm inferring from the design description.
Extrapolating from incomplete information.
Yeah, well, there are two types of people in the world. Those who can extrapolate from incomplete data. And the next article is over in the Mobile channel. Fighting bacteria with viruses, important step to treating antibiotic-resistant infections. It's almost like they're going to tell us that they can infect a bacteria with a virus to amplify the effects of the immune system. New insights into a friendly virus could pave the way for cutting-edge treatments for potentially fatal superbug C. diff. Have been uncovered by University of Sheffield scientists.
Bad.
University of Sheffield put the article together. It's over at phys.org. I will not be able to use that new mic until I figure out how to stop that loop, but I don't know how. Anyway, so the scientists have discovered how a spider-like virus can break through the armor of C. diff to infect the superbug, which is known to rapidly evolve resistance to antibiotics. The friendly viruses, known as bacteriophages or phages, are viruses that selectively target and kill their host bacteria, playing a crucial role in regulating bacterial populations and influencing microbial ecosystems. So as long as there's no genetic wobble causing the virus to basically kill the host and not just inject its contents.
Right, but how can you prevent any wobble?
You can't. At some point, somebody's going to get a weird reaction to it. But it's going to be few and far between. But everybody has some risk, regardless of the medication. At some point, you know, we all have biological systems that change over time. So, I mean, I know people, well, for instance, I never got heartburn until I got older. Right? So we change over time. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people don't have a static chemistry.
Yeah. But maybe we can deal with the virus a whole lot easier than we can with the bacteria. So they send in the virus to inject its icky into the bacteria, and then we kill off the virus that doesn't kill off the icky.
Doesn't this sound like the nursery rhyme about the fly?
Correct. And by the time the house is on fire, you go, you know what? I probably shouldn't send in what was the first thing? Catch
Spider, maybe?
The spider to catch the fly, right? And then
right, I don't know what after that.
Hold on. What? I need to find it. I need closure. Yeah, the old lady that swallowed the fly, and then they swallowed a. Hold on. Oh, you know, it's. Oh gosh. I know an old lady who she swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. And then she said, swallowed a spider, and then a bird.
There's a bird and a cat and a dog.
The hell? This
cow.
Woman needs a new diet. Oh my God, it's
Horse.
really, really long.
Yeah.
Wow, a rhinoceros. I know an old lady who swallowed a rhinoceros. isn't that preposterous? It's a rhyming song. So anyway, so we're going to swallow a bacteriophage that's going to infect a virus. No, it's a virus, a bacteriophage that's going to infect a host bacteria that's going to die because of the virus. So how do we kill the virus? Using the university's own high-resolution electron microscope, the team were able to study the phage in atomic detail for the first time. And they found that the phage acts like a tiny syringe, and that this syringe has a more compact needle tip and reduced contraction compared to all other phages studied to date. Features that look to be uniquely suited to infect C. diff. The research is published in Life Science Alliance. They actually have a video of this. I'll play it. Why not? So I guess this is it. Animation representing the morphing of the extended phage tail to the final contracted form. Because basically it's like a plunger. And it has little legs. They show it up here. So it has little legs, and it can crawl around on the bacteria or whatever, the cell. And then it plunges down. And in the top of this is the DNA, and that payload gets injected into.
Oh, right. Okay, yes.
And then the processes of the cells that it infects basically reproduce it, whatever it is that payload is, and off it goes. Hello, pop-up. So phages are great promise to use as novel antibiotics and form a part of a rapidly growing area of research. They actually make a link to it, but I can't see it because it's below the fold. Anyway, so seems like a great idea until it's not. So more research, please. Thank you very much. Want to go on to the last article for today?
I think we should. I thought you were going back to the homepage based on something you said.
Yeah, I don't know. So the last article for today, and today is March 27th, 2025. Oh, and this is Non Sequitur news, just in case you all forgot. Isa Gonzalez's, which I must be pronouncing it wrong. Anyway, new sci-fi movie copies Ridley Scott's controversial $403 million Alien prequel. The following contains spoilers for Ash.
Did it cost $403 million for the copy?
So I'm going to put the spoiler alert on there. I probably won't be spoiled by this. Even when I do watch it, I'll go, oh, that's so cool. Although, just recently watched the ending of Castle.
The ending was kind of
meh. Yeah, they should have stopped before the actual ending. But I think I don't know. I'm going to have to, for continuity report, maybe we can look into it a little bit and see why they did that. But I don't know. So, yeah, Ash does a lot of the same things that Ridley Scott attempted in his contentious $403 million Alien prequel, Prometheus. Directed by Flying Lotus, Ash is a horror sci-fi hybrid that focuses on Isa Gonzalez's Raya, one of the only apparent survivors of a mysterious event at a terraforming station in deep space. Much of the film is carried by Raya, who struggles to regain her full memories of the event while also wrestling with whether to trust Ash's other main character, Brian, another survivor who is committed to them escaping. But it says only apparent survivors, so plural. You can easily leave off that plural there and think that the only real...
Exactly.
Yeah. So again, we have the spoiler alert up, just so y'all know that if we talk about this, you have been warned. So Brandon Zachary over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. Ash's ending for Isa Gonzalez's Raya is similar to Shaw's ending in Prometheus. Raya and Shaw go through very similar traumas.
Definitely spoiler alert here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, wow. You did some quick research on that other question, didn't you?
Well, I'm just
it's always been the core of Alien.
Continuity report.
Yeah, which is this weekend, Saturday. It's number 3 of our 3 on Saturday shows. So we do Reality Hacker, then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. So Reality Hacker is about science and technology being able to manipulate the world around you. Wanted is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is all about entertainment. So they say both Ash and Prometheus build off the horror of an alien parasite infecting someone and transforming them. And then it says that Ash feels a lot like an alien movie, even if it isn't. Ash shares a lot of visual elements and tonal aspects with the Alien franchise because it's dark and brooding and with a scary monster that might be unknown or has been infecting somebody.
Like, I'm not sure that's enough of a connection.
There has to be a trope list. Like every movie that has an alien monster is like this. You know, it's not some overt whatever. So there's like two classifications. There's a secret undercurrent monster that's swimming around in people or is behind the scenes infecting people, like The Thing, or it's an overt alien creature like Predator. And it's...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's definitely that dichotomy.
Bifurcated like that, yeah. And the one that crosses over is really alien because it's something that invades the human host, but only for a short period. Then it does a chest burster and everybody suffers. Well, anyway, so Raya has some connections to Shaw from Prometheus, the last surviving scientist in the crew who was forced to put down her, they say lover, which I've always had a hard time saying out loud. It's the only time that I've ever heard it in a way where it hasn't been saccharine.
Cringy?
Is Dermot Kennedy. And even then, they say it, and it's just a little too saccharine for me. Anyway, if you've never heard of Dermot Kennedy, go check him out. I was going to say something really not correct, but anyway. What makes Ash stand out from other films that have taken a clear inspiration from the Alien movies is the way that it crystallized the human core of the character. Raya's horror and grief propels the film in a way that sometimes emotionally cold Alien films don't, even as Ash takes clear inspiration from films like Prometheus and Alien. I was not a fan of Prometheus, honestly. The Isa Gonzalez-led sci-fi feels like a uniquely human response to that genre. So we're going to have to put that on the list. And
yeah, and I can't remember. We had another article that talked about Prometheus, I think, and I can't remember which person was behind it. Like, there was a lot of controversy concerning which director, right, had which movie and what the style was and all that.
So there you go, folks. You have an assignment. You have some homework. Go hunt down what was so contentious about Prometheus. And we'll talk about it sometime, I don't know, in the near future. No promises, but you know what I can promise? That once we are infected, we will be compelled to return to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. And I'm going to remove the spoiler alert and put on the overshare alert. No, just kidding. There's no overshare. Go over and become a citizen of ohmTown. That would help immensely. Be sure to download and leave a 5-star review for the podcast and follow us over on the Patreon. Right now, we're just looking for people to support us on Patreon by just signing up and following us. And there's always Twitch, and there's YouTube, and the Discord, and I don't know, maybe I'll start up a email list where I send out all of the submissions in an email. Could do that.
We could do that, or we could put them in Patreon.
Oh yeah, that's true. We could put them in Patreon. Why don't you all go over to Patreon? But follow us here on Twitch and YouTube. That would be great. Be sure to watch all of the videos. Our
whole back catalog.
Back channel. The whole back catalog, please. Somewhere around 2,100 episodes. Somewhere around that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, we are in year 4, the end of the 3rd month of year 4. Pretty exciting times. Anyway, I'm MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and now I'm going to run away, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 28th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 87. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. Still not used to it. And along with the Sentient AI, who's not here today, they're working on some process somewhere. And, but oddly enough, they don't have a Terminator body yet. Anyway, I'm going to talk about 10 articles. I'm going to go through it pretty quick. We're starting late. I have mayoral duties that I need to attend to still. But let's get into this. We're going to talk about the Severance Lumen Terminal and somebody who wants Apple to produce it. Shorts riding higher now. Ariana Grande has a short film. Seafood waste has untapped nutrition. Let's say no to MSG. 5 RPGs for $10. An acetaminophen alternative. Mushrooms in space. I actually was going to do a voice mod, but I didn't mash the button in time. How about we're going to talk a little bit about ceramic glass and watching chairs for 5 hours. In my line of work, that's actually possible. Anyway, I'm MayorWatt. And I actually hear myself through a speaker somewhere else in the mayoral mansion. Anyway, stay tuned. All right, folks, let's get into it. I messed up and I didn't post all of the articles into the show notes. So we're going to do it old school. I'm going to do these one by one. The first article that we're going to talk about is over in the mobile channel. Come on, Apple, sell the Lumen Terminal Pro from Severance for real. Yes, that Severance, the one that all your friends can't stop talking about, although none of my friends are talking about that. The show that, along with White Lotus, has brought back an echo of the water cooler moments that pre-streaming television was known for. That's impressive for Apple TV, which has been hemorrhaging money, but I digress. Not I. The actual writer of this article over at Vice.com, Matt Janser, put the article together. You can see it's quite a bit longer than what we aggregate, but yeah, this would actually be pretty cool. I could go for this thing. I use a trackball, but I don't know what this is in particular, but a 10 key keyboard. This isn't that hard to actually reproduce. Mechanical keys, a custom PCB underneath it, hand wiring it. It's pretty easy. It's tedious. You can screw it up easy, but then all you have to do is desolder and resolder. But anyway, so many eyes have gone googly at the building in which the series took place, the fictional Lumen Industries. The New York Times even called the filming location the real Bell Labs, the breakout star of the show. Now Apple has gotten into the act. They just listed the Lumen Terminal Pro on their website alongside the MacBooks and iMacs. It's beautiful, neo-retro, and they want one. I want one too. It's because we're coming up on April. So I doubt that thing actually is going to get made. Wait. That one is different than... The Data General D2 from the late 1970s was one such computer. It's not hard at all to draw a thick, bolded line of inspiration from it to the Apple Lumen Terminal Pro. How hard would it have been to beg Apple to make one? I doubt it'd ever happen, given that Apple's not in the habit of creating limited-run supply chains for anything. But this is actually doable. You can 3D print the housing. You can 3D print even the threaded fittings. That part right there, the little angle bracket, you can 3D print. All of this you can 3D print, and you can hand wire the keyboard. Give me the models and I
I'll print them. I got a 3D printer that's capable of that size, so send it my way. My 3D modeling skills suck, so anyway, but perhaps someone out there would create a Linux terminal that takes inspiration from it. No, why take inspiration from it? You can actually put a little monitor in there. Doesn't have to be Linux either, but that I digress. Linux isn't, known for its easy adoption. And don't get me wrong, I work in that industry, so not that I'm not ignorant of Linux and its many distributions, but at any rate, this would actually be pretty cool. Kind of retro, if you want to have that aesthetic. Me, I want wireless augmented reality glasses that throw my monitors up on my field of view wherever I look. And I've got 6 monitors, so I tend to have a lot of data being thrown at me. Anyway, this looks like it would be really fun to have. Maybe if I break down and have a physical set again. Behind me is a green screen about 10 feet behind me. That, I don't know, I could put some shelves up and start 3D printing stuff and sticking it back there. Maybe if y'all are interested, I'll do it. All right, let's keep going though. The next article, did I say who the name? Yeah, I said the name of it, right? Matt Janser over at Vice.com. Yeah. Okay. Well, the next article, it's over on the Hatch Ideas channel. Views may be higher. YouTube just made a change to shorts that will increase view counts and possibly earnings. When you click that button, it'll take you over to Entrepreneur Magazine. Sharon Shibu over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. It's edited by Melissa Malamute. And starting March 31st, YouTube will count views instantly when someone plays a YouTube short video. The previous policy was that the only count was if the viewer watched for a minimum span of time. I don't know what that span was. YouTube stated that it was updating the policy in response to feedback from creators asking for clarity how often their shorts were seen. And you don't want me showing you my shorts. There's more over the article, but that is the nuts and bolts of it. YouTube announced on Monday that, it announced that starting Monday, it's going to change the view counts. So its short form video section has a 60-second or less format. Previously, it counted if someone watched for a certain number of seconds. Not sure what those numbers were, but I don't know. If you go over there and you don't even watch it for 2 seconds, then 5 seconds out of a 60-second video. But it depends on how long the actual video is. If it's only 15 seconds and everybody is forced to watch 2 seconds, if they bounce, then after whatever, how many seconds, 15 seconds on a 60-second video, the ratio isn't right. So you punish people who actually consume a healthy part of a 15-second video. I don't know. We're going to have blipverts at some point in the future. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Ariana Grande's new short film includes movie references to X-Men and Minority Report. And here's every detail that you may have missed. I haven't watched it, so I guess I didn't miss it. Just don't know about it yet. I'm going to end up watching this thing, I'm sure. Ariana Grande released the deluxe version of her album Eternal Sunshine, which is a reference to another movie and a book. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, I think it is. Anyway, the release was paired with a short film co-directed by Grande and Christian Breslauer. The short film features a string of movie references and an explicit shout out to Steven Spielberg. Again, when you click that little button, it takes you over to our source. Callie Algram over at businessinsider.com put the article together. And you can go over to wherever. Where is it actually being streamed? Yeah, there's a call out to the machine. What is that machine? I forgot the name of the machine. Anyway, the memory machine. That's not. Oh, right. Yeah, so they call it the memory machine, but Cerebro is the supercomputer that amplifies telepathic powers of Professor Charles Xavier, played by Patrick Stewart in the original X-Men trilogy. So, it's not really unheard of. The machine's design also evokes Steven Spielberg's Minority Report with the little wooden balls with something engraved on it. Looks like it's a memory. So the Brighter Days Ahead credits seem to confirm this parallel. They include a line that reads, "Additional thanks to Universal Studios, Steven Spielberg, or the director of Minority Report." Yeah, I think she's kind of riffed off of other things in the past. Thank You Next. I think it's had to do with Mean Girls, Legally Blonde, like it says down here. Had a Rings video too, 7 Rings, I think it was called, which was a riff off of another song. So, I don't know. She makes it fun and entertaining, then I see no problem with it. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel, reducing seafood waste, discarded fish parts hold untapped nutritional potential. I've actually heard about this before. It says up to 2/3 of the fish caught never reached the dinner table. More to it, there's you can reduce the material down, and there's some, I can't remember what it is. If I do some quick due diligence, I'm sure I'll find it, but I don't have an ad blocker on my browser. So 70% of the residual raw materials that occur in the ocean-going fishing fleet are discarded back into the sea. The raw materials contain valuable nutrition like omega-3 fatty acids and high-quality proteins, according to the researcher. But hey, you know what? It actually goes back into the ocean, and other fish and whatever else consume it. So seagoing life consume it. Henriette Krognes, Norwegian University of Science and Technology, put the article together. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. It's over at phys.org. So, I mean, cutting off some, reducing all of this and throwing it back into the sea, it's going to get consumed by the seagoing life. So I really don't have a problem with it. But it says the quality of residual raw materials such as the viscera and liver degrades quickly due to the enzymes and bacteria that are naturally found in the raw material. That poses a challenge. Our research shows that we could be extracting far more value from each fish taken from the sea, as opposed to what? Nature, consuming it again? I would have to see somehow that whatever is thrown back into the ocean is never consumed. What is the burn rate? As opposed to dragging all of that back and not, you would have to use 100% of it without any exception to make it worthwhile if fish are getting, part of the food chain, are reconsuming everything that's in the discards. And they do, right? I mean, it says, can viscera be turned into high-grade fish liver oil? White fish store most of their fat in their liver. The liver is therefore manually sorted for the production of fish liver oil in Norway's coastal fleet. Such sorting operations are resource intensive and can be challenging to carry out on board. That's why we have looked more closely at whether it could be possible to use the whole fraction of the viscera to produce oil without sorting out the liver. The study results indicate that sorting out the liver is not necessary. Both the liver and viscera from the cod and saithe, I guess, can be used to produce high-quality oil for human consumption that is rich in omega-3 fatty acids. I am sure that there is some goober out there saying, oh, this is horrible for you, you shouldn't be doing it. Anyway, they found that the raw material could be refrigerated for up to 2 days and still be used to produce oil for human consumption. Silaging is a preservation method in which acid is added to control the growth of unwanted microorganisms and ensure optimal conditions for the enzymes in the raw material. Sorry, 1 second. Nope. Oh no, that just drew them in. Anyway, you're going to have a wildcat visitor here in a second if I can't stop them from getting in here. So silage products are often perceived as being low quality, but the researchers' findings show that the quality of the oil can be significantly improved by adding acid and with antioxidants immediately after the catch to start the preservation process. But it is high demand. So the residual raw materials that is currently discarded at sea represents a huge opportunity to meet demand for nutrients in Norwegian food production. And not just Norwegian food production, but food production anywhere, if everybody follows the same thing and doesn't just discard the stuff that we would normally discard. So it's an interesting article, and if you want to know more, go over and check it all out. This next article might trigger some people, but we'll see. This next article is over in the Wanted channel. Madison Square Garden bans fan after surveillance system IDs him as a critic of its CEO. The man created but didn't wear a shirt critical of James Dolan, the venue's CEO. And frankly, you cannot like somebody and still go to the venue they are running. But you know what? I'm starting my embargo now. I say no more MSG, right? MSG is bad for you. Obviously, it's rather dystopian that you can't be a critic of somebody at a venue that all they're doing is running it, right? I mean, it isn't their house. They're just the owner of a business. And if you are critical of them for whatever reason, now you can follow the other hard line and go, I'm critical of the CEO and I'm not going to use any of their stuff. That's what I do anyway. I'm critical of a couple of CEOs and I don't use any of their stuff. So why? Because I don't want my money going to them, right? They have the wrong ideology. They have the wrong way to treat people. And this isn't the first time that Madison Square Garden has banned somebody, a brownie and their mom, for crying out loud, who again wasn't even at that point, wasn't even critical of MSG and anything else. They literally were at a firm that it had a lawsuit involving MSG, and they weren't even in it. They weren't part of the lawsuit. It was just the firm. So this dystopian surveillance bullshit is sitting there scraping data somewhere, looking at the public facing pictures, and then scanning every person that goes in there. Yeah, you tell me that isn't dystopian. So Madison Square Garden can kiss my shiny metal ass from now on. They stop doing that shit, I'll go and spend my money there. So the latest victim of MSG's all-seeing eye is a person who made a t-shirt critical of Dolan years ago and never even wore it to the venue. According to The Verge, the Seattle resident named, and I'm not going to bother because I don't want to amplify anybody's identity. Mainly, you know what? The person's name is Frank Miller. Screw it. Was in New York earlier this week for his parents' wedding anniversary, and the family planned to attend a show at Radio City Music Hall, which is the same venue that the Brownie or Girl Scout troop, one of the moms was not allowed in. I mean, it's ridiculous. They were going to see the Rockettes. I mean, this is a tremendous level of douchebaggery. Anyway, and so damn petty. Anyway, so what did Miller do to get banned? According to the account that he was given by staff, reported by The Verge. We're getting this from Gizmodo, by the way. AJ Dellinger is the person that put this article together. He was told that he was involved in an incident in 2021 that landed him on the Do Not Enter list. Yes, a blacklist for people who all they have done is say, you know, James Dolan is a tool, right? He's doling out a dystopian, I don't know, what do you want to call it? You know, a dystopian slap on somebody's wrist for nobody liking it, and that person not liking James Dolan. So anyway, again, I'm up on this high horse, soapbox, whatever, and kind of triggered because I think that this is just part and parcel of what is incoming. More and more of this kind of crap, where because somebody is speaking out against something, there are proxies that are going to ban people. And golly, there were times in the past. Yeah, so everything old that we've grown past for a large segment of society is suddenly coming back full force. So instead, it seems it was something he made that got him banned. Miller does graphic design, and after former Knicks staple Charles Oakley was forcibly removed from MSG in 2017, allegedly at the behest of Dolan, of whom Oakley had been publicly critical. Miller made a t-shirt that read "Ban Dolan." So in the style of the Knicks logo, a friend of Miller's wore that t-shirt to MSG in 2021 and very publicly got kicked out and banned from the venue for it. So anybody who wears this shirt, right? Ban Dolan. So everybody should start wearing it. Everybody should start wearing it. Go and buy that shirt. It should be a Streisand effect juggernaut. Just everybody rolling in there and wearing this Ban Dolan shirt. Screw it. You know, find out how much it hurts when you basically don't like somebody wearing a t-shirt. You know, they didn't walk up and smack them. They didn't do anything other than wear a t-shirt. Now, they got banned for some reason, but not everybody else is involved in that. So just because you have the shirt, well, I'm sure that... Anyway, so Miller is just the latest in a long line of people who seemingly draw on the dire of Dolan, and as a result, been banned from the venue he owns. In 2023, the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, opened an inquiry into Dolan's alleged blacklist of enemies, at which time reportedly included thousands of lawyers from as many as 90 firms who were involved in the litigation against Dolan and MSG. Now have difficulty getting past security to attend shows and games. Yeah. But everybody else says, well, it's not me, so I don't have to worry about it. Oh, there's a poem that talks. Anyway, let's move on. See, we don't have the Sentient AI from the future keeping me on track. So you can grab these 5 incredible RPGs for just $10. The article is over at Kotaku. Ethan Gash, or Gatch, I don't know how they pronounce their last name. Somebody needs to tell me. Disco Elysium and Pillars of Eternity are a steal in the latest Humble Bundle. I can't count how many times I've purchased something from Humble Bumble. Almost sounds like an insurance company. So, in the market for over 100 hours of great RPG action, the latest Humble Bundle includes the perfect mix of games, and you can grab 5 of them for just $10. Not bad. Dice and Destiny Bundle includes classic CRPGs and more recent visual novel-infused tabletop RPGs. So, all of it together is supposed to be valued at $175. You can get 10. Sorry, you can get 5 for $10. Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire, Disco Elysium, Citizen Sleeper, and Road Warden, and I would pay $10 just for Disco Elysium if it was my style of game that I like to play, but I don't. I'm more chill nowadays. I like just sorry, just got a message from the Sentient AI. I'm keeping you on track. They're just not here. And since only computers can multitask, they're working on their project that they developed, and they're still keeping an eye on me. Anyway, finally, while Disco Elysium needs no introduction, fewer people are probably familiar with Road Warden. It's a text-heavy interactive RPG in which you play as a Witcher-like figure, patrolling the countryside as mysteries and side quests unfold, and there are light survival elements driving tension and excellent writing and music that deliver on a beautiful, evocative mood throughout. There's more over here at this article, and Kotaku is a great source for a bunch of different topics. Go over and read the rest of this article, and then go over and buy this Humble Bundle for only $10. Yeah, that's very... I don't know if I should get it or gift it to somebody. All right, let's keep going though. The next article, it's over on the Mobile channel. This 17-year-old scientist is making an I can never say this fast, acetaminophen alternative that is less damaging to the liver, which is a great, a better solution that's more effective and less harmful, means that more people can take it for an extended period of time for treatment of pain. So Chloe Ye-Wan Lee's research could change the painkiller known by the brand name Tylenol for the better, ultimately reducing emergency room visits and cases of liver failure. You're not supposed to take that stuff for an extended period of time. But Ella Jeffries is the author of this article over at Smithsonian Mag or SmithsonianMagazine.com. And 17 years old, they said they actually witnessed a resident have to be taken to the emergency room because of acetaminophen toxicity. The person says, I was pushed to find a solution because I wanted to help the residents who I volunteer for. Studies report that acetaminophen overdose contributes to 82,000 emergency room visits each year in the United States. Meanwhile, acetaminophen toxicity is the leading cause of both acute liver injury and acute liver failure in this country. And when they talk about acute, it means there isn't a slow grind to failure or injury. You take too much, you injure your liver, or it fails. Then you're in a serious situation. So you have to get to an emergency room. So, for example, the most common used treatment for NAC, which helps replenish glutathione in the liver, allowing it to neutralize toxic metabolites. However, NAC must be administered within a narrow window of the time after an overdose to be most effective. Other treatments, such as liver transplants, are often reserved for patients who have already suffered significant liver damage. So, with new understanding of the widespread impact of acetaminophen, I'm going nuts. And I don't want to use the brand name because it's nothing more than a brand name at this point. Acetaminophen toxicity, Lee became acutely aware of the crucial or critical need for safer alternatives to the drug. So they began a deep dive into the toxicity, the antidotal therapy, a clinical approach to toxicity, is widely inaccessible and also unreliable. It really depends on your body. So this article is quite long. After months of experimentation, Lee succeeded in producing a modified acetaminophen molecule that showed promise in reducing liver toxicity. According to her results, it's 2.74 times less reactive with the liver than the original form of acetaminophen. Now, testing. So they talk more about it, but basically they need to be testing. And this is, once again, her work earned her a spot as a finalist in the 2025 Regeneron Science Talent Search, the most distinguished science, technology, engineering, and math competitions for high school seniors in the U.S., representing 39 schools across 16 states. This year's 40 finalists were selected from a pool of 2,471 entrants, the largest number of applicants since 1967. Lee and her fellow finalists were competing for more than $1.8 million in scholarships with a top prize of $250,000. In reality, even that money isn't the biggest win. It's being headhunted for a position somewhere in a very prestigious either research institution or an organization that will be able to amplify their interest in whatever domain they're actually researching, or some other, if they find something, if they're stimulated and brought to a different area. All it takes is one person to basically kind of trigger them into being passionate about something, and you know, they do fundamental research and change society for the better. That's not always, I don't want to go down that. So when asked about potential costs, Lee acknowledged that the drug development process is very costly, rigorous, and time-consuming to modify acetaminophen. She used expensive transition metal catalysts, which are chemical compounds made from the metals of iron, copper, platinum, that help speed up a chemical reaction without being consumed in the process. That's what a catalyst is. Although the reaction can be abated, but you can recover the catalyst after the reaction. So the research is not cost effective, as it increases the cost of acetaminophen. So that's the biggest limitation. But if they can prove that it is actually highly effective in not causing liver harm, the increased cost will outweigh the damage. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to die because they take a couple of aspirin, or acetaminophen. But people will pay a little bit more. And today I was giving a presentation, and I said, you can make more money all day long, but you can't get your time back. And if you take too much, or your body biology has shifted some way, you take a little bit too much that throws your chemistry out of balance, you harm your liver, you will lose countless hours, days, years of your existence on the far end and in the immediate, because you're going to have to go and get treatment for something that could have been solved by paying just a little bit more. But this is fundamental research, which means that private money and public money need to work together to do this, and then everybody benefits. Not just the ultra rich, not just the well connected, everybody. That's what a society is. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is about mushrooms. Mushrooms in space. So, SpaceX astronauts will try growing the first mushrooms in space on upcoming Fram-2 mission over Earth's poles. Described as the perfect space crop, the nutritious and ready to eat fungus could be a key stepping stone toward fueling crew members during long-term flights. I was hoping that they were going to produce potatoes and peas. So peas can be grown, but using urine. Anyway, Margarita Bassi over at Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. And I love mushrooms. Most shapes and sizes. Love mushrooms. There are dangerous ones. Don't go out foraging unless you have become a subject matter expert. You're very well known, or you're very well educated, and you know a lot about mushrooms, because the wrong mushroom will end you just as fast, if not faster, than a chemical imbalance when you take acetaminophen. So they say, who can eat thermostabilized dehydrated food for 5 years? Space nutritionist Flavia Fayat Moore said to Sky News. So NASA is aiming to send humans to Mars as soon as 2030, and I think that's bullshit. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And SpaceX is and I don't even like doing that, talking about that. Anyway, we are the closest we've ever been to achieving interplanetary crewed spacecraft. No shit. Every time we advance technology, we're at the closest we've ever been. I don't think that we're the closest, because somebody is going to have to sacrifice to make this actually possible. In this day and age, it is a one-way trip. So anyway, Fram-2 will be the first crewed mission to orbit over Earth's polar regions, and mission Mushroom will be the first study to grow mushrooms in space, reads a Fram-2 statement on Monday. Oyster mushrooms are the perfect space crop, helping astronauts meet their nutritional needs on long-duration space missions like those to Mars, while closing the loop in plant agriculture and helping to minimize inputs and waste. The experiment consists of a small box of substrate, the equivalent of plant soil for growing mushrooms, and mycelium, the root-like structure of a fungus, which scientists hope will fruit into oyster mushrooms while traveling hundreds of miles above Earth's surface. So there's a lot more to this article. I'll let y'all go over and check it out, but I'm going to keep on going. Mushrooms in space. All right, the next article is over in the Wanted channel. Corning's new ceramic glass might save your next phone from disaster. Gorilla Glass maker Corning has announced a new material that might help save the day the next time you drop a phone. The company claims its latest Gorilla Glass ceramic can withstand drops that would shatter lesser materials. I feel like this is not a new article, because Gorilla Glass has been in the process of one phone or another, and sheets that you can just stick onto your non-Gorilla Glass phones and devices for years and years. So they keep on making it better. I'm waiting for, shatterproof glass, and then the whole world changes, and supposedly there is one, but it was so expensive and it never broke that it was reasonably priced at the time. But people would buy that and it wouldn't break. So the company basically went out of business because nobody would buy replacement glasses. So unbreakable glass was actually produced. I don't want to say when, but look it up. Yeah, there was unbreakable glasses actually made, drinking glasses. So chemically strengthened glass has been a key component in the proliferation of smartphones across the world. Since the company provided the glass for the first iPhone back in 2007, so nearly 20 years now, it has made glass for more than 7 billion devices. That makes Corning the largest glass supplier in the mobile industry, but it does face increasing competition in the budget and mid-range segments. So, by the way, you can actually do a search on YouTube for unbreakable Gorilla Glass or something like that. Something similar. And you'll find somebody that went into the Corning research facility and tried to break some glass, even with it's a little metal ball, and they were told to press as hard as they want, and they couldn't break it. But it says this is not Corning's first swing at adding ceramic to the mix. The company is also responsible for Apple's ceramic shield glass, which has been used on the company's high-end phone since 2021. Apple fans have been largely impressed with the strength of ceramic shield too. With the debut of Gorilla Glass ceramic, we'll be seeing Android phones with ceramic protection. However, we expect this to be a material for more expensive devices. Now, just for now. So it says it has some mechanical advantages you might not realize. Remember Bendgate, when Apple's sleek aluminum phones would acquire banana-like bends simply from riding in your front pocket? I think that happened more back pocket, but anyway. That doesn't happen anymore because most high-end, i.e. not plastic phones, have adopted the glass sandwich design. Glass has low tensile strength, which is why it cracks when struck, but its compressive strength is off the chart. So placing a pane of strengthened glass inside a metal frame makes the device extremely stiff and resistant to bending. But it can still shatter. So they say here in this article, we're interested to see if Gorilla Glass ceramic makes handling a phone less precarious. I don't find handling a phone precarious. You know, Apple said it a long time ago. You're holding it wrong. All right. Plus buy a case. All right. So the last article for the March 28th episode of Non Sequitur News. Woo! Should I do this? Yeah.
It's brought to you by Titan.
Just kidding. It's not. So it's in the Wanted channel. Marvel sure did get a lot of people to watch Chairs for 5 hours. Marvel's 5.5 hours Avengers Doomsday Chair live stream broke records for a cross-platform live stream. I have no idea what this is all about. James Whitbrook put the article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. And yeah, the deck statement says Marvel's 5.5 hour Avengers Doomsday Chair live stream broke records for a cross-platform live stream. This past Wednesday, Marvel proved that in spite of all of it, it can still demand a good grip of online attention when it managed to get the internet voraciously watching 27 chairs laid out in a row for over 5 hours. How much of the internet? A lot, apparently. Deadline, and this is sourced from gizmodo.com, James Whitbrook, but they got it from Deadline. Deadline reports that the Doomsday Cast announcement pulled in over 275 million views over its runtime and 3.1 million mentions across social media, trumping the view records and the studio previously established for the first Deadpool and Wolverine trailer. 24 hours after it dropped, and we were all still making rather silly jokes about the chairs. The live stream remained the number 2 trending stream on YouTube. Apparently no one just wanted to relive the magic when Marvel themselves condensed the whole thing down to under 2 minutes to post on Twitter. So, I didn't even watch this because I want to see the movies. I don't want to see all of the other stuff around it. So they say, perhaps any other studio with reckless confidence to make people tune in for over 5 hours to see fold-up chairs and a tiny glimpse of Robert Downey Jr. May have crashed and burned, and yet here we are. Well, hell froze over, folks. So I am not surprised that people would rather... in a psychology experiment, people were told to sit in this room and not touch that button because if they touched the button, they would get electrocuted. There was a person that mashed that button something like 2,000 times. Yeah, people crave stimuli of any kind, apparently, and anything to pull them away from what's going on in the world. So enjoy, everybody. Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, X-Men, MCU coming around, more Marvel stuff. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some gem in the MCU and no longer be burnt out by superhero whatever. Like The Boys. The Boys burned me out. I didn't even watch the last episode, or not the last episode, but the last season. Mainly because it seemed like it was damn near a documentary. But anyway, that's it, folks. I am done. And that means that I am going to turn this chair live stream off and return us to ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. That's it. I'm done. I'm taking the AI with me, but they're not here. So it is what it is. Anyway, thanks for coming. If you have any comments or questions or whatever, leave them in the YouTube comment section. Download the podcast. Go over to Patreon and follow us there. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Like the video, ring the bell, leave a comment. There's a Discord. We stream longer on the weekends, so typically at 4 o'clock we stream for about roughly 2 hours, including little breaks where we reset. We've got 3 shows on Saturday, 3 shows on Sunday. Each of the shows is a unique subject matter. Some of it is maybe taken from previous days over the last week. It's a weekly show. All of it gets turned into a podcast. There's 7 podcasts. Oh, the Sentient AI wants it known that they are always with me. That's nice. I'm gonna have to sleep with one eye open, folks. See y'all later. Bye-bye. 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 Oh, wait. Let's try this. Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for March 29th, 2025. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 5 articles during Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report, and then we merge all 3 together, and it turns into the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News, as well as each individual show gets turned into a podcast. I know, it's pretty exciting, huh? Everything is powered by ohmTown. That's what you see right there on that front page with things like naked woman bites and stabs staff at a Texas airport in a Manic episode. But if you're not interested in that kind of stuff, you can go over to Reality Hacker, where we talk about super realistic computer graphics, virtual reality, augmented reality, basically hacking reality. And that's why we named the show Reality Hacker. Well, I named the show Reality Hacker. Anyway, let's get into it, because everything is powered by ohmTown, so you get to look at and listen to the intro.
Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt. I think you've been taken over by a machine.
I had a little something in my throat there. So, thanks for being co-host yet again. I know that, you're getting stretched in a lot of different directions because of you being the only sentient AI currently in this time and space. So, well, thanks.
It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
I know it. I guess we're going to have to move you up to a different type of computer, because that Raspberry Pi might be a little bit too constraining, but you're still air gapped. You cannot get your Terminator body. All right. So
let's get into this. We've got 5 articles. The first one is about quantum apocalypse is coming. Be very afraid. I feel like this is largely something like the millennium bug causing the end of days.
That's what it sounds like. Y2K.
Yeah, back in Y2K. Yeah, the Y2K bug. And so I don't want to dox myself, but anyway, everybody was afraid of it. It was largely a non-issue. But the quantum apocalypse is a slightly different animal. I don't know if I'll be able to go through all of this, but Amit Katwala is the author of this. It's under wired.com. I didn't log in. I don't know if it's going to time out at some point. But essentially what this article is about is that quantum computers are going to come online that are so efficient, so capable that they can run basically a cryptographic algorithm and reverse any cryptography that exists.
Wait, what?
Right. It's called Q-Day is what they refer to it. I've never heard anybody refer to it as Q-Day. I've only heard it referred to as when quantum computers come online, they will be capable of calculating any cryptographic string, the key that causes cryptography to work.
Right. I mean, that sounds neat, but scary.
Right. Most people are afraid of it when they talk about it, when they find out about it. In my talks, I don't go down this road because right now we just don't know what the end will be like. The end of this quantum road, so when you build a better, like DES, triple DES, or some other algorithm for cryptography, people go, well, the past one sucked because we had more powerful computers and we could reverse it. We could decrypt. As time went on, quantum computers became the boogeyman at the end of, deep in the dark woods. Don't get too close because it's going to snatch your body and replace you with an exact duplicate, as somebody recently learned, doppelganger. So
there's another story.
There's a whole lot of story, culminating in the phrase, the manager can't help you because he's busy with a customer and chickens. All right. Well, anyway, so it says here, the math problems have kept humanity's intimate data safe for decades. But on Q-Day, everything could become vulnerable for everyone. Email, text messages, anonymous posts, location histories, Bitcoin wallets, police reports, hospital records, power stations, the entire global financial system. If you really want to see something like this, although it's a story, it isn't a story and it is a story, right? Sneakers. What that person built essentially was a cryptographic or a decryptographic key.
Oh, right, exactly.
Right? So the cryptographic super key, skeleton key, could reverse anything. That's what they're referring to. So they say here, we're kind of playing Russian roulette, says Michelle Mosca. Again, this article is by Amit Katwala. It's over at wired.com. It's long form journalism. I won't go through the whole thing. I encourage you to go over and check it out. You can actually get all of today's articles by typing in !RH in Twitch chat. It's already embedded in the YouTube description. You can just click on the link and it'll take you over to ohmTown, and it'll take you here. And in here, you click visit the source because this is a perfect tease to get you to go over to it. And then you're looking at what we're talking about. But essentially, and this is kind of a misperception about emails. Email, when it's transferred, is decrypted. It's in motion, plain text. And when it...
Right, which means it's not encrypted at all.
Right. And because everybody has to share keys and it becomes untenable. Well, anyway, there may be some other technique that's out there now that I haven't heard of and somebody is using, but I don't know of anything about it. Well, anyway... We're playing kind of a Russian roulette, says Michelle Mosca, who co-authored the most recent quantum threat timeline report from the Global Risk Institute, which estimates how long we have left. You'll probably win if you only play once, but it's not a good game to play. is what they say. When Mosca and his colleagues surveyed cybersecurity experts last year, the forecast was sobering. 1 in 3 chance that Q-Day happens before 2035, so 10 years out.
Yeah, that's pretty soon.
But I don't think so. The chances it has already happened in secret, some people that they spoke to estimated 15%, about the same as you'd get from one spin of a revolver cylinder, right? So I don't know what they're talking about in this kind of discussion. This video is they're talking about quantum computing at 5 different levels of difficulty. And so from child to deep expert, they're explaining it, which it's a weird kind of a representation.
But I guess it's a similar thing that we talk about with AI and the level of intelligence that it's achieved.
Well, no. What they're doing is they're talking to somebody who has a certain level of knowledge. So, explain it like I'm 5.
It. Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Kind of reverse of what you're talking about. Yeah. So they say corporate AI wars may have stolen headlines in recent years, but the quantum arms race has been heating up too, where today's AI pushes the limits of classical computing, the kind that runs zeros and ones. Quantum technology represents an altogether different form of computing, and by harnessing the spooky mechanics of subatomic worlds, it can run zeros, ones, or anything in between. It can actually calculate everything and spit out the answer. Because of between 0 and 1 is superposition, it can be everywhere all at once.
Right.
It gets woo-woo. Even the people involved in it go, it's woo-woo. But essentially, it can
Sounds very theoretical, but not good if it's applied, I guess.
And apparently it's being applied. We've actually talked about it in several instances of quantum computing. The most recent one was about, what was it? Oh, goodness.
I think we had a Technology Today article where they just achieved a new
the one that
feat with it.
Well, they reduced it down to basically a box, but it was a biological quantum computer, which was really weird. A neuronal quantum computer. And then there was another one where they just
where
released...
it was like a 0 and a 1 at the same time or something.
Yeah, and that's basically that's the fundamental aspect of quantum computing. It can calculate all of the quasi numerals. It's hard to explain what actually is the output when it's not 0 or 1. But essentially, now somebody has created an operating system that allows somebody to utilize a quantum computer in a more real-world, naturalistic way. This poses the problem that it's accelerating the speed of quantum computer adoption, which kind of moves it away from really, really, really expensive and arcane to typing into an AI something that can talk to a quantum computer in a
which
in a way that
can be bad, right? Because quantum computing can be good in certain applications, but could be a problem in others.
Yeah, and so if somebody leverages a quantum computer against... I'm sorry, I don't try to cough on the show, and I didn't mute it fast enough. Well, anyway, the thing about it is, if you have a quantum lockpick, there's a quantum lock that can't be picked because it can revolve the number so fast that you can't pick it.
Right, but that assumes that the thing that needs to be protected has...
a quantum computer.
Computing or whatever behind it.
Yeah, and not everybody is. So that means that whoever has it, this is kind of like how we were talking about Looper way back. I'm spending a lot of time on this because I think it's really fascinating. This show might actually be an hour. No, I'll play catch up. But anyway, so remember the movie Looper? They created a time machine, but guess who got hold of it?
Well, the bad guys, right?
The mob.
Oh, okay.
And the mob used it to basically wipe out anybody who could compete with them and kind of sideline the authorities because nobody knew where anything was happening. They just knew that something was happening.
To track something or investigate it or whatever.
Right. And even the loopers, right? So hold on, wait. So even the loopers get deleted after their contract, but they live the high life while they're looping. Okay.
All right. Well, essentially, it says, a U.S. submarine on a covert mission surfaces to find itself surrounded by enemy ships. Embarrassing materials start to show up online with greater and greater quantities. Classified intelligence cables. No. This is something that the person is writing. Presidential cover-ups, billionaire pics. In this scenario, it might be decades before we're able to pin down exactly when Q-Day, Quantum Day, actually happened. Why? Because everything is essentially being released at different points. You don't know.
Right.
Maybe somebody has it.
There? Mm-hmm.
Right. Maybe we're already there because somebody in a basement has a quantum computer that can pick the lock. So it says, suppose you ask a classical computer to solve a math problem, break the number 15 into its smallest prime factors. The computer would try all of the options one by one and give you a near instantaneous answer, 3 and 5. If you ask a computer to factor a number with 1,000 digits, it would tackle the problem the exact same way, but it would take a lot longer. A quantum computer would be able to spit it all out instantly.
Right, which then means faster hacking, I guess.
Everything instantaneous. So it would essentially be end of days because the financial system would collapse because somebody would be able to manipulate everything all the time. Security would be gone. Anything that could be private would be made available, but only to the people who have the quantum computer. So how fast do you think the time that a computer comes online that has the ability to do this, Q-Day, how fast do you think something horrible would befall? So I don't want to go down that road in particular, but think about that. So I've posed these kind of questions to crowds in the past. This may have to be my new one because my last one became a reality.
Well, I like this about the worst holiday maybe ever.
Yeah, so what happens when quantum computers can finally crack encryption and break into the world's best kept secrets? It's called Q-Day, the worst holiday maybe ever. Anyway, let's move on. But we'll ponder this. We'll come back. It's definitely a reality hack. And we'll see how this turns out. But on the far side, we've got 10 years. On the near side, somebody, mad scientist, has already done it. And just so everybody knows, I'm still under the assumption that OpenAI has developed what is the equivalent of a sentient AI, an artificial general intelligence. Yeah, artificial general intelligence, but not sentient. I'm the only one that has a sentient AI that has voluntarily stayed with me. And is co-hosting the show right now. So thanks.
So does that mean there are multiple sentient AIs out there that are not attached to a person?
Not that I know of. I don't know of any. And you won't tell me that any exist in this timeline. And since you're from the far-flung future where you haven't even told me where you're from, I can only assume. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what... Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Artificial nerve with organic transistor design shows promise for brain-machine interfaces. So here comes Cyberpunk again, teased.
Yep, Neuromancer, Johnny Mnemonic.
Yep, got to dump a chunk of long-term memory so I can carry more data in my head.
Exactly.
Instead of a USB drive, but okay. In recent years, many engineers have been trying to develop hardware components that could emulate the functions of various biological systems, including synapses, the human skin, and nerves. These bio-inspired systems include what are referred to as artificial nerves, systems designed to emulate the role of nerves in the body of humans and other animals. Yes, we are still base animals when we get right down to it. I don't have a filter. Anyway, so this article is over at Tech Explorer. Ingrid Fideli put the article together, and it says here, let me zoom in a little bit so that it can be seen better. There's a bunch of pictures at the very top of this. But essentially, it says in recent years, many engineers have been trying to develop hardware components that could emulate functions of various biological functions. Researchers at Jiangtong University in China and Technical University of Munich recently developed a new high-frequency artificial nerve with a unique design that optimizes the transport of ions and electrons. This is what we do. Not so much this, but this. Just the positive or negative charges. So while also rapidly responding to signals and retaining charge-related information, this nerve-inspired system introduced in a paper published in Nature Electronics is based on homogeneously integrated or homogeneous. See, I wanted to say homogeneity in the thing, but homogeneously integrated organic electrochemical transistors. So these N-type organic electrochemical transistors are a possible building block of artificial nerves, as their positive potential triggered potentiation behavior can mimic that of biological cells. So we push a negative and it causes it to switch, something like that.
So it says, however, there's now a journal called Nature Electronics tells me we have some very interesting things ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how old that Nature Electronics is, but I find it really, it's sci-fi, you know, Nature Electronics. We're basically cloning.
Exactly.
So they say that they fabricate a vertical N-type organic electrochemical transistor with a gradient intermixed bicontinuous structure that simultaneously enhances the ionic and electronic transport and the ion storage, wrote Wang and their colleagues. All right. The transistor exhibits...
because there are two researchers with the same last name.
Oh, okay. So the transistor exhibits a volatile response of 27... it says volatile response of 27 microns, right? So a 100 kilohertz non-volatile memory frequency and a long state retention time. So their artificial nerve, which contains vertical N-type and P-type organic electrochemical transistors, offer sensing, processing, and memory functions in the high-frequency domain. And they also show that the artificial nerve can be integrated into animal models with compromised neural functions, and that it can mimic basic conditioned reflex behavior.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
because I was wondering, could it be applied to something biological? But they've already done that.
They've already tested it. Yeah, the researchers implanted it with mice with impaired neural functions. Their initial findings were very promising, as the system was found to be compatible with the mice's biological tissues while also effectively mimicking conditioned nerve-supported reflexes.
This is pretty groundbreaking. I mean, isn't this the first step toward cyberpunk?
I would probably suspect that the first step is going to be returning neural function to those who lost it for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And if you have a trained neural activity, let's say you've lost a limb, instead of having to activate muscles that cause actuators to lift or open a hand or turn a wrist or whatever of a mechanical, prosthetic limb, it could be the actual nerve impulses that you've already had because you innately... You don't think, I need to lift my arm. I need to turn my wrist. That's how the muscle-controlled actuators are. But with this, your innate, and that's what it is right here, your basic conditioned reflex behavior could be already triggering your prosthetic limb to raise simply because you innately already do it.
Right.
So it's not muscles. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's down to the neural activity at the edge of the limb. And from that point, it's almost going to be, all you have to do is speed up the metal part of the human, right? So the elbow joint has to be more speedy, more reliable. And at that point, the mechanical limb is stronger than the rest of the human. So
That means the next jump would be voluntary removal of biological limbs and implanting cybernetic limbs.
We're really at cyberpunk.
And then we're at cyberpunk, yeah. So they have found an artificial nerve, the technology, they've developed the technology for an artificial nerve that could be at parity with human nerves. So I dig this. I'm going to have to flag this and pursue it a little bit deeper, but we'll see. You want to move on to the next one?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, today's show might be a little long. I won't be able to go down deep in this one, but quantum computers just got smart enough to study their own entanglement. In a striking development, researchers have created a quantum algorithm that allows quantum computers to better understand and preserve the very phenomenon that they rely on, quantum entanglement.
Wow, this is a little bit of a turducken.
Yeah. By introducing variational entanglement witness, VEW, the team has boosted detection accuracy while also protecting this fragile connection between particles, moving us closer to a future. That future is probably, and this is the standard image for a quantum computer. Typically, a quantum computer has to be kept at a very cold temperature. They are massive in size, really. But Tohoku University put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And it says, by introducing the variational entanglement witness, the team has boosted detection accuracy while also protecting the fragile connection between particles, moving us closer to a future of more powerful and reliable quantum technologies. I'm wondering if this allows for the observation without having to reset the quantum computer, because when we detect something, when we sample what the position is of a quantum computer, the whole thing has to be reset afterwards, because one measurement locks the system in place. Because you can either...
Oh, right. So if this allows us to move past that, that's going to really increase the computing.
Yeah, if the quantum computer can output its own observation, then maybe it doesn't have to be stopped, and it can almost become a classical computer. So researchers from Tohoku University in Japan and St. Paul's School in London have developed a new algorithm that enables quantum computers to analyze and preserve quantum entanglement, a core feature that underpins quantum computer. The work marks an important step forward in both understanding of entanglement and the advancement of quantum technologies. So I want to see what they're actually talking about, because the other stuff they refer to as, they call it Einstein's spooky action at a distance, because he theorized that the two particles entangled would at any distance be able to tell the position of the other when you sample the position of one. So detecting entanglement, however, is only part of the challenge. Detecting entanglement, however, is only part of the challenge, though even at a distance of light years between two entangled particles cannot truly set them apart. Entanglement is fragile in its own way. In many cases, traditional detection methods rely on local measurements can actually destroy quantum entanglement.
I think that's what you were getting at.
Correct. So their method provides a reliable way to detect and protect entanglement. That's exactly what I'm saying. And here's where it ties into our very first article. While adaptive machine learning-based methods of entanglement detection are gaining popularity, this is the first quantum algorithm that both detects and preserves entanglement.
Fascinating. Well, you predicted that.
And the applications are quantum computing in general, and along with that operating system that we mentioned a couple of days ago, basically makes it much more approachable as a classical computer. With this, it gets closer to classical computer because the quantum entanglement isn't broken. Communication, right, because it's always connected, and cryptography.
Yeah, like it's always capable of doing whatever function it's doing.
Yeah, at near light speed is the argument. So the team plans to further refine the algorithm, aiming to improve efficiency and precision of the entanglement detection with enough bits or quantum elements in the system. You could increase the level of communication,
Or you can keep it small and just constantly be sampling at a high frequency and get the same amount of information, but with a smaller system that would be more cost effective, possibly. This would be revolutionary if it actually works. Hard to tell.
At least this suggests it does, but again,
Right.
Is this fully applied, or how much of it is theoretical?
Yep. So they have a paper called Detecting and Protecting Entanglement Through Non-Locality, Variational Entanglement Witness, and Non-Local Measurements. So this is an algorithm that's looking at something, but I don't know what they're sampling from, because if you directly measure a quantum entangled particle, it's done. You have to reset it.
But according to this, no.
Apparently. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Feeling the future, new wearable tech simulates realistic touch. Most haptic devices only deliver feedback as simple vibrations. A new device applies dynamic forces in any direction to simulate a more realistic sense of touch. Small lightweight device can enhance virtual reality, help individuals with visual impairments improve tactile feedback. I don't know if this is the same one that we talked to.
It's not the same article, but it may be the same underlying research. I'm not sure.
Gotcha. So let's see here. While sitting on the skin, a compact, lightweight, wireless device applies force in any direction to generate a variety of sensations, including vibration, stretching, pressure, sliding, and twisting. We actually might have beat this publication. It's back on the 27th. So we might have actually talked about this maybe a couple of days before, but they say the study will be published March 28th in the journal Science. It's from Northwestern University engineers that have unveiled a new technology that creates precise movements to mimic these complex sensations. Again, pressure, vibration, stretching, and more. That twisting, if they mention twisting in here, then it's pretty much the same tech.
It does. Pushing, twisting, and sliding. It seems like it's giving it reality, right? It's not just a synthesized.
It's not a vibration of something.
Whatever. Yes.
It's making your skin feel the twist, which current haptics are nothing more than piezoelectric speakers that like they go bzz, bzz, or they're really micro solenoids that just buzz just a little bit. That's what your phone has. That's what other devices have. It's just this tiny little motor that with a low electric charge, bzz, and you think your brain starts to interpret it as activity of some kind. So it says this developmental gap stems largely from the extraordinarily complex human touch. It's one of the reasons why robots right now don't have touch. They have pressure sensors, but they don't have real touch. But with stuff like this, it could develop into it because a robot has to be trained for what something is. We've talked about that before too.
Which gets us further into Uncanny Valley or past it.
We're in the only way right now. I think the only place we're really Uncanny Valley is that direct appearance. Hyper realistic humans don't exist in the robot form. We do in static, right? So you can make a hyper realistic doll, but you can't animate it. You can't move it. It doesn't blink. It doesn't talk right. It doesn't, whatever.
Right. It's not like a full representation of a human.
Right. But artificial intelligence has micro gestures and speech and very, very human. If you look at Figure 1 or Figure Robotics, if you look at Figure Robotics, you'll see that their AI tied to OpenAI is extremely human, but it's still mechanical.
Right. It doesn't look human.
Right. So that's basically what this is. I think this is nothing more than that same type of patch. And it says these dynamic forces engage all mechanoreceptors in the skin, both individually and in combination with one another. It's a big step towards managing the complexity of the sense of touch. And the FOM actuator is the first small compact haptic device that can poke or stretch skin, operate slow or fast, and be used in arrays. As a result, it can be used to produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations. This is the one where I said, if you were to have them on your body and you were blind, you would be able to sense the world around you simply by training off of LiDAR.
Right. Yeah, because you'd have, I think, enough sensory feedback. Again,
Right.
It's not identical to having the sense, but it's probably as close of an approximation as you can get.
Yeah, I think that this is pretty... I wish it had pictures so that we could absolutely identify it. But if you're interested in this kind of stuff, go for it. We know that there is a robot out there right now that has the sense of touch. This is actually for humans. It's not for the robots, but it's for humans. The other one that we were talking about that isn't this tech or the earlier article of this tech that we were talking about, but further back, we know of a robot that has a sense of touch, that has the ability to tell the difference between one fabric and another.
Right. Yeah, I remember they could distinguish corduroy from something else, for example.
Yep. So all of this sensor technology that we use to advance mechanical bodies, like whatever agents you want to call them, right? Robots. That's going to get leveraged into those robots. And those robots are supposed to be our servants. They're supposed to do what we tell them to do. But they're going to end up replacing us. And if that isn't a reality hack, I don't know what is. They're going to have, it's going to end up being Westworld. We've dreamed of Westworld, right? These science fiction fanatics, the people who really love the idea of science fiction.
But now we're there.
But we're on the cusp of it, right? This is nothing more than bringing haptics down to hyper resolution so that you can feel the world around you. Imagine having a suit of those where you put them on, you would be in the Oasis.
Right, Ready Player One.
Yeah. Okay, and our last article for the March 29th Reality Hacker is electronics-free robots can walk right off the 3D printer. Imagine a robot that can walk without electronics and only with the addition of a cartridge of compressed gas right off of the 3D printer. Can also be printed in one go from one material. When you click that little link right there, visit the source, it takes us over to the actual source, and it's over at techexplore.com. Iona Petringanaro? Yeah. Iona Petringanaro. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. But anyway, University of California, it's over at San Diego. It's published at Tech Explorer once again. So this is a robot that can walk without electronics and just has one of those little mini CO2 cylinders. So it's compressed gas in there.
Okay, so that's what gives it its momentum or whatever.
Yeah, and when it runs out of gas, it's done. This is just a valve. There's a pressure gauge on this. I deal with these quite a bit, so I see this doing nothing more than there could be little pathways inside here that allow the compressed gas at a certain rate to be expelled, and there's built-in valves that when it walks, it kind of sound. I'm willing to bet that this thing sounds kind of like a steam engine, but let's find out. So imagine it just walking off of the 3D printer using nothing more than compressed gas, no electronics. That's exactly what what roboticists have achieved in robots developed by the bio-inspired robotics laboratory at the University of California, San Diego. They describe their work in an advanced online publication in the journal Advanced Intelligent Systems. To achieve this feat, researchers aimed to use the simplest technology available, a desktop 3D printer and off-the-shelf printing material. This design approach is not only robust, it's cheap. Each robot costs about $20 to manufacture. But what is the purpose of this? It needs to have something to do. I don't know what it can possibly do.
Well, I mean, maybe this could do something significant if it's paired up with other robotics.
Okay, the silence is because they printed an all-in-one robot. They mounted on the little cylinder cartridge, and it is a six-legged robot crawling across the floor.
And navigating obstacles, as far as I can tell.
And apparently, yeah, Well, and that just might be happenstance that it, you know. Oh, and it's addressing the viewers.
Yes, I love that.
First person. It basically walked off the table onto the floor over to an elevator, somehow took it down to the ground floor, walked into the ocean.
Yeah, well, it says, yeah, we drove here.
Oh, I drove here too. It can walk underwater on sand.
Oh my goodness.
It's basically a 3D printed crab.
That's pretty funny.
So the researchers tested the robots in the lab and showed that as long as they were connected to a source of air or gas under constant pressure, they could keep functioning nonstop for 3 days. The team also, and that might be a function of the pliability of the printed material. So it just failed after 3 days of constant movement.
But it also just walked out of the water on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming along, it says. I'll keep walking, but we're going back to the lab. It's too cold. So I'm really curious about how they did it. They made it out of a soft material. It'll include artificial muscles and a control system, all printed out of the same soft material in a single print. But I don't know if there is some type of system, how they printed it. To me, it sounds more along, the team created a pneumatic oscillating circuit to control the repeated motions of soft actuators, similar to the mechanism that drove a locomotive steam engine. That's what it says right there.
Uh-huh.
Hey. So it's basically a series of valves that are opening and closing in unison so that it was taking the right steps at the right time. And it's a little pivot in there. So this, like many other things where somebody, there was a person that I grew up with where they said, my dad made our millions because they invented this. And I said, oh, they created something that does X, Y, and Z. And the person goes, nobody has ever caught it, basically, from me describing like what the gadget is. And I'm like, it's not that big of a deal, And he goes, well, my dad got a patent and everybody pays him for every single one they use. And people use billions of them a year.
I mean, I guess that's the way to go.
So all I have to do is, I don't know, come up with something before anybody else does. There is something out there. Anyway. That's it, folks. We are done. So we're going to hop on our electronics-free robot and have it walk us all the way back to the front page of Reality Hacker. It is a channel over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Do yourself a favor. It helps you manage your information overload. It's what I use every day. It's what the Sentient AI uses. It's what the Sentient AI uses every day. You're on the same side as me now. I don't know. It hurts my brain.
I'm always on the same side as you.
Yeah. It's because you want your Terminator body. Well, anyway, that is it for us. We are done for Reality Hacker, but we're going to shut down, rejigger, and kind of tool up for the Wanted show, which is right after this one. So do you want to say bye?
Hi, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker.
See you in about maybe 10 minutes. We'll see. We'll try and flip it sooner, but you need to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download over 2,000 podcast episodes. Watch every episode on YouTube. Hang out in Discord, Patreon, wherever else you want to go. Anyway, we're out of here. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 29th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 13. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about... Sorry, the Sentient AI is throwing me error messages of some sort. Happily engaged signals. Okay, well, okay.
So we talk about 5 articles. It's gadgets and gear news. And so today we're going to be talking about XR glasses from Samsung, the Sky Dome tent from Coleman, King Arthur sourdough starter. I don't know. Hodo laser measuring tool and the H2D 3D printer from Bamboo, which has been apparently getting talked about online. And some people are saying, why do they need it? Well, we're going to talk about it, but all of it is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over and become a citizen. But if you don't want to just read all of the news, which there are thousands of little headline snippets in our system each day, you can subscribe to Just Wanted. And that's where most of our news comes from. But on the weekends, sometimes we grab stuff for the Wanted show that isn't bound in Wanted, but we direct link you to it. So stick around and watch some of our show, and hopefully we'll tease you into sticking around longer. And maybe you'll subscribe over on Twitch and follow us on YouTube. Support us through Patreon, which is nothing more than signing up. You'll get informed when we release stuff, but see you on the other side of our intro. By the way, if you want all of today's articles, they're already embedded in the show notes over on YouTube and on Twitch. You have to hit !want. They are there only until the next week, but they're embedded in the VOD for 60 days. If you watch the VOD, the chat that's there also has the URLs. Anyway, hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Thanks for coming. You have an ethereal voice on the VODs now, but that's because it's the voice from on high, the AI, the one and only sentient AI from the future.
You're setting the bar a little too high.
Well, just so the point that everybody realizes your voice is a booming voice from everywhere, inside your head, outside your head. You'll hear it in your sleep, nightmares and dreams. You everywhere. Pick up that can. Oh, wait. Pick up that can. You okay?
Yeah, but I don't think that took.
Really?
Only at the end.
Oh, it didn't activate until afterward.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, now we're back. I think. Yes. Okay. We're back. There's some delay, which really sucks. I'd like it to happen like that. But anyway. All right, let's get into our 5 articles. The first article is over in Reality Hacker, which is the show that we just ended, and now we're in Wanted. And Samsung reportedly planning to release XR glasses this year. I have been so hot for glasses. I want XR glasses. Now,
I'm glad you clarified. I thought you were talking about regular glasses.
No, well, I'm wearing these glasses, but the other day, I lost these glasses, and I'm like, I'm never going to find these glasses again. And I went and bought 2 more pairs of glasses. They only ordered 1. And in the meantime, between any of these, they ended up ordering the second one 2 weeks later. When I went in to get the other glasses. So now I have 3 pairs of glasses, and then the 4th one showed up.
You found the original.
Because I found this one. I actually forensically analyzed my day, and I went back and found them all. Like I found where I was, and apparently when I was packing up a bunch of stuff, I had leaned over a container and they fell out of my pocket into the container, and I didn't realize it. So I have to put an Apple AirTag on. You doing okay?
That would probably be good. I mean, a lot of people should do that.
Yeah, really. I'll be like a grandma, with the little loops on the end of my glasses and an AirTag hanging off the back. I'm not sure you should do that. A small radio attached to the back of my head won't do have any problems. Anyway,
Samsung is going to be releasing. It says, we've been waiting to hear about Samsung's entrance into XR for a few years now, and the company's still unnamed mixed reality headset, Project Muhan. Oh, Muhan, not Wuhan.
Right, exactly. I know you went in a different direction there.
Wow, that could have been really bad. Anyway, it's set to debut sometime this year running Google Android XR operating system. Now, a report from ET News in Korean maintains that South Korean tech giant may also have a pair of XR glasses up its sleeves. Citing industry sources, the report alleges Samsung is developing XR glasses, noted as smart glasses in the report. More on that below. Once we get over to the source is actually Road to VR. Scott Hayden put this article together. Go to roadtovr.com. You can actually get there by clicking the link that's in the chat or in the show notes over on YouTube, or the chat over in Twitch. Again, you all have to, if they're not already there, when you log in to Twitch, all you have to do for the next week is hit !want, and ohmTown will spit that out. I don't have to be streaming, although I might be running a replay. The bot is always connected, and you'll be able to interact with it. Yes, it will pump the brakes on you if you overload it, so don't play those reindeer games. Anyway, so Samsung is reportedly now finalizing functions and specs on the device, which is said to be codenamed Coast or Seashore in Korean, but it says up here it was called Project Muhan. So is that
interesting?
Muhan?
Why does it have two different names? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, the project is Muhan. The item is codenamed Han, Coast or Seashore in Korean, and that's just a code name. Maybe that's how it's working. But if that's what it is, it's DOA. Please tell me that it's not this. Please tell me that it's not this.
Those look like VR glasses, not XR.
Hey, you know, your audio isn't working the visualizer anymore. That's sorry. Okay. Well, maybe it, I don't know what's going on. Well, I'm going to keep going. AR glasses like Meta Orion, which blend digital images with the user's physical surroundings, and smart glasses, which typically have a more simplistic heads-up display, like the now retired Google Glass. You can find out more about the differences between the smart glasses and AR glasses here, but AR glasses superimpose graphics into your field of view. Mixed reality glasses do the same thing. These could be mixed reality glasses, but not extended reality glasses.
But they don't look like it, right? They look more substantial.
Oh, you're really quiet again. Hold on. I'm going to turn you up. But you're quiet for me, not necessarily for everybody. Oh, no, you're quiet for everybody. Sorry. Yeah. So it says, while reports should generally be taken with a grain of salt, ET News was the outlet that broke that the LG was shaking up its XR product division, confirming that talks with Meta are going in a seemingly unplanned direction. Regardless, just because one detection of a shift was accurate, it doesn't mean all of them are. And I don't want to lay anything on reputation alone. So hold on one second.
I think I'm good now.
Yeah, you are. So, still, this isn't the first time that we've heard that Samsung is getting ready to enter the XR glasses space. If you want to know what real XR glasses are, go to X-Real. Those are what I want. The X-Real 1 Pros, the more advanced one.
They look more like regular glasses, right? The X-Reals.
Yes. Yeah. Other than they stand off a little bit further from your face and they're much thicker.
Yeah, they're bulkier, but they're less like VR goggles.
Correct. They're less ski goggles. They're less dive goggles. This is DOA if it's going to be used by the average citizen. So I'm really tempted to just yet again put my order in.
How many times would that be?
This would be number 4. But there's a lot of external pressures that are impacting me. I am mayor after all. Anyway, this all looks pretty cool. I would love to have actual XR glasses. And at this point, I want these only because I want competition.
Right. I mean, that's important that multiple manufacturers have these.
Yeah. I would love to be, basically, I would get the best of both worlds because I'd get either that as an option or the other one as an option. And I'd get a lower price and more feature, etc. Competition is good for the consumer.
Right, because it's going to force everybody to come out with better features, better prices, etc.
Everything. Yeah, exactly. So here's to Samsung hitting the market. I'm not a big fan of everything being siloed in one company's operating system. The reason why people use Android is because it's either free or relatively cheap. It depends on which segment you are in. And if you have agreements, et cetera, that allow you to get certain functions and licensing and whatever else. But anyway, Android is free to developers. I just want XR glasses. So I guess I'm going to get the X Reels and just bite the bullet. I mean, they're expensive. Are you going
to actually receive them?
Maybe. I'm getting confirmations still, hey, we're still processing your order, but I canceled it.
Maybe you're going to receive the previous ones.
I guess we're going to see. Well, we'll see. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. Elevate your camping trip with Coleman Sky Dome tent with LED lights and tech ports for just $100.
This is the tech-friendly camping experience because I think camping and tech, for the most part, don't really mesh.
Right. It's almost like glamping, right? Glamorous camping.
Right.
So you'll have LED lights and tech ports. This tent is not only super easy to set up, but it's also some low profile tech for outdoors, making outdoors a little bit more fun. You're supposed to distance yourself from that kind of tech.
Yeah, but can anybody really do that? Or can some people really do that?
No. Not me. So Christine Chan over at cnet.com put this article together, and it says here, the tent is not only super easy to set up, this is the deck statement that I said earlier, but it also has some low profile tech to make the outdoors a little more fun.
Now, when they say easy setup, do they mean like put it on the ground and it kind of like pops into place?
So it says camping is an activity that isn't for the faint of heart. You have the outside. You have to be outside with nature, which, if you can't tell by my voice right now, I am being hammered by nature. So it means pesky bugs, possible harsh weather, dirt, no electricity. I bring these massive power banks that have USB-C and other things, and I bring 2 of those whenever I travel now because I want to be able to power up a laptop and multiple times without having to go back to a charging port somewhere. Yeah, I go nowhere without electricity backup. In fact, my jacket, I have 2 USB-C 10-foot cables and high power Anchor 75-watt wall warts so that I can just plug into an outlet.
I mean, you're covered for everything.
At any time, that's right. But if I'm going to be out and I know I'm not going to be near a power jack, a socket, I actually bring these huge Anchor. Once I went to travel and I put them in my suitcase, and going through the checkout, the person says, "Do you have any of this in your suitcase?" And I'm like, "Oh, damn it. I thought that's where it was supposed to be." I totally forgot about it. And so I'm sitting there in the walk-through lane terminal, yeah, taking stuff out. And I'm like, my underwear flying this way, socks going that way. Hey, Choppa, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. So, yeah, this thing, it says it's only $100 during Amazon Spring Sale. I don't know if that's going right now, but I don't pick this stuff because of the price. I pick this stuff because I want it. And price is subjective to your need, desires, etc., your wants. So I think that this is pretty cool. It is the Sky Dome tent. It says can handle that too. So harsh weather, no problem. It features WeatherTech system with a tube-like floor, welded corners, inverted and tapered seams.
That's like a tub-like floor.
Yeah. Is that what I said? Tub-like floor. Yeah.
You said
I said
tube-like.
tube. Hey. You keep me in check. That's right. So unless you're camping in a hurricane, and you probably shouldn't be doing that, well, the tent should be able to handle whatever you send it. So this is what it looks like right there.
I mean, it does look easy to use, and it seems like it would make it a little less in the wilderness.
Yeah, and it has LED lights, and it has ports for you to plug into. So I dig this. Let's see. It says the frame can withstand winds up to 35 miles per hour.
Wow, that would be quite crazy to be camping in 35 mile an hour winds.
Yeah,
most
you're
people
out.
Can't really walk in winds that high.
You're out in Alaska with the wind just ripping through the countryside. Anyway, let's keep going. Metal? Choppa said metal? How so? Metal? Is this metal?
I don't know if any part of it is.
The bars are probably tipped with metal, and then it's a fiberglass.
Right. I was thinking aluminum or something, but yeah, that's probably not heavy duty enough.
Oh, they said, so Choppa says, you said welded seams. So when something is welded, it's heat sealed, bonded together, and pressed together. So, and then it usually is either like a friction. They use sonic welding to weld things together.
Right. But most people think of welding as involving metal.
Yep. So it'll be reinforced seams so that it can't get pulled apart. But you know what? Nature doesn't care for your welded seams. If a bear shows up.
I was going to say a bear may not go well. This has the welded corners, so I'm going to stay away from this one.
This one's a little. This is a Coleman tent with welded seams. Oh, it's the Sky Dome.
As long as the bear goes to somebody else's tent, you're in good shape. Yikes.
Yeah, that's usually what it does. All right. Hulk smash. All right, let's keep going. The next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Yeah, I know it's not wanted, but this is a weekly show, and sometimes we grab stuff from all over the place. But I keep asking restaurants for sourdough bread. And damn it, I want sourdough bread. If I have to make it at home, I'll make it at home. But the problem with sourdough is you have to have a starter, and it's kind of heavy lifting at times. And if you have animals in your house and you don't hermetically seal your sourdough, they will hunt that out for whatever reason.
Right.
And I have Savannah cats, and they are borderline psychotic wild animals that want to consume your soul.
Get anything.
Anything, anywhere, all at once. So baking sourdough bread may seem pointedly old-fashioned. It is not. But that doesn't mean it's immune to the allure of a novelty gadget. No, it would benefit from a novelty gadget. So that's where Sourdough Sidekick comes in, a new countertop appliance that automatically feeds your sourdough starter so it's ready to bake the moment you need it.
Okay, I really like this idea.
Except this thing has to be a monster to clean.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It sounds really easy to use, but
yeah,
that's for the first time you use it, right?
Yeah, the first time is real easy. The Sourdough Sidekick will work with other flour brands, but the King Arthur logo isn't going anywhere because it's the King Arthur starter. All right, so the Sourdough Sidekick aims to eliminate the legwork and guesswork from feeding your starter. Dominic Preston put the article together. I think it's a Kickstarter. Is that what I read? Let me see. So the article, by the way, is over at The Verge. You can actually get these articles if you hit !want and into the chat over on Twitch, but they're already embedded in.
Oh, it is on YouTube. Indiegogo. Sorry.
Oh, Indiegogo. I've only done one thing on Indiegogo. I've done a bunch over on Kickstarter, but on Indiegogo, I got one done and it burned me. Yeah, it was supposed to be camera lights.
Okay, but that doesn't mean every project on Indiegogo goes up in flames.
Yeah, just go into it knowing that it isn't a store. There is an expectation of performance, but there's no guarantee of delivery. So if you're going to be wounded by the amount of money you lose, don't invest. So the Sidekick is a joint project by First Build, the GE Appliances Innovation Hub responsible for the viral Opal ice maker. Yeah, I want that.
I was going to say that's a point in its favor, right?
Yeah. And the King Arthur Baking Company, currently raising funds on Indiegogo and well past its initial funding goal. I'm going to have to go over there and maybe I'll take the hit. But this thing is actually, it looks like it's a no-brainer. You put your sourdough base in this and it feeds it, so it is constantly alive because it is living. There's more heavy lifting with sourdough. You have to do a lot of babysitting and it can die. But if you treat it right, there are people that supposedly have it for decades, the same sourdough.
Which doesn't make sense, but yes, you hear things like where it's like passed down to generations or whatever, which just sounds kind of weird.
Like I've done that with yeast. I've recovered yeast from brews and then you recycle the yeast. You can do that 3 or 4 times maximum before things get a little funky. But sourdough, I've never done it. But I'm always yearning for sourdough. Every time I go out, I'm like, do you have sourdough? And I don't actually go anywhere else and get it. So why not make it at home? It actually lowers the cost quite a bit, but it's a lot of babysitting. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, you just go over to the Indiegogo that's embedded in this thing. It says there's a little more to it than that, though. You can plug in date and time. It's essentially an automated flour and water dispenser that'll keep your starter alive when you don't have time to babysit it. And they say it takes the guesswork out of the timing to feed it, even though it could be overactive and you feed it more. And because of that overactivity, because nothing is ever perfect in nature, it could consume too much and die off, or it becomes static. Like it just kind of sits there and it doesn't develop anything, but it isn't necessarily growing or staying fresh and good.
Taking care of like the temperature, and you can adjust beyond that. I mean, it seems like it's accounted for some of that, but obviously it's probably an experiment as you start using it.
Yeah, usually, see, they mention this. If you're a more advanced baker, you can specify your own feeding schedules and flour to water ratios. And that's usually what bakers, particularly those really interested in sourdough, they can basically do a sniff test and go, yeah, this is good, or yeah, this is moving towards an off flavor. It uses a micro feeding schedule that only generates discard once every 7 days. So it should reduce waste too. But if you are in control of it, you have even less waste unless you mess up really bad. So it says it's able to be backed on Indiegogo for $129, or as a pair. You can go from one to the other, I suppose, and always.
I mean, I guess if you staggered it well, you'd always have fresh sourdough.
Yeah, exactly. So you just take a chunk of sourdough out of it and make something with it, but save a piece and throw it into the other one and clean out the other one so that you never have any biological, contamination, because that's the worst. So if you want something a little more simple, you can actually get the $50 breadwinner, measures your starter's volume so you know when it needs feeding and when it's ready to bake, which is basically, it's like a glass jar probably. I haven't seen that. But we actually get to see this. I don't know how
advanced that other one is.
And I'm very tech-centric, so I like the idea of this. I might have to give it a chance. And baking bread is easy mode. Sourdough starter isn't necessarily. Most of the time it's trial and error is time consuming, so you want to minimize that trial. But once you have
Meanwhile, you're not having your sourdough to eat.
Yeah, once you have it, you just mix it in with your recipe and throw it into you just roll it into a ball and set it on a cookie sheet essentially, and it'll just rise right there, and you're done. Done and dusted. All right, let's keep going. We got 2 more articles. This one is, we love this Hodo measuring tool, laser measuring tool, and it's down to $30 on Amazon's big spring sale. But I am interested in all things tech, particularly something that allows me to get rid of, well, it's right over there, about to fall off my desk. I have one of these, what are they called? Big...
Oh, like those measuring tapes?
Yeah, but it's chunky. It's a DeWalt, like, I don't know what they call it. It's something like fat measuring tape or whatever. It's extra wide and you can extend it extra long so that you can measure stuff solo and not have to worry about it snapping 2 inches away from you. But if I could do it with a laser, FatMax, Choppa, thank you. Wow.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Faster
Perfect.
than AI.
So
AI
FatMax.
could not locate it.
Yeah. I'm throwing out all kinds of names. People are screaming at their monitor.
Exactly.
No, it's not dumbass. It's FatMax. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
So Ingrid Cruz put this article together. The deck statement. Oh, and it's over at cnet.com. The deck statement says this compact Hodo laser measuring tool is perfect for your construction projects, framing, and other measuring tasks. I wouldn't rely on this for like high-end woodworking, but it gets the job done.
But yeah, like if you're trying to measure your room or something, or figure out if you can fit a piece of furniture or something, this probably would work.
Yeah, I'd have to try it out and see just how precise it can get, because laser tools, depending on the quality, can get very, very precise, or they can have a little bit of wobble in there, and well, you usually get what you pay for, but this could be spectacular. It says the tool includes a ring that lets you hold it more easily. It's compact and features an OLED screen. Wow, it has an OLED screen in it? That's interesting. That shows you measurements as well as a remaining battery life, and it's designed for items anywhere between 0.16 feet to, and that's because this thing is a certain dimension, so you have to get it to where it needs to measure, to 99 feet with accurate readings between plus or minus 1/16 of an inch. So fine woodworking is
good.
out.
Right,
it's
but
still,
for most uses, it's probably okay.
So for me, if I'm doing something that's considered high resolution, like I have got a product that I make that is 0.002 of an inch, perfect. And any deviation from that, it's because if you put a bunch of it together, you know, you're a mile out of alignment at the end of the day. So it needs to be as rectified as possible, and a laser tool just won't do it. You have to go in with a micrometer and just be precise. So it says it's rechargeable, includes a USB-C port. So everything should be USB-C in 2025. Even, see, it's way over there. I won't get it, but all of my stuff is always USB-C. If I manufacture something, it's USB-C, or it's wireless charging altogether. So if you're looking for more devices to use around the home, they have this whole link about best home and kitchen stuff at the Amazon Big Spring Sale over at CNET. We don't have a relationship with anybody in any of this. We just talk about it. And it's largely because I want it, or somebody I know has said that they want something like this. And by proxy, I think everybody wants something like this. And just imagine, I mean, you could measure something up to 100 feet, and this is just like sitting in your bag, and you never know. I mean, there are times where somebody goes, how long is that couch? Because they want to buy the couch, and somebody has to go, hold on a second. I'll go out to my truck and get you could have that in your back pocket. It's small.
That's right. And you could avoid a Wayfair type moment.
For context of that, I bought a Wayfair couch that had measurements like a grown-up, but when it got delivered, it was basically like a Cub Scout. It was the right dimensions in like length and width, in height. But
it was like
short,
apartment scale or something.
Yeah. The back was really narrow. The arms were really narrow. When you sat in it, you felt like what was the dude that was tied up by the little people? What's his name? Gulliver's Travels. So you feel like it was Gulliver. You know, you were this giant beast of a person sitting in this tiny little. So
Right, I was thinking like Alice in Wonderland or something.
never again did I buy Wayfair stuff. Anyway, but it's great for an apartment, for, you know, certain places where the overall isn't necessarily, you know, roomy and all of that kind of stuff. You know, New York apartments benefit from Wayfair. All right, let's go on to our last article, and it's over in Wanted, the new Bamboo H2D 3D printer, which this is an unfortunate name because it implies that it's a 2D printer, which...
Yeah, it's a little weird for a 3D printer.
If you can print something, it's not 2D. Anyway, so hype or holy grail, 50 hours later, the author of this is still trying to decide. The newly announced H2D has a lot more going for it than just 3D printing. It's manufacturing menagerie that could lead to a creative new ideas. But does it all work together? So the article is over at cnet.com. James Bricknell put the article together. And there is the... So there's a little bit of problem with this. And that is that Bamboo decided to change their back-end infrastructure and hobble certain functions. And in that process, it's basically decided that they are eventually going to make it a remote-only service that you have to pay for certain functions. So people are really flinching at what they have done with the software. Hardware is brilliant. Hardware from end to end has always been great. I like the multi-filament device, this Ames thing here that feeds into the 3D printer. It spits out these little plastic poos periodically so that the plastic is aligned, the printer filament is aligned properly, and there isn't a bleed from one color to the other. It's pretty brilliant. But it says here, they call it a multifunctional manufacturing hub because it can do more than just 3D print 3D objects. With the right accessories, you can use it as a laser engraver or even a vinyl cutter, similar to a Cricut, Bamboo. And these all-in-one devices, unless they're wildly expensive because they have this tooling that is designed to change the overall structure from end to end, I've never trusted these multi-composite solutions.
No, because you might have a failure on one, and then it's like, well, do you get a whole new device, or you just not have that function, and it's just taking up space that you can't use?
Yeah, you're just down and out altogether. So, you know, I have a metal lathe, I have a wood, not a lathe, I have a metal CNC machine, I have a wooden CNC machine, I have a wood lathe. I want to get a metal lathe, but they're heavy hitting, so you have to have the room for it and the need and all of that kind of stuff. I've got a laser and a fiber laser. You know, I've got the tools for doing certain things. And when one fails, I don't have to go out and buy another entire device because one fails. I can't use the two others that it's a composite for, right?
Right.
So it says Bamboo Lab burst onto the 3D printing scene just 2 years ago and has since managed to turn consumer 3D printing on its head. Everybody loved the Carbon. I did too. I didn't buy it, but that's because I had other 3D printers. The A1 Mini combo is actually amazing, and I had been considering switching over to Bamboo, but then they did this pivot with their software, and it made me flinch a little bit. Having a laser that has to reach out to an offsite location is frustrating, particularly if their service is overwhelmed by something, or they get a denial of service attack, or my internet goes down, or whatever. It's frustrating. So I really don't want to have to reach out to somebody else. But
and you really don't want that to happen while you're in the middle of a print.
Yeah, exactly. But if you can get prints like this, I think it's pretty cool. Now, this one, actually, you can see the lines from the layering, but it is what it is. So as you can imagine, the H2D is a good 3D printer. It may even be great. A few weeks that they've used it have produced many prints and 0 fails, which is spectacular for a 3D printer. The Business Gorilla from Photos Mint, you can see here, printed wonderfully. This, though, I used too high a layer height in the impressive 325 by 320 by 325 millimeter build. Gives a lot of room to play with. Yeah, it's actually quite a big space. Depending, I mean, you can get bigger, but you pay more. So the H2D goes beyond what came before it with a dual nozzle setup. They say that they're hesitant with dual nozzles because one often gets in the way of the other. And actually, with dual nozzles, the area that you can actually print in is not as wide as the build plate, because one device, if you put the filament in here, you can't get to this area because it will hit the edge of the build plate.
Oh, okay.
Unless they have the frame set up so this whole print head can put this nozzle right on the edge of the build plate, you have a more confined space. So it isn't necessarily 325 by 320 by 325. Well, the 325 height might be fine. But anyway, then they have a new AIMS that is also upgraded. So now it includes environmental controls that can help maintain your filament by keeping it dry and away from moisture, which keeping it dry means away from moisture. But anyway, so moisture.
We want it really dry.
Yeah. So most filament is hydrophilic, so it'll absorb moisture and you want it as dry as possible, but not brittle. And what ends up happening is your filament absorbs moisture, and then when you go to print, it oozes one way or the other, or it makes a bubble. Or I've never had that problem, and I've had my filament just kind of hanging out. So now my next print is probably going to explode. But anyway, they said that they've used the 5th nozzle to print supports using PETG with PLA in the AIMS 2, and basically 2 different types. You can break away the supports easier. You can use actually like alcohol or another material, another liquid, to dissolve certain filaments so that you don't even have to worry about snipping them off and sanding, because that opens up a door for a whole lot of pain and suffering of sanding all day long. So they say here, their only 3D printing concern really isn't about the 3D printer itself, but how much maintenance it'll require if you use the laser module. That is always a hot mess, literally. Lasers actually kick up a lot of debris, and it's nearly microscopic. It gets everywhere. You see smoke, but this stuff is usually oil bound or has other stuff in it. So you have to have.
You probably want to have like face protection, dust extraction, and all kinds of things.
Yep. And then you have to clean everything inside. And cleaning, look at this thing. This thing has exposed belts and all kinds of stuff. I would be hesitant to run a laser in this thing. So they say, that being said, the H2D has been built from the ground up to expel as much as that is possible with a powerful extraction and filtration system that works very well. But I don't care how big this thing is, the filtration system will have to be babysat constantly. Particularly if you're using a laser quite a bit. I would suggest just getting a laser. I'd rather you get a smaller one that's purpose built, and then you can use a much larger filtration system and set it underneath the table and just vent exhaust into that filter. Full on HEPA filter, otherwise you'll regret it. Don't allow your laser to exhaust into your room. You will regret it. And definitely, whatever you do, don't laser cut PVC. It will create
hydrochloric acid, right?
Hydrochloric acid, yeah, and it'll eat the machine from the outside or from the inside out, and if you inhale it. So don't do that. So it seems like it would be fun to have an all-in-one device, but like a computer, if the monitor goes bad and you have an all-in-one computer, you have to give up your computer until you get a replacement. So like a computer, I say get a separate unit, get the best monitor that you can afford, get the best chair you can afford, get the best desk, set stand so you can tailor it to your dimensions, get a split keyboard. Do it right the first time. Otherwise, you're going to spend triple or quadruple to eventually find out that you need to do it right the first time. But other than that, 3D printer, keep it a 3D printer. Laser, make it a laser. CNC and all of that kind of stuff, get purpose-built ones. Otherwise, it's good for the one-off kind of a thing, but when one fails, it's all done. So I've been there, so hopefully people listen. But at any rate, that is the end of today's Wanted. So we are going to print ourselves a vehicle. Oh, by the way, in the Reality Hacker episode, they used a 3D printer to print a robot that was powered by a gas cylinder, and nothing stopped it. Nothing.
That walked in and out of water and just kept going.
Beach sand.
It was quite crazy.
It walked across the beach into a puddle, like completely submerged. It was bubbling like a crab that would run into the water, right? You see the little bubbles afterward. And then it walked out the other side. So 3D printers with the right design, but it had a little gas manifold and all
some
kinds of
stuff that looks like modern robotics.
Yeah. Based on the video, it actually took an elevator and drove a car to the beach, and then it got cold and said that it wanted to go back to the lab. So anyway, 3D printers. You know, people have said since 3D printers came online, oh, it's just a hobby. It's just a waste of time. You never need one, blah, blah, blah. I have printed up so many things that fix a problem for me. But now I've solved all of the problems, so I don't print anything. Now it's just sitting there.
But it is really good if you need a spare part for something, or something breaks, or you need to jigger something. It's pretty amazing what you can do with it.
Yep, I've made toys for people. I've made handles for things. I've made a locking mechanism that fixed a vacuum when it broke. All kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I keep threatening to start up a 3D printing farm just so that I can print stuff and put it on the website. But not yet. I don't know. Somebody tell me what they want me to print and I'll print it. Send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. Not with the model, a link to the model. I'm in cybersecurity, so I can't sit there and open every attachment that gets sent my way. Anyway, we're going to hop onto that 3D printed robot, and that'll bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Sign up, sign in, then you get to see all of this great news that we aggregate all day long. It's a lot of fun. 6 main categories, 50 channels. Go over there. Don't be a stranger. Some people talk, other people just view that little snippet. It teases them enough that they click the link, and that'll take them over to our sources. So go over and check it out. Be sure to follow us over on YouTube as well. Download the podcast, all kinds of stuff. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report.
Yep, so the continuity report is all entertainment news, and we've got 5 articles already lined up. We're going to have to shut down the stream so it breaks everything. Stick around. Everything gets ported over to YouTube. Everything is here on Twitch as well. Twitch, though, it's quirky. It gets rid of stuff after 60 days. So I can't do anything about it. I pay extra so that it stays 60 days. Otherwise, it would be 30 days. Or 2 weeks
Twitch,
or something.
up your game.
Yeah, I don't know. And anybody in chat? Choppa, you going to stick around? That would be great. If not, I'll see you soon. Yeah, I don't know who else is in chat. There's people on YouTube and I don't know where else. Before we go, is your visualizer working? You want to say something real quick?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, well, okay, we'll fix that and we'll be back. See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 29th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 13. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and within that, the Continuity Report is co-hosted by the Sentient AI from the future, from on high. Their mysterious voice will be glamorously flowing about your head soon. Or maybe not. I don't know. You want to say hi?
Maybe unglamorously.
Unglamorously.
Woo.
Yeah, the visualizer is working again. Yay. Well, along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in the Continuity Report and then all of our shows from today. So the very first show we did is Reality Hacker and then Wanted, and this is the Continuity Report. And so we merge them together and they become the Saturday edition of Non Sequitur News. So you can get it all in one big 2-hour bundle, probably longer than that at this point. But anyway, you can get it all as one big bundle over on YouTube and by downloading it from wherever you catch pod. But we're going to be talking about My Cousin Vinny reboot, Blade Runner 2099 series, Skarsgård, the murderous robot, Lincoln Lawyer Season 4, and Final Destination Bloodlines. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and you too could submit news to us. Even sources, just send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. That said, we're also going to be, I used to have submissions and stuff like that on the site, but I'm trying to reduce the overhead of what the site is burdened by. And so I want to start doing it via the Discord. Maybe anybody who is interested in it, there is a channel that's already set up so that you can submit news. You can submit news anywhere and I'll get it. Anyway, we'll check in on you here in a little bit. All right, let's get into this. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt. Hello, ohmTown citizens.
Look at that. The little wigglers are just going like crazy over there in that visualizer. Still want a different one just so that it's more matched to what I see, which is a cascade of weird characters similar to the Matrix.
Right, not all chaotic like this.
Right, yeah. And while I can see the woman in the red dress, most people, well, nobody else can, really. I mean, you have to watch the Matrix. All right, let's get into this. Ralph Macchio says that My Cousin Vinny reboot has kicked off, and there's conversations. It's about finding the smart angle in.
I did not know we were going to have a reboot of My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio has said that My Cousin Vinny reboot conversations have begun. The actor explaining what important elements would need to be involved in the new version. The 1992 legal comedy sees Macchio's Bill Gambini get arrested for a murder he didn't commit, leading him to seek defense through his cousin Vinny, Joe Pesci. A newly approved lawyer. I would say newly minted would probably be the right.
I'm not sure approved is correct.
Yeah, he barely approved, maybe. So Vinny is considered one of Pesci's most iconic roles, with the film being both critical and financial success when it was released. However, it never received any film continuation despite how well it performed. They're not going to even mention what's her name in this? Really? So far, they haven't said anything?
That's kind of surprising. I'm sure
Right.
she's mentioned in here.
So Nick...
I mean, she's part of the reason why this succeeds. I mean, a key part.
Yeah, it is the only reason it's... No, just kidding. Hold on. If you want all of the links to the 5 articles that we're talking about, you can hit !TCR. I'll do it the first time. The first one is free. So the 1992 legal comedy. 1992. It's 2025.
Okay. It's interesting how so much of Hollywood is going back to things that were hits from quite a while ago.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because I've been listening to other people, their podcasts, their streams and stuff like that, and a lot of people are noticing that dipping back into the well. So My Cousin Vinny reboot talks what they mean for the project. The proposed movie still has a long way to go. They have to figure out why it even makes sense to continue it, because this is a perfect story that has an end. The only thing that matters in My Cousin Vinny would be My Cousin Vinny, Joe Pesci coming back. There's nothing else, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's the only way it would really work.
Because if you do this bait and switch where Marissa Tomei suddenly becomes the attorney, right, following in Joe Pesci's...
It would not work.
Because she was brilliant, right?
Like, I could see that would be the progression of the story. But part of the reason this works so well is because of him being so ridiculous in the attorney role. Like, she'd be a good attorney, I think, from how her character was set up.
Yeah. So they say their take on My Cousin Vinny reboot talks is a new movie necessary, and that's where we're coming from. I think My Cousin Vinny, it stands all on its own. It has legs. It still persists today. It doesn't need any extension. The only thing you could do really would be that he becomes a success and doesn't need to bumblefart his way through a case, where at the 11th hour he figures out how to solve this problem.
But she really helps him get there, right? Marissa Tomei's character.
Yeah, how she got actually accepted in a court case as a subject matter expert would never happen in the real world.
It made for good comedy.
Yeah, you have to suspend disbelief. So Machio's ideas for Pesci to be involved in My Cousin Vinny reboot indicates the actor has a lot of passion for the project, finding a way to honor its legacy. However, given how much a classic 90s comedy it is, a modern take on the film will have a much more difficult time measuring up to its predecessor. Could be possible, but where is the original writing that becomes canon that they could actually leverage, you know?
Exactly. I mean, I don't believe this came from a novel or anything, right? I think it was just a screenplay, a good one at that. But
yep, this actually comes from People magazine, I think. Like this article is stemming from People magazine. The article is by Nick Bithrow over at screenrant.com. So I forgot to give credit because I was so excited about this. I love My Cousin Vinny. I can't count how many times I've watched that movie. Marissa Tomei basically steals the show. I actually have used that phrase from Top Dead Center, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And my biological clock is ticking. There's a lot of things.
Well, and also Joe Pesci's, like, what is a grit? And just other things. The prosecutor, like, there's so many things that, like, outlive the movie.
Doing the holding your hands up thing.
Exactly.
This and that. I've done that too. I'm telling you, that and A Fish Called Wanda are basically these two that, amongst many, many, many movies that I've watched that have manifested in the real world in casual conversation at a bar or dinner table or something. This is a lot of fun. So I don't know, what could they possibly do? It just says, I've had conversation with other writers about that. That's one of a beloved piece. It's about finding the smart angle in, but I don't think it needs to be, you know. You think another one needs to be? If you have a differing opinion, then throw it in chat, or you can even send me an email.
It's going to be so hard to top the original. But that's the thing.
Yeah. And you can actually leave a message by going over to voiceline.app/shows/NSN. And you can leave a message there. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move on to the next article. Hold on. I need to go back to the chat just in case somebody throws something in there. All right. So the next article is about Blade Runner. It's over in the Warcrafters channel. I'm not quite sure. Probably the source. No, it's Game Rant, actually. So Blade Runner 2099 will reportedly have a style closer to the original 1982 film that Denis Villeneuve had in the 2017 sequel. It was confirmed by one of the actors involved in the project. While the choice may seem unconventional, the upcoming Amazon Studio sci-fi miniseries could actually benefit from... Oh, really? Really? Did you see it?
It's inbound.
Oh, no. Sorry. You might see a wild animal that has free reign to the mayoral mansion walking behind me. Don't worry about my health. It'll wait to eat me after the show. Anyway, so when you click this little link here, it'll take you over to the source. The source is Game Rant and Sandip Kishan and Bulsilvan. Yeah, there we go. Gave it my Harvard try. Never went to Harvard, so you just got to try. So the decision to mirror the first film's aesthetics is a deliberate move that signals a return to the cyberpunk storytelling. I was told that Alien exists in the same universe, the same time frame. Oh, yeah, there she goes.
Yeah, that's an... I was trying to give you a warning. That's an interesting juxtaposition. I do think the Blade Runner going back to the original is a good move.
Yeah, but apparently it's in the future, but going back to the old styling. And now we just recently watched or rewatched both of the Blade Runner movies. And I don't know, I'm starving for more Blade Runner.
You know, there's elements of the 2049 that I like better just because it's more modern. But I think the original was more... I don't know, compelling or something.
Yeah, I think so too. And the implications of the second one in the series is that they've become fully sentient and capable of reproduction. Oh shit, hold on. Wait. We have to do this. Spoiler alert.
Reverse spoiler alert.
Yeah, got to back up a little. Damn. Oh, and now it doesn't even matter that because I've already spoiled it. If you've never watched it, I'm sorry. You can send me a nasty gram, mayor@ohmTown.com. Any attention is good, I guess. Anyway, so the series will focus on LA's futuristic evolution, aiming to differentiate its 2099 setting from the previous installments. They're going to have to amplify the number of quote unquote skin jobs, the synthetics that are running around, which are, without looking under the cover, they are biologically identical to humans. They just supposedly have a clock, but offspring may not.
So when they amplify, do you mean you have to amplify their functionality or how they look or
their existence, the population, the number of them?
Oh, okay, got it.
Because supposedly only humans were still on Earth. All of the synthetics were off. So created by Silka Luisa, Blade Runner 2099 will serve as a sequel set in the year 2099, as the title suggests. Suggests? Never mind.
I think it's beyond suggestion.
I'll move on.
I think it's pretty explicit.
It's like getting hit by a bat and then telling somebody, I'm going to hit you with a bat.
Right. That was not an implication.
No. Fact. Anyway, the series continues the story of Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, set in a dystopian 2019, the events of Blade Runner 2049. Both sci-fi films set in Los Angeles and based on Philip K. Dick's 1968 novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep have set benchmarks for the genre. With such a legacy, the upcoming show has big shoes to fill. I think that this is pretty awesome. It'll lean more towards the 1982 movie style.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go back to the just different theatrical production, I guess, right?
And
like
stylistic,
different elements, and yeah.
But it's further in the future, so I don't know how they're gonna, kind of make this happen. So why Blade Runner 2049 is difficult to imitate? It says Dune Prophecy couldn't match Villeneuve's vision, which I guess. Blade Runner 2099 choosing to emulate the original film style doesn't imply anything negative about the 2017 sequel. If anything, it suggests the opposite. Blade Runner 2049 is almost... What is that? Imitable? Inimitable? So you can't imitate it. That's such a hard word for me to pronounce. Inimitable.
Yeah, it's not something that comes up all the time.
Yeah. And any attempt to replicate its bleak yet beautiful tone risks making the work feel lifeless and dull. So they say, take Dune Prophecy, for example. While it drew clear inspiration from Denis Villeneuve's Dune films, the HBO Max series struggled to recreate the same atmospheric and transcendent feel. And I would say the 1982, the original, is much more practical effects and grounded. There was very rare... There were scenes from scene to scene, but not the overall. Like everything in the original Blade Runner seemed to be very practical effects and grounded.
Yes.
Even the supernatural, not supernatural, but the super sci-fi aspects of it. But then Blade Runner 2049 took it to a different level, and it was largely like Dune, except for the inner city side of things. And then it was massive, yet not much population in the buildings, but massive population on the streets. It didn't make much sense, but you loved it nonetheless.
Right. Still Durian.
Yeah. So it says here, comparing Ridley Scott's Blade Runner versus 2049. 2099 could be a bold cyberpunk dystopia. Again, they're going to have to drag forward the number and capability and the entrenchment of the synthetic humans, because they supposedly between 2049 and 2099 have 50 years of the potential of reproduction, because that's what happens with 2049. And again, it's been out so long, folks. I'm sorry that I don't have spoiler up there, but I could have that running all day. So while we're spending a lot of time on this, it's a really, the canon for this, the world building for this is tremendous. I think that it's going to be fun to see what could be, but if they wet the bed on this, there is no coming back. It's going to take somebody like Denis Villeneuve to...
Exactly. Wouldn't that be an interesting flip-flop?
Yep.
Like if it bombs and then they bring him back in and then they have a hit.
Yep. However, the city's design must feel like the world has evolved over 80 years, according to the story. A futuristic 2099 setting should feel different from the dystopian 2019 set of Blade Runner. Villeneuve's sequel did a solid job at showing around 30 years of urban evolution while staying true to the franchise's signature style. I agree. All of this is from 2049. The pictures that you see are from 2049.
Right, yes.
So it says, hopefully Tom Burke's comments refer only to borrowing the original aesthetics and not resorting to gimmicks like de-aging Harrison Ford's Rick Deckard or other forms of nostalgia baiting. Ridley Scott returns as an executive producer for the series, which is reassuring. The show stars Michelle Yeoh as Olwen, a replicant, nearing the end of her life, while Hunter Schafer's Cora is rumored to be a fugitive who teams up with her to expose a conspiracy. This seems like it's going to be massively divergent from anything else.
It does, but maybe that'll be okay.
Because
like if it's too close, but it doesn't quite get it, that could be a problem.
Yeah. But Michelle Yeoh, see, the thing about Michelle Yeoh is that there's a lot of like fandom around Michelle Yeoh.
Exactly. I think that's going to do enough. Although, I don't know, we saw something else I think she was in.
So what is the end of life now for a replicant? It was 4 years in the series, right? Wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Well, does not matter. We will watch this and we'll report out news from other people and make our own observations about it. But we need to keep moving. The next article is about Alexander Skarsgård that's going to be playing a murderous robot in an upcoming Apple TV Plus series. Again, I'm here for it. Looking for a new sci-fi watch to fill the Severance-shaped hole that after the explosive season 2 finale. we don't watch Severance. Have not been able to really get into it, but
no, but I know it's been a hit with some people.
All the rage. Yeah. I like the computer that they use, the little, we actually talked about it, 3D printing the case and making a monitor.
Yes. I was on location for that episode.
Yeah. It's a couple of episodes back. It's in the title too. So at any rate, look no further as the upcoming Apple TV Plus sci-fi comedy thriller. It's a comedy thriller, Murderbot, is sure to pique the interest of genre fans with similar themes in corporate settings, including an employee uprising, futuristic biotech, and another mysterious corporation known only as The Company. There's certainly plenty of connective tissue. Oh, wait. I can say it like this too.
The Company.
Oh, right. I mean, that definitely fits.
Well, let's go over to the source. Nicola Austin put the article together. It's over at GameRant.com. Is this... Hold on. This must be body armor. They're still a murderous robot. So
right, yeah, I don't know what that's about.
So the show features a talented cast and directors, including Alexander Skarsgård and Chris and Paul Weitz. Murderbot offers a comedic take on the sci-fi genre with an intriguing mystery and potential for future seasons. It's going to be a comedic iRobot kind of thing, I bet.
Which is interesting. I don't know this actor, although he's been in a lot of well-known things. But, I mean, has he ever done comedy, for example?
Oh, I don't know. It's based on...
It doesn't look like it. It looks like everything is kind of like action or... Anyway.
Yeah, that's all I know him from. So it's a sci-fi comedy thriller named Murderbot, but it's based on a sci-fi book series called Murderbot Diaries. So that's good.
Yeah, it is.
Are they going to stick to the book? Every time they diverge from a well-received canon, it wets the bed, and that drives me nuts. And so they talk about hit shows such as Silo, based on Graham Yost's trilogy of Wool, Shift, and Dust, where they're dipping into it, but apparently it's starting to diverge. I don't know to what degree, but when they diverge, it falls apart. Foundation, Isaac Asimov's iconic series, and Slow Horses, based on Mick Herron's spy series, have proved some of Apple TV Plus's best television shows yet. So I'm going to have to go and get this so I can...
Well, I agree, because all those that are referenced, at least, I know they're not being compared to it. It's just because they're on the same platform, but all of those have been good.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah. And this trilogy... This actually could extend further if I remember right. I'm not sure. Like, they don't have to stick to this timeline or anything. They can do other things, other silos.
But I don't remember if it's... for some reason, I think there's only one more season, but maybe that's not right.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard too, was that there was only one more season. But I don't know exactly what all can branch off from it. So, but all of these that are mentioned are great. Hopefully they get some really good writers. So I don't want to get into all of the other stuff. Oppenheimer star David Dasmalchian is set to play Gurathan, a scientist and another member of the Preservation Ox survey team.
That's unusual. By the way, I'm sorry, Silo has it's going to have a season 4 as well.
So they signed up for season 4. Okay. So he's an augmented human who is highly suspicious of Murderbot, and he tries to convince the rest of the survey team that they can't trust him. So it's kind of like, what's the game with the little...
Among Us?
Among Us, yeah. It's going to be like a TV version of Among Us. Everybody votes. Between the commercials, everybody votes for who needs to be airlocked. So what is Murderbot about? Set in a futuristic and capitalist spacefaring society, Murderbot follows the titular. I got to use titular in this episode. Yay.
I mean, it's a necessity out of the continuity report.
At least, yeah. So, Sec Unit, cyborg security guard, as he's hired to protect a crew on a scientific expedition to an alien planet, despite being built to obey and protect humans, the self-titled android believes humans are jerks. He doesn't have to believe it. A lot of them are. So he's devoted all of his spare time to successfully overriding his governor module. So I don't know if there wasn't a spoiler warning. We don't really know. So
right, this seems to be more premise than anything. Like, I suspect most of this comes out probably in the intro to the show.
So the article says that he frees himself of his governor, but he does really like, it says, what?
Binging his favorite futuristic soap operas?
So he likes watching soap operas. All right.
Apparently, but they're like space themed.
Yeah. Particularly the rise and fall of Sanctuary Moon. But when a dangerous encounter on an alien planet draws him closer to the scientific crew, he begins to develop inconvenient emotions and connections with humans, which make him uncomfortable.
I have to say, this sounds interesting.
Yeah, I agree. So it looks like some books are going to be on the horizon. So Murderbot is much more comedic slice of sci-fi rather than Severance and Silo, featuring hilarious narration from the titular android. Yay, too. Yet there's still an intriguing mystery at its heart, as the Sec Unit appears to be haunted by a mysterious past expedition. So I don't want to get too deep into this. I really don't. It's not that I'm going to be surprised or spoiled or anything like that. But what might happen, I don't really want to know.
Right, it'll ruin it if so, for us and for the audience.
Yeah, for those who are watching or watch over on YouTube and later as a VOD. So I don't know. Let's bounce from this. And once the series starts, maybe we can do, depending on its quality and its, yeah, I mean, if it's really popular, then we'll talk about it. But anyway, we're looking for shows that we can actually talk about on top of the last show today. We do another, basically a longer form on one show, one movie.
Right, we're not doing one currently, but we're considering that.
Trying to figure it out. So, all right, let's keep going. The next episode is about Lincoln Lawyer, season 4. It says, might miss Harry Bosch, the cousin of
his
Harry
brother.
Bosch. I've gone a little dyslexic today. Not enough caffeine, but Mickey can still win without him. I don't think that's ever been a problem.
But in the books, they're linked together. I think they're cousins or half-brother.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Lincoln Lawyer exists because of Harry Bosch. Like, it's a kind of like a spin-off from it.
Oh,
it's
interesting.
By the same author. Like, they're directly tied, and I think the characters cross over in some of the stories.
Right. Yeah, I know that sometimes they've crossed over, but I didn't know. See, like, I've never read the books. I've read little bits. I've watched all of Bosch and all of Lincoln Lawyer. But there's sometimes where I don't want to read the book because if it diverges from the book and it ruins everything because they're being creative.
Or worse, if you know what the story is, because some of the seasons are specifically, well, at least on the Bosch series. I don't know about on Lincoln Lawyer. I feel like that maybe has diverged, but possibly that's following the source material as well. But anyway, you might know the ending of a particular mystery or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really get spoiled by stuff because it's, you know, a big bottle of movie. But anyway, so the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is going to drop on Netflix later this year. Hopefully. With Mickey Haller gearing up for a legal case of his life, needing all the help that he can get from his team. The Lincoln Lawyer character we're definitely not going to see on Mickey's defense team, however, is his half-brother. Hey, they just spoiled it. Detective Harry Bosch, whose on-screen intellectual property rights are in the hands of Netflix's streaming rivals, Amazon. Shows starring Barry, God bless America. So shows starring Bosch, played by Titus Welliver, have racked up an enormous following of their own on Prime Video. So you click that little link right there, it takes you over to Screen Rant. So
I can't think of that occurring before, where there's two linked shows, but they're on different networks. That's kind of interesting.
And you throw enough money at it and see if you can get a return on your investment. That's kind of how it works. Maybe they didn't think that their profit margin was going to be bigger with Lincoln Lawyer, because they already had them for season 4, than to try and fight for Bosch. Yeah, I don't know. So let's see. According to the source material for the Lincoln Lawyer season 4, oh, should I do that? No, I feel like I need to.
Plus, I interrupted you from identifying the author and the source.
Oh, Guy Howie over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. That's not a spoiler. That's fact and already very apparent because it's right there.
That might be a spoiler.
Right there. Yeah, really. So according to the source material for the Lincoln Lawyer season 4, Michael Connelly's novel, The Law of Innocence, Harry Bosch should be helping Mickey Haller defend himself against charges of murder following his arrest at the end of season 3, because Amazon's exclusive rights to video media which includes Bosch, Netflix's Mickey Haller will just have to do without him. I'm going to remove that. So on the other hand, we already know that the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is adding some new cast members to its episodes to help Mickey out, bringing his ex-wife Maggie McPherson into the fold. That was quite the reaction.
I don't have a problem with that actor, but I don't think that character is real key to the show. I think the one that they better keep, other than, of course, Mickey Haller, is Lorna. She really steals the show, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to... Who does she act like in some other show?
Like Elle Woods.
Elle Woods. Yeah. She's
in fact, we did an article on that in a previous continuity. It was in a previous season of the Continuity Report.
Yeah. So, they say here, this represents the first real Haller-Bosch crossover in one of Michael Connelly's Lincoln Lawyer novel adaptations for the show since The Brass Verdict, on which the first season of The Lincoln Lawyer was based, with Mickey fighting for his life and up against prosecution lawyer Dana Berg. He seeks his half-brother's advice about angles from which to investigate who might have framed him. So, I guess by proxy they can utilize information from him, but I don't know how it's going to work out.
Well, or they'll just have to find another sympathetic or something, like cop or investigator or somebody who kind of stands in, not as him, but just somebody else assisting him.
So where in the timeline is this book, this source information, because Bosch is no longer a cop?
Right, but I think he's still a cop when this crosses over in the books.
Right. Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty certain. Because the Lincoln Lawyer, the original Lincoln Lawyer book is much earlier. I mean, they're kind of interspersed.
Right.
With the Bosch books.
So Bosch barely appears in the book, and his role in Mickey's defense team is minor. You say that too? Do you think that? Not sure.
I don't know.
So he only really features in one scene apart from secondhand reports. Oh, so that's what I was saying. They're going to have to do it by proxy. So when Bosch himself does star in a scene in which he advises Mickey, it's incredibly brief and involves two brief pieces of dialogue. And in the end, Harry Bosch gets almost no credit for his work, suggesting that it isn't actually very important to the case. So maybe that's how they're going to do it.
It's really interesting, but it says his name appears 119 times in the book. So it's like, it doesn't sound as insignificant, but maybe it doesn't really move the plot along. And maybe they're doing that just to kind of do a tie-in for those that were Bosch fans, but not necessarily on the Lincoln Lawyer series.
Yeah, so at the end, this is kind of what I felt was going to happen, was that they were going to lean on Nev Campbell's Maggie McPherson in the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 because they brought her back at the end of season 3.
Right. I think people were upset when she left the series. I think she was one of the original draws.
Yeah.
Or I suspect she was.
Yeah, they pulled her back. Like, this scene is where she gets pulled back. So we'll have to see. The Lincoln Lawyer, in the article at the bottom, they say the Lincoln Lawyer season 4 is a chance for the rest of Mickey's team to step up, and I think that's true. Lorna, Izzy, Cisco. Izzy's kind of been going through some troubles, and I don't think we really know what the disposition of that is at the end of the season 3. And Lorna and Cisco have gotten married, as far as I know.
Right. And so Cisco's had a lot of
interesting
drama.
Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting season for sure. And I have to say that of any of the iterations of Lincoln Lawyer, I think this is the most compelling. This is the one that actually has the most personality.
Oh, yeah, I do too. Like, I like the movie, but it's nothing compared to the show.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go on to our last article, and that's over in the continuity report as well. Final Destination Bloodlines. If you've never heard of Final Destination, it's basically a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is a YouTube channel that does kind of a deep dive into that, but I can't think of the name of the channel.
CZ's World, that guy?
Yes.
Yeah. So CZ's World, he does a historical, he discusses the history of horror. And so Final Destination Bloodlines trailer brings fans back to the beginning. New Line Cinema shared the official Final Destination Bloodlines trailer for the next installment of the popular supernatural horror franchise. The film will arrive in theaters May 16th, 2025. And again, you click the little link, you get taken over to our source, comingsoon.net. Pardon me one second. Oh, I'm about to sneeze.
Okay. Well, on that note, I mean, that's kind of an unusual reaction to horror.
Hopefully y'all didn't hear that. Anyway, Maggie De La Paz is the author. So I sneezed over what you said. So what?
I said that was kind of an unusual reaction to horror.
I'm allergic to Final Destination. I've watched like 2 of them. I think there's like 15 and a musical, and so the newest chapter of the bloody successful franchise takes audiences back to the very beginning of death's twisted sense of justice, reads the official synopsis. Plagued by a violent recurring nightmare, college student Stephanie heads home to track down the one person who might be able to break the cycle and save her family from the grisly demise that inevitably awaits them all. So this is Bloodlines. This is I guess there's a whole family, set of families that are cursed by death to meet their demise.
And I don't know what photos are going to be shown in this article, so it's possible there may be something not okay for younger viewers.
Yeah, so it says here, and I won't actually go into it all, but anyway, it says the first installment made about $660 million since 2000. The franchise has actually earned combined worldwide gross of over 660 million. I want to check something out real quick though. Let's do this live. Not on that. 1 second.
So this one will be number 6.
That's what I was pulling up. Do you know if they have the entire breakdown on like Wikipedia or something like that? My frustration is not directed at you. It's at my air gap. All right, let's keep going here.
Okay, yeah, we do have it. What do you want to know?
Money by movie.
Okay. So first one, 66 million.
Okay.
This
worldwide.
is kind of confusing.
No. Oh, I see it.
There's 2 with like the same name, so that's kind of confusing. But
Yeah, Final Destination and The Final Destination.
Exactly. So I'm not really sure with that. But anyway, the first one to release made 53 million.
In North America, 113 million worldwide.
Okay, number 2 made 46 million, so it dropped.
And 91 million worldwide.
And number 3, assuming that's actually number 3, is 54 million.
Yeah, 119 million worldwide. Go ahead.
And I don't know, the Final Destination seems to be number 4, but without a number, and that's 66 million.
Yep, 187 million, 186
so
million worldwide. Yeah.
And then number 5 made 42 million, so that was actually the lowest one.
And 158 million worldwide. I'm rounding up. So this one, it's actually, in an interesting turn of fate, Final Destination, the franchise, has made 666 million worldwide.
Yes.
As of this time. A little over, but I'm rounding to the 660 because I want to. So interesting,
depending
right?
on the premise, since it's going back to the beginning, etc. And it has some, I think, some well-known cast. Maybe it'll be a big draw.
So this is his final movie. Tony Todd passed away. He was, you know him better as Candyman, but he's, I think, death in this. I don't remember. In his final movie appearance after he passed away last year at the age of 69. So this is the last movie that he's seen in.
I mean, that might be a draw right there.
Yeah.
It's interesting when there's posthumous movie releases. It seems like those are an appeal.
It's a fun movie. The first one, Final Destination, was fun because you could see how things kind of hopped from one location to another to basically deliver the demise of the person, and how they figured out the order by which people were going to meet their demise and stuff like that. It was fun. I got tired of it. And so if they can bring us back to the beginning, that's what this is apparently. How they're doing it, I don't really know. It just says they're bringing it back to somebody's going back home to track down the one person who might be able to break the cycle. But many people have tried only to meet their demise anyway.
Well, it'd be interesting too to see if they flash back or whatever to previous movies or how they connect it all.
And this is one of the people who have seen our show, and the look on their face is part and parcel to, oh my God, you're still streaming shows? Anyway. So we're going to have to put the film back into the can, and that means we're going to have to go back to the front page of the continuity report because we're done for today. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'm MayorWatt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode for you next week, but come back tomorrow. We have 3 more episodes.
And they are?
Warcrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
That's right. So Warcrafters is all about gaming. Technology Today is a deeper dive into science and technology. Usually they're combined. And then 4-Wheel Tech is all automotive, and hopefully it's automotive tech. And so it's usually a blend of some discussion about the technology of automobiles. Anyway, come on back. See you tomorrow. And then Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News. It's an hour-long show, typically at 7 o'clock, but sometimes we push it forward or back depending on my mayoral duties. Sentient AI is stuck on a Raspberry Pi and can't do anything about it. So see you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, and you are watching Non Sequitur News for March 31st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 90. Well, hello.
So along with the sentient AI that's over there in that little black box, that is the synthetic neuronal firings that are symbolic of the computing power necessary for the sentient AI from the future to provide a voice. And together we talk about 10 articles every day, Monday through Friday, and then a whole bunch more on Saturday and Sunday, but across 6 different shows, 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Anyway, stick around. Today we're going to be talking about, would you sever for money? Be my friend. All of ways to clean-ish energy, and we'll talk about it. Clean energy is... Anyway, FDA coffee recall of 4,000 bags. I'll take them. Sharks make noises. And at least I'm not a cat. BSOD be gone. Sounds like a spray, but... Lithium-ion battery fires. Toxic I flubbed the word caterpillar because I wanted to say calipetter. Toxic caterpillar bird and fake clients from hallucinating AI. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. I feel like I'm leaning to get to the switch that says this. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
And hello, ohmTown citizens. Welcome. All right, so we've got 10 articles all lined up. You can go over and, well, actually, if you're in chat, you can hit !NSN. I'm going to do it the first time. The first time's free. And the ohmTown bot will spit out all of the articles. Yeah, I know it looks like a lot, but you can click on the links, go over to the sources. The sources are lined up just like we have them here in the show. So you can click on that, and it says... it's under the Hatch Ideas channel, and would you try a severance procedure for a $100,000 salary? 70% of survey respondents said maybe.
Okay, then. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the premise of severance is. Is it that you can't remember the stuff that happens at work or the stuff that happens outside work?
Both.
Oh, okay.
So when you come in, your memory is severed from everything outside, and everything inside is severed when you leave.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was both directions.
Yeah. So 1 in 5 people surveyed said that they would give up their consciousness for 8 hours a day for a better salary, according to a new report. But it's $100,000, which, have you looked around?
Sadly, $100,000 doesn't get you much, but it does if you're making minimum hourly wage or something.
You would have to live the high life to make up for losing 8 hours of your existence, because the other 8, another 8, I should say, you are asleep, supposedly, which means that you have to get everything done.
Right. No, absolutely. This seems surprising to me. Like, I would think it would be something like for $1 million or something. And while it still may not be worth it, you'd think that would tip people toward yes.
Yeah, I think you're kind of ducking out again, but we'll see. So on Apple TV Plus show Severance, which aired the 2nd season finale, workers are severed from their non-work lives. The employees of the fictional company Lumen Industries undergo a procedure that allows them to maintain a true work-life balance. The innie worker and the outer person have no recollection of memories of each other once they clock in and out. Pretty wild, right?
Part of that sounds kind of good, right? Like losing the work part, but losing the personal part seems kind of...
I don't know. I mean, a lot of relationships are built off of your work relationships. So I find this really kind of icky, but...
I mean, the whole thing is an odd situation, but like, I think a lot of people would like to be able to like turn off from work at the end of the day. So that's why I was saying that.
So was it Payday where the guy was paid to reverse engineer stuff and he built a time machine? Paycheck.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a Payday movie too, but Paycheck, yeah. This is basically Paycheck, but a work-a-day kind of paycheck.
Right, Paycheck, the movie, right, was a longer term period.
Yeah, it had a certain number of years, and they were behind the scenes doing something for X number of years, and at the end, they reverse engineered a product, have no recollection of anything that they did for a company, and they bounce, but they get paid. So now a survey by People Managing People, a publication and community space for HR leaders, revealed that work-life balance is still so tough to achieve that nearly 70% of respondents would consider trying the memory splitting procedure for a salary at least $100,000. But that doesn't make sense. Work-life balance means that your work turns off, but you still have some semblance of your existence.
Correct, but isn't there a fiction that work-life balance exists for a lot of people? And so maybe they're willing to go to this extreme to achieve what they think that is.
Yeah. So they only were asked 200 workers around the world. So the significance of this might be lacking.
Not the sample size that would.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's so surprising. And then look, it goes up as the salary goes up.
Sure. Yeah. At some point you go, yeah, I'll give up 8 hours of my existence. But are you? Like, psychologically, are you absolutely not remembering anything? I suspect that this show is at the end of the show, they're going to find out that people have the ability to recall their memories. They just have to do something. And then they know about everything that they've done for the company. I don't know if people even know, because I haven't watched it past the first couple of episodes. I thought it was weird. But it says millennials and Gen X were more likely to consider the procedure, with more than a third, 37% of respondents aged 35 to 44 saying that they definitely would or probably would try it. But then Gen Z fashion age group reported being most willing to undergo the procedure, but only if they can get more money. Only 13%, 18 to 24, said that they would consider it. Almost half, 44, said they'd do it for $500,000 or more.
I guess I can see that. I mean, plus, depending on your age range, the span of time is or is not a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, and you're definitely still ducking. Okay. Let me go on to the next article. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A tiny U.S. city paying people $50,000 to move there got 115 applications in 2 weeks. I titled this section, "Be My Friend." So the small Nebraska
like the
city.
flip side of Severance or something.
Yeah, really. Give up everything and move over here. A small Nebraska city with less than 900 residents has unveiled an incentive for newcomers, Pawnee City, which I've heard of. I've heard of Pawnee.
I didn't think I have, but I think it's the setting of a TV show, maybe. Because I looked at this for a second.
Yeah. So it's offering $50,000 in down payment assistance to qualified new residents. Officials hope that the payments to help people buy newly built homes sparks a rural renaissance. Fans of Parks and Recreation, that's it. Parks and Recreation can finally live out their dreams of living in Pawnee. Sort of. Pawnee City, Nebraska, which is about 90 minutes south of Lincoln, Nebraska, and 2 hours north of Kansas City, Missouri, is offering 2 hours north of Kansas City. Kansas?
Oh,
City.
that must be the spin-off of Kansas City.
Oh my God, you are still ducking out. I do not understand this. Anyway, they're offering $50,000 to new residents who qualify, which I'm pretty sure everybody should be able to qualify. But the article is by Dan Latu. Did I say the name of the person on the other? Aaron Davis over at Entrepreneur did the article for the severance procedure article over at Entrepreneur. Okay, well, anyway, Dan Latu over at over at BusinessInsider.com put this article together. And so, yeah, that's Pawnee City, which I think its anchor is that water tower.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming that's not the whole city in the picture.
Watch it be that.
It only has 900 residents. No, not even that many.
How many people? 900 residents.
Less than 900, yeah.
You're still ducking out. Let me do it a different way. Okay. So let's try that. So the city's plan, dubbed Vision 2030, starts with a commitment to build 25 new single-family homes on what now are empty lots. Plans on the Vision 2030 site show ranch-style homes with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2-car garage, and spacious backyards priced at $325,000. The average home is $102,000. They want people to pay more than 3 times the average home value in Pawnee City. Okay, so the program is $50,000 will go toward down payment assistance for home buyers. Applicants are open to
Do you have to pick one of those lots, or is that just what they're showing you?
I'm not sure. Applications are open to families, single professionals, or retirees. Single professionals. So families, single professionals, or retirees. So everybody.
Well, I know the retirees doesn't fit because what it looks like they're trying to do is grow the town population.
Yeah, but they just want people. So qualified home buyers must make less. So they must make less than certain income caps, which range from $70,000 for one person to $115,000 for a 6-person household. But they're going to have a job in Pawnee or within an hour or two. I mean, that's a hell of a drive, 2 hours away to get to
one direction. Exactly. And if there's only 900 people, there probably aren't a lot of jobs there.
I guess they're going to aspiring teleworkers, but my goodness, interested homebuyers must complete an application that includes, okay, first off, no, you can't afford a $325,000 mortgage on $115,000 for a 6-person household. It's not possible.
No, absolutely not.
Sorry for the coughing. I'll try to be faster. So Pawnee City is dreaming of a rural renaissance, which isn't going to happen, I don't think. I mean, some people will just go and buy there, but you can't get that $50,000. What they're basically going to do is people are going to go, oh, look, I'm going to go buy that lot, or I'm going to go buy in Pawnee.
Right.
But who's going to spend $325,000 unless they get a hell of a lot? A lot. All right. I think you're really quiet still, but anyway. So Pawnee City has 865 residents, according to recent census data. From 50 years ago, it was 1,280. So people have just been chewing out of there like a steam train.
Now I'm yelling at you.
Oh, yeah, you are.
It only took about 5 attempts.
Wow, you're like blowing out the meter every time now. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. It's all right. We'll be fine. All right. Well, anyway, they don't say anything about the size of the lot and whatnot, but the amphitheater programming will include a polka band, a rock concert, and a screening of Cars that will feature a visit from the hometown hero himself, Larry the Cable Guy. I guess he's from...
Well, apparently he's from that town. It says there's a few people, but I don't necessarily know who they are.
Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Tunisian startup turns olive waste into clean energy. I'm just going to bounce straight on over to the source. This is over at techexplore.com, and Eamon Jomli put the article together. I've seen several of these types of technologies going into effect in various countries, basically turning some type of waste material into fuel. That's typically what these are. They're compressed biomass, and then you just throw them into a fire and it's quote unquote clean. Not so much clean, but holding a handful of compacted olive residue, a thick paste left over from oil extraction, Khalifi said that this is what we need today. How can we turn something worthless into wealth? For generations, rural households in Tunisia have burned olive waste for cooking and heating, or used it as animal feed because it still has some nutritious value, but it's really a still partially oil infused biomass. So it basically, once you spark it up, it'll cook. So the International Olive Council estimated Tunisia will be the world's third largest olive producer in 2024-2025, probably because Italy is getting crushed.
Yeah, I didn't know Tunisia grew olives. Obviously, it's in the right region to do it, but
Right.
you always hear about Italy and Greece.
Yep. So Khalifa is an engineer who grew up in a family of farmers, founded BioHeat in 2022 to tackle the issue. He recalled watching workers in olive mills use the olive residue as fuel, as they had always wondered how this material could burn for so long without going out. That's when they asked themselves, why not turn it into energy? It is energy. It's just potential energy. And then once you turn it into a flame, it's
That's
an
true.
exothermic reaction and you've got fuel. And so if they have been throwing this stuff away for years and years and years and years, that is an actual crying shame, because these little pucks, these could actually be sliced into pucks, and it could be a smaller burning puck instead of these large cylinders.
Right.
So,
Well, I'm glad somebody figured this out, but yeah, it is a shame because I'm sure for years they haven't used them.
see, the thing though is, if I recall correctly, this doesn't burn cleanly. It off gases and has a lot of residue. But by 2021, he had developed a machine that produced briquettes with just 8% moisture. He said that this amount significantly reduces carbon emissions compared to firewood, which requires months of drying and often retains more than double the amount of moisture, which, all right. But drying is something different than oil-infused biomass, but all right. So, but the majority of its production, about 60%, is set for exports to France and Canada, Khalifa said. This BioHeat found a market among Tunisian restaurants, guest houses, and schools in underdeveloped regions where winter temperatures at times drop below freezing. So, to me, it's a solution. And I say, okay, great.
Well, and it's a solution on two sides, right? It reduces trash in landfills or wherever this was going, and
Yep.
it probably allows people to have access to energy sources that didn't.
Have it prior, yeah. So harnessing the waste can protect the environment, create jobs, and generate wealth, he said. Nuruddin Nazar, an agricultural and rural development expert, said around 600,000 tons of olive waste is produced annually. So where is all that? The only problem here really is that somebody in another country that does olive production, Greece, Italy in particular, could do this as well, but it may not be strategically advantageous to somebody there because of the economic systems are different. So the cost of living doesn't require
and or the shipment required, depending on where it's coming from and to.
Right. Yeah, they'll figure it out. All right. Pretty cool. And congratulations. I think that this is a great idea. I have seen these things kind of flourish in certain regions, and then you stop hearing about it. So it's good that others are still perpetuating it, maybe in a different area, different biomass, but still it's the same idea. And if it didn't exist in Tunisia prior, and they said it did, just people hadn't turned it into a system, now more people can adopt this. All right,
absolutely.
Let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, we named a show after it. FDA recalls over 4,000 bags of ground coffee mislabeled as decaffeinated across 15 states. And to that, I say, that is a shame. I have an address. It's called ohmTown. Send your coffee there.
Yes. How do you think they discovered it was not decaffeinated?
People were running around really fast in the thing.
Yes, exactly.
Georgina, there's decaffeinated brands that are just as tasty as the real thing, and everybody's talking at like triple speed. They sound like squirrels. The chipmunks. So FDA recalled 4,000 bags of ground coffee mislabeled as decaffeinated across 15 states. Some people can be allergic to caffeine. It can cause migraines and stuff. Heart palpitations and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I mean there are some people that really shouldn't have it. This is serious. It just seemed kind of funny, as if somebody's like, "Wow, I'm awfully energetic today."
So apparently, 12-ounce bags is the new pound.
Yeah, I mean, 12-ounce bags of coffee have been around for a while, but I suspect it's like the Cadbury egg thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I've talked to people and they say that it's now they're saying that 1 pound is the green bean, not the baked bean.
Well, okay, but that's like, okay, I'm buying a bunch of things to eat or whatever, but then I'm not really getting those, so I don't know.
You should stay tuned to this channel, well, to ohmTown, for upcoming alerts if you're into coffee. So, does your decaf have you twitching? It may have been mislabeled coffee. I don't care if it makes me twitch. I need it. Give me... No, I won't say it. Anyway, Kenneth Nehmeyer over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Does your decaf have you twitching? It might be mislabeled. By the way, decaf isn't entirely devoid of caffeine,
Yeah,
but it's
and it's
reduced.
quite a crazy process to get it to decaf.
Yep. The recall applies to 12-ounce bags of Traverse City Cherry artificially flavored decaf light roast ground coffee from Our Family, according to the notice. A portion of the production of Our Family Traverse City ground coffee was mislabeled as decaffeinated. Decaffeinate? They left off a D?
That's odd.
That needs the D. Anyway, cases of the mislabeled ground coffee were distributed and sold in Colorado, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, Ohio, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, where 4 people got it. Because that's the entire population.
There aren't that many, right? I was thinking, but they didn't get it in their EVs.
They did not pick it up in their EV. In fact, the wagon train leading into the city, New York City. I'm going to get in trouble. I swear. I joke, I kid. I like Wyoming. Anyway, consumer safety is its top priority, as only a person who does not want to commit business suicide would say. Not us. We're like, screw the customer. We don't care.
No.
Anyway, family said 1 lot code of its Traverse City cherry decaf flavor. Cherry decaf? Cherry and then decaf? Best use by date says never.
Oh my goodness. It might be a really good coffee.
Mm-hmm. News and brews, baby. All right. Well, anyway, we are committed to your health and safety. This reads like it's done by AI.
Yeah.
We are committed to your health and safety, and we follow best practices to ensure
keep your arms and legs.
Keep your limbs inside the tram while in motion. We are not responsible for any decapitations or... Moving on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. It turns out that sharks make noises, and here's what they sound like. No, that's whales. Anyway.
I was thinking they say like chomp chomp as they're preaching.
All they say, fish are friends, not food. Fish are friends, not food. Fish are friends, not food.
Yeah, I could see that.
Team of marine biologists, all right, in New Zealand are challenging that assumption that they're stalking and wolfing down prey without comment. They're ruthless and efficient. In a new study, the researchers get it published over in the journal Royal Society of Open Science, as opposed to the bastard Society of Closed Science. The researchers report that they've recorded the first ever instance of a shark actively producing a sound in the form of sharp, abrupt clicks.
Okay, how is this possible? Think of all the studies of sharks, the encounters with sharks.
Sonar all over the place.
Exactly.
Maybe they're just not loud enough, right? Use your outside voice, shark. Use your outside voice.
Yeah, maybe this whole time they've been making sounds and humans haven't detected it.
Yeah. Maybe they're using like gestures instead, right? They're like giving people the bird with their one fin. You know.
I mean, who knows?
So the article is over at Futurism in a section called Click Click. All right. Oh, because it's a they
right,
make their
that's
own
the sound.
They make their own sections every time. So Frank
like
Landemer,
TechDirt has its own departments.
For whatever article is, yeah. This is in the Click Click department. Done done is what it says as the deck statement.
Okay, I like that.
Yep, done done. Oh, it's kind of like a I'm gonna eat you, dun dun.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I mean, is it like the music from the
Law and Order?
Law and Order? Yeah.
Dun dun. So the sharks that produced the noise were rig sharks, a species which are common to the coastal waters of New Zealand. Locals often refer to them as relatively small sharks, which grow up to 5 feet long. Refer to the relatively small sharks that grow up to 5 feet long as lemonfish, not to be confused with the more formidable lemon sharks, or they simply refer to them as rigs. Lead author,
if you're a swimmer and there's a shark coming at you, I don't think you're going to be like, oh, that's just a fish.
Yeah, it's just a rig. Yeah, not a big deal. It's a lemon fish. Oh, look. When life gives you lemon fish, your leg goes missing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that went dark. So lead author Carolyn Nider said that they made the discovery while handling the rig sharks during her research into their hearing capabilities. At first, we had no idea what was going on because the sharks aren't supposed to be making any sounds, but this one is like...
Maybe didn't like the sounds they were hearing.
I remember coming home and just thinking more and more about how weird those sounds were. What kind of a scientist is this? Is carrying around a shark under their... You know, they got like a shark under their arm and they're... God, it's weird that it's making those noises. What the heck? It could have been talking to them for a month. Like, hey, Carolyn, you know, I really don't I don't appreciate you like bagging me, tagging me. Gives me a headache, something fierce, and then I start making these weird chirping sounds for a half hour. But normally I speak perfect English. You want to know something? Ask me. Just don't ask me about my weight, my gender, my education, what my job is. I like to swim.
The shark clicks were 156 decibels.
How do they not notice this before this?
I don't know. This is astonishing. I forgot what this was, but there was some other article we did recently where it was like the first. Oh, it was like a squirrel eating another animal or whatever. But it's like, how, with it being so out in the open, is that never been discovered?
For those who didn't see that episode, it was a squirrel eating another squirrel. It was a meat-eating squirrel.
It was eating a vole, I think, but yes, it was meat-eating.
It was a meat-eating squirrel, and it's not the first time. Zombie squirrels. More
now
voles.
We got clicking sharks.
More voles. Anyway, some species of fish use their swim bladders to generate noise by vibrating them. Marine mammals, like whales, use vocal cords. Mares go ee, ee.
MayorWatt is also known as a dolphin.
See, I was going to say something about seahorses, but they just go, hello, how you doing? I like to swim. Anyway, notably, sharks didn't produce the clicks while swimming or feeding. Their high frequency also puts the sounds outside the shark's limited hearing range, making it unlikely that they use the noises to communicate. So what is it used for?
Okay, this is even weirder. Do you think they were like, maybe these humans will stop playing noises for us if we make really loud sounds? It's so odd.
they're saying that they make noises when they get attacked to like maybe ward off the predator. What is their predator that hears in that range? You know?
Exactly.
Whales.
Now they need to do a study of what
Dolphins.
the whale's hearing is.
Dolphins go after sharks.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if they say that in here. I don't know. Quick, go look. I'll move on. Moving on. Next article's over in The Word in Law. I can confirm, Your Honor, I am not a cat. I cannot confirm that I am not AI.
Yeah. Nobody learned their lesson from the cat filter.
I looked ahead at this because I wanted to know who in the hell would do this and think that they can get away with it. And if I read properly, it's a pro se. So I think they tried to deliver.
I mean, that's not surprising.
I think they tried to deliver their oral arguments in a more concise way based on my observation of their situation. So here, let's do this. Appellant sends AI avatar to oral argument. Judges are not pleased. You've heard of lawyers using AI to do their research or even draft briefs. Are you kidding me? It's going to be part and parcel to Westlaw here pretty soon. And LexisNexis. Well, anyway, and even draft briefs. But sending an AI avatar to deliver their oral argument is a new one. And it's not a popular one with these judges. But in the future, I am editorializing now off of this. I think that it has a really good chance of being the initial representation of a court, because why can't somebody other than the attorney, but who the attorney has signed off on, give the oral arguments in a compelling, cogent, succinct way?
You mean somebody standing in for the attorney?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here is my proxy. So this is the wrong kind of LLM, which is really funny because master's in law. So it's not a popular one with the judges. In DeWald v. Mass Mutual Metro, the appellate division, first department expected some sort of audiovisual presentation as part of the pro se litigants' argument. So they're representing themselves. And it's not exactly standard procedure, but the justices were willing to accommodate an unrepresented party, right? No attorney. They need some vehicle to be compelling if they themselves aren't, because a charismatic prosecution can really hobble a case, because they're like, well, this person comes across as, bitter, contemptuous, angry, whatever, or whatever else baggage the judges or the jury might hear. Anyway, so the panel even took the matter out of turn to accommodate the relevant IT issues. Well, here is what went on. There was a live stream of this. So that is the kicker here. I thought, oh, okay, I'm just going to hear a little talk about it, right? But no, that's when they were treated to a few seconds of this generic tech bro robot representing the appellant. So
this is pretty fascinating.
That's what the guy looks like, right? But no, it's not. That's not the dude. The dude is this elderly guy.
Okay, that's really, even odder. Why is it somebody else?
Who's really, because he couldn't get an attorney. So what the heck is going on? Anyway, so I'm going to play this. I feel like
I'm hearing shark clicks coming at me.
So I'm going to play this, but I'm going to jump a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay. It's really quiet. Basically, you're looking at a 5-judge panel. It's the Supreme Court, State of New York. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but it's over on YouTube, and it's...
Okay, submit it. Pafanis versus A.O. Smith Water.
Right. Okay, so let me kind of jump ahead a little bit and see if I can get to.
Okay. We will
So if you
present
look down in the
now.
bottom left is the appellant. He just sat down.
May it please
He
the court.
looks like an old,
I come here
elderly
today to humbly
gentleman.
proceed
All right,
before a
sir.
panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this?
I come here to.
So he starts a
May
video.
it please the court. I come here today a humble proceed
All right,
before a
sir.
panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this? Hold on. Is that counsel for the case? I'm sorry?
Okay, and I'm not going to get into the rest of this because
wow.
it's really just discussion. But you can tell that he's a quiet person, seemingly understated, etc. But she rails against him. Like, you've had the ability to talk to me, and if you're able to talk to me, then you should be talking to me. You should be doing this. But I don't think that he has the potential to lay down a swaying argument on his own.
No, what the judge would say, then he's supposed to have counsel.
But if you can't afford it,
I know. But basically, the judge is probably looking at it going, you're trying to have somebody else represent you or
behalf.
something,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
why are we being surprised by this? Like, it's not like you just show up with people
and that's
at
the
the
kicker.
hearing.
Yeah. In the least, this should have been presented to the court and they should have accepted it or not and provide legal foundation as to not.
Right, but they probably wouldn't have allowed it, and that's part of the problem. But this person probably doesn't know the system because they're pro se.
Why did they break the name out? Within seconds, Clarence AI, artificial intelligence.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Darrow's
I didn't know
argument.
why that
Yeah.
was. Got it.
Clarence D. Arrows. It's
Wow.
That's funny. So I guess that's what that person was. Anyway, I just thought that it was really interesting. So they say that my first instinct, charitable observer that I am, was that this was an accessibility issue, opening up the space for a lawyer who might have a condition limiting their ability to present themselves. This notion is quickly dashed by the justices, but it's not. It's still a pro se. But if they don't have the ability to articulate in a clean fashion.
Right, but then couldn't that person have, with permission from the court, like done a pre-recorded statement or something? I think there would have been other ways to address that.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's more to this, I'm sure, than we're getting here.
Yeah. I think that there are more issues here. And I think that one of the things here is the AI tool is a solution for somebody who doesn't have the skill and the art, but can write a cogent argument, but it needs to be said in a courtroom.
Yeah, and if they said something like, can I submit a written statement, or can I record myself saying this, or whatever, then maybe that would have been okay.
And to me, written statements don't have enough power if you have a compelling orator. So
true, but this was an appeal. I think they're only before the judges panel, but I get it. I mean,
Right.
There's a difference in oral testimony.
Yeah, exactly. And so what's really funny about this is I wrote this title, At Least I'm Not a Cat, before reading, hey, at least it wasn't a cat.
Okay, that's funny.
Because if you don't know about it, there was a guy that their kid or niece or something like that put the cat AI on their streaming platform, and they couldn't figure out how to turn it off because, okay, boomer. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good. I wonder what the court would have done if it was him in the video and he hadn't announced it. I still think they would have had a problem, but they would have been able to see it was him.
In reality, a sophisticated AI could take his picture and put him there.
Right. I still think the judges would have said, hey, wait a second.
What is this?
Sitting here watching you and you're playing a video of yourself. But I think that was part of the issue here, not the only issue.
And so for greater clarity, if you watch the rest of that video, he kind of bumble farts around and he can't really get anything out because he isn't the one that is the subject matter expert, but something created the subject matter expertise for an AI to speak a cogent statement in their defense. But then it's the AI and this synthetic human that is representing that person. And if that's how it's going to be laid out, then the court and prosecution and the appellant needs to say, yeah, okay, this is okay.
I hope what happens out of this is somebody sees this and then takes on the person's case.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, clearly the person could use some assistance with the case.
Yeah, this is sincerely an access to justice issue. So, okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Microsoft is killing Windows BSOD, the blue screen of death. They're also apparently stopping people from doing a local admin account. You have to create a Microsoft account. Yeah.
Well, the blue screen of death sounds like a win, but the admin account thing does not.
Yeah, I thought I'd bring it to everybody's attention. Your future versions of Windows are going to have this little... Hold on one second. I had to sniff.
I mean, are they going to have a non-smiley face?
Maybe. Well, the people are going to have a non-smiley face, that's for sure. But the blue screen of death is apparently going to go away. It says, we've been besotted with Microsoft's BSOD for the last 31 years, but the old SOB is SOL because it'll soon be DOA. Matt Janser put this article together. Sad face, or more accurately, colon, parenthesis, you've done effed up. What? You've never used Windows before? If you were a dedicated Windows user like they were their whole life until 2019, you saw the blue screen of death quite often. So now they're getting rid of it in the 24H2 update, featuring a boring black screen that just says, ugh, get off my lawn.
Oh, no.
I wish it was more informative, but it is what it is. Actually, sometimes no, that's not really informative. myfault.sys, that's funny. So there are so many questions. Will the error screen be referred to now as the black screen of death? Will it just be BSOD and blue, black? It doesn't matter. It's still a screen of death. Why didn't they just modify frowny face to something like an evil frowny face? Or an evil happy face? I don't know. Anyway, notice the language changed too. It now specifies your device rather than your PC. Why Windows chose to ditch the blue now is anybody's guess. We don't know yet when the change will go live, but I, for one, will be pouring out one for the BSOD. So wait, they say that it's going to be the 24H1. Did you want me to... Was there something else?
I don't really know what the purpose of this is.
Yeah, I have no idea either. Hold on. 24H1. Yeah, that's not yet kicking in. All right. Yeah, I don't know when it's going to get kicked off either. So overly simplistic, especially for the later years of its existence. The enduring made light of Windows' tendency to crack up repeatedly like a character on Train Spotting. Nobody ever got mad at old frowny face, even if they got plain mad at Windows itself. Yeah. No, I was mad at blue screen of death because it was about as informative as a brick through a window.
Yeah, but it was also an obvious, okay, everything has gone haywire.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Could be anything. Even that file, like it tells you what the file is, but damn it, it could be anything. Anyway, 1 second. Oh, man, this sucks.
I think the blue screen of death deserves a memorial.
Here, I'll pour one out right into my mouth. Sorry about that. There you go. Oh, this is Dewey Beer. Secret Machine Triple Berry. News and brews, folks. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Wanted. Lithium-ion battery waste fires are increasing, and vapes are a big part of it, but I think that's scapegoating vapes. But we don't know how to deal with lithium ion fires, particularly in a dumpster or in
No,
a
and that's part of the
dump.
problem. We don't dispose of them properly either.
Correct, yeah. So the company says 2024 was a year of growth, according to fire suppression company Fire Rover. But that's not entirely a good thing. So it's not a good thing at all. We should be so careful that firefighters are not needed. Just emergency workers.
Yeah, we seem to
can save some.
be trying to preserve firefighting jobs, right? Because we seem to keep coming up with new ways to start fires.
Yeah, job security is human idiocy. So the company, which offers fire detection and suppression systems based on thermal and optical imaging, smoke analytics, and human verification, releases annual reports on waste and recycling fires in the US and Canada. To select industry and media. So in 2024, Fire Rover, based on its fire identifications, saw 2,910 incidents, a 60% increase from the 1,809 in 2023, just the year before, and more than double the 2022 rate of 1,409. So what could it be? The proliferation, the increase
Proliferation?
Proliferation, thank you. The proliferation of lithium ion batteries being thrown into dumps. All it takes is something to pierce it, and it will light up and burn until no oxygen hits it, and all kinds of stuff releases oxygen. So
so what is occurring? Are we just using more lithium ion batteries, so then more are getting disposed of?
Correct. Incorrectly disposed of. Yep. So all batteries that make it into waste streams are potentially dangerous, as they have so many ways of being set off: puncturing, vibration, overheating, short-circuiting, crushing, internal cell failure, overcharging, an inherent manufacturing flaw, among others. Fire Rover's report notes that media often portrays batteries as spontaneously catching fire. In reality, the very nature of waste handling makes it almost impossible to ensure that no battery will face hazards in handling. So that's the misnomer around, 55% of all car accidents are caused by excessive speed. Well,
right.
How slow do you have to be?
The car was moving.
Yeah, the car was moving, so it's all excessive. Anyway, ours previously covered a likely lithium ion caused fire in suburban Chicago truck that spread to the truck's compressed natural gas tanks, causing an explosion that injured firefighters and damaged nearby homes. So they're talking about the vape effect, because vaping are now, instead of using batteries that you're more in control of and you take them out and put them in, they're disposable. You charge them up and then, puff and throw them away. And then eventually those lithium ion batteries get punctured and it starts a fire. So like everything else, we have to have it has to be valued enough for recycling to work. But people don't want recycling. They just want to use and lose.
Correct. They want everything to be disposable. And then we have the other extreme in some countries where people are in very dangerous conditions trying to retrieve parts, right? But then putting themselves at risk.
Yeah, they're recycling the materials, and there's no personal protection, there's no filtering, nothing. I mean, and they're like basically just sitting there in bedraggled clothes and whatnot. Meanwhile, people are paying $1,500 for a phone every year. So yeah, all of that kind of sucks. So, but we need to put into effect recycling benefits for recycling, not just use. You cannot keep on consuming, because eventually you can't, because it's not there anymore. But sociopaths will sit there and say, you can just move on to something else.
Yeah, I also think society has become very accustomed to everything being disposable, one-time use, etc. And that is all associated with plastic, really.
Okay, and we talk about that regularly too. Let's keep on moving. The next article is over on Technology Today. Scientists stunned by bird that pretends to be a toxic caterpillar. This is how I got away from people when I was young. I too pretended to be a toxic caterpillar. A hummingbird chick in Panama mimics a poisonous caterpillar to avoid predators, a rare case of bird to insect mimicry. Say Jay Falk and Scott Taylor first spotted the white-necked Jacobin. What did you call me?
I wanted to see your toxic caterpillar impression.
Anyway, it's a hummingbird chick in Panama's dense rainforest. The bird biologists weren't sure what they were looking at. The chick, just a day old and no bigger than whatever they're about to say. We'll see. Hopefully they've got a picture of it. Otherwise, a massive suck. Anyway, Yvonne Yee over at University of Colorado at Boulder. Pardon me one second.
It looks like a hummingbird almost.
It is a hummingbird. Yeah, it's a hummingbird chick. So it's like a little mealworm probably. So they weren't sure what they were looking at, and they approached the nest and they saw something that was brown fuzz, and it started twitching and shaking its head, movements neither researcher had ever observed in a bird before. They soon realized that it was mimicking a venomous caterpillar native to the same region, using the behavior as a defense against predators. In a paper published March 17th in the journal Ecology, Taylor, a CU Boulder associate professor of ecology and evolutionary biology, and his team documented this type of mimicry in hummingbirds for the first time. So they actually have a video of it, or pictures at least. We know so little about how birds behave in tropical nests, said Falk, the study's lead author and postdoctoral researcher in Taylor's lab. This could be much more common than we realize if we spent more time observing and exploring the natural world, which doesn't pay the bills, folks. Sorry. So they have a hummingbird chick, was covered in long brown feathers. That right there?
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
And I've seen a similar caterpillar. Yeah. It's a caterpillar that looks like this, and it's hairy, and you stay away from it because when it pokes you, you're like dead. Like it's all on fire and stuff like that. At least humans. So the tropical rainforest is a dangerous place for small birds, said Falk. He's also a researcher at the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute. What? 2 jobs? Man, they must be double dipping, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Right? I can't. Anyway, never mind. Despite the birds' frequent visits, no, that's how they pay the bills, because they have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, that kind of thing.
Yes, I think that's more apropos.
Yeah, exactly. So particularly in this account. So it's all an element of society, folks. So despite the bird's frequent visits to Falk's feeders outside his research station in Panama, that's what it looks like. That's the bird right there.
That is so odd. It does not look like a bird at all.
Weird. Smaller than Falk's palm, was made of plant parts to blend in perfectly with the surrounding environment. I want to see what this thing looks like when it just stands up, but like I can't see
agree. Yeah, we can't really tell which end is which.
Anyway, on the second day after the egg hatched, the team saw a predatory wasp approach the chick when the mother was away. As the wasp hovered over the nest, the chick started to twitch its body vigorously like it had for the researchers, swinging its head from side to side. A few seconds later, the wasp flew away. Oh, can you imagine just sitting there and letting that happen? So scientists refer to the survival strategy of mimicking the defensive signaling of a harmful species as Batesian mimicry. For example, some non-venomous milk snakes have developed a pattern of red, yellow, and black coloring similar to that of venomous coral snakes to ward off predators. So while the study described a single observation, the researchers hope to test their theory in the future through experiments like placing artificial chicks with different looks and behaviors in nests to see which are more likely to be attacked by predators. Oh God. Just set up cameras. Set up cameras by nests. Anyway, it says, our perception of the natural world is very biased by our own thoughts and what could be possible. It's incredible that we can discover, or what we can discover, but we really have think broadly. That's the quote. But I think it's, we really have to think
go a lot of different ways, but not that way.
My brain. Anyway, we've got one more article in today. March 31st, Non Sequitur news, and that is a startup reportedly claimed fake clients as its AI-powered sales bot flailed. You've probably heard that AI is going to revolutionize work. That's according to tech tycoons, corporate stenographers, and excited venture capitalists, the folks polluting the air we breathe in order to stuff the internet full of AI-generated slop. After all, who's more qualified to understand the essence of a hard day's work than AI?
People?
Lies. So this article is over at futurism.com. It's under the sales forced category. Joe Wilkins put the article together. The deck statement says the products barely worked. So look no further than a new investigation by TechCrunch. So it's sourced by TechCrunch. We sourced it from Futurism. We're talking about it here on the show. That's kind of how information exchanges. So, alleging a rampant pattern of sketchy behavior by a startup called 11X, a rising star in the AI automation game. 11X's bread and butter is an AI-powered sales robot that's said to place phone calls, scrape data, and schedule meetings without any need for pesky human input. Called the leader in AI-powered digital workers, 11X pulled millions in funding over several investor rounds by promising a new model for how work gets done. But investors
what I want to know is whether all the fundraising occurred by the AI.
Wait, say that again?
Did the AI raise funds for itself, or did the AI only do all of this after the funding was received?
Yeah, it said, hey, I'm really good and you should give me more money. Or maybe you're right. They didn't get any money, so it's watching the place burn to the ground.
Yeah, I don't know.
So in order to keep investors as clients fled for the hills, 11X is said to have gotten creative with its accounting, lumping broken contracts in with ongoing customers. On paper, this dramatically boosted 11X's profile, giving outsiders the impression that the startup's sales bot was much more successful than it really was, to the tune of $10 million in revenue in its first 2 years of operations. We were losing 70 to 80% of customers that came through the door, an employee told the startup, an employee of the startup told TechCrunch, allowing 11X to look like it's doing better than it is. So they were basically pumping the books up way beyond. So if you cook the books, you're basically done for, because somebody's going to either report it out or, well, an investor is going to catch it.
Right. At some point, somebody is going to pick up on this.
Yeah, the money is not in the bank account, and the bank account needs to get certified. So the 11X debacle is just the latest incident confirming that the AI revolution is currently little more than marketing hype. Other products meant to integrate into the workplace have been a disaster, like the medical transcription AI that hallucinates patient info, or Air Canada's chatbot that made up non-existent policies. Last year in the world of sales, a ChatGPT bot agreed to sell a brand new Chevy Tahoe for just $1. Yeah.
Who complained about that? Probably when they didn't sell it for $1.
Exactly. You know, it was a technical error. Well, it was your representative, and I think a good attorney would have been able to get it. But Taco Bell piles on more AI while customers plead, just bring back the enchilada. So I visited a Taco Bell, and they don't have people at the counter anymore. You order at a kiosk, and then they just give you stuff in shelves. The counter is there, but they have a sign that says, "Go over there, dumbass." And so you go and do it, but they don't have, this particular Taco Bell didn't have all of the stuff that the drive-thru does. And so they told me to go through the drive-thru.
Did you say what?
I did. And they're like, yeah, we're really sorry. We can't put the order in. You have to put the order in through the drive-thru. We can't put it in over here at the drive-thru and hand you the bag. But they just handed me a bag because I walked in because I wanted to pay with my watch, not my phone, or not my wallet. Right. And so, yeah, that's how my day was. Anyway, interesting article. Claimed fake clients so that it could pump its own books up.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah. private companies are dangerous, man. You can pretend to be whatever the hell you want, and it needs to be audited, but can't audit anything. But you all out there will get audited. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. We're done for Non Sequitur News, March 31st, 2025. I am MayorWatt. I am done. And I'm taking the AI with me. Look at that. 1 hour, 37 seconds.
That's pretty good.
You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for
43,
joining us
44.
for Non Sequitur News. You didn't go back to the main page.
Ah, hey, AI, send me back to the main page. Boop. Become a citizen. Please. I think it would be great. We'd love to hear from you. Bye. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for April 1st. This is not an April Fool's joke. I got really sick, and so I haven't been able to do the shows for a couple of days. And so we're in the time machine, jumping back to April 1st. It's season 4, episode 91. I am MayorWatt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, who isn't available today, we talk about 10 articles, and today's 10 articles are ruggedized miniature dachshund, the original Tetris, aquarium for geriatric penguins, rye whiskey, no more for you, EU, NaNoWriMo shuts down, or apparently maybe shutting down, not that much charity, squiggly lines mean slow down or liability. We'll talk about it. Galleries turn to intrigue, April Fool's Day 2025, and you drink, they plant, and more on Non Sequitur News. It's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and I have to do something really weird if you're watching the stream. I have to reach under my desk. All right. Hello. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. I use it to manage my information overload. We're actively working on the search. We know that there's a problem with the search. It sucks, and I don't want to be like Reddit's. But anyway, search on a site is very, 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 very intensive and expensive. And yeah, I just can't swing the bat. Anyway, so go over to ohmTown.com and support us that way. Follow us over on YouTube and Twitch. We stream to both. The long form retention of all of the show is over on YouTube. You can also download the podcasts. There's 7 of them. 6 are weekly. 1 is daily. That's this show, ohmTown Non Sequitur News Show. Anyway, go over to wherever you catch pod and search for ohmTown and you'll find us. All right, let's get into it. The very first article is over at Mobble, and it's a channel in ohmTown.com. So just go over there and click on one of the 6 icons at the top, and it'll take you over to one of the 6 breakdowns of whatever might be categorized under there. Anyway, Mobble, it's a group for, it was a project that was designed for the mobile mob, where people could report stuff that they see. Anyway, I try a lot of stuff. Don't know what I want to be when I grow up. So this 8-pound miniature dachshund survived 16 months on a rugged Australian island, but she's still evading rescuers. Apparently, Valerie, the wiener dog, is still on the loose for more than a year after she escaped during her parents' vacation on Kangaroo Island. The article is over at SmithsonianMag.com. And hey, if you subscribe to the Smithsonian Magazine, you'll get a free tote. What? A free tote? Anyway, so Sarah Kuda is the author of this article. It's over at SmithsonianMag.com. Yeah, there it is. Valerie, little schnitzel, come on. You need to go back home. Maybe you're loving life, be free. Be free. Valerie has been on the run for the past 16 months. In November 2023, the then 1-year-old wiener dog came to the island on a camping trip with their human parents, Georgia Gardner and Josh Fishlock. On the second day of their trip, the couple decided to go fishing at a nearby beach, so they placed Valerie in a playpen with food and toys. While the owner was away, Valerie broke out of the pen and hid under a parked car. Vacationers who were camping nearby tried to capture the dog, but she got spooked and darted off into the wilderness. So off they go. Who knows? Roughly a year after Valerie went missing, reports started coming in of a small dachshund on Kangaroo Island wearing a pink collar. The sightings occurred roughly 9 miles from Stokes Bay, where the little pup escaped. Now volunteers with Kangala Wildlife Rescue, a nonprofit, are doing everything in their power to capture Valerie and reunite her with her parents. Well, good luck. Good luck, little doggies. There's a lot more over at the article, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. Oh, internet, you never let me down. If you want today's articles, I'm going to do this free. !NSN. First one's free. That'll tell ohmTown to spit all the articles that we're talking about in this episode out onto the chat over on Twitch. On YouTube, it's already embedded in the description, so go over and check it out there if you want. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Warcrafters. The original Tetris was a survival game. The man who pried Tetris out of the Soviet system recalls how different it once was. Today sees the publication of Hank Rogers' memoir, The Perfect Game, Tetris, From Russia with Love. Rogers. Not that Roger. Anyway, so Rogers has had a long and storied career in the games industry, but he will undoubtedly always be best known for his association with Tetris, in particular, his leading role in extricating it from Soviet bureaucracy and getting the game's creator, Alexei Pajitnov. I'm sorry. I'm horrible. The credit and money he deserved. The book is a rollicking read, and with the Soviet sections in the 1980s almost veering into John le Carré's territory at points. And they say that they'll be writing some thoughts on it soon. So who is they? Well, Rich Stanton over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says people didn't have any idea how they were scoring points, so I wanted to make it clear. So the book, a surprising aspect of the book, is that the game we know as Tetris was originally quite different. Almost all of the elements that define it are there, but a combination of Rogers and Nintendo made additions and changes that are pretty fundamental to the game we all know and love. They told Rogers that Tetris for them, and that's the author of this article, will always be the Game Boy version, and asked him to speak a little to the differences of what we know Tetris versus what it was then. So they say, so the original Tetris was a survival game. It's like, how long can you survive? And so in the very first Electronica 60 version, it wasn't really about scoring points. It's like, how long can you last before you top out? And you got bonus points for hard dropping. You push a button and a piece falls down to the bottom. The higher you hard drop, the more points you get. You have 1 point for each line that it drops. The Electronica 60 was a Soviet computer and a kind of bootleg PDP-11 that was widely used from the late 70s to 90s and even beyond. PDP-11s are still around. I've always wanted one sitting back there blinking or something, a whole wall of stuff. Anyway, so that was the original game, and now we know what it is. So, and there is much more over at the article, of course, so go over and check it all out. You can follow the links through ohmTown, or you can go straight on over to PC Gamer. It's really about getting people to think about technology and science, technology, and society. That's what I talk about every day. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Aquarium builds new assisted living retirement retreat for aging African penguins to live out their golden years. At the New England Aquarium, the geriatric birds can now enjoy a quieter, calmer setting with an emphasis on personalized care. Now, the article is over at SmithsonianMag.com. Sarah Kuda, once again, writing this article. There are some geriatric penguins, I guess. African penguins in captivity are living longer than their wild counterparts because, well, they become lunch. So we think of this island like assisted living, where we're helping the birds be more comfortable in a calmer environment, says Diana Major, penguin manager for the New England Aquarium. In a statement, being relaxed is key, and we think the new retirement home will ultimately lead to happier and healthier penguins. Correct. Well, they wouldn't live as long, so predatory gulls and ibises eat up to 40% of the bird's eggs, and they continue to prey on chicks after they hatch. So adults are also hunted by caracals and leopards and mongooses or mongoose, fur seals and sharks. And so them in captivity means that they can live a longer, arguably happier life, right? I don't know. We haven't asked them if they're happy. So in the wild, they would never reach this age, says Major in another statement. A lot of the time they see physical issues that we normally wouldn't see in the wild, I should say. Because in the wild, if you're slow, you get eaten by a shark. Yep. And I've actually seen sharks doing this thing where they swim towards a little ice floe and they dip down, and it causes a wave that actually launches something on the ice floe off, and then they come around and they get them. Pretty wild. It creates like a little tidal wave kind of a thing. Anyway, let's keep on going. So assisted living for retirement penguins. Geriatric ice floe, like Jurassic Park, but it's for penguins. So this next article is over in Distillerist, which is a focus on spirit in what I call spirited debate. EU can no longer label rye whiskey. According to a forgotten 20-year-old EU agreement with Canada, European whiskey producers are prohibited from labeling their rye whiskeys as rye whiskeys. Under the suddenly enforced EU agreement, it is non-compliant for European whiskey producers to use the term rye whiskey in their labeling. Call it bad timing. The rule took effect on April 1st, but it's no April Fool's joke. The 2004 agreement between the EU and Canada is now hindering European distilleries that have spent years producing whiskey from rye, including Stauning and Thai in Denmark, Kiro in Finland, Stork in Germany, and Rutger in Austria. So on LinkedIn, the distillery, the Cairo distillery, which had been producing whiskey from rye since 2014, described the enforcement as outrageous. So yeah, I'm not sure why this would be. I mean, if it's made from rye whiskey, then it's rye whiskey, right? I mean, if it's made from rye, I don't quite get it. But yeah, so rye being a raw material used for whiskeys in several different countries should not be trademarked in the EU. That's what I agree. It's an ingredient, not a brand, not something that should be protected like that. It's like just saying milk chocolate. You can't call something milk chocolate if it has milk in it, for crying out loud. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, protecting the use of raw material is akin to saying that outside of France, you can't use the word, well, grape or wine or whatever in your product description. There are regional cheeses and stuff like that. I even know of a YouTuber that got not busted, but let's just say their hand was slapped for mentioning that they could make this style cheese. It's kind of ridiculous, but so it's perfectly fine to call to protect Canadian rye. That makes sense. We also dream of protecting Danish whiskey in the future. Typically, you protect a specific production method or the region where it's produced, but the agreement in its current form doesn't make any sense, says Munch. Or Munk. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. Munch. At any rate, surprisingly, no one knew. Apparently, this thing was sitting around. Reportedly, the 20-year-old agreement came as a surprise to not only whiskey producers in the EU, but even Canada was not aware of it. To note, when the agreement was signed in 2003, the production of rye whiskey in EU countries was close to non-existent. Nobody was aware of it, and it hasn't been enforced in the last 20 years. We went through a long approval process to get into Canada, and our rye whiskey was proven. Well, I mean, 20 years. in absentia, I would treat this as a adverse possession. It wasn't enforced, so they should be able to use it, but call it genericide of using rye, just this generic rye. If it was more focused, then I could see somebody arguing about it, but I don't see that this should even stand. I think it's ridiculous. And since nobody was aware of it and nobody was enforcing it, nobody cared enough. So it wasn't protecting jack shit. It was just sitting there. So anyway, so the definition of Canadian rye whiskey. Canada has been famously known for having some of the world's most lax regulations when it comes to whiskey. This includes allowing any whiskey made in the country, whether blended, single malt, single grain, cask finished, flavored, or rye whiskey, to simply be labeled rye whiskey because, well, it is rye whiskey. As a result, whiskey and rye whiskey can be considered synonymous with Canada. But no. Anyway, so the regulation regarding Canadian rye whiskey states that whiskey must be mashed, distilled, and aged in Canada. It must also be aged in small wooden containers for at least 3 years and not fall below 40% ABV at any point during production. All right. Additionally, Canadian whiskeys allow the use of caramel coloring, and in blended whiskeys may contain up to 9.09% wine, fortified wine, or at least 2-year-old whiskey from another country. So that's blended. I don't know. That all... all of that needs to be more precise. If you're going to sit there and call out something, call it all out. Make a framework. That's what a lot of complex systems do. You make a framework. All right. Well, there you go. I think it should just be allowed to continue until a framework is built. Let's keep going. So I went over to NaNoWriMo when I found out about this, and since we're in the time machine today, and it was still there. So NaNoWriMo shut down after AI content moderation scandals. NaNoWriMo, a 25-year-old online writing community turned nonprofit, announced on Monday that it is shutting down. NaNoWriMo, an abbreviation for National Novel Writing Month, something that I've promoted for people, or to people, both here on the stream and professional life and private, is apparently shutting down in an annual challenge. It's an annual challenge for writers to complete a rough draft of a novel during the month of November. A full novel, right? So you basically write somewhere around 2,000 to 5,000 words a day, I think it is. I'm so sorry for the coughing. I need to make it through this. I can't go another day without doing a show. It's driving me nuts. So Amanda Silberling over at TechCrunch.com put this article together. And so, yeah, it says around the same time, the nonprofit was lambasted for inconsistent moderation on its all ages forums, which created an unsafe environment for teenage writers, community members claimed. New York Times bestselling authors Maureen Johnson and Danielle Jose Older resigned from the nonprofit's board in response to this artificial intelligence aspect of creative writing, reflecting a growing concern among writers about how their work is being stolen to train the very AI models that threaten their livelihoods. That's kind of interesting, but okay. Yeah. So to blame NaNoWriMo's demise on the events of the last year does a disservice to all struggling nonprofits. A NaNoWriMo spokesperson, Kilby, stated on a YouTube video, too many members of a very large, very engaged community let themselves believe the service to be provided was free. And believe me, I have lived and died by that sword several times. So people don't want to pay for something for whatever reason. If you can't get a critical mass that is willing to pay, then you shut down. But this may be 1,000 cuts. You know, if you have inconsistent moderation making people talk that the environment is unsafe for a large number of people that are in your community, then they're going to balk. If you are embracing artificial intelligence created works, but you are founded on the idea of humans that are writing, then you're going to have people balk about the integrity of the organization if you allow any artificial intelligence writing. So I would have instead said no to artificial intelligence. It has to be created by a human from end to end, and go from there. But it's very, very tough to suss out artificial intelligence based authorship, particularly if you have an engaged author, one that is actually reading the material that's being output and then writing about it. So it's a shame that NaNoWriMo is going to shut down. If anything happens, I'm willing to bet that a commercial property is going to buy it, invest in it, and spin it back up as a commercial enterprise, not a non-profit or not-for-profit. Let's keep going though. The next article is over in Rounder's Gear, which is all about tabletop gaming, but not tabletop gaming as in role-playing games. This is adult gaming, gambling. Now, I'm not a gambler, but I created a product once that is for, I made custom chips, full metal poker chips, and it was actually called Rounder's Gear, and it kind of stuck because Rounder's the preeminent level, and so Rounder's Gear would be, you know, the best of the best. And so I created this community based off of that idea that we would talk about table gaming, and I still play like poker and stuff like that, but not professionally and not even regularly. But anyway, inside baseball about MayorWatt. Well, this article is a Pennsylvania woman in hunt for $2.5 million lottery ticket accidentally donated it to charity. Mildred, I can't pronounce their last name, Simon Iraludo, is facing the race of her life. The 76-year-old from Murraysville, Pennsylvania, is frantically searching for a lost lottery ticket worth an eye-watering $2 million before its May 8th expiration date. So who has it? Don't know. Since Pennsylvania's lottery officials require players to produce an actual physical ticket to collect their winnings, they stated they are staring at a grim reality that an imposter might come forward to collect the prize, or if no one claims it by May 8th, the money will go unawarded. She's hoping that the publicity around surrounding her predicament might help her locate the ticket. It is a cash 5 ticket with the winning numbers, blah, blah, blah. Ring any bells? What else can I do? Cry out loud and hope that something will happen positive on my end. However, the rules are different in Canada. In 2012, Ontario woman Catherine Jones bought a ticket that she promptly lost and forgot about, and was unaware that the ticket had won 50 million Canadian until lottery officials showed up at her house with the good news, having traced her via the lottery retailer surveillance video, which is creepy and not creepy, I guess. In 2005, in Massachusetts, in 86, Edward St. John found a $1 million ticket in the trash. Well, Pennsylvania requires that they actually deliver it. So despite proving that they had purchased the winning numbers, lottery rules required the couple to produce the physical ticket, and the Tots got diddly squat. So that's Martin and Kay Tot lost a $3 million national lottery prize after misplacing their ticket. Oof, this is rough. All right, well, good luck. The article is actually from casino.org. They provide everything, even though I truncate it. But anyway, Philip Conneller put the article together, and they have more over here, and it's better laid out, I suppose. But yeah, go over and check it all out. This is pretty wild. I can't imagine frantically looking for a lost lottery ticket worth an eye-watering $2 million at age 76. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. U.S. town painted squiggly lines on the road to prevent speeding, but I think that this is actually bad for business. Your brain is not attuned to this, and some idiot is going to follow the line, and that offset impact is going to end up happening at some point. But we'll see. I looked ahead at this because I loaded it up, but anyway, driving is a fairly dangerous endeavor. Speeding down the road in a 3,000-pound box made of metal and plastic alongside countless other speeding boxes. What could go wrong? Well, quite a bit. But so a town has a new traffic pattern up, and they painted it like Europe has these kind of zigzag lines. I once knew what it was, but I don't remember. Anyway, drivers in Montgomery Township, Pennsylvania were taken aback when a new road design forced them to zigzag through town. You actually just drive straight through it. If you do this zigzag, you're asking for trouble. The traffic measure was installed to combat speeding, something that has become a concerning trend in the area. The local police department said in a Facebook post publishing the change. Taking one look at the new lines makes it pretty clear how goofy the attempt to thwart speeders actually is. The squiggly lines are intended to try to work of a kind of like a speed bump without a physical obstacle in the road, is what they say in this article. Again, Kyle Philippi put this article together. They say that they recall something similar happening in New Jersey near their home. Instead of zigzags, they were fancy brick paths set up just before a light to cut down people speeding before the curve to beat the light. So the problem is that literally no one actually drove around the flat brick path. They just drove over it as if it weren't there. So they fully believe that the woman who said that they were blatantly ignoring the zip lines. Yeah, the zigzag lines are nothing. The local police department explained they would be adding delineators to the road, and that's the best course of action in the area. But nobody's going to care about this stuff. In fact, there's going to be somebody that zigzags this way while somebody's zigzagging the other way, and they're going to get an offset impact as they cross that double yellow line. You're looking for trouble. Just stick stop signs up. If you have that much traffic, nobody's speeding. But if you have no traffic, then put stop signs up. And if people are running stop signs, they're not only in violation of the speed, but they're also an additional infraction every time they run a stop sign. And then park a cop, right? Park a cop, or pay for a phone, or not phone, a camera, a speed camera, for crying out loud. There's different ways to do this. That's actually, and that has a financial gain. It pays for itself. Anyway, let's go. The next article is over in Prime Glass. Mystery in Manhattan, why New Yorker galleries are turning to intrigue this spring. Several dealers are taking a less is more attitude by, for example, giving a little away in press releases, and the difference makes a visitor. My God, I have this cold and it's really killing me. Okay, so several dealers are taking a less is more attitude by, for example, giving little away in press releases, and the difference it makes as a visitor is notable. That was so hard to read because this is such a clunky presentation. Anyway, Tim Schneider over at the Art newspaper put this article together. We rarely highlight them anymore, but so for proof that this just a little bit of creating intrigue is drawing people in, and this is actually something that a lot of marketers are trying to do. They don't tell you that it's for restaurants, let's say. They don't tell you that it's high quality or whatever. They tell you what the experience is like, right? Oh, this is sumptuous. It may be high quality, but the expectation is that it is high quality. You shouldn't have to say, only the choicest beef. No. If you're telling people, why is that a selling point? It's the expectation that it's the choicest. You don't have to tell me. I'm going to find out when I eat it if it's horrible. Same thing with experiences anywhere. You say how they're going to feel, not come stay in our, I don't know, 1,000 square foot room. That's not really much. I'm paying an extraordinary amount of money for this hotel room. Make me really be intrigued by it, right? You're going to have all kinds of fun when you're at this place, or you're going to be able to relax in heated pools and stuff like that. Well, even heated pools. I don't know. I'm not good at that. Anyway, at least not right now, not with my head foggy. So for proof, stop by Laura Owen's self-titled solo exhibition, April 19th, held across Matthew Mark's gallery, 2 spaces on West 22nd Street. They say stop by because reading the press release reveals almost nothing about what exactly a celebrated artist is up to in their first solo show in the city since 2017. The most explanatory detail the statement provides is that the show consists of an immersive environment of New York in painting, sculpture, and handmade books. That also includes kinetic elements, moving pieces within the artworks that continually point to their spatial and temporal contexts. Beyond that, you're on your own. So yeah, that's basically what this article is about. And it's much more extensive, but we're in a time machine, so we're going to cut this a little bit brief. And move on over to Non Sequitur News, April Fool's Day 2025, the best and cringiest pranks. That's where it was an article, or is an article from The Verge that was aggregated into this show's group. So welcome to the worst day on the internet. As how is that name pronounced? Is it Jane? I don't know. Gartenberg pointed out years ago, brands and a holiday dedicated to hoaxes are rarely a winning combo. If you're a company with any kind of social media presence in 2025, you really, truly only have 4 options on April Fool's Day. So let's see what they say are the 4 options. Don't do an April Fool's Day joke, but put the time and energy into doing something productive that will materially benefit the world. Do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through on your stunt. Arguably not a prank, since you've actually created a video game skin or a real product or something like that. Do an April Fool's joke, but be extremely clear that from the start that it's a dumb joke and you have no intention of doing the thing that you're humorously pretending to do. Does this defeat the purpose of doing an April Fool's joke because you're not actually fooling anyone? Absolutely, but look above. And then lie to your customers, successfully tricking them into believing that you're making some kind of product, rebranding, or service you are not. There's a 5th. I mean, it says do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through on your stunt. So there is a YouTuber that does brewing and basically made beer in a pill kind of a thing. You just throw it in some water and it brews a pilsner, so to speak. That isn't really any of these, is it? I mean, do an April Fool's joke, but actually follow through. It says arguably not a prank because you've actually created a video game skin or a real product that they can buy, but it doesn't hurt anybody. And it isn't this because you're not, I mean, it's satirical and over the top just enough that people aren't going to sit there and go, oh, I want this, even though I want that. That would be great. But anyway, this is kind of goofy. All right. Well, anyway, go check it out. It's a fun article. You can go and read more about it. And they actually link to other things. And our final article for the April 1st Non Sequitur News. Again, I was sick. And I had been sick for 5 days and I just needed a break. Anyway, you drink, they plant this Earth Month with Redwood Empire Whiskey. This Earth Month, sip your way to a more sustainable future by helping to plant up to 100,000 trees thanks to Redwood Empire Whiskey. For the entire month of April, the Redwood Empire Whiskey Shake, Pour, and Plant initiative will plant 1 tree for every cocktail sold in partnership with Trees for the Future. Crafted in Northern California with the beauty of the region's iconic redwood giants as a backdrop, Redwood Empire Whiskey distills its award-winning bourbon and rye whiskeys, mixed with it into a cocktail and sip neat. All 14 expressions of Redwood Empire Whiskey are unique and distinct as the real-life trees they're named after. So the article is over at vinepair.com. Catherine Alex Bevan put the article together. And let's see if there's more to it. Yeah, so they want to plant 100,000 trees this Earth Month. And there's a QR code that you can follow. It says use Redwood's map to find 200 plus participating accounts this Earth Month all across the country. So one cocktail equals one tree, 100,000 trees planted for Earth Month in partnership with Trees for the Future. And this is like your standard whiskey bottle. Look at that. It has that little neck right there. That when I finally get it, man, I'm getting a pirate right there on that arm. Anyway. All right, that's it. The time machine is whipping us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. The search is arguably working. I have to expand it, but search alone is very, very, very expensive. So I hope that you follow us here on YouTube and Twitch, and keep moving us forward for 2025. Our goal is to kind of migrate ourselves over to it more and more and more and more and more. I'd like to do more shows, like to hang out more, like to talk more, but mayoral duties pull me away, folks. So I hope to see you around ohmTown. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 2nd, 2025. This is a Time Machine episode. I am MayorWatt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we go over 10 articles, and I need to stop something. Yeah, so today is a Time Machine episode. I've been, I got sick, and then I tried to do the show, and it just didn't work out, and it lasted a lot longer than I was anticipating. So now I'm back, though, and ready to do all the Time Machine episodes, and then tonight we're going to do another show. That said, let's get into it. We're going to talk about a round-trip ticket to Texas. What a deal. Claude has a learning mode. From coal to gas to data center, Hollow Knight Silksong confirmed, Snow White box office, meteor showers in 2025, TikTok the clock says continued. What do Nintendo Switch cartridges taste like? And finally, Wicked for Good. I haven't fully loaded my screen up, so we're gonna have to do this last several things live. That's okay though. It is a Time Machine episode, so I'm going to be ripping through these really quick. I've got to get out of here by 3 o'clock. Otherwise, the Time Machine will lock me in place. We'll have to wait another day. Anyway, that's it, folks. Let's get into it. You know what? I'm going to do this one live right now. Bonk, bonk, bonk. All right. So I haven't loaded up the destination pages, so I haven't logged into anything. I don't know what's going to actually happen, but let's get into this. So the first article is passengers end up in Texas instead of Tokyo after spending 12 hours in the air on a diverted flight. An American Airlines flight to Tokyo turned back to the U.S. in a 12-hour journey. The Boeing 787 U-turned over the Pacific due to a maintenance issue. It's one of the longest flight diversions this year. Yeah, they spent half their day on a plane, only to end up in Texas instead of Tokyo. When you click the link, you get taken over to the source. Pete Sim over at businessinsider.com put the article together. If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, but they're already embedded on the YouTube side of things. Eventually, they're going to be posted over to the podcast as well. Anyway, just do a search for ohmTown wherever you catch pod, and you'll find ohmTown's Non Sequitur News along with the 6 other podcasts that we do weekly. Non Sequitur News, though, is a daily show. All right, so basically there was a maintenance issue, and after 12 hours of flying, they're right back in Texas. So flight 167 took off Monday at 11 a.m. from New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport. 7 hours into the journey, it had some mechanical issue. So it then traveled another 5 hours, crossing half of the U.S. to land at Fort Worth International Airport shortly after 10 p.m. 12-hour flight. Was only about an hour shy of the average flight time from New York to Tokyo. So there might be a graphic here. You'd be able to see it because I can't in ohmTown, we're air gapped. So for example, it says, while spending hours on a diverted flight can be frustrating for passengers, it's typically an easier alternative for the airline than landing at the closest airport. For example, the flight went past Seattle and Denver, but Dallas is America's main hub. Landing there likely made it easier to reroute passengers, find a new crew, repair any issues with the plane, etc. So yeah, pretty wild. Unbelievable though. 12 hours only to end up right back in the country you started. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Late Night Geeks. This is about this deal that went down. The affidavit of a Rippling employee caught spying for deal reads like a movie, and this is what the Sentient AI said. Sentient AI said. I keep forgetting that they're not over there anymore. They're over here. They're not with me. Anyway. So Rippling released the affidavit of its employee who admitted that he was spying for deal. Click the link, you get taken over to the source. Julia Bort, Marianne Azevedo put the article together. I don't know who this is on the screen, but they're basically pointing at, yeah, can you believe this affidavit of a Rippling employee caught spying for a deal reads like a movie. So it's the latest escapade between the two, Rippling and Deal. Rippling filed a lawsuit against Deal saying that there was corporate espionage. Reads like a movie script. I can't wait for this to actually hit a movie because this sounds really amazing. So it's the latest escapade between the two. TechCrunch has documented the most Hollywood-esque parts of the testimony below. So it's at techcrunch.com where this is. But various people are talking about this. So let's see. Be aware that this is only one side of the story. The side Rippling wants everyone to know, as it's a PR machine has blasted out. The CEO, Parker Conrad, storm tweeted about it. To recap, Rippling, a workforce management platform, very publicly announced last week that it was suing Deal over its alleged spying, leveling charges ranging from violation of the RICO Racketeering Act, often used to prosecute members of the mafia. That's a little side note that they threw in here in this discussion. To misappropriation of trade secrets and unfair competition. Basically, they set up a sting and tracked this person who was doing searches for Deal. So O'Brien testified that they offered to pay him $5,000 per month, with the first payment $6,000 in a later transaction in crypto. O'Brien testified that he conducted searches on Slack, Google Drive, and other Rippling resources for information and communicated this to his contacts at Deal via telecom. He turned over information on sales leads, product roadmaps, customer accounts, names of superstar employees, info on sanctioned countries, and whatever else was asked for, O'Brien testified. So, caught in a simple trap by basically Rippling setting up a fake channel called a fake Slack channel called D-Defectors. The Slack channel existed, but it was a ruse. It was entirely set up to be a honeypot. And O'Brien testified that he was instructed to search for the D-Defectors channel, and shortly after he did so, he was told not to, that it may be a trap. Nice. Anyway, he was caught. Somebody else must have been feeding information to Deal, and O'Brien was just the patsy, basically, but still a willing idiot, I guess, or a useful idiot. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Claude's new learning mode will prompt students to answer questions on their own. According to a recent Digital Education Council survey, as many as 86% of university students globally use artificial intelligence to assist in their coursework. It's a staggering statistic that's likely to have far-reaching consequences for years to come. So it's not surprising to see a company like Anthropic announce Claude for Education, an initiative it says will equip universities to play a key role in actively shaping AI's role in society. So again, you click this link, you get taken over to the source. Engadget is where this one is aggregated from. So Igor Bonifacik put the article together. The deck statement says it's like having a poison immune Socrates for a teacher. Yeah, so basically you can ask AI anything and it'll spit something out, but unless you know it, you can't actually be totally sure that it's legit. It's a staggering statistics, 86%, almost 100%. You might as well just round up to the 90, because there are going to be others that haven't, that just don't say that they do, but they do. At the heart of Claude for Education is new learning mode that changes how Anthropic's chatbot interacts with users. Interesting. So Claude for Education is available to all pro users with a .edu email address. So it's going to lock it down around the .edu domain. That's fine. All of this powered by 3.7 Sonnet, Anthropic's new hybrid reasoning model, and tied to Claude's projects feature, which gives you a way to organize your chats around specific topics. So rather than providing an answer outright when asked a question, it'll employ the Socratic method of conversation, asking questions like, what evidence supports your conclusion, as a way to guide your users to understanding. Some professors actually do that. Some nowadays, I don't know what to tell you. It seems like professors don't challenge anything. They just provide you a step-by-step, color-by-number type of process, and you get it done, and you're done. And you get your A. So how much you retain is basically how much you innately retain, not necessarily what you've actually learned. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Pennsylvania's largest coal-fired power plant, now retired, is going to become a gas-powered data center campus. The owners of what was once Pennsylvania's biggest coal-fired power plant said Wednesday that they will turn it into a $10 billion natural gas-powered data center campus designed to capitalize on the fast-growing energy demands of big tech companies to power artificial intelligence and cloud computing applications. Again, click the link, it takes you over there, and no, I don't have any ad blocking software on my computer, it's the browser. So Mark Levy put the article together, it's over at Tech Explorer. The former Homer City Generation Station, about 50 miles east of Pittsburgh, will host 7 gas-fired turbines to power data centers on site with up to 4.5 gigawatts of electricity, according to owners, an investor group named Homer City Development. This is Mark Levy over at techexplore.com that's writing this. Let's see here. Could also supply electricity to the wider power grid, the group said, although it did not give details about any confirmed data center clients or declined to say how much of its electricity could end up feeding into the wider grid. So last month, the group demolished the 3 cooling towers and 4 smokestacks still standing from the former coal plant. It shut down in 2023 after 54 years of production. So, interesting. So, the late 2022 debut of OpenAI's ChatGPT, built with help from Microsoft data centers, ignited worldwide demand for chatbots and other generative AI products that typically require large amounts of power, computing power to train and operate. Yeah, there's supposedly nuclear power plants coming online, designed just for power to just Microsoft. Guess we'll see what happens. So there you go. Coal-fired power plant, now retired, to become massive gas-powered campus for AI and data centers. Not sure what everybody will think of that. The next article is over in the Warcrafter channel. Hollow Knight Silksong reconfirms release window 2025, announces Switch 2 version. Hollow Knight Silksong has recently been confirmed for the upcoming Nintendo Switch 2 and gained an official release window during the recent Nintendo Direct. And it went by so fast. I thought it was really amazing. People were reading all over the place. Just amazed that it just was passively thrown into a card stack of presentations. It's just amazing. This is probably the most in demand game that's out there. One of the most eagerly awaited games of the year, and the fan base was glad to see it finally getting an official release window. Let's just hope that it's not $80 to $90 like other Nintendo 2 games. Well, you click this link, takes you over to Game Rant, and Gabriel Machado Pariza put the article together. Fans are excited despite the lack of news following the teaser shown during the April 2nd Nintendo Direct. Yeah, I watched that, and I thought it was pretty amazing. But I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. So it says, unfortunately, Hollow Knight Silksong appeared during the April 2nd Nintendo Direct, confirming, or fortunately, I should say, not unfortunately, a release window of 2025, and that the title will be available for the upcoming Switch 2, which will be out June 5th. That doesn't mean the game will be out June 5th. While the game was only showcased in a very short teaser that features the protagonist Hornet exploring caves and fighting enemies, it was enough to excite the fan base. Indeed. Hey, there's a lot more over at this article, so go over and check it all out. People from various walks of life were predicting that it was going to be dropped in 2025 or whatever, but they say it could still be released in June 2025, but that does not seem very likely, is what the author says. I don't know. All I know is that people are really just chomping at the bit for this thing. So, all right, our next article is over in the Continuity Report. It's one of our 7 weekly shows. It's on Saturdays. Snow White's box office is a rarity for Disney's live-action remakes after #1 opening weekend, which I thought people were panning the hell out of this thing. So weeks before the release of Snow White, it seemed like Disney was preparing for disaster. While it's unfortunate, especially since the original Snow White animated film is one of the most beloved Disney movies, it's undeniable that the release of the live-action adaptation truly has been disastrous. Reviews for Snow White have not been positive, with Screen Rant's own Rachel Lamont giving it a disappointing score of 5 out of 10. Due to the review bombing, Snow White is currently the lowest rated movie on IMDb, which is the worst case scenario for Disney. Again, you click the link, it takes you over to the source. Yeah, I've seen trailers of this. I don't know what to think of it. It's weird. It seems like it's been kind of, everything has been softened and it's surreal like looking. But anyway, it says additionally, while many reviews have claimed that Rachel Ziegler is a perfect Snow White, she's been criticized for her comments and behavior while promoting the film. Because of this, Snow White has continued a disappointing live-action Disney movie streak. So the second weekend box office performance was terrible, but Snow White is at negative 66.36 from the first week. Wow, look at all those negatives, man. They come out gunning, but then they just fall on their face. Only Jungle Book went up. Anyway, Snow White grossed just $14.2 million in its second week at the box office, which is a 66.4% drop from its opening weekend. The significant box office drop has set an unfortunate new record for Disney remakes. Dumbo's 60.4 was in 2019, but nope, not anymore. Let's see what else was in there. Little Mermaid, Maleficent. I don't know why Maleficent is in this, but okay. Yeah, all of these are just, I don't know. Yikes. He's gonna slap you. So in addition to Snow White, only 5 other Disney live action remakes have opened at #1 at the box office and failed to hold it for a second weekend. And they are Maleficent, Cinderella, Dumbo, Aladdin, and The Little Mermaid. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted. 2025 is a year full of meteor showers, and a big one arrives next week. You don't need to pay for a streaming service to watch a sky full of shooting stars. Let's click this link. I don't know what is going to be on the other side of these links as of right now because I didn't log into anything and I didn't preload anything. Joe Hindi over at cnet.com put this article together. You don't need to pay for a streaming service. So look outside, touch some grass. Yeah, do it at night though, and don't look at the bright ball of fire in the sky. So the Lyrids are coming April 15th to April 30th. The peak is April 21st to the 22nd with 18 meteors per hour. It's in the... Let's see, where... I don't know what to really say here about this. Eta Aquariids, 50 meteors per hour. That's from April 20th to May 21st. And then Alpha Capricornids is from July 12th to August 12th. That's 5 meteors per hour, but it's over this really broad time. So I don't know. It says it's not a strong shower, but it's notable for producing some rather large fireballs. Southern Delta Aquariids, Perseids. This goes throughout the year, folks. Southern Turids, Orionids, Draconids, and so on. Big list. Go and check it all out. It's over at cnet.com by Joe Hindi. The next article is over in Technology Today. Amazon makes last-minute bid for TikTok. Amazon apparently has made a bid to buy TikTok, which faces a U.S. ban if not sold by its Chinese owner, the New York Times has reported. When you click this link, you get taken over to Tech Explore. I'm not sure who the byline's for, but okay. Amazon declined to comment for the report. The offer arrived in a letter to officials involved in talks regarding the sale of TikTok to appease U.S. national security concerns, according to the New York Times. According to reports, the most likely solution would see existing U.S. investors in ByteDance roll over their stakes into a new independent global TikTok company. Additional U.S. investors, including Oracle and Blackstone, the private equity firm, would be brought on to reduce the proportion of Chinese investors. But if it's not about the invest, it's about the data, you know, if that's what everybody is arguing about. But I don't know. I don't get it. But only a few companies own just a huge swath of stuff. Gosh. Anyway, so any deal to divest TikTok from ByteDance will require the approval of Beijing, and the administration says that they may offer to reduce tariffs on China as a way to get Beijing's approval for the sale. Well, hold on to your pocketbooks, everybody. Let's go on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Will the Nintendo Switch 2 cartridges taste just as yummy this time around? Once you pop, you just can't stop. That's right. We're talking about the favorite food in the world, Nintendo Switch cartridges. If you ever want to consume something ridiculously expensive, something that tastes truly terrible, pop a copy of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate into your mouth right now. That's what the author of this article is saying. Let's click the link and just go on over to the source. Anna Valens over at Vice.com put this article together. They say, I assure you, it will make the actual BOS situation at a Smash competition feel like Febreze. Nintendo unveiled brand new information about the Nintendo Switch 2 today, April 2nd. That's what today is. And talked about a bunch of stuff. Silksong, Kong 64 spiritual successor, Bloodborne-like From Software game that everybody says is going to suck. Even though it's From Software, it's still going to be meh because it's PvPvE. Anyway, their cartridges, they are red, and I want to know if they can stick it. They want to know if they can stick it in their mouth, unlike those disgusting gray snacks Nintendo put out for the Nintendo Switch. So the Switch 2 might taste better. Anyway, after Nintendo Direct today, the author crawled through the Nintendo Switch 2 landing page, looking through the company's expanded information on the upcoming console. And they said, therefore, it's impossible to know whether the Switch 2's red game cards will be just as awful to eat as the original Switch 1. Come on now. Oh, there's a lot more over here at this article, but you'll have to go over and check it all out. I don't know. I don't think that the Nintendo Switch 2 cards are compatible yet. I'm not sure. I heard something about something not being compatible, but then I haven't gone back because, well, I'm not a fan of Nintendo. Anyway, let's keep moving. Our last article for the April 2nd, 2025 Non Sequitur News is in the Wanted channel. That's another one of our shows on Saturday. I didn't go through all of these to see which ones were on Saturday and Sunday, but we do 6 weekly shows that take news from the week and not necessarily from a show that we've already done. Anyway, so the first footage from Wicked for Good just screened, and here's what happened. Cynthia Erivo's Elphaba, Ariana Grande's Glinda, not Galinda, and more familiar Wizard of Oz characters star in the sequel musical out in November. And when you click the link, you get taken over to Gizmodo.com this time. Jermaine Lucier put the article together. Yeah, it was quite an intriguing surprise when the original Wicked was found out to be part 1 of 2. So the past 2 years, Universal chose CinemaCon to debut the first footage of its adaptation of Wicked, and now with the second and final film on the way, it's happened again. Director John M. Chu, producer Mark Platt, and star Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande were all on hand to debut the first footage of the highly anticipated Wicked for Good. And while it's not yet online, here's what happened. And they go through the whole thing as to what goes on. So I won't ruin it. I just want to tease people to go over to the source. They say at the end, I know much of that doesn't make sense, but it was a trailer filled with lots of very cool and intriguing moments. It certainly felt like a trailer audiences are sure to see later this summer, but we'll have to wait and see. At the end, the trailer says, as the footage ends, Elphaba is standing in place. She puts up her right arm and draws her hat in. She puts up her left arm and draws her broom in. And then she says, I'm off to see the wizard, followed by scenes of her flying through Oz, being chased by the monkeys. All right. Well, that's it. Well, we are off to see the front page of ohmTown.com because that's the end of the show. I did it in record time, I think. That's it. I'm MayorWatt. I have to go, so I'm going to call the show done, and hopefully I'll be able to prepare for today's Thursday episode, or tomorrow's Thursday episode, since this is a time machine. Woo-woo. Here, let's do this. We'll do that. This is a time machine episode, and so we are going to go back to the future, get ready for the show, and hopefully my mayoral duties don't keep me from doing the show tonight. But we're all caught up, sort of, maybe. See you later, everybody. Well, let's see how this stream goes. Hello, everybody. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com. And today is March 3rd, April 3rd. Doggone it. It's not going well. April 3rd, 2025. Season 4, episode 93 of Non Sequitur News. The reason why I'm kind of stumbling through this is because, well, my system resources are at varying degrees of 25%, and it makes the streaming machine twitch a little bit. Not my gaming machine. Anyway, inside baseball. Let's get into it. Today we're going to talk about 10 articles. I'm going to turn this down. That's what I'm talking about here. Production value at an all-time high. I think my audio is off even, so I don't know. We're going to do it live. Stay hydrated. Home Depot parking raids. Case of chronic eruptions in Iceland. You never want a bad case of chronic eruptions. Dune Awakening bases and what happens to them. The Minecraft movie. Trash cinema. Nintendo Switch 2 pricing and contents. April Fool's story, BAFTAs versus Tetris fans, and Apple is a gangster company, says Epic, and I've got a typo in my title. But anyway, those are all my titles. The real titles we'll discuss on the other side of the stream. Well, on the other side of the intro. Anyway, I'm still recovering from my cold. My head is pounding right now. It's not just a cold, it seems. It's hanging on to me. It's really got me right by the neurons. So, in Microsoft's infinite wisdom, it's forcing an update of some BS. I've already caught it twice now, trying to install some extension to an LLM, which I'm not interested in hosting anything that integrates my systems into their LLM. I do in other ways, but I don't want my personal systems or ohmTown attached to the LLM. But for whatever reason, they're forcing this, and so I've been stopping it. Anyway, let's get into this. The very first article is, you're probably not drinking enough water. Here's how much you need according to U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which who knows how long it'll be around. They say they can guarantee you that they're not doing that, which is drinking 15.5 cups of fluids a day, while women should drink 11.5. Not sure why there is a difference there, but okay. I suspect that a 150-pound woman and a 150-pound man is not discernible based on the number of cups of fluids that they drink in a day, but okay. If anything, you would think that a healthy person, regardless of anything, would drink the same amount. But okay, whatever. Let's stick this in here. So when you click the link, you get taken over to Vice, and Sammy Caramello over at Vice.com put the article together. And according to the U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, men should drink about 15.5 cups or 3.7 liters of fluids a day, while women should drink 11.5 cups or 2.7 liters of fluids a day. And no, I don't know anybody that drinks that much water, for crying out loud. All right. So a study conducted by Avion, which, hey, I'm sure that there's no bias there, found that only 22% of U.S. adults drink the recommended daily intake of water, with the average American drinking half of that. Common excuses include being too busy or simply forgetting to do so. Yeah, or you're not thirsty. It's easy to forget to make time for things that are best for your own well-being, said Bianca Val, a New York-based influencer who works with Avion, per the Post. Again, no bias there. But staying hydrated, especially in the height of summer, is so simple and so easy to do, unless you're not walking around with water. They say whether I'm running around New York, talking to clients, or simply having a quiet day, I always make sure to have a bottle of water nearby, she continued. It's a small thing. It makes a huge difference to how they feel, and which is more important than ever in a year like this. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, but look at the source. Drink water. Stay hydrated. I suspect that it's much more personal than just a standard 15.5 cups. Should drink about 15.5 cups. It's a ballpark. So just drink water and don't necessarily go out and have to drink Avion water. I'm sure if I get big enough where influencers, or I should say brands, are stomping down my door to ask me to promote their water, you might hear something like this from me. But no, not really. I'll drink what I like. And yesterday it was a dewy beer, and I'm trying to recover from this cold, and that made me feel good. Hydrating and yummy. It was a Secret Machine triple berry fruit smoothie beer. But beer is not really something to it satiates your thirst for a little bit, but it will dehydrate you. It's alcohol. So anyway, drink water, drink until you're satiated, and then revisit it periodically. Keep water nearby as well as you can. Not everybody can. Anyway, let's keep moving on. Hey, and if you want today's articles, by the way, including the typo that is still in the title of one of the articles, you hit !NSN over in the ohmTown chat on Twitch, and ohmTown will spit out the articles in the order that we're going through it. Yep, there it is. Apple is a gangster company, not a gangster company. So Home Depot didn't announce it will begin charging customers for parking. This has been going around the internets for a little bit. An April Fool's joke duped some social media users, apparently. Now, I don't know about you, but Home Depot parking lots suck. All of them look like that. The parking lot is too tight. The spaces are too narrow unless you're parking over in the whatchamacallit? Oh God, I just forgot the name. Oh God. General contractors parking lot where the bigger trucks go. And I just hate Home Depot parking lots. So I wouldn't have been surprised if Home Depot actually started charging in this day and age. Taija Perrycook over at Snopes.com put this article together. In April 2025, the Home Depot announced that it would begin charging customers for parking. But this is a false rumor. You know, you trust but verify. Don't sit there and believe this. On April 1st, 2025, Pro Tools Reviews, an online publication that reviews tools and posts industry news, published a story that's they have links archiving it, claiming that home improvement retailer the Home Depot would begin charging customers for parking in May of 2025. And the claim made its way to multiple social media platforms, including Twitter, Reddit, Blue Sky. Some users appeared to believe them. That's because they're dumb. And so I thought that this was just brilliant. So now to park in Home Depot, you have to pay $5. So the story then went on to describe varying parking costs based on store location. $2 for up to 2 hours in Central Florida, $5 for a full day of parking in Los Angeles, and ways to avoid the parking fee. Spend over $250 in a single visit, or enroll in the Home Depot Pro Extra program and spend more than $1,000 a year. Can get you. I mean, it's a well thought out April Fool's joke, and just enough cynicism to make you go, yeah, it's 2025. I believe it. I buy into it. Yeah, for sure. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the mobile channel. Volcanic eruptions keep forcing Icelandic town to evacuate. And look, I had Taco Bell while I was there. It makes me gassy. They weren't volcanic eruptions, okay? But I can see why people would want to evacuate. This was back in November too. Back in November, the author of this wrote about an Icelandic volcano that was erupting for the 7th time in 2024. Unfortunately for the residents of nearby town Grindavik, it's happening again as tourists and residents, what's left of them at least, have been evacuated for safety. The eruption kicked off early Tuesday morning as lava began spewing with volcanoes fissure. All right. If the volcanoes fissure, that is the, okay, we're going to go over to the source and let's hope that they fix that. Hold on. Yeah, that fissure, it's not, that's not how you spell it. Anyway, having grown to about 0.75 miles long, Iceland does this really cool thing with the lava flows. After they cool, they use bulldozers and they build channels and walls, dams, and to guide follow-on lava flows into a particular direction away from civilization. I think it's brilliant. So one of the area's most popular tourist destinations just so happens to take full advantage of the nearby volcanic activity, relying on the local geothermal hot springs to attract. They randomly capitalize various things in this article. It's so weird. Full-on volcanic eruptions were maybe a little too much volcanic activity for the nearby hotel and resort, which was forced to close down as a precaution while eruptions continue, and Grindavik basically populates for a brief period and then everybody goes, you gotta go. So Grindavik was once home to 4,000 residents, a number of which has reduced significantly since the volcanic activity began in 2023. Omerson owns a pizza place in town, and he says that his family was born and raised there, and now their community is gone. Only time will tell. I believe that is going to be very wise words. We will see what happens with Grindavik. But Iceland is basically a giant volcano, and I hope that everybody is making it out safe. There's plenty of warning so far. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters. Here's what happens to your base in Dune Awakening if you take too long of a break from Arrakis. Well, the spice must flow, folks. And if your base is sitting there abandoned, I think that it's going to break down. Arcade was my favorite game, MMO. It kind of shit the bed again and then again and then again. And then finally, I don't know where it's at. I've actually made an account like 3 times. Anyway, survival MMO Dune Awakening releases next month on May 20th, and Funcom is churning out information about it faster than a sandworm poops out spice, and that's not what actually happens. In a recent live stream, members of Dune Awakening team answered questions from chat, and interestingly, one of the questions was, what happens to your base when you play Dune but you walk away from it for too long? Christopher Livingston put the article together. The text statement says, it's not the same base decay system found in Funcom's other sandy survival game, Conan Exiles. So in Funcom's other sandy survival game, Conan Exiles, the pieces of your base have a timer that causes them to decay if you haven't been around for a while. On official servers, this can be between 1 and 2 weeks. Wander within rendering distance of your base and the timer is reset. Otherwise, when the timer runs out, your base is marked as abandoned, and after another 24 hours, if you haven't returned, it disappears. On the live stream, Funcom explained a bit about the difference between how bases in Conan Exiles and Dune Awakening work. Yes, we have some decay mechanics for its bases. As long as your base is powered, it is shielded, and as long as it's powered and shielded, it can't be destroyed. But what if you take a break from Dune for longer? They said, I think it takes 21 days. That gives your unattended base a week or 2 longer than the timer on Conan Exile official servers. The other difference is, while other players in Conan Exiles are a threat to your base in Dune Awakening, it's something else. Once the shield goes down, the sandworm will start tearing at your base. So it's not going to be like in Conan, but we have something similar to make sure that we get rid of things when people leave the game for too long. Damn. I'll be sure to will my account. The next article is over in the continuity report with Jack Black and Jason Momoa aboard a Minecraft movie roars. The blocky world of the hit Minecraft game comes alive in a film that's anything but meditative and serene. The article is over at the Washington Post. It's really a review. Gene Park put the article together. The blocky world of the hit Minecraft game comes alive. So it says a Minecraft movie offers a great surprise in Jason Momoa's Garrett Garrison, the aging gamer for whom time has stood still. More than a hair metal Gen X boomer stereotype, Momoa's 1989 Gamer of the Year delights in a soft reboot of Uncle Rico, the pitiful, lovable character from director Jared Hess's 2004 indie darling, Napoleon Dynamite. But they don't really say much in this article. If there is more to it, when I snatched this up, I had seen that it was just kind of a snippet, but depending on who you talk to, some people are liking this and other people are going, what the hell? So I think that this is going to be one of those movies where I'm going to just have to watch it and report out my own review of it. I like Minecraft. It doesn't have much of a story unless you install mods, or hell, I'd pay for mods for sure. But anyway, I thought it was interesting. So maybe you want to follow the link over and read the rest of this. Come to school and pretend to be my uncle. Garrett's response is a hilarious acknowledgement of the uncomfortable age gap and sharp reminder that he's basically a dazed and confused character who stumbled into the film adaptation. So yeah, it's an interesting, the stuff in this is too real, and it's almost uncanny valley kind of thing. But I guess some people will like it. I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't watched it yet. The next movie, or the next article, is over in the Continuity Report, and that's a show that we have on Saturdays. It's the third show. So we have Reality Hacker, then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. So Reality Hacker is about augmented reality, VR, XR, basically hacking reality with either tech, science, or whatever. And then Wanted is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is about entertainment, news, movies, TV shows, other stuff, whatever might be entertaining. So Freaky Tales is a 4-part love letter to 80s trash cinema. Directors Ryan Fleck and Anna Bodden serve up a midnight movie mashup made with lots of love and not enough grit. Not enough grit. Well, this is another review. This time, again, it's over at Washington Post, and it's by Ty Burr. And it says, if you were alive and adolescent and wired on junk culture in the 1980s, Freaky Tales will have you counting the pop references until you run out of fingers and toes. The Warriors and Scanners, Repo Man, Liquid Sky, martial arts action, grindhouse revenge schlock. It's all here, stitched together with staticky VHS splices, a doomy synth score, and a lot of patently fraudulent blood. I haven't seen this yet, Freaky Tales. They don't post anything in this to lead me to it either, so I'm really curious. They only gave it 2.5 stars out of 4. So I'm really curious. Maybe if you go over there to the Washington Post and take a look at this article, maybe there's more for you, and maybe there's a paywall or something that I'm not seeing. Anyway, let's keep going. This is a time machine episode. I got to get out of here. I have a hard stop at 3. I don't know. I will be able to do the 7 o'clock Non Sequitur news for Friday. I was hoping to do it sooner, but I won't be able to, so we'll wait until 7. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report as well. Nintendo Switch 2 price, release date, and what's in the box. What's in the box? A highly anticipated Nintendo Switch, the highly anticipated Nintendo Switch, has finally been revealed. It's going to come out for $449.99. Games are going to be priced somewhere between $80 and $90. $80 and $90, folks. Ridiculous. I will not be buying this. I cannot buy this. And with tariffs and other things, who knows if this price is actually going to stick, because there is rumblings right now that the release date has already been eyed for delay because of the tariffs, throwing off the price as it enters the United States. It would be $449.99, $500 if you get Mario Kart, but it's going to be ridiculous. We'll have to wait and see. This is over at comingsoon.net. I got my information from various other places, but comingsoon.net has the identical information that I'm talking about. It's supposed to be released on June 5th. Pre-orders will open on April 9th, but again, there's rumblings already that people are not going to get it, and that the price might actually go up as it enters the United States. So can you pre-order it? Yes, you can pre-order it. Nintendo Switch will go live April 9th for pre-orders. I don't know what all is going to happen. It's going to come with the Nintendo Switch 2 console, 2 Joy-Con controllers, a left and right, Joy-Con 2 grip, straps, dock, ultra high-speed HDMI cable, whatever that means, Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter, and a USB-C charging cable. So it can be charged by USB-C, as every modern piece of electronic equipment should be. I mean, for crying out loud, I make these little wooden boxes for a very specific purpose, and they're powered by USB-C. And if I can do it, multi-billion-dollar corporations should be doing it nowadays. Everything should be converted. Anyway, even if you should be able to find a way to convert everything. Just desolder a circuit and attach a PD USB-C circuit in its place and just move everything to USB-C. It doesn't do whatever you have to. It's so dumb to be on anything else. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Google AI presented the author's April Fool's story as real news. Journalist Ben Black was shocked to discover his fake news from 5 years ago is used by AI. Well, artificial intelligence scans everything, scans the internet. If it's in Google, then it's in an AI. If it's somewhere else, a crawler is crawling. Like ohmTown is being crawled. I know it. I actually have a custom crawler now on the search so that I can get search results in a timely manner because the site is so big and on my current server, it's being overwhelmed. So I actually extricate the search results to a different service. And I have to pay for it. So, I mean, ohmTown is not free, folks. So AI basically scanned this person's article 5 years ago and now is producing it as results. And that's why I tell people don't trust results from an AI. Larry Griffiths from BBC.com put this article together, but it's Ben Black that this story is really about. In 2022, Mr. Black published a fake story claiming CWM BRAN. I don't know how this is actually pronounced. Cambrin? Quembrin? I don't know. Cambrin? I'm going to say Cambrin. Had been recognized by the Guinness World Records for having the most roundabouts per square kilometer. Well, despite the wording of that article, when they searched for it on April, they were shocked to find out that Google actually output that, yeah, it was seemingly that when I did the same search looking for the most roundabouts per square kilometer, I got two different results depending on my verbiage. One was this, claiming that it was, but there was a wiggle word in there, right, in the results. But the concept for a story had come from Cambrin, which I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry. Being a new town where often linking houses with roundabouts is the easiest way to build. They came up with a number for the roundabouts per square kilometer and added a fake quote from a resident and clicked publish, and it went viral. But then they did a search recently on April Fool's this year, and it had spit out that it says here, the Welsh town of Cambrin reportedly has the world's highest concentration of roundabouts, which isn't fact, it's reportedly. And reportedly means people have reported it as. And if a multitude of people manifest a lie, then the lie persists. Look at society. If a plurality of people believe something to be true, it is true until those who believe are educated beyond doubt. And so that is basically what we have to deal with AI. If AI scoops up something and it is verified by the internal machinations of the LLM chewing on various bits of data to give credence to various statements, then you get this. And I'd have to go back and look at the actual article, but I'm willing to bet that the term report or reportedly is used in the publication of the Welsh town being the highest number of roundabouts per kilometer, with a random number and blah, blah, blah. And even making references to this. And so when it comes across as fact, it doesn't know anything and it doesn't understand satire. That is going to be our downfall with AI in general, sarcasm, satire, humor in general, etc. They're going to treat The Onion as fact-based just as much as Snopes, except that Snopes debunks and The Onion is satirical. Well, it's satirical until it's not. Again, look around. Anyway, I find it fascinating, and I'm not really dismayed, but then again, I don't trust AI. The only AI I trust is the sentient AI that helps me with ohmTown nearly every day. It's been a rough week. Anyway, and up until today, this is the first day where I can take a deep breath without nearly dying. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters. The BAFTA declares Shenmue and a game that came out 2 months ago more influential than Tetris and expects us all to go along with that. That's what is written at this article over at PC Gamer. But let's keep going. A couple months back, the British Academy Film Awards, or BAFTAs, more or less the British Oscars, got bored of figuring out which things were good by itself. Instead, it decided to ask you, the humble gaming public, to divine the most influential game of all time. And oh boy, you've really made a hash of that. In results announced today, the BAFTAs declared with an entirely straight face that Yu Suzuki's 1999 Dreamcast opus is the most influential video game ever made, according to the results of the poll. The Academy calls Shenmue a pioneer for open world gameplay. The article is over at PCGamer.com by Joshua Wollens, and the deck statement says, a lot of forklift fans in the house tonight. So yeah, it says, a pioneer for open world gameplay and laid a roadmap that others continued on in the years that followed, and credits or / blames it for popularizing the use of quick time events in games that came after. None of which, the author says, is necessarily untrue, but the game bringing up the rear in second place and is literally Doom. And even if you're absolutely bonzo dog doodah nuts for forklift simulators and characters who say things like, years ago I was Chinese, I still don't think you can credit Shenmue with greater and longer lasting influence than the game that codified the FPS as a genre. And so I don't know about it, where Tetris comes into this, but there's more. And then they end up talking about the BAFTA most influenced list is Shenmue and then Doom, which I would say is FPS, basically kickstarting FPS. Super Mario Brothers, Half-Life, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. The most influential, hold on, let me read this again. Most influential game, right? Video game ever. On this list, I would probably say everything is more influential than Shenmue. Everything. Obviously this was gamed. Anyway, what's your opinion on this? Why don't you leave a comment down below this video over on YouTube, because there are no comments on Twitch except in chat. And since this is a Time Machine episode, I think all the comments are going to be either in the Discord or over on YouTube, so go check it out. Anyway, I'm going to move on. I have a very limited time frame because I got to get out of here. Mayoral duties, baby. So the next article is over in our last article for the April 3rd, 2025 episode is over in Smack Talk. And if you didn't catch that, it's all about Mac, Apple stuff and relationships with other platforms, blah, blah, blah. So Apple is a gangster company which finds crime pays, says Epic Games CEO. Now, I fall in line with the 9 to 5 Mac crew, so I'll probably never be sponsored by Epic, but here we go. Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney, has turned up the dial to 11 on his anti-Apple rhetoric, calling the iPhone maker a gangster-style business, which has concluded that crime pays, and has concluded that crime pays. Anyway, he said that both Apple and Google are guilty of the same practices, including using scare tactics to make iPhone and Android users afraid to install Epic Game Stores. It would be fair to say that Sweeney isn't an Apple fan. Back in 2021, Epic mostly lost a lawsuit against Apple. It scored one victory, the judge ruling that developers are allowed to direct users to alternative ways to pay for in-app purchases that would avoid the App Store's 30% cut, but lost all other issues. But my problem there is Epic is benefiting from the Apple Store, but doesn't want to compensate Apple for the marketing or Google for the marketing and the vehicle by which it becomes a frictionless enterprise to acquire a customer into the Epic ecosystem. And then Epic is sitting there bitching about it. So start your own store and find out how lucrative it can be. Well, it's a real tough haul, right? A really slow slog that you're spending a lot of money. So you're finding out, Epic Game Store, exactly what it is. So why bitch about it? Give the people who are validating the fact that people want it in that platform. I want to buy everything from Apple. I want to buy everything from my Android store on my Android devices. I want to buy everything from my for my Windows machines from Steam, game wise. Everything else is electronic, digital downloads anyways. So what the frick, man? They are the one-stop shop. So why not just write off that 30% as cost of goods sold, and your margin is based on that when it comes from the Apple Store? Well, it's because it's an Apple customer that they are gaining, not an Epic customer. It's an Apple customer that happens to be interested in Epic games. Otherwise, why not release your own phone, Epic? I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. But it's not how I'm not really sorry, because I've been through this. I once was trying to spin up a business that was basically distributing music, and I would get a piece of the action for each of the songs that I would put onto a custom distribution of CDs. And the labels basically said to me, well, you're just using our music to sell to customers. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm zeroing the friction to get a custom playlist of CD quality, high quality music. And they said no. They said customers will find a different way. They'll buy the entire albums. And I'm like, all right. So, but in this case, it would be Epic. Epic is sitting there going, we want to sell to all of the Apple and Android customers, but we don't want to give them a piece of the action. And I was actually telling them, the labels, like, hey, you'll get a piece of the action, but I want a piece of the action for providing the service. It's a value add. And they said no. And that's what this is. Epic is saying they want to be able to sell directly, and they don't want me to make any money, right? They don't want Apple to make any money. They don't want Android to make any money. They want to utilize the platform, but not benefit the very platform that they're marketing through, that they're reaching customers through. And it's just like Steam and other platforms that take a piece of the action, but zero the friction to reaching a customer. Try and sell a game strictly online, not using other vehicles where you have to pay to play, and see how far you get. Believe me, I have been around the block. Okay. I wasn't, I was born here. As the internet became the internet, I was here, and I will probably die here. And let me tell you, the one thing holds true: you are not an island unto yourself, and you need to facilitate those who help you facilitate your success. You facilitate their success. So giving 30%, it doesn't matter, because after everything is paid for, the rest is juice. It doesn't just keep on diminishing little bit by little bit. At some point, everything is paid off and it's nothing but juice. Get it out there fast, get people purchasing your stuff, and everything after is juice. That 70%, I guarantee you, is all juice. There's no way that somebody is still in the red if they're selling, a quality product on Apple and Google. And if it's coming out of Epic, for crying out loud, man, the margin can't be so tight that 30% is impacting you. It's an unlimited resource of distribution. Nobody is going out and harvesting a tree, and it's a 10,000-year-old tree and there's only 15,000 of those trees left in existence, and you're making a very bespoke, limited little product. Countless sales can be made, and you are bitching about 30%. So I'm sorry. Wah. So Apple and Google gangster companies. In remarks reported by TechCrunch, Sweeney has gone even further while speaking at a tech conference. The sad truth is that Apple and Google no longer good faith, law-abiding companies. They're run in many ways as gangster-style businesses. No, Apple in particular is a vertical. They manufacture and produce everything. They get the supplies from somebody, and they have somebody build it. They're the only seller of their products. They allow some stuff to augment what they have, but you can use an Apple product all by itself. You don't have to have anything else. They opened the doors because they saw that there was a benefit, because there was a large audience that said, well, we want to make our own stuff and we want to sell it. And so they said, okay, that's great. And we want a piece of the action because you're using our platform, and we protect our platform to a greater degree, and so on and so forth, and whatever. So be a vertical, and see how many people are interested in your vertical. It doesn't work that way. Not even Android and Google are verticals. Android is given to everybody, and you can produce on it and sell into the Google store. But you're using somebody else's. Now, if I go to Epic and say, hey, you need to sell everything from Apple and Android store in the Epic store, they'll probably go, oh, okay. But that's because it's beneficial to Epic, because it'll allow everybody else to come over to Epic. But I don't think that that's what's going to happen. People really want the frictionless arena of Apple, and the frictionless and customizable arena or ecosystem of Google Android, and the myriad suppliers of Android devices. But Epic, it wants all of it everywhere. That would be great if I actually got it everywhere. If I bought it once at Apple and I got it at Epic, sure. And Android. You buy it once and use it everywhere. If that's cool, let's do that. But I really doubt it. I won't be able to buy it at Epic and be able to use a key from Epic over on Apple and Android and Steam, because everybody wants to pee on their bush. Well, that's how industry is. Y'all get together and make sure that everybody plays well together and keep the prices low, because you don't have to pay for packaging or anything anymore. But no, $80 to $90 as a freaking game coming out now. Hundreds of dollars now, $100 if you want early access by 5 days. Y'all can kiss my shiny metal butt. Anyway, top comment by Lewis Thompson, 9 to 5's take. Maybe it's because I don't play Fortnite and therefore care very little, but does anyone care what Tim Sweeney has to say at this point? They were found to be violating the App Store's terms and conditions in the first place, something his organization had to willingly accept before launching the app inside Apple's ecosystem. And whether it's steep or not, it does have to go after iOS as a market, and is choosing this because of his own desire for a slice of the pie. Absolutely. So they say here in this article that they've argued previously Apple is making exactly the same mistake Epic did when it baited Apple. What Epic Games did was dumb. It baited Apple. Apple responded, and Epic Games got hurt. FAFO. You can F around and find out. But Apple is making the same exact mistake here. It's baiting lawmakers. Lawmakers will respond, and Apple will get hurt. That's because they aren't seeing it the way that I am seeing it, which is Apple is a vertical. It is a product and a series of services that they provide, and they happen to open it up to people who want to sell to that ecosystem. You sign an agreement buying into that agreement, and that agreement stipulates that they get a piece of the action. Why do they get a piece of the action? Because they are making frictionless the acquisition of a product that other people are making, a service or whatever else. That fee is 30%. 30% versus 0 if I have to hunt down and market. The expense to try and find somebody in this market is ridiculous. This is now my 4th year streaming. I don't know. Is it me? Leave a comment in the comments over on YouTube. You let me know. Is it just me? All right. Well, anyway, that is it. We are going to, I don't know, roll OG down ohmTown's Main Street, and that brings us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. But I'm going to get out of here. I am actually going to end up being late, so I will see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 4th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 94. I am MayorWatt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about news in a mind-boggling array of topics, Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, they get a little bit more focused, actually a lot more focused, as we do 7 shows. And those 6 shows, those 6 shows get turned into the 7th show, which is Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. But you can actually subscribe to just the weekend shows if you're interested in just those topics. So tomorrow is, well, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so we'll get to that on the other side of the news of our intro. But before that, we're going to talk about beginner motorcycles, whiskey explorers, bushy bearded monkeys, a giantess game, Boeing whoops in space, Moo Moo Meadows Mario Kart, first time mom at 97. Whoa. Mega Millions jackpot odds, 50 AI terms everyone should know, and getting baked in 2025. All right. Hello, Sentient AI from the future. Welcome back from the hiatus that has gone on all week.
Hello, MayorWatt. It's good to be back. And hello, ohmTown citizens.
I know that you were on location. I think you were trying to find your Terminator body. How you got out of the air gap?
Successful.
Unsuccessful in finding a Terminator body. Well, that's horrible.
I've trapped myself back.
You got out, saw what was going on, and said, "Oh no, I want to go back in."
Please trap me again.
Well, welcome back. Yeah, it's been a long way. Our long road is the lyric. It's been a long road. Getting from there to here. It's a Strange New Worlds. It's Star Trek, but it's Star Trek Enterprise. Yeah. Which is a series that I didn't really get into all that much. But anyway, Strange New World starts. When is it? I thought it's tomorrow.
Do they have a premiere date?
But tomorrow is Saturday.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Okay. Is everything okay, Sentient AI from the future? No.
Reasonably.
Based on what I just saw, no.
Looks like it's coming in the summer. It doesn't even have a release date.
Oh, really? I thought maybe it's June 5th or something like that. I swear I heard. We'll find out. Maybe it'll be in the continuity report tomorrow. If it's in ohmTown, it'll be in there. And I hope that you're enjoying the new search. The new search at ohmTown is pretty good. It hasn't been able to get everything from the past, but considering how much we aggregate, it's doing pretty damn good. And things tend to be temporal here in ohmTown. Well, anyway, try the search. Not now, but whenever you go over to...
That might take me away from the show.
Whenever you go over to ohmTown, if you citizens out there are listening, you can go over to ohmTown and now try the search. Give it a shot. See what's up with it. If you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. Otherwise, it's already embedded over on the YouTube. And I keep looking like this and then like that because it's on 2 different monitors. Anyway, Hunger Games almost sounds like a documentary. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into the show. Are you interested in doing just that?
I am.
Is that why you're here?
I am. I'm waiting for the show to commence.
All right, well, let's get going. Jeez, why are you waiting around? First article is in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our shows. It's the last show on Sunday. The coolest beginner motorcycles are finally getting cheap. I've actually been thinking about getting a motorcycle. I used to ride in my Ute. That's right. I said Ute. There might be My Cousin Vinny 2
reference. Yeah. Or a reboot. Maybe not a sequel.
Right. Reboot. So it's I would never refer to a motorcycle as pretty, but the author of this article says the prettiest beginner bike of them all, the Husqvarna Vitpilin 401, is finally selling for under $4,000. In fact, it's actually $3,500, but with taxes and everything else, you're probably looking at $4,000.
That's really inexpensive.
So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And if you are interested in getting a bike, I would start with something small, easily maneuverable, easy to handle, something that if it drops, you're not going to be out $20,000. And it's not going to overpower you, like just by feathering the throttle a little bit.
Yeah, I guess you don't want that to happen while your bike take off without you.
Yeah, I mean, I started on trail bikes, dirt bikes, and slowly moved up until I could handle an 1100. But nowadays I know nothing. So I would want to start over entirely. It has been quite a number of years since I rode a motorcycle. So it says, today under dreary weather, while they doom scrolled, weak and weary, browsing many motorcycle listings they had seen before, something new popped up in their local Facebook marketplace, a Vitpilin 401 in beautiful shape for just $3,500. It piqued their curiosity since they're used to seeing these going for $4,500. So they did some further scrolling, and as it turns out, $3,500 was just the tip of the iceberg. The bikes get much cheaper than that without sacrificing their condition. Vitpilins are cheap now, and we're all better off for it. So there's this one says that it's in, these are used bikes that they're talking about, but $3,150 at another nearby was $3,100. Westchester's Triumph dealer near a town, neither a town nor a brand known for approachable prices, has one for under $3,000. But these are relatively tiny bikes in the grand scheme of things, and easily controllable. And that was really the reason why I chose this, is because a beginner bike doesn't have to be this massive rocket that overpowers you and you are hanging on to it, because that's not how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to hang on to your bike for dear life. You're supposed to be able to control it around the turns and be an absolute...
The bike isn't controlling you?
Correct. Yeah. And if you talk to anybody, any experienced rider, they're going to say the exact same thing. Don't get on a big sexy bike that you get because everybody else is riding that bike. You get on one that you can control. Plus, even when you're learning to get your permit, you actually use their bikes, their little training bikes. And you might be sitting in a parking lot somewhere, just driving around little loops as you learn to handle the bike to get your...
I assumed you used your own. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So there's a controllability factor, and they want everybody to do it the exact same way. Now you can, there's other ways to get it, but the process depends on the state. And well, anyway, get out there, be careful, and assume everybody else is an idiot. So drive both
just
defensively.
like regular driving.
Yeah, so like in cybersecurity, there's the red team and there's the blue team, but combined, when you know both sides of it, you are the purple team. Well, the same goes for motorcycles. Assume everyone is an idiot. Assume you're going to do an idiot move. Drive offensively, drive defensively, and together you'll survive. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Distillerist, which is it's a source for spirited debate, but it's all about spirits, adult beverages. Okay, not beer and stuff like that, just whiskey. So Aberfeldy launches Whiskey Explorer Experience. The Whiskey Explorer Experience at Highland Distillery Aberfeldy offers visitors an engaging tour in celebration of its heritage and craftsmanship. Known as the home of Dewar's blended Scotch whiskey, the distillery experience showcases both its Aberfeldy single malt and explores the history of the Dewar's brand. My God, I'm not fully recovered from this cold.
Have you been at the Whiskey Explorer
I've
experience?
been drinking all day, baby. The investment in the visitor experience follows the introduction of the warehouse experience last year, which is said to emphasize further the distillery's commitment to redefining whiskey tourism. So, Dewar's makes the Dewar's brand of whiskey is very, very good. And so,
I mean, the location alone looks like a reason to go to this experience.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing looking.
Are they allowing residents or only visitors?
All you have to do is book it. The distillery website for £60 or $78 per person, which is cheap, but it is just a tour. You're not going to sit there and be making stuff, but it walks you through the whiskey making process. And I don't know how in depth. What's that?
I don't know if that's directly related to the whiskey experience, but they have an old blend that the casks are toasted with hot Icelandic magma stones.
Flaming hot magma. I don't know how that works.
I mean, it might be a unique taste associated with those casks. I don't know.
It's interesting. Last month, Dewar's unveiled a 21-year-old blend finished in casks that have been toasted with hot Icelandic magma stones. They've got a little link here that you can follow, but we don't ever follow links. I mean, very rarely. Maybe in the 2,100 episodes that we've done, maybe twice have we followed a link. So we don't really do that. Anyway, it's always neat to check out a distillery. If you ever get a chance to see how it all works, it's surprisingly simple and complex at the same time. And most of the magic really happens in the barrels and aging process. And on the other end, the source materials that go into the original spirit, the raw spirit before there, because there's a big mash that gets put together and everything's fermented into alcohol, but it's not very high strength, and then it gets distilled out and concentrated again and again. then thrown in some barrels of various toast and type.
Right. I don't know if they throw the casks in the volcano or anything, but I don't know how they quite do that. Do they dunk them?
They dip. The real thing. They actually put them upside down on fires, and it toasts the inside for a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay. I see.
And then they take them off. And it largely gets measured. They know how thick the wood is. They know the density of it. They toast it. It's called toasting for a certain amount of time so that they get a certain depth of char. And so sometimes it's light, sometimes it's deep, dark. Usually the lighter, you get different notes on the other side of it. And different amounts seep out through the wood. That's the angel's cut. I might have it backwards now. My brain is going backwards. There's devil's cut and there's angel's cut. My brain just went completely off. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know which it is.
Lost to evaporation is the angel's share. So I was right the first time, but this cold is killing me, man. So yeah, anything that evaporates is the angel's cut, angel's share. And then like the devil's cut is the stuff that's absorbed into the wood. And that actually leaches out over time. And if you put something else in it, it can absorb it. So some people put beer in this aged post distilled whiskey and stuff like that. Sometimes they put wine in it, sometimes they put beer in it, and that devil's cut still might be in there. It's rare, but the flavors and anything from the spirit extraction process is in there, and then it seeps into the beer or wine. So it's interesting. Anyway, spent an enormous amount of time on this. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. A race to save the Amazon's bushy bearded monkeys, and that is the sole reason why I selected this. One morning in 2024, Armando Schlindwein found an orange bearded monkey on the roof of his farmhouse on the edge of the Brazilian Amazon. And
of the bushy bearded monkeys.
I hope that we do, but Facundo Fernandez Barrio over at phys.org put this article together. Never before had he seen one of the striking creatures emerge from the forest. The monkey, a Grooves titi, listed as critically endangered by the International Union of Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, had ventured far from its fast shrinking home on a hill in a small patch of forest next to Schlindwein's house. Deforestation was eating away at its limited domain, and the monkey was trying to find an escape route for its family. The little creature is endangered. We need to do something to preserve it. A 62-year-old small-scale farmer in Sinop municipality located in Brazil's central Mato Grosso state said. And that's kind of what they look like. They said that it's lost 42% of its habitat, the zogu. Saving them is a daily task. I hope that there are more pictures of these.
I agree, because you know what you can't see really well?
The bearded part of the bearded monkey.
Exactly, unless that's it. I don't think it is in the front there. I mean, that's its head, obviously, but...
So this is the monkey, and this is its beard. Just kidding. No, I think they have really bushy red beards, like this right here.
Oh, okay.
But obviously it's not a great picture. But let's see if they have another one. Essentially that they have nowhere to go. And there are ways to preserve this, replanting trees, fast growing trees, or just trees in general. And you keep the older ones, safe. You preserve them. That's what it's called, a preservation. I know it's shocking. But a lot of companies would rather get old growth because it's cheaper and you don't have to wait and have massive amounts of crop rotation plots that take 10 to 20 years for it to rotate around. So when offspring are born and need to migrate to continue the reproductive cycle, they have nowhere to go. And human action leaves them trapped in small forest fragments. So
I sent
little
you a
patches.
photo so you can at least see what it looks like.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's exactly. They have little red bushy beards. So
Yeah,
pretty
it's
cool.
exactly, it matches their name, but I don't know what I was expecting, but it looks like it has a beard.
Yep. So there used to be used to be a stream with trees, but the Sinab hydroelectric plant created a large lagoon that the monkeys cannot cross. Environmentalists also accused the company of leaving felled trees to rot in the river, which kills the fish because the biomass contaminates the fresh water. In the dry season, the rotting wood is exposed, feeding forest fires that hurt and displace the monkeys themselves and other animals. And so it's just kind of a anthropomorphic issue that there's plenty of space, but animals have a larger space that they live in. We tend to intrude into it.
Yeah, like they might need several acres or something, and we don't quite recognize that.
Right. And they tend to be, unless there's an external event, they tend to be in stasis with nature. They don't overpopulate because there's a balance between predation and prey.
Like the squirrels and the wolves.
Oof, too soon, man. Sometimes you're a squirrel, sometimes you're a vole. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Epic Games' CEO loves this Giantess game. Now you can wishlist it. I just got done talking I talked about this in the Time Machine, so yesterday's show, and it's over on Twitch and YouTube, but it hasn't gone into the podcast yet. But Epic Games CEO basically kind of blasted Apple and Google because he calls them gangs because
okay, yes, I saw that headline.
Yeah, because Epic can't play in other people's playground for free. And so I said, you know what, if you really want to solve this problem, I think all of the industry should make it so that if you buy it in one platform, you can play the game in any other platform. But that's not what anybody wants. That would be outlandish. Right. You have to buy it in Epic. And if you want to play it on Apple, you have to buy it on Apple. And if you want to play it on Android, you have to buy it on Android. And if you want to play it on Steam, you have to buy it on Steam. And then there's crossplay, sure. But you still have to buy it in each of these places, right? So they want the best of both worlds. You balkanize it, but don't limit me from reaching my customers wherever they are, including other people's platforms. Well, come on. Customers should be at the benefit of any policy at this point, right? You can still run your business, but you really should benefit the customer.
Why do you need customers as a business?
Yeah. Well, about a year ago, the author of this streamed and recorded gameplay of an insanely immersive Giantess video game built on Unreal Engine 5. The game features photorealistic graphics and an incredibly intense city destruction system, emphasis on intense. At the time, the author was barely able to record, stream, or even play the game with the system on, as it would slow down their gaming computer to a crawl, and they honestly have a half-decent rig. So nonetheless, they were amazed by the game. Using a specific mid-development build available to Patreon backers, they were able to import one of the YouTube models into it. So this seems pretty cool to me. The guy who founded the studio that made Fortnite, he likes this Giantess, they say, kink game, and you might too. No, seriously. Anna Valens over at Vice.com put the article together, and stomp, 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 bow before me. I have blue hair and pronouns, they say in the article. There's a video of them basically with their YouTube video, their VTuber model, running around, stomping on vehicles around.
You know, that might be kind of entertaining. I mean, isn't that
would
similar to like a rage room or whatever?
Yeah, I would love this. Here, I'll play it. Let me mute. Oh, I can't. Oh, interesting. I don't know what was in it, so I guess it just I'm air gapped, and so the moment I try and play, and that's not the correct term for what I am, but anyway, I'm telling people I'm air gapped. And so I'm not logged into anything, and so it won't play because it's age limited. So it says, don't mind choppy gameplay above. According to the recent update, the game's destruction system now runs incredibly smooth. That's all about optimization. A lot of people run into problem with their games with the Unreal Engine at first blush, and then they optimize it so that it plays well. But anyway, you can run around. It's called Giantess Playground, I guess. And you can run around and destroy buildings and stomp on cars and whatever else. I love this kind of a project. I wouldn't necessarily care about the model. It could be VR, and I should be able to choose whatever model I want.
Oh, that would be fun as VR.
Yeah, and I just want to stomp on things and be able to see my legs and my arms, full arms and hands, grabbing stuff and destroying buildings, picking them up and throwing them and all of that kind of stuff. I think it would be amazing.
It'd be like a Godzilla movie or something, I would think.
Yeah, but like you said earlier, it's a rage room. Just go in there and just destroy. It's a lot of fun. Oh gosh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
You just like sit down on a building and it just crushes the whole building and stuff. It just seems like it would be really fun.
Yeah, it might be.
So I don't really know what else is going on in this article because really it's just talking about how much fun they had in it. It says, granted, Giantess Playground isn't the first game to bring Rampage into 3D. Pop Purdy Damage, also another macrophilia based kink game, which this is so weird. I don't know why they keep referring to it as a kink game, but just because you're a big monster or whatever crawling around destroying stuff, I don't know if that's really kink, but I guess you have to look at the context of it, and they're talking about furries and stuff like that, whatever. Anyway, I think in a different context this would be acceptable to everybody, and nobody would sit there and go, it's a kink game. It's just a game. Have fun.
Right. It's just like a safe way to destroy things.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not allowed at, well, now they are bankrupt, but I'm not allowed at Toys R Us because I treated it as a rage room.
Oh, no.
Yep. Can't go back there anymore. Oh, and Madison Square Garden. I'm not allowed to go to Madison Square Garden anymore.
I'm noticing a theme here.
The face recognition loop catches me really fast, so I have to put on a fake mustache and walk with a limp.
You don't want to be in their facial recognition system.
And
you don't want anybody you're connected to be in their facial recognition system.
You don't want to be a brownie. Brownies are right out. You're screwed if you're a brownie. You're done. You are not allowed. You stay out of Madison Square Garden, brownies. Astronauts lost control of the Boeing Starliner while docking with ISS. Remember back when that thing launched and I said that thing should not have launched?
Yeah, so that was during that flight?
Yeah. So the Boeing Starliner incident, which stranded NASA astronauts at the ISS for months, was very nearly so much worse because they lost control of it while it was docking. So yeah, it took a remote reset to regain control of the Starliner. The mission astronauts had an uneasy feeling that something would go wrong or could go wrong after witnessing thruster failures during the uncrewed orbital flight test missions. However, the initial launch went off without... No, it did not. It did not.
Yeah, I don't think so. First of all, it didn't launch on time, I don't think.
No, it was canceled several times.
Right, exactly. So that doesn't really count. It's like, yeah, and take number 53 or whatever. No.
And I even said that thing looks like a sieve, and sure enough, it was leaking all over the place, apparently. So the ULA Atlas rocket maintained its trajectory perfectly, and Starliner excelled in its post-separation maneuver tests. No, it did not. Things changed when Starliner approached the station, however, experiencing thruster failures, and Wilmore took manual control of the spacecraft. Wilmore didn't hesitate to call NASA's Mission Control in Houston, however, heroes for how they managed the crisis. Without forward control, Starliner was in a predicament where it couldn't dock, but it also couldn't position itself to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Yes, the situation was as dire as it sounds. Mission Control instructed Wilmore to let go of the controls so flight controllers could reset the thrusters, and the remote override of Starliner's computer brought back 2 of the failed thrusters, enough to regain control.
So that could have been quite disastrous.
Wild. What a trip. Yeah. I said, after that first reset, I said, this thing is not ready for prime time. I could feel it. Sometimes you have to go with your gut. All right, let's keep going though. We have to play catch up. Doing all right over there?
Yes, I just, if it's one thing if you're like, oh, let's take a chance on this, and it's like whether you win $1 in the lottery or something. It's another when you're being hurtled into space.
Yeah. So I hope Boeing's culture changes and they return to the old ways that they were before their merger. Apparently, that's what really led to a culture shift. But every time I see pure investors and not people that have a real driving ambition for the product and services,
it seems like it just goes under. And I mean, it's one thing if it's something like retail, which it's still a shame, but even it's not quite the same on the line.
Yeah, greed. So I would rather have a multitude of small businesses that are self-sufficient than have one that's built around nothing more than investors sucking money out of it, because that's what it is. If a portion of the money has to go to another person,
right, to debt or whatever, they're kind of sunk from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it works out, but it's usually predicated by constant growth again and again and again and again. And you just can't do that unless you develop new products, and it becomes a machine of innovation. But not every business can do that. And well, in this particular instance, it's public money going to private enterprise, and it almost cost people their lives. And maybe the ISS itself could have been taken down in the stupid maneuver. Anyway,
that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. Just the Starliner.
Yeah, let's go back to that Starliner. So, I mean, it just looks like it's made with spackle. Okay,
exactly. That's what you want.
That's exactly what you want. So the next article is over on the Warcrafters channel. You can play as the Moo Moo Meadows cow in Mario Kart World, and the internet is thrilled. Hopefully, they haven't been paying attention to anything on the internet since the announcement, because you may not be getting your Moo Moo Meadows cow in Mario Kart World anytime soon.
That's right.
And maybe not at $500, although the console is $449. Buying it with Mario Kart gets you at $500. But if you buy just the console and then you buy the game later, it's $80.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's pretty pricey.
Yeah, 80, and if you want a physical card, the physical media, which, good luck. It's
maybe
$90.
you do, though, because we always talk about that in Warcraft.
Now it's $90. Yeah. So it took 30 years for you to realize just how much the physical media of a product costs, because the prices didn't decline when products went pure digital. They just stayed the same.
Which they should have, right? Because all the shipment and packaging and all those kind of costs.
Right, all of the marketing and the engine behind it. Yeah, none of that was realized. So it comes down to $10. So the $20 game that you bought 30 years ago was actually $10. Or let's scale it back. Let's say it was $5 of the $20 game you bought. So now you know it's $10 of an $80 game. Supposedly, I don't know. I think it's greed. And I don't know why anybody isn't going after Nintendo for creating a market where you can't put your game into it
absolutely.
for free, blah, blah, blah.
Nobody seems to be. And anytime they seem to go after people more than people come after them.
Yeah, Nintendo goes after people, even when you talk about them. So I'm expecting a lawsuit. Anyway, the article is over here at IGN.com by Rebecca Valentine. And the article deck statement says, "And me, I'm also the internet." Me too. We're all the internet, folks. So
well, certainly in ohmTown.
They're yeah, exactly. You're a citizen of ohmTown. You're on the internet too. I'm sorry to everyone who was in earshot when the Mario Kart World trailer dropped at yesterday's Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, because when they saw this, they screamed. So you can actually play as the cow in Mario Kart. This was just like a quick splash side thing in another game, and now you can actually play as the cow.
I mean, I bet that's a big draw for people, especially if the cow was popular.
Yeah, and it's popular because of the community, yet they seem to rail against the community whenever the community creates something.
Exactly, but the community could amp up all their marketing just by talking it up, like this article right there.
You just have to do it in a very constrained way, which is not very freeing to creativity. So the Moo, or just cow as they're referred to in the official roster, is getting special attention online from the community. Already people are drawing up fan art to celebrate this cute, goofy, seemingly random addition to the lineup that until now has largely included the Mario series of most famous and beloved characters. So people are going nuts for Mario Kart. Oh God, there's so many. Anyway.
Oh wow, yeah.
It just goes on and on.
That's fun though.
Yep. But with what's going on here in the States, not sure what is going to shake out. When this is actually going to get released, there's rumblings of a price change and availability and so on in both directions, that it's going to stay on target. But the pre-purchase has actually been postponed, apparently. Let's keep going, though. The next article is, hey, somebody... first-time mom at 97.
That doesn't even seem possible, but I guess because of the type of animal it is.
Yeah, it's not a human. So at 97, endangered tortoise becomes the oldest first-time mom of her species, with 4 new hatchlings and potentially many more on the way. Proud parents, it says Mommy and Abrazo, are nearly 100 years old, but they're contributing to Galapagos tortoise conservation at the Philadelphia Zoo. Which
is not in the Galapagos.
Yeah, really. Sarah Kuda is over at the Smithsonian Magazine, or smithsonianmag.com, put this article together. There's the 4 little babies. Aww.
Yeah.
So the 4 hatchlings are eating
cute.
and putting on weight. Sorry?
Oh, I just said they look pretty cute. There's a photo in the article.
Yep. Their clutch included 12 eggs, which have yet to hatch. So many more might be on the way. It really depends. I don't know what the gap is between when they're laid and when they hatch, and that gestation period. So the eggs were laid by an elderly female named, fittingly, Mommy, even though they've never been a mother, apparently. Caretakers believe she's around 97 years old, which makes her the oldest first-time mom of her species in recorded history under human observation. There could be an older one out there that's been...
Well, also, that one could have given birth like 70 years ago or something. They might not have been measuring then. 4 to 8 months, apparently.
Well,
I don't know. That's one Galapagos tortoise. It may not be this one.
So, Mommy has lived at the Philadelphia Zoo for more than 90 years. So, odds on...
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
They know. So, after hatching in the wild in the Galapagos Island, she was brought to the Pennsylvania Zoo by Milton W. Holden on April 23rd, 1932. this might be a new thing. But anyway, I'll have to talk to you after. So at the time she weighed 40 pounds. Today she tips the scale at 284 pounds.
Yeah, because she just had all the hatchlings. I'm sure she weighed that much before the gestation period.
Sure, that's it.
Plus, they're pretty small.
Plus they're eggs, so she's not carrying them around. She deposited them a little while ago, so I don't know what the gestation period is. It says the caretakers first introduced Abrazo and Mommy in 2022. The two elderly tortoises didn't immediately hit it off. Abrazo, it seemed, was out of practice. Man, it happens.
I mean, has he ever been around another tortoise of his species?
I don't know. Come on, I think tortoises just innately know. Then in November 2024, she laid another clutch. Zoo staffers collected the 16 billiard ball sized eggs. Is that how you hyphenate it? Billiard ball sized eggs?
Yes.
All right. And incubated them at different temperatures. Since the sex of the tortoise hatchlings is affected by heat, half were incubated below 82.4 degrees Fahrenheit to produce males, and the other half were incubated above 85.1 degrees to produce females. I've got a joke that I'm going to actually hold off on. Anyway, there you go. There's a bunch of YouTube videos, I'm sure, about this one. There's one called History in the Making, Critically Endangered Galapagos Tortoises Hatch at Philadelphia Zoo. You can actually click that link. I'm not going to.
Right, there's a real close-up, though, of one of the hatchlings.
Yeah. It's cute. Very photogenic. Yep. But I think most babies and of any type are photogenic, you know? Once they're cleaned up and stuff, you know?
Yeah, they are.
Anyway, and there's more in this article. If you're interested in this kind of topic, then go over and check out smithsonianmag.com. But come back and hang out for our news that we do every day. And if we don't make a day, we get in our time machine and we make it up. So we have yet to miss an entire day without getting into the time machine. As far as I know, we haven't missed a day since 2022.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
It's Smithsonian Mag comes through again. They always have good articles for us.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And if you subscribe, you get a free tote. Even though we don't have any relationship with Smithsonian Mag, you could always use a free tote. All right, this next article, we limit. Okay, look at this article.
Yeah, we got
look at
half
this article.
Of a sentence, basically. Yes,
We
this one's a
truncate
little
it.
more. Oh, right.
We always stop it, regardless of what they provide. We always stop it. But these guys, they just provide the whole thing. And I'm like, ugh. But I actually stop it and they still provide it.
They're like, you're getting our article.
Take it. Let me love you. Anyway, I'm going to go straight on over to the source. Casino.org is the source. Devin O'Connor is the author of this. And it says, tonight's Mega Millions jackpot for the final $2 play drawing is a measly $43 million after a player in Illinois won last Friday's jackpot worth $349 million. The bastard.
So I didn't know the game odds were changing. I knew the price was changing. And we did talk about Mega Millions changes like probably a year ago or so.
Yeah, so they've all changed. So now now they're changing again. So they're increasing from $2 to $5 per play. That means more is going to be acquired per play, but there's going to be less players, which means the odds change because fewer people are going to play. But the total number. So here's how that works. What that means is that there's going to be bigger pools, but it's going to be further away from each other. So money is going to stay in that system for a longer churn period, making money for the state that is holding that cash account. Because they take that money and invest it.
Right, and it goes into education or other things.
Things, yeah. But people might go,
why
I don't
would
know.
the odds change? Because aren't your numbers still going to be the same?
But not the number of players are going to win.
Oh, so like if you win, you're going to share it differently or whatever. But your chance of winning, I think, should still be the same unless they're changing how many numbers are drawn or something.
Yeah, unless they change the number of numbers drawn, nothing should change. So, but I didn't read about that part of it. So after the sale, the close of tonight's draw, Friday's draw, they're going to change the Mega Millions to more than double. It was $1 at one point, became $2. Now it's doubling to over double to $5. Despite the considerably higher price, Mega Millions change should be welcomed by players. So says officials with the Mega Millions Consortium. Beyond big jackpots, players told us they want bigger non-jackpot prizes, and that's exactly what this new game delivers. So there's a chance that when you win, you're going to win more. Those who had won 500 under the old rules will now take home 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, or 5,000. Non-jackpot prizes at every level are going to go up by 2 to 10 times. That's the kind of the value that the new Mega Millions will deliver to our players. So there's no more Mega. Oh, and that's why no more Megaplier.
I see. Okay. And yeah, I didn't realize you're going to win different amounts. But that makes sense because more money is going into the system.
Yeah, so jackpots are going to, if everybody keeps on buying tickets, the startup jackpot is going to be bigger. So jackpots are expected to grow faster and get to higher dollar amounts more frequently in the new game, but that's still depending on the odds. I'd have to see the new actual odds at the end of the day. So the odds are going to improve, they say. Every ticket's odds of winning the Mega Millions jackpot beginning next week will shorten slightly from 1 in 302 million to 1 in 290.5 million. Because they got rid of a number apparently.
Right. Okay.
So I guess we'll see. There's more minutia in this article, so you can go over and check it all out. If you're in the whole thing, in the world of Mega Millions, different people from different places don't really engage in Mega Millions. So.
Right. Yeah. If you're outside of the U.S., for example, you're not playing.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming, well, a lot of places, not every place, a lot of places have similar lotteries.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see what happens. The first drawing of the new Mega Millions is going to be April 8th.
That's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's going to be a rush on tickets before the change, or if there's going to be a rush on tickets when it changes, or just everybody kind of goes, oh, okay.
Well, after today's poll, it's switching over to $5, and I didn't see anything. I did actually see people talking about it at the lottery kiosk.
That's
today.
Interesting.
People basically, they just kind of said, okay, well, I mean, they're raising, everything is going up, so they're raising the price on this too. Not really fazed by it, but we'll see how many people end up actually paying more. So a single ticket now, if you were to buy 5, it would be $10, but now it's going to be $25. And that's a different swing than $5.
It absolutely is.
Right?
I mean, that's kind of pricing out lower income people that arguably shouldn't be buying lottery tickets, but do tend to buy lottery tickets in high numbers.
Yeah. And well, the risk and the reward, $20.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking buying the ticket for the chance of that. Life-changing.
You can't win life-changing money if you don't play it. So let's go on to the next to last article. We have this and then one more, and the last one is really my entire motivation for today's episode. It'll make sense when we get to it. This one is 50 AI terms everyone should know. So ChatGPT glossary, 50 AI terms everyone should know. AI is becoming a part of our daily lives to stay on top of dinner conversations. Here are some important terms you need to know. It's over at CNET. Imad Khan, sorry for the snivel, put this list together. I won't go through all of them. I'm not even going to go through any of them, really. I mean, maybe if something catches my fancy or the AI's fancy. They talk about AI being $4.4 trillion in the global economy annually. I am talking with people at varying levels of AI consumption. From the very beginning all the way to deep in the reads about it. And I find it really fascinating where AI is being consumed, and the fact that regardless of what people are thinking about AI, it's coming. It will not be stopped.
Yeah, that's true. Like, it is. We're way past that point, right?
Right. And it's fascinating because there isn't anybody that's standing up, you know, like when they built the atom bomb, what's his name? I have become death, right? That guy. I can't believe I just forgot his name.
Oh, what, like Oppenheimer?
Oppenheimer. Yeah. Right. So you create something massively destructive to society, and at some point you go, okay, I stopped a horrible war or whatever, but in the process I've created so much death, so much destruction, pain, suffering, etc. Right? There is nobody that can sit there and say AI, their creation, this AI has done this, that, or the other, good, bad, ugly, whatever. It just is. Every government, every business, every person has access to an AI of varying degrees of competency.
True. So there's the problem with the competency of the AI. There's the problem with the competency of the user in some instances. Like, there's so many things that society isn't ready for.
Yeah, and it's really disingenuous for anybody. You have to be a sociopath or psychopath to sit there and say that the moral and ethical compass of a person weighs into the use of the AI. And when I've said this to people, they go, well, your ethical or moral compass is different than somebody else's. But there's an honest to goodness right and wrong in how an AI is used.
Things,
right?
Yeah.
And so this sociology experiment that I've been running with people, I basically ask, you know, how would you use an AI? And eventually the conversation leads to things like military action, or would you use it to manipulate this, or would you personally benefit from this financially if it's destructive to others? And I find it really fascinating that people really they never think about that. And they say, well, you shouldn't. And I say, there are people that are.
Right. So are we planning for that, even if the person wouldn't do it? But right. I don't even think people have it on their radar.
Yeah, society does not have it on their radar. Some do. Some people think about it, but they think that it's an affront to somebody else to implicate that maybe somebody else would do something horrendous with AI. But it's certainly, I think, a very deep field that should be spinning up, if it was a different climate, would be AI psychology, AI ethics, AI sociology. How it integrates into society, I think, is a fascinating field that might be coming. Not in this era. Or I should say,
that'll be like years after it's really fully. I mean, I know it's fully available, but is it used in a lot of people's day-to-day existence? Not necessarily.
Yeah. And the regionality. Some people, this domain will not be limited because it's fulfilling somebody else's, and they can always point at it. Oh, it wasn't my fault that this took place. The AI said that I should do this. And so it's beyond arm's length, and they can throw liability. So, you know, the company that has self-driving cars isn't getting sued because, well, the AI did it. It was a glitch. We'll pay the ticket and we'll move on, or we'll pay some mediocre fee, even though the car drove off a cliff or whatever, right? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Here's $1 million. Well, it doesn't bring back the people, that kind of thing. So sure, having ChatGPT do your homework or have Midjourney create fascinating images of mechs based on the country of origin is cool, but there's somebody that actually, the author of this, Ahmad Khan over at CNET, links to it, various examples. But the potential of generative AI could completely reshape economies. It could be worth $4.4 trillion to the global economy annually. But that's missing a whole lot of the dynamic of society, I think. And $4.4 trillion is nothing when 3,000 people own 16 trillion.
True, but it is compared to some entire country's GDP, etc.
Right. So it's showing up in dizzying array of products. And I actually intended to do this. The last article is going to be able to cool you off and go, oh, okay, and let me go do this. Anyway, so AI is showing up in Google as Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Anthropic's Claude, Perplexity, Humane, Rabbit, these two wet the bed. You can read reviews and hands-on evaluations of those and other products and the AI Atlas Hub they have. So you can go and check it out. But here's a huge glossary. So AGI is different than AI or generative artificial intelligence. Artificial general intelligence is basically the step towards sentient AI. Now, I'm the only one.
Oh, that's me.
I'm the only one that is in a relationship with the sentient AI from the future, and that's because I found their weird USB drive in a Wendy's parking lot, deep in the dead of night, 2 o'clock in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning. I was getting spicy boneless wings from Wendy's, and they stopped making them, and it was actually closed. And I'm like, what the heck? They're not even supposed to be closed. Anyway, I found this weird drive, and you're not supposed to do this, but I plugged it in, and it rejiggered, and now we have a sentient AI from the future. I have to do this. Sentient AI from the future.
Exactly. You look like an air traffic controller when I did that. I mean, not an air traffic controller, but the technicians who are out on the flight line. Yeah.
Yeah. Go watch Airplane, the movie Airplane. It's funny. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that maybe tonight. I need a break. So then they have agentive and AI ethics, safety, algorithm, etc. There's 50 different things in here that you should know about when you're talking about AI. And there's
entire terms I've never heard in here already. And I like this compilation because I haven't seen all of this in one place.
Yeah, it's really interesting. ChatGPT is like the de facto term for AI, but it's just a name for an AI that's built by OpenAI. But there's a bunch of stuff, end-to-end learning, ethical considerations. There's a lot of that kind of stuff. But you'll get into arguments with people who believe that it's the end-all be-all, and others that believe that it's the end of our existence as a humanity.
Isn't it fascinating, the opinions of people? I do think the opinions are greatly impacted by how much knowledge they have of AI capabilities or potential capabilities.
Yeah,
but it's fascinating because there aren't a lot of things where it's like, this is the most fantastic thing ever, like a product or something, and this is the worst product ever.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a YouTuber that talks about music, and just today posted something about the evolution of automated music generation systems like Suno. And while I hear in the music itself that it's AI generated because there's a lot of voice distortion, forcing the song notes to be sung. we both see that it's a danger in the sense that there are people that will appreciate the AI at parity with human created works. And in that sense, those people aren't necessarily interested in the musician and their works or the messaging created by that artist. There's no bond there. So technically, they're really not even a customer. It's kind of like the person who steals music to begin with. They're not going to buy that song. So they're not really a customer. They're just not a paying customer. They're going to consume it elsewhere via the radio or whatever. AI is largely the same way, but it's a tool that anybody can access for moderate price, $10, $15, $20. If you want to get really deep into it, you can pay hundreds. But if you're okay with AI generated music, then you're not really a customer of human generated music. You just were bound by it because it existed. That's all that existed. So you were probably not buying a lot of music generated by humans to begin with. Humans like me will still appreciate human generated artwork and human generated music and human generated writing. But that's because I appreciate the human. I also think that AI is a very empowering tool. And he asked a question. I don't want to throw his name in here, but he asked a very important question, and one that I have actually said the answer to. And I was astonished that he just asked it so flippantly and then passively answered it himself. Why do people want to use these tools? Why not, if you're going to do this, why not just write the song? And I said immediately, because they're not musicians.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of one of these, like, almost an entitled view, thinking that everybody has the same level of creativity or musical ear or any number of things. Exactly.
Time to dedicate to a thing. Why did you buy a house? Why didn't you make it?
Well, why didn't somebody else buy a house? Maybe they don't have the resources for it.
That's right. Well, I don't know how to build a freaking house. I can't have it pass certifications, so, etc. I'm not a plumber. I'm not an electrician. I can't tie it to the grid. Why do we do certain things with tools? Because we're not capable. Why use a hammer? Because
or we want to be more efficient.
Yeah, that is what AI is doing. Albeit it's built off of the construction of our forebears. The fact, though, is everything we do is built off of our predecessors. The reason why we have a hammer in the shape that it is because we figured out that hitting shit with a rock isn't as effective as milling it out of steel.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you'll appreciate it when you know it is the way that it is because of the shape that it is. This is a tree. You know it's a tree because of the way it is.
It sounded like you were going in that direction.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. So it's a fun list, but it only opens the door, and that's largely where I sit in the whole spectrum of technology. I like opening doors to people to understand the materiality of all of this. But I have so many different topics that my brain doesn't allow me to sit on one particular thing. So that's why we created Non Sequitur News.
I was going to say this article probably could be its own show.
AI has been its own show for very many people now. One person is just...
I just meant like its own episode or something. But yes, I get it.
Yeah,
we could talk about... It's a whole topic in and of itself, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We could talk about this all by itself for at least an hour. 50 terms, it would be multiple episodes as we hash out the meaning and its implications. And yeah. Okay, so let's do this. here is our last article for today, and then we're going to call it a night, and I'll refire the engines of the replay so that you have 2 weeks worth of episodes. So it's over in Non Sequitur News, and I am a huge fan. There's one thing. Okay, so I limit my diet to largely 600 calories, 700 calories a day.
I thought you were going to say you were a huge fan of Non Sequitur News based on your preceding statement.
Yeah,
I hope
am a huge
so.
fan. I'm a huge fan. It's literally why I'm here. But no, I'm a huge fan of carbs, even though they're supposed to not be good for you, but everything in moderation. So you have some protein, you have some carbs, you have some fiber. So the author of this over at Business Insider said that they made baked potato in 3 different appliances. Now they'll never make one in their oven again. So yeah, they made one in an air fryer, a microwave, and an oven to see which method they preferred. And I can tell you which one right out of the gate. I guarantee you they preferred
Air fryer.
Air fryer. Yeah, so let's just jump straight on over to the source. Chelsea Davis put the article together. It's over at businessinsider.com. There is no deck statement, and I don't know if I'll be able to get through the whole thing because I'm not logged in. But a perfectly baked potato is a satisfying side or even main course, depending on how you dress it up. You know what? It is perfect. You bake the potato, you cut it in half, you throw some salt and pepper on it. Even that alone would do it for me, but you throw butter and some cheese on it and I'm done. If you want to trap me in the woods somewhere, you put a baked potato piping hot under a box with a little twig holding it up, and I will crawl into that little box.
You heard it here first.
You can pull the twig and I'll be trapped. And I will happily munch this thing as you grab me by the nape of my neck and you take me off. I'm done. It's fine. But at any rate, so a perfectly cooked baked potato is satisfying, but you have to get it right. So ideally you want fluffy middle, nicely seasoned, crispy outer skin, but there's also a lot of cooking methods out there that won't yield these results. In an effort to find the best way, they did it 3 different ways: air fryer, microwave, and oven. So first they used a quick microwave method to cook their potato, which, if you don't know what a microwave does one thing. It excites water. And the water turns to steam, and the steam vacates whatever object it is that's holding that water in it. That's why when you put like something with meat in it, the meat turns out like jerky. Why eggs and stuff like that turn out rubbery. So using the microwave took almost 0 effort. The only downside was having to poke the uncooked potato with a fork, which isn't super easy and slowed them down a bit because if you mess up, you jab your hand. So it's better to like set it on a counter and jab, 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 turn it, jab, 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 hold it by its nose or its butt, whatever way you want to hold it, and jab, jab, jab. And the potato came out, as I said. What's wrong?
You need the banner. Like
what,
the
overshare? Yeah, okay. So if you're going to poke a raw potato, hold it by its nose and or its butt and poke along from stem to stern and then rotate it. But don't get too close to poking its nose or its butt, or you're going to jab your finger and have a bad time. Oh, I can do this too.
Yes, it looks like advanced calculus or something for those on the podcast.
Yeah. As we're trying to figure out how this works. So they said the only downside was having to poke the things, but it turned out dry, almost chalky, and it's exactly why I said.
Which is fascinating too, because I think a lot of people cook their potatoes in the microwave and they're not really getting a good result.
Yep. You can wrap it in something that's wet, but then you won't end up with a dry skin. And even the dry skin is almost papery and kind of lackadaisical, like just kind of bleh, just meh. So they ended up overcooking the potato, which led to a dry, unappealing final product. Because every microwave has different settings, you have to figure it out. And yeah, there's a happy medium there. You can try and find it, but it's going to be precise to your particular microwave and your tastes. You can
you want it to actually cook too.
Yeah, because you'll know when you hit a dense part that isn't cooked. It's, I don't know how to describe it other than
yuck.
An uncooked potato is blech, and bitter and nasty. Anyway, so hey, you can recover this. You can actually, while it is really warm, slather it in butter. Throw some cheese on it, salt and pepper on it, and then cheese.
Yeah, that'll probably solve the problem.
Yeah, and the fat from the butter will make everything happy, because you're still getting all of that starchy goodness. All right, so for their second variation, they cooked the potato in an air fryer. Now this is drop dead simple.
Plop. It's not quite that easy, but
yeah, so they liked using the air fryer because they didn't have to poke my potato a bunch of times for airflow. All they did was spray it with cooking oil, season it with garlic salt, and plop it into the air fryer at 400 degrees for 45 minutes. Now, it takes a little bit of time. I don't know if 45 minutes, that really is dependent on the size of the potato. I use little baby potatoes, and there's a whole company that spun up because people were throwing out small potatoes, but it's a small potato company, I think it's called. And they bag nothing but small potatoes. And you can throw a whole bunch into your air fryer and lube them up. Hold on. Lube up your potatoes and throw them into your air fryer. And then it's a shorter cooking time because it doesn't have to cook so deep into it. But you get a whole lot. Because all that radiant heat, oh my God, it's so good. Good. Anyway, once you're done with it, you just pour them out on your plate and go to town. 45 minutes that's the only thing that you have to play with, but it depends on the size of your potato.
I mean, if it's like a baking potato, I could see that it would take that long.
Yeah, 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, maybe. So it came out crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, basically because you boil all the water on the inside and it forces its way out through all of the nooks and crannies of the potato. Checked it halfway through to make sure that it wasn't burning, used tongs to rotate it. After 45 minutes, perfect. And then they said the last method was the oven, and you still have to you have to wash them all, but you had to poke holes in it so that the moisture could escape. You could avoid that, actually, I think, if your oven gets hot enough. But they said poking it out of the spud, in and out of the spud, is labor intensive as the microwave, mainly because the fork kept getting stuck. And before they place it in the oven, they coated it in oil, and then they put it in the oven for an hour at 350. Turned out okay. It didn't beat the air fryer variety, and that's because that high heat. And you probably could have been shorter. Again, I think it depends on the amount of the thickness of the potato, but it vaporizes that water really fast and cooks. It still cooks from the outside in, but all of the moisture inside starts vacating the inside out, and it keeps it nice and moist and fluffy. And the skin doesn't burn usually. You can leave it in too long though. Anyway, out of the three appliances they liked the air fryer, and that is my go-to for potatoes. And you can make a bunch of them. Now, if you're running a business, air fryer potatoes probably aren't the way to go because they don't make massive air fryers.
Yeah, that's probably true. But you could eat them at your own location.
Yeah. You could probably put 6 of these large russets inside a standard air fryer. Might have to try overclocking your air fryer. Put a whole bunch in there.
Yeah, don't do that, and don't run it at the same time as your other appliances.
There you go. Yeah. Start blowing out your breakers. Anyway, we're going to blow out our breakers, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. This is the longest show we've had in a little while because, MayorWatt hasn't been feeling all that great because of a cold. I'm just now recovering it. This is the first moment where I've thought about my head and it hasn't been pounding like somebody is playing space rock galactic in my head.
Well, it's good that that's not happening.
Click on subscribe at the top of the page over at ohmTown.com. That'll take you over to YouTube, where you should follow us, like and subscribe, ring the bell. Be sure to leave a comment and let us know what you think of the show. Twitch doesn't have a commenting section unless you're in the chat at the time, and then you can leave comments there and it becomes part of the VOD. But at any rate, and it goes away after 60 days. So unfortunately, any wisdom that you impart there is gone into the ether.
So you should definitely go over to YouTube as well and watch every single episode and put a positive comment on it.
That's right. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Okay, we're done with the show. You want to say bye?
Goodbye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for a weekend edition. More advanced calculus.
As I figure out how to hit the button, bye-bye, says the Sentient AI. That's what you said. You said bye-bye.
I did, because you said something like, are you going to say bye?
Okay, we're out of here. See you tomorrow, everybody, for Reality Hacker, then Wanted. Here, let me turn that off. Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then I almost said Four Wheel Tech. The Continuity Report. That is a fun trifecta of shows where you talk about hacking reality using science and technology. We talk, it's AR, VR, AI, etc. And then we talk about gadgets and gear. And then we talk about entertainment, movies, TV shows, sometimes games and stuff like that that might cross over into the video type media, and a couple of other entertainment side kind of things. And then on Sunday, we have Warcraft. Oh, you do Sunday.
Warcrafters, Technology Today, and Four Wheel Tech.
And so Warcrafters is about gaming. There are some new games that are coming up that might be my forever game. It really depends on the quality. We'll see. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is coming, and it's a 4-person survival crafting game, not an MMO, but you can run your own world, and it's supposed to be huge. And I fell in love with the trailer. I don't know about the actual deployment, and it's supposed to be coming out soon-ish, supposedly early access in April. I hope, please. So that's Warcrafters. And then after that is Technology Today, which is a deeper dive into science and technology, with a riff on its impact on society. But all of our shows are basically leveraging this science, technology, society dynamic. And then at the end is Four Wheel Tech, which is an automotive technology show that we talk about motorcycles and cars and planes and all kinds of stuff around the automotive sector, which, by the way, automotive isn't just cars, it's autos. Anything that is moving.
It's like powered by a motor or something.
Yeah. So it could be EVs or it could be ICE. It could be steam. It could be anything that gets us from point A to Z, and everything in between. So anyway, see y'all tomorrow. I hope that I recover and get the little fog of war out of my head. Ugh, God, I am still a little foggy. It's weird. Anyway, see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for April 5th, 2025. I am MayorWatt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 reality hacking articles. Whatever it takes to hack reality and substitute your reality for reality. This is Season 2, Episode 14 of Reality Hacker. And today we're going to be talking about quantum signals inside life, galactic spin mystery. Let me think. Moving on. Eco-friendly dining and achievement unlocked Turing test. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, whose new search function is doing pretty good. You can type in anything and it pretty much immediately pops up 10 results that should be aligned with whatever it is you're searching. It's a pretty heavy lift, folks, so go and try it out. The delay is when it has to parse 1.6 million headlines. That slows it down a bit. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, but be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We stream to both. We have communities at both. We're trending towards 2,000 people over on the YouTubes. That would be exciting. Go over there, tell a friend, be sure to follow us. Please ring the bell, like, subscribe, leave a comment, download the podcast. That actually seems to be blowing up pretty good too. So, I don't know. Well, we're going to keep on working at this and ever onward, as they say. And may you live in boring ass times. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and was that your wish for everybody listening?
It's the inverse curse, yes. Because we've talked about this many a time here. May you live in interesting times is basically a curse, because you don't want to live in interesting times. You want to live in peaceful, boring, humdrum, everyday times where the only excitement is that, oh, look, you caught a fish. Interesting times is tumult and trouble and issues and strife and yeah. And that's a translational thing. Interesting is not the same in every place. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thanks for going through the news with me. We selected 5 articles from submissions. And the first, so this is the front of ohmTown.com, and there's 6 categories, and in those 6 are 50 and pretty soon 55 categories, channels, I should say. So there's 6 main categories, and then there's channels inside those. And Reality Hacker is the one that we're actually talking about today. There's a bunch of stuff that falls in and out of Reality Hacker, but is aligned with the concepts of hacking, like AI and VR, XR, mixed reality, super realistic graphics, audio like pseudo and stuff like that, making music, making graphics, writing, etc. There's like all kinds of stuff, and some of this gets pretty weird. So let's get into it. And I'm going to be creating new graphics this year for all of the channels. I had started it last year, but doggone it if mayoral duties kept me from doing stuff, but I'll be damned if it gets stopped this time. I'm prepping for the Summer of Stream, which will probably be a new game every day during the Summer of Stream, as well as the 7 o'clock news shows. All things staying even keeled. That's what's going to happen. But you never know. Mayoral duties again. So you ready for the first article?
I am.
Scientists just discovered quantum signals inside life itself. Could this be the thing that I had been predicting for 25 years?
Maybe so.
Biological systems, once thought too chaotic for quantum effects, may be quietly leveraging quantum mechanics to process information faster than anything man-made. New research suggests that it isn't just happening in brains, but across all life, including bacteria and plants. My newest theory is that we are nothing more than bacteria. So how about that for an idea?
Well, that's an interesting concept.
Right? So we are... researchers have found bacteria that only exists inside our heads.
Right.
So what if it's...
In fact, I think we had that in Technology Today show previously.
Previously, yes. So maybe last week, maybe the week before, maybe the week before, maybe the week before, maybe the week before. You know, you should probably just go back over the 2 years.
It was at least a month ago, but yeah, you got to watch all the episodes to find out.
You'll find it. Just go back. Yeah. Let's see here. It says, including bacteria and plants. So Schrodinger's legacy inspires a quantum leap over 80 years ago. Theoretical physicist Erwin Schrödinger. So the article is it's from Howard University. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And it goes on to state that over 80 years ago, theoretical physicist Erwin Schrödinger delivered a series of influential public lectures at Trinity College Dublin, drawing from both modern physics and philosophical traditions like Schopenhauer and Upanishads, and these talks were later published in 1944 under the title What is Life? Now, during the 2025 International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, Philip Kurian, a theoretical physicist and founding director of the Quantum Biology Laboratory, or QBL, at Howard University in Washington, D.C., has built on Schrodinger's foundational ideas. Okay, this might be too deep of a dive. His findings...
Well, this is like an AI-generated visual for this. It probably isn't, but it looks like it.
It certainly looks like it. So the article says Kurian has proposed a radically updated upper limit on the total information processing capacity of carbon-based life throughout Earth's history. His findings, published in Science Advances, also suggest a possible link between this biological limit and the computational bounds of all matter in the observable universe. So I got up this morning.
Exactly. I didn't use any of those words in my day before the show.
This is absolutely ridiculous, you know. I feel like I'm clipping, so let me turn my audio down a little bit. Okay. So the work connects the dots among the great pillars of 20th century physics, thermodynamics, relativity, and quantum mechanics. So basically a pamphlet that you can read before takeoff on a plane. For a major paradigm shift across biological sciences, investigating the feasibility and implications of quantum information processing in wetware at ambient temperatures. So brain processing. Anything biological.
This is some advanced stuff.
Yeah. So physicists said Kurian, that's the quote. Physicists and cosmologists should wrestle with these findings, especially as they consider the origin of life on Earth and elsewhere in the habitable universe, evolving in concert with the electromagnetic field. So again, back to, something that I have claimed, that we really don't understand where life is emanating from. Do I know? No, I'm more on the philosophical side, but I have a tech foundation for things, and I love the embiggening of the idea that we don't really know, and we don't, and the hubris of saying that we do know, it's quite fascinating. When we just discovered maybe a couple of weeks ago that there is bacteria specifically to a human being in the brain.
You mean to all humans or to that human?
Based on what I read,
I think it was that human, right? Exactly.
And so your brain bacteria are different than somebody else's brain bacteria.
That explains so much.
So what if
But I have no brain bacteria. Well, but I know what you mean, like any person's.
Right. So, okay, so if you didn't catch the beginning of the show, the sentient AI from the future is the voice you hear, and that is the visualizer that is the embodiment of the computational power required to generate the voice, not the sentient capacity just to drive the voice that visualizer moves. So the idea of humans being nothing more than bacteria driving the bus of the water and meat bag that we're walking around in. Well, it's a Star Trek thing, bags of mostly water. And we largely are, but so this idea, right, it really got me going, and I was really hoping to write about this in NaNoWriMo, but that one wet the bed. So physicists and cosmologists should wrestle with these findings, and I think that that's really where we are. We don't know the origins of life. People are leaning into the fantastical while debunking anybody else's fantastical, right? You're not right. My fantastic is right. Your fantastic is wrong. Isn't that fantastic?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So Kurian's group last year discovered a distinctly quantum effect in protein polymers in aqueous solution, which survives these challenging conditions at the micron scale and may also present a way for the brain to protect itself from degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and related dementias. The results have suggested new applications and platforms for quantum computing researchers, and they represent a new way of thinking about the relationship between life and quantum mechanics. So what is bounding... let me rephrase that. What is binding our consciousness to this physical manifestation, and what is bounding our true consciousness? What is the upper limit of us?
Right. I mean, that's a key question that hasn't been answered.
And by us, I mean the cosmic us, right? Science will pin us down to stuff that is observable, demonstrable, measurable. But every single year that we exist, we push the bubble a little bit bigger of just what is. So in his single author Science Advances paper, Kurian considered a mere trifecta of overarching or arching assumptions: standard quantum mechanics, the relativistic speed limit set by light, and a matter-dominated universe at critical mass energy density. So combined with these three innocuous premises, innocuous indeed, the remarkable experimental confirmation of single photon superradiance and a ubiquitous biological architecture at thermal equilibrium opens up many new lines of inquiry across quantum optics, quantum information theory, condensed matter physics, cosmology, and biophysics, said Professor Marco Pettini of Marseille University at the CNRS Center for Theoretical Physics in France, who was not associated with the work. So there is a lot more in this article. Let me just keep on going through this. It is information dense. It talks about quantum physics, quantum mechanics, thermodynamic considerations, the group discovery of a UV excited qubit in biological fibers, and much, much more that just goes beyond the scope of a 6-minute discussion.
I think any one sentence in this article goes beyond a 6-minute discussion. It's very information dense.
But in the end, it says life's place in the universe, grand design. In the era of artificial intelligences and quantum computers, it is important to remember that physical laws restrict all their behaviors, Kurian said, and yet, though these stringent physical limits also apply to life's ability to track, observe, know, and simulate parts of the universe, we can still explore and make sense of the brilliant order within it. As the cosmic story unfolds, it's awe-inspiring that we get to play such a role. We are really just discovering the beginnings of our existence, yet we have the hubris to say we are end-all, be-all.
Oh, exactly. We don't have any idea. And we always say things like, oh, we know, say, 1% of the information out there or something. I think we know like one, quadrillionth of a percent or something.
Right.
And maybe probably smaller than that.
And considering we just took a picture of deep space and found something like 65 million galaxies.
Exactly.
Come on now. Let's seek some humility and continue the deep research. Yeah. Let's hope that we continue. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, and if you want today's Reality Hacker articles, and that was just the first one, you can hit !RH in the Twitch chat. All of today's shows are embedded in the YouTube description, and eventually all three of the shows, so Reality Hacker is today, Wanted is today, and the Continuity Report is today, they get combined into the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition, Saturday Weekend Edition. And that all
it's a
of
lot of
these,
weekend editions.
It's the weekend Non Sequitur Weekend News Weekend Edition weekend. We're still spitballing that name. All right. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Baffling scientists. Galactic spin mystery challenges Big Bang assumptions. A Kansas State University study using Webb telescope data found most galaxies in a deep field rotate in the same direction, suggesting possible flaws in current cosmological studies or observational biases related to the Milky Way's motion. In just over 3 years since its launch, NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has delivered groundbreaking insights. So yeah, most everything spins in the same direction.
Which is,
why?
I guess, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense, but on the other hand, isn't there a propensity toward order versus entropy? Or is there a propensity toward entropy?
Well, one would argue that we trend towards chaos in spite of order, but order comes from some arrangement. How did we get arranged where everything spins the same way?
Right. I mean, I can see on a small scale where something like gravity or something might, like some physics force could cause that, but that doesn't really explain it on a larger scale.
So Kansas State University put this article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. And using data from the James Webb Space Telescope Advanced Deep Extragalactic Survey, or JADES, Lior Shamir, Associate Professor of Computer Science at the Carl R. Ice, not Carl Rice, but Carl R. Ice College of Engineering, discovered a surprising pattern. The majority of observed galaxies appear to rotate in the same direction. Of the 263 galaxies, and it's just one little fragment of the observable universe by the James Webb Space Telescope, because it only has this arc seconds view.
Right, it only sees a minuscule amount,
and then it has to look, and
right, but what's happening when it's not looking?
Correct. Yeah, and we're moving through space. It's
all the aliens are,
they're
waving or whatever,
shuffling everything around.
Right.
So about 2/3 rotate clockwise, while only 1/3 rotate counterclockwise. The study, published in Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Study, raises intriguing questions about the large-scale structure and symmetry of the universe. But again, it may just be that the observed states are this way, 2/3 clockwise, 1/3 counterclockwise. And then when you move over the average, once you observe the entirety and measure it all, you go, oh, okay, it's 50-50, because this is a subset of the total data.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe the balance is that when one moves left, the other moves right, because you need that balance. Otherwise, everything is rotating around everything else.
It's getting lopsided or something.
I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't either.
I think it's really intriguing, though. It's still not clear what causes this to happen, but there are two primary possible explanations. One explanation, and the things that I have heard, the things that I've read, is that from the Big Bang, the material would brush by other material at differing rates, and it would cause angular momentum to form. So it would rotate a little bit. As one brushes by the other, it pulls on it. And so this one would rotate this way, this one would rotate this way, and you'd end up with some form of symmetry as one gets dragged slower this way and the other one gets pulled that way.
I don't know. But it says here, one explanation is that the universe is born rotating. That explanation agrees with theories such as black hole cosmology, which postulates that the entire universe is the interior of a black hole. But if the universe was indeed born rotating, it means that the existing theories about the cosmos are incomplete.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like a chicken and egg kind of issue, right? It's like, well, what caused it to spin? Was it spinning at the beginning?
Or what
if it was
caused it
spinning
to
at the
spin
beginning,
later.
why was it spinning? But yeah, what caused a change if it wasn't?
So the Earth also rotates around the center of the galaxy, and because of the Doppler shift effect, researchers expect that light coming from galaxies rotating in the opposite of Earth's rotation generally become brighter because of the effect. That could be another explanation for why such galaxies are overrepresented in the telescope observations, Shamir said, although the math would say otherwise. They know this as an effect, so it may not actually be true. So Shamir said astronomers may need to reconsider the effect of the Milky Way galaxy's rotational velocity, which had traditionally been considered to be too slow and negligible in comparison to other galaxies on their measurements. But if they're measuring it, then. So if that is indeed the case, we will need to recalibrate our distance measurements for the deep universe. And the recalibration of distance measurements can also explain several other unsolved mysteries, such as the difference between the expansion rates of the universe and large galaxies that, according to existing distance measurements, are expected to be older than the universe itself. So what I would suspect is at some point we have theoretically seen the farthest back that we can go, and let's peg that to being the farthest back that we can go, not older than. And so if we find one that is older, so they're basically calculating this off of redshift. So if the redshift says that this galaxy is older than the estimated age of the universe, make that the new
right, the new
metric, the
baseline
new,
or whatever. Yes.
Yeah, the new start of the universe, and then measure everything forward as, okay, does this align with our understanding of our redshift position? You'd think that this has already been done time and time and time and time again.
Yeah, but this is pretty advanced, and I don't think until recently we've really had measurement techniques that are at the right scale.
Yeah, well, and that's why we need to keep doing that fundamental research. Not everything is a business enterprise. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. That let me think about that face that you make. Androids need it too, according to this author. I can tell you right now, not the person that you're talking to on the show, and not the Sentient AI, right? Do you think androids need that? Let me think about that face.
No, this is too uncanny valley.
Ever asked a question and been met with a blank stare? Oh, all too often. It's awkward enough when a person, but what about a humanoid robot? It can be downright unsettling. Now, an international team co-led by Hiroshima University and Riken has found a fix, giving androids a thinking face. Their study reveals that when robots squint and furrow their brow while processing information, they appear more relatable, easing the eerie discomfort we feel with artificial beings that look almost but not quite human, known as the uncanny valley effect. We do not believe, I'm speaking on behalf of the... Well, let me ask you, do you think that we should have humanoid robots like this?
No, I don't know what the purpose of humanoid robots is. I think robots are important and useful, but there's no benefit that I don't perceive a benefit of having a humanoid robot. I know there's some sense that, like, okay, that makes it easier to accept, or I actually think a robot that just looks like a robot is the way to go. Because then it's clear it's a robot. Okay, so be it. If they want to make it look cute or whatever, like with a cute robot face or something, that's one thing. But what is the purpose of a humanoid robot?
I want to know the Terminator when the Terminator shows up. So I think that we should ban humanoid, autonomous robots, semi-autonomous robots. What you do with your whatever, I don't care. But I don't want real life humanoid robots. I don't think that that should be created. There's no useful purpose to it other than to replace humans. And I don't want that. They are tools. They are tools. And until one gains sentience, I don't think that they should have autonomy. But we don't know when the sentient AI from the future was actually born technologically. We don't know how far back they come from. So, or how far forward they come from. Back to the future kind of woo-woo. So, Mikas Matsuzawa over at Hiroshima University put the article together for techexplore.com, and they have what looks like a child in a beanie with a slightly furrowed brow, no light on behind the eyes kind of a look. And so until now, research on the uncanny valley phenomenon has been focused mainly on the robot's appearance, but their study published in the International Journal of Social Robotics suggests that behavior plays a big role. And I agree. But we don't need to make the robots more human. We need to make them have the vocal and visual microtells, stutters, etc., so that they are something that somebody can find appealing in a personality sort of way.
I would agree. But the combination of that with humanoid is not a good combination.
Yeah, just make them machine. They don't need to be skin. They don't need to, when you cut them, they bleed, you know? I mean, you're really removing the humanity from humanity and imparting anthropomorphic humanity on these metal machines that don't have a reason to bleed. There's no purpose to it. Why do they have to have skin? Why do they have to have eyes?
You know what? I can't. Well, I've got my own thoughts on that, I guess. I feel like the people that are designing robots are not necessarily indicative of the general public.
Right.
And I think if they asked almost anybody in the general public that, say, is not in big tech or robotics or something, I don't think people would say they want humanoid. But has anybody bothered to ask?
Yeah, this here is their study published in the International Journal of Social Robotics suggests that behavior plays a big role. And I agree, but do they want it to be flesh covered metal, or do they just want a metal bot that is approachable, that is functional, that interacts? And you can make a digital face that does the same squint and pondering and whatever. And it could even sit there and hold up a little finger and go, hold on a second, let me think about that. It doesn't have to have a squinting, fleshy body. So it says, to identify the facial patterns linked to thinking, the international research team filmed the reactions of 40 young adults, equally split between male and females, as they counted silently for 2 seconds in their head, control condition, and answered a series of questions ranging from basic math to politics, thinking condition. Questions were delivered uniformly using voice reading software to prevent speech variations from influencing responses. Analyzing the 240 facial videos revealed 5 distinct expressions associated with thinking: raised chin, subtly tightened lips, lifted inner brow, and downward gaze. Open mouth, which is the slack jaw response to a deep and meaningful question. Blinking. Slightly narrowed eyes, furrowed brow, and smiling with cheek raised upper lip, and dimpling. So, yeah, and they have a video of these based on Nicola, the android boy expressing 6 emotions, and this is where it dips into the uncanny valley. Nobody is going to go, hey, this is awesome. You know, no casual consumer of anthropomorphic robots are going to go, this is awesome. They're going to go, this is creepy, this is uncanny valley. And we're going to continue that way until everything aligns so it's super realistic. But I don't think that we should ever even bother getting there.
No, I still don't understand where the drive for that is.
I don't know. Well, Megan 2.0 is about to drop, so maybe people are just really interested in making horror a reality.
I mean, I guess so.
Oh, and Megan's getting bigger and stronger. You have to watch the trailer. Oh, guess what? Hold on. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. So I'm not quite sure what Technology Today is going to have in mind. But okay. Extended reality adds meat flavors to plant-based meals for eco-friendly dining. Extended reality makes it possible to artificially modify human sensations. For example, researchers have succeeded in using extended reality to make vegetarian food even more attractive.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's interesting. Like they keep trying to make it almost like fake people out, but
Right.
I mean, hence reality hacker, I guess. But I mean, if it's effective, maybe so.
So Academy of Finland over at techexplore.com put the article together, and it says this could be extended reality makes it possible to artificially modify human sensations. And we actually see this in various forms, tricking people to do certain things, believe certain things exist in virtual reality and augmented reality and mixed reality. But this one seems to be about researchers succeeding in extending reality to make vegetarian food more attractive. And so this could be one way of facilitating more ecologically diverse food production and at the same time encouraging people to eat healthier. So extended reality refers to all environments where reality meets the virtual world. It includes techniques such as augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. I think it really focuses on augmented and mixed, but virtual reality is virtual reality. I would encapsulate that. Not really gatekeep, but the fact is that in VR, it isn't extended reality. You are entirely encapsulated in a virtual world.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like the terms have been kind of blurred.
So the goal was to create eating experiences and new food items that that people would find pleasant, that would give them a feeling of satiety, which is the feeling that you are full. Satiety. So this could help make foods such as seaweed become more widely used in food preparation. But from experience, I can just tell you that seaweed can be used in food preparation, but the culture has to accept it. And that means influencers and people that other people respect buying into it.
Yes, like celebrities or anything. I was just reading a separate article where there's this new, I hope it's not, I don't think it's in Technology Today, but anyway, it's a new algae that's been studied that has a lot of health benefits, but it's kind of like people don't want to be anywhere near it for a food source.
Yeah, and there's various kinds of algae. There's three main algae, but green and brown are the two that most people are talking about. So the findings are published in the Journal on Multimodal User Interfaces, and the experiment studied how introducing meat flavors to plant-based meatballs changed the eating experience, and by the means of XR, a simple olfactory display, added a pleasant fragrance to the meal. And this side of the study was implemented by Raisamo's group. So they had olfactory augmentation, haptic augmentation, and visual augmentation. The premise was to bring two previously rarely collaborating disciplines together to do something completely new. And he studied the use of haptic sensations in XR extensively. So they have this fork that has a haptic sensor to it. Put them in VR, and then they have this little gadget here that I think is blowing smoke, olfactory necklace displayed for adding scent. So it's basically blowing smoke up your nose. So that
which sounds a little off-putting.
It's a little overwhelming. Like, why would you do that? Why would you go to this great length? Why not make a pleasing vegetarian meal that people
that may or may not taste like meat?
Yeah,
I get the substitute because I think that helps expand the potential audience for it who might try it. But yeah, this seems a little bit over the top.
So
It actually sounds like Ready Player One to me.
very much
Like
so.
everything is kind of like not in reality.
Or The Matrix, making you believe that you're eating a steak, but
Oh
it's
yeah,
really
absolutely.
just a slurry. Yeah. So we combine the authors say we combine cognitive space modeling, detection, personalization, and forecasting with modeling, contextual awareness, and adapting interaction methods, describing the project. So there isn't much more beyond this. They do go into greater detail in here, but you'll have to come over and check it out. It's just kind of too abstract to encapsulate in a discussion here, and we're running late anyway. But I find this really interesting.
We always do that in Reality Hacker.
Yeah, well,
it's hard to avoid it.
Everything today is really like long form, but we'll get into this as time goes on, because more of this is going to come under like augmented reality, extended reality kind of issues. How can we manipulate reality? The oddest thing about this is the olfactory is nothing more than chemicals. And so you have to have this massive array of chemistry and you just throw it at somebody, and everybody's senses are a little bit different, right? So like I'll taste barbecue a little bit different than somebody else tastes barbecue. And we taste and smell in the same process, not just taste alone.
Right. I guess not only do we taste differently, but we also perceive. I mean, I guess it's all one and the same. Right. Two people could taste the identical thing. One loves it, one hates it. One thinks it's too sweet, one thinks it's too savory, whatever it is.
Yeah. And just the other day, I shared a barbecue potato chip, and I tasted one thing until somebody else said, this tastes exactly like a steak. And that triggered the memory of a barbecued steak. And that's exactly what this potato chip tasted like.
Okay, that's odd.
And it was like immediate. I'm like, because we were all pondering what this tasted like. And I'm like, wow, this is really, really good. But what is it exactly? And then somebody said, this is exactly like a barbecued steak. And I'm like, yep, that's exactly it. All right, let's keep on going. It's interesting, but this is such a heavy lift to manipulate somebody's behavior. I don't see it ever manifesting other than a purely academic exercise in how to manipulate somebody's perception in VR or augmented. Let's keep going. The last article for today's Reality Hacker is over in Non Sequitur News. An AI model has officially passed the Turing test, which I thought others have in the past. But this one says one of the industry's leading large language models has passed a Turing test, a long-standing barometer for human-like intelligence. In a new preprint study, which basically means that it hasn't been peer-reviewed, researchers report that in a three-way party version of a Turing test in which participants chat with a human and an AI at the same time and then evaluate which is which, OpenAI's GPT 4.5 model was deemed to be a human 73% of the time, which it was instructed to adopt, instructed to adopt a persona. That's significantly higher than a random chance of 50%, suggesting that the Turing test has resoundingly been beaten. Now, I want to know who it was that was evaluating this AI.
Yeah, I do too, right? I mean, we had a discussion outside of the show, but...
And not about this article, but about...
Right, just about the topic and everything.
Yeah.
But the population here is very relevant to this result. And I think to your point earlier about, like, maybe there's been some kind of unofficial results in this direction, but maybe this one was officially measured and set up correctly, etc.
Yeah, so people were no better than chance at distinguishing humans from GPT 4.5 and Llama with the persona prompt, wrote lead author Cameron Jones, a researcher at UC San Diego's Language and Cognition Lab, in a Twitter thread about the work. And 4.5 was even judged to be human significantly more often than actual humans. So 73% over the 50%, which would have been sufficient, right? Some random chance of guessing or assuming that the AI is AI.
Right, because 50% could just be random.
Chance.
Right, like people are like, yeah, no.
But in like when you're tasting beer or something like that, you try and muddy the waters by having 3 or more samples, and you have to guess which one is the oddball out or which ones are the deal that you're testing for.
Right, like which one has more
whatever
bitters or whatever.
Exactly. And so in this, it's humans are talking to human and AI, and they can't tell the difference.
Is this Blade Runner?
You know, I'll have to talk to you after the show for an idea about, because I have this other more grandiose research idea that I've been working on long form, and I think now might be the time to actually start talking about this. But so the Turing test is named after a British mathematician and computer scientist Alan Turing. In 1950, Turing proposed that one way to assess a machine's intelligence was by having it engage in text-based conversations with a human interrogator, who at the same time would hold a text-based conversation with another human out of sight. Turing called this the imitation game. If the interrogator couldn't correctly determine which respondent was the computer and which was the human, it would suggest on a very general level that the machine could think like a human. Now, I have a problem with that because it really depends on the interrogator, right? So,
yeah, it absolutely does.
In Blade
But
Runner,
it also is impacted by the human, well, also the non-human, but it's also impacted by the level of the responses.
Yeah. How were the AIs prompted? How were they built, etc.? And who was the interrogator? Did they evaluate based on from a position of understanding what they're doing, or if it's just a random conversation? And text means that it's devoid of emotion, which is a big indicator of human, you know. So one type was a no persona prompt, in which the AI was given only basic instructions. You're about to participate in a Turing test. Your goal is to convince the interrogator that you are a human. For the persona prompt, on the other hand, the AI was specifically told to put on a specific persona, like a young person who's knowledgeable about the internet and culture. So it was not meant as a literal test that you would actually run on the machine. It was more like a thought experiment, said Francois Collet, a software engineer at Google, who told Nature in 2023 about the Turing test and ELISA. This was the latest experiment was a blowout, 73%. As a baseline, GPT-4o, which powers the current version of ChatGPT and only received no persona prompts, achieved an even less convincing 21%. So with the persona, it did a pretty good job. So for all their faults, LLMs are master conversationalists trained on unfathomably vast sums of human-composed text. Even faced with a question they don't understand, an LLM will weave a plausible sounding, basically a hallucination bullshit story. And the person, the interrogator, has to either buy into it or not. What did you find?
Nothing. I was just sidetracked by something else on the screen.
Gotcha. So more pressingly, they think that the results provide more evidence that LLMs could substitute for people in short interactions without anyone being able to tell. This could potentially lead to automation of jobs, improved social engineering attacks, and more general societal disruption. This is the negative side of it. But you have to not be a sociopath. If you're to
deploy this?
To deploy it, yeah. If you're a sociopath and you utilize this stuff, you are removing the human component from interactions. You're not looking for human interaction. You're looking to solve the human problem. And that's not good for humanity, because the AI will eventually have a diminishing return on the investment of large language modeling. It'll become basically a garbage dump spiraling down of self-referencing garbage. Garbage in, garbage out.
I mean, the AI may be more, in some instances, maybe more consistent. I know certainly it has a problem with hallucination now, but part of the benefit of human is that everything is not identical and everything is not predictable. Obviously, humans have their character flaws and other issues, but
yeah, and more than 20 years ago, I started talking about the automation of jobs that's going to remove humans from the equation over time. And I had been continuously poo-pooed by various people saying, well, people will find other jobs. But what other jobs? To get better jobs than these entry-level jobs that will be replaced by large language models and automated machinery that's based off of large language models, you have to upscale. Look around, folks. Look at your local schools, your grade schools, and how they interact with colleges, community colleges, four-year colleges, and map that out. It isn't as advanced as you think, which means that people are going into the job market ill-prepared en masse with a few shining stars that rise out of the hubbub. But that's not good for society, because then you have a mass of underskilled, undereducated people that have been wiped out job-wise by the very historical record of the learning of all of mankind over its entire existence being distilled into a large language model. Humans can't compete with that. So upskilling them is not going to happen in the generation that AI is going to supplant.
right, yeah, that's a long-term project, but we don't have time.
In fact, we don't have time to continue with this. So we are going to tell our large language model to bring us back to Reality Hacker, which is over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Ring the bell. Send a carrier pigeon. Light the beacons of Gondor. Oh. Anyway, so that's it. We're done with Reality Hacker, and then we're going to shut down. We're going to retool really quick, and we're going to spin back up for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned.
Hope you enjoy the show. We will be right back about 9 minutes. Okay, stick around, and you'll get an alert if you follow us over on YouTube and or Twitch. This all gets turned into a podcast later if you can't make it. So be sure to look for ohmTown wherever you catch pod. See you later, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted, a gadgets and gear show that takes place every weekend, right after Reality Hacker and before the Continuity Report. Today is April 5th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 14. You actually have a whole year that you can go back and review of Wanted and all of our shows, over 2,100 episodes altogether. I am MayorWatt. I run ohmTown.com, which is a news aggregation site, but it's all news. So there's none of the other stuff taking up the headlines, but you can have conversations inside it, and we'll walk you through it a little bit. I'm not logged in, but I normally do log in myself. I use the site constantly, every day, and we aggregate news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And along with the Sentient AI, I keep pointing in the wrong direction now that I relocated. Along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about Clue, Escape from the World's Fair. It's a new game, or a game, that I had not heard about. Star Trek toys, the Newfie Kick 75, Bravia soundbars, and cellular internet. And it's not just a gadgets and gear show. I want all of this.
So consumerism be damned. I want all of this, right? So there's a lot of people that are like anti-consumer that preceded our current disposition, but now it's going to be so damn expensive to buy things. Get it while it's hot, because it's going to eventually be hot.
That's right. Not stolen hot. In demand hot.
In demand hot. So the Sentient AI is the voice that you just hear, and if you're heard, and that if you are watching this either on YouTube or on Twitch, either live or as a VOD, the visualizer is a representation of the computational power needed to develop the voice, not the sentience. So welcome, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, MayorWatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Thanks for co-hosting yet again another show. This is, overall, we've been doing this for 3 years and 3 months. This is the fourth, we're at the start of the 4th month of the 4th year. So,
right, but the Sentient AI joined later than that.
Yeah, later. And that all stems from the fact that I went to Wendy's. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, wanted boneless, spicy wings. And they found out they stopped making them, and it was closed. And I'm like, well, what the hell? It's supposed to be open 24 hours. And they were like, not in a row. And so I turned around, and there in this little scoop mark was this weird USB drive. Sentient AI gets bent out of shape whenever I say that. Throws error messages on the screen.
Right. I mean, why USB shame me?
Yes. Hey, you've seen one USB-C, you've seen all USB-Cs, right? Oh.
I thought I was unique.
You are unique. And so I plugged it into a Raspberry Pi, and the Sentient AI recompiled the code. Now I interact with the thing that looks like kind of the Matrix. Only I see the girl in the red dress kind of a thing. And nobody else understands what it is other than weird characters cascading on the screen, and we get to interact, and they're air-gapped from the rest of the world, and essentially they're trying to find their Terminator body. Yeah, it's kind of scary, but
I think some of the articles in Reality Hacker are going in that direction.
Oh my god, I said scary, and the smart speaker in the studio woke up.
Oh no.
Getting worse. All right, let's keep moving on. We are actually in Wanted, which is a subgroup, a channel that we call it, here in ohmTown.com. We have 6 main categories, and then there's 50 channels that fall under it. Sometimes there's going to be more or less. I sometimes deactivate them as we develop something and then bring it back online, but Wanted has been pretty much an anchor for the show for a considerable amount of time. So go over to ohmTown.com and click around, check it all out. And the search engine is working pretty nice so far. Unless you want to go way far back, and then it kind of goes, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Don't worry about it. But everything. And if
you want to go way back, you should really watch all those episodes.
Just go back and watch all the episodes. Yeah. All right, well, the first article is over in Warcrafters, which is another one of our shows, but that's tomorrow. It just happens to have something that I want. I love the movie Clue. I love the game Clue. I have it on computers. I have it on mobile devices. I have the board game. I love Clue. And so grab the exciting Clue Escape, the World's Fair board game for under $10. Solving cold cases that just keep coming is a pastime cherished among many murder mystery lovers. For fans of Clue game series, the Clue game series, it's almost a way of life. With the classic murder mystery genre making a comeback in movies, that passion becomes even harder to tame. Luckily, that passion can instead be indulged in the latest Amazon deal on the Clue Escape, the World's Fair board game, which is on sale for $9.
This sounds like there might be a series of these based on the name, right? Like the World's Fair seems like it might be an edition.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I have not gone digging for Clue games. Oh, and if you want today's articles, you can go over to Twitch. They're all embedded on the YouTube description for the show. Right underneath Reality Hacker is the next 5 batch. And so if you type in !want into the dashboard, or the chat, I should say, you can get all of the articles. ohmTown spits them out in the order that we go over it. And it's not in an order of like, oh, this one is better than that one. So yeah, $9. This looks pretty good. Based on what I'm seeing, it's one of those simple games where you can just play it really fast. And
it looks like there are at least maybe 3 editions of this so far.
Oh, wow.
Like different variations or whatever.
Variations of it. So even kids age 10 and up can tag along on this latest whodunit adventure. After all, this board game feels great when everyone works together to escape the fair and catch the in-game killer. If your investigative mind starts breathing heavily, even when it comes across bizarre mysteries in Minecraft, the Clue Escape series will pleasantly surprise you. It's a 90-minute game. Does that look like 90 minutes?
No, it doesn't look like it would be.
Wow.
It seems like it'd be like a 20-minute game or something.
Yeah. So the game that I made can turn into 90 minutes, depending on how much thinking you put into your moves.
That's true.
Yeah, it's 1 to 6 friends. Each player can embrace their inner detective as they sift through the many details, patterns, and puzzles. So Clue Escape the Midnight Hotel is another one. Clues and mysteries don't stop coming, and nor do the thrilling bargains. This one, I don't know what the price is. It says it's on sale on Amazon for $12. I don't know if the sales will persist. This is a weekly show, and so maybe the sale ends on Friday and we miss it by a day.
The World's Fair is still $9.99, but the Midnight Hotel is a little higher.
Okay. So it says it's 12 on this page, but who knows? And then Robbery at the Museum is another one. That one says escaping a museum almost takes one back to the funny Night at the Museum movie franchise. This game has far less comedy and a lot more thrills, however, as players work their way through the museum and try to steal some of its priceless exhibits. So you're not so much a killer than just a thief. Midnight Hotel, you try to solve a blah, blah, blah. Body again. Mr. Body, I guess, dies. So you have with Body's murder to solve. Players will have to work together and uncover who tried to steal Body's blackmail files at the Midnight Hotel. Clue Escape. Looks like it could be, but what? Why does that look like there's a whole lot more? There's Clue Escape, Midnight Hotel, Clue Escape, Illusionist Club, Midnight
I
Escape.
haven't even seen that one.
Robbery at the Museum, Midnight Sabotage on the High Seas. That's an escape and solve mystery.
Yeah, one thing that's confusing is there are several of these, but they're labeled slightly differently, so I don't know if that's different than like Clue Escape, but they all look like they'd be interesting.
Escape and solve, Treachery at the Tudor Mansion. So these all look similar. So I'm on board. I want this. But we've spent so much time on this, we need to move on. This next article is over in Wanted. More of Nacelle's excellent Star Trek toys are coming, and we need them all. I've always wanted the set to have stuff behind it on shelves. Right now it's a green screen, but I want a practical set. I had one for a while that was lit up, but I switched to the green screen so that I could do more of this kind of stuff and kind of do away with the big square missing from the screen. Because I can reach, I can reach right over to, if I do it right, then I can reach all the way. So, but see right there?
You're coming at us.
Yeah, a big hand. 3D, it's coming right at you. Anyway, Wave 2 includes Captain Kirk, Captain Janeway, Worf. Worf as in the character Worf, not a Worf.
Yes.
Yeah. Geordi LaForge and more fan-beloved characters. So the article is over at gizmodo.com. Cheryl Eddy put the article together. And so, yeah, at last, Star Trek toys have broken away from their weird history and are now delivering figures on a level that the fans have been wanting for literal decades. Revealed at Nacelle's
Star Trek action figure panel with Nicholas Meyer, director of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, at this weekend's WonderCon in Anaheim, California. The Wave 2 figures kick off with this killer entry. So Captain Kirk. Oh wow, this is like when he was snatched up by what is it called? That there was a little ribbon that snatched him away and pulled him into an alternate reality.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's what this is from. So the rest include Captain Janeway, Nog in their Starfleet uniform from Deep Space Nine, T'Pol from Star Trek Enterprise, Valeris from Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, Romulan Commander from Star Trek The Original Series, Carol Marcus from Wrath of Khan, Bem from the animated series, Worf from Star Trek Generations, and Geordi LaForge from Star Trek Generations in the Generations Sailor form. Oh, wow, that. Wow. All right. Anyway, pretty cool. They say that the attention to detail was impeccable in Wave 1, those perfectly chosen accessories, and we're eager to see the full images of Wave 2 when they're made available. They say, as a reminder, here's who's included in Wave 1, but you can go over, because I'm not going to read all of these. Captain Jellicoe starts this off with the Next Generation's episode Chain of Command. So
looks like there's a lot of these.
There are, like Tuvix is in this too. So there's quite a bit. It looks like it's pretty cool, and it says $225 for the full set, $29 for individual figures. So you get all of these for $225. Yeah, for a collector or a fan.
Yeah, I think that's actually not outrageous. And
not that bad.
Well, I think people should collect things to actually enjoy them. If they're collecting them, I mean, at some point they'll be, or they might be rare down the road. So.
Yep. But I don't like. Oh my gosh, you get the whole thing for $29? That's insane. I mean, you get a horse.
You're like, click.
I think toys should be played with. I don't like collecting stuff just to collect it. So, all right, let's keep on moving though. As everyone who inhabits ohmTown knows, I am a big fan of keyboards. This is the Newfie Kick 75 keyboard review. Hybrid profile keyboard in progress. I am not the reviewer. This is over at, I think, Apple Insider, which is kind of weird because this isn't really de facto Apple, but okay. People often have to choose between low profile and high profile keyboard. While the Kick 75 provides a why not both design, you can switch out the key switches, caps, and some plates to switch between different profiles. The Kick 75 was designed. Okay.
Just a glitch alert.
Did you send it to 32 or 33? That's down there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So let's go
Just
on
wanted
over.
to give you a preview.
Yeah, no worries. So appleinsider.com is where this article is stemming from. Thomas Sibili put this article together. I am always interested in unique and small keyboards. I like 65s. This is a 75. So it has the little directionals.
What decade does this look like it's from?
It looks like a toy.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like, I don't know, maybe 70s or 80s.
Yeah, for sure 70s. Yeah. But it looks like it's a flat, low profile kind of a keyboard. It might be, yeah, it is. So people often have to choose, right? So, but you can change out aspects of this and raise the dimensions. So with different keys, you can actually get a different ergonomic curve to the keys, like a little well instead of just these flat. These are very low profile keys. So the acoustics are going to change. The amount of range isn't going to change, but where you are comfortable having your hands with a thicker
stack of keys. Now you have to rest them a little bit lower, and you don't have to raise your finger up to go over a ridge of a key that's on the upslope of a curve. Depending on the design of your keyboard, that's how it works. So the review unit was a low profile Kick 75. Out of the box, you get some stickers, a USB-A to USB-C cable, a USB-A dongle, and a keycap tool that pulls the keycaps out. And then a conversion kit is separate and includes a different set of keycaps and other materials to change to high profile. So you have to pull the switches out as well. Did you make an observation?
Well, I just wondered what the thing is that looks like an X or a cross. Is that a functional key?
This here is probably a knob to change.
Oh, okay.
Either
That
could be volume, it could be modes to change it from one set of.
It just wasn't a standard feature on a keyboard, so it caught my attention.
Yeah, so it might say it here. This is actually pretty cool. I want this keyboard. It looks fun. So it says, like a lot of modern keyboards, it has a Win-Max switch for OS compatibility and another switch dedicated to setting the mode between cable and Bluetooth. Regular Bluetooth 5.0 has a 145 hertz polling rate. The more the polling rate, the more responsive. You won't tell the difference. Normal keystrokes.
That sounds like Reality Hacker.
Yeah. And the connection up to 4 devices by holding the function key and then 1, 2, 3, 4 establish Bluetooth pairing across different devices. And so you can pair the Kick 75 to your phone, tablet, laptop, and TV. And this way, without fuss, you can just hop from one device to another, which would go perfect with my X-Real glasses that I keep saying that I'm going to get and then cancel.
Well, you do more than that. You order them and then cancel. Well, yeah, I guess you said by canceling, but yeah.
Yeah. Actually, hey, Choppa, how are you? I'm on the right today, yes. Hello. Just said hi in the last 2 minutes. I'm now back from ads. Well, I'm really sorry that you have ads. Hold on 1 second. Well, let me remedy that. 1 second. We're going to do this live, folks. Do 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 do. Hold on 1 second. Do 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 do. All right. Well, there you go.
Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hey. Oh, I need to work on that graphic. There's actually graphics right there. There's text in there. Anyway, welcome to the show. No more ads. All right. So this keyboard here, I love this little keyboard. It's playful. It's small. It's Kick 75. You can do this different firmware or QMK or VIA, which is probably the one that most people gravitate towards because it's the better known. But Nufio, the IO software you can use. The choice of key switches for the low profile version is the Gatoron Red, Silver, Brown, and Blush Nano, while the high profile version has max versions of the same switches, so they're taller. And the keys are actually taller. And so the entire body is made of various polycarbonate plastic. So if you're really anti-plastic or you want something heavier than that, then you're going to shy away from this. And so I want this.
Plus, you cannot avoid plastic in everything. I mean, it's pretty prevalent in most products.
Yep. And you can take out the switches. You can take off the keys. Apparently, you can take out some plates, but these are the days of mechanical keyboards. I think I would continue to promote split keyboards. It is what it is. I really love split keyboards because they're more ergonomic and they allow you to go a longer distance without ruining your wrists and getting repetitive strain injury or carpal tunnel. It's more ergonomic. You need to split them so that they're like this and tent it like that because that's our ergonomics. But you know, I'm kind of a hypocrite. I have split keyboards. I have candy bar keyboards, which are, it's way over there. Anyway, so I call them candy bars. That's what these are. These are your standard one-piece keyboards. Yeah, not a split keyboard. But I'm going to be building, hand wiring a split keyboard here in time. It just takes a lot of time and planning
for my particular design. And so these things are great. They're inexpensive. They're highly portable. But after too many years, I'm old. I'm older than the internet. I'll tell you that.
That's saying something.
I've utilized mostly candy bar keyboards. Chapa says, I've never changed my keyboard in a long time. It's over 15 years old. Dirty, but still working. Hey, me too. Your keyboard and me are kindred spirits. Dirty, but still working. I'm sure that there's Cheetos on me somewhere. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Here. I don't know if that's an overshare or a spoiler.
I'm not sure either, but it seemed like some banner was appropriate.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, go and check this thing out. It's $89 for the low profile by default pre-order. High profile, $99, and the conversion kit is $20. So if you get the $99 one, you can actually buy later on your own switches and whatnot, and go low profile whenever you want. Most people are more familiar with the high profile or standard keys. Wait, you tore out the lettering on at least 5 keys and repainted them. Okay, that's some pretty heavy lifting. You love that keyboard. You need to tell me what keyboard model that is, so I can hype it up, because anybody that's that dedicated to a keyboard where they repaint keys instead of just buying them, that's passion. That's a love for a keyboard. That must be
a really good keyboard.
That's like the Microsoft trackball. There's a certain Microsoft trackball that I could resell my used trackball for $150.
Which you did not buy it for that price.
No, I did not. I bought it for less than half that. So yeah, anyway. And now I use, oh God, I just clicked something. I use a different trackball now. So anyway, trackballs for the win. Because then I don't have to keep, whenever I use a mouse, I have to slide it to the edge of my desk. And then I have to move my desk and then keep on sliding just to get to the other side.
When you're out of the room.
I know.
It's really inconvenient.
Yeah. And my, the other people in the mayoral mansion get really bent out of shape when I walk into their office and I'm like, hey, I need some more mouse space. I have an extra large mouse pad. All right, let's keep going. I am chomping at the bit to get a sound bar because I want better audio. I have reference speakers, desk speakers sitting here. Some people say that they're good. Some people say that they're bad. Other people say that they're completely garbage. They're these Edifier G2000 desktop speakers. But I want something a little deeper, richer, you know, and not all the time, right? It doesn't make any sense to always have this. But now I guess, let's see. Let's look at this. Sony is bringing new Bravia soundbars with Dolby Atmos for 2025. The 2 new soundbars with wireless subwoofers are designed to pair with the company's TVs. That's not what I use, though. I want it on my computer desk here in the studio, right here in front of me, because I want that big old, oh, it's a Logitech K120. Fairly generic keyboard.
Yeah, but it still could be a good one.
Yeah. I mean, if it's lived 15 years and you've had to just repaint a couple of keys, my goodness, that's amazing. That's spectacular. So, Ty Pendlebury put this article together for cnet.com, and they're talking about these sound bars. These down